Behold, Sudong, thrust into the world of pirates, finds himself forcibly conscripted onto a pirate ship, where he faces the captain's relentless torment. As they approach the Windmill village of the Goa Kingdom, a divine sign-in system activates, granting him a superlative devil fruit. Upon consumption, his strength surges exponentially, leading to a dramatic confrontation with the pirate crew, whom he effortlessly overpowers, even subduing the captain. Observe, the sun shines brilliantly. The sky is a vast expanse of azure. Seagulls cry out, flapping their wings as they soar freely over the ocean, the sky resembling a radiant sapphire, while the sea lies still, devoid of any ripples. A gentle breeze caresses the air, imparting a sense of unparalleled comfort. At that moment, a medium-sized, two-masted sailboat emerges on the previously tranquil sea, moving leisurely, akin to a proud peacock. Little did anyone anticipate that this vessel, adorned with a skull emblem, was a pirate ship. On the deck, a band of fearsome scoundrels clad in a disarray of attire indulge in revelry, drinking and brawling, unmistakably engaged in the nefarious trade of plunder and bloodshed. Yet, one individual stands out conspicuously, dressed in flower-patterned shorts that expose his knees. Wearing flip-flops and sporting dark sunglasses, he is a striking figure amidst the motley crew. This individual is Sudong, deftly steering the ship, musing to himself, "If we continue on this course, we should soon reach the Goa Kingdom." This band of pirates is blissfully unaware that I have secretly altered our direction. It turns out that the ship's navigator had succumbed to illness, and he fortuitously stumbled upon them, only to be forcibly recruited. The pirates never considered him one of their own. Instead, they regarded him as a mere tool, intending to dispose of him once they reached their destination and seek a new scapegoat. "Hey, kid, we were supposed to arrive by morning, yet here we are at noon, and still no sight of land." The questioner was Captain Yabu, a notorious figure with a bounty of several million berries, famed for his marksmanship, rumored to be infallible. Sudong, quick-witted, detected the captain's ire and quickly donned a conciliatory smile. "Captain Yabu, we might have veered slightly off course. Allow me to make the necessary adjustments. We shall arrive shortly." Yabu's temper was far from forgiving. He seized Sudong and forcefully slammed him to the deck, shattering his stylish sunglasses in the process. "You wretch, your very existence at the helm is a testament to my mercy and your paltry worth." Yabu glared menacingly. "Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your daily offerings of food to those prisoner women. I explicitly forbade it. Disobey me again, and I shall toss you into the sea as shark bait." Lying on the ground, Sudong inwardly cursed. What is this nonsense? Transported to a pirate world, while others possess golden opportunities, I find myself with nothing. This life is unbearable. Just as he wallowed in despair about his uncertain future, he caught sight of land emerging in the distance. That must be the Goa Kingdom. I recall that Windmill village is the hometown of Luffy. As a transmigrator, Sudong was well-versed in the locales of the anime. Suddenly, a resounding voice erupted, instantly invigorating him. "Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations. You have arrived at Windmill village. Your sign-in is successful. This is your first destination, and the divine sign-in system has been activated. Congratulations on receiving the reward super devil fruit." The unexpected announcement startled Sudong, causing him to shudder, and he quickly turned to ensure no pirates had overheard. The result was a needless worry. The pirates on the deck were fixated on Windmill village, their wicked grins betraying their intent as they fiddled with their weapons, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to land and wreak havoc, completely oblivious to the commotion around them. In an instant, as Sudong turned his head, an exquisitely crafted box materialized before him, its intricate patterns suggesting it was no ordinary item. He felt an inexplicable connection to whatever lay within, and as he lifted the lid, he discovered a black fruit nestled inside, resembling an oversized black strawberry. "What is this? It's not like any Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia I've seen." Sudong was momentarily bewildered when a mysterious voice chimed in. "It's a super devil fruit. Eat it without fear." Though a sense of trepidation coursed through him, he considered his dire situation and, gritting his teeth, resolved it's better than being slaughtered by pirates. "Here goes." He seized the fruit and took a bite. Oh my. It was horrendously unpalatable. He nearly retched, but swallowed it down. Driven by an insatiable thirst for power after all, one bite of the devil fruit is sufficient for its effects. In the next moment, his entire body ignited with warmth, a comforting wave coursing through his limbs, akin to soaking in a hot spring. His physical capabilities surged dramatically, his once frail arms and legs began to swell with muscle. And within a minute, he transformed from a mere underdog into a muscular Adonis, his physique perfectly toned and strikingly handsome. This commotion drew the attention of the pirates. What the hell, Sudong? Why do you suddenly look so invigorated? Want to join us in plundering? What's this? Do you aspire to be a pirate? Haha. Captain Yabu emerged, seizing Sudong by the collar, threateningly growling, "Don't try any tricks, or you'll regret it." But he was taken aback. Sudong seemed as immovable as a nail driven into the ground, no matter how hard he tugged. What regret? Sudong squinted, his demeanor exuding arrogance. He no longer regarded Yabu with any respect. "You bastard." Yabu fumed, pulling with all his might. Yet Sudong remained steadfast. "Have you turned into a rock?" He glared at his subordinates. "You worthless lot. Hurry up and deal with this brat. He eats my food and drinks my drink, and now he dares to defy me? Does he dare to oppose the captain? Is this fellow courting death?" Behold, in an instant, Yabu's crew encircled Sudong. All those armed raised their rifles, the ominous black muzzles trained on him, a terrifying sight indeed. In the past, Sudong would undoubtedly have bowed his head in submission, for he was but an ordinary man. But now with the divine sign-in system at his disposal was no longer the pliable soft target for others to exploit. "You wish to teach me a lesson? Perhaps you should assess whether you are worthy enough." With a smirk, Sudong's eyes gleamed with disdain, his words dripping with an overwhelming confidence. "You bastard, let me show you the taste of despair." Yabu could no longer contain his fury, waving his hand and shouting, "Eliminate him. We found our target. This kid is of no further use. Don't blame us, blame yourself." The pirates had already locked onto their target, and, upon receiving the command, pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was deafening, bullets raining down upon Sudong like a tempest. Sudong's expression remained impassive after all. He was a man who had consumed the formidable DevilFruit. Let me witness the prowess of the legendary type. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming darkness enveloped him, and a shadow materialized behind him. Those crimson eyes struck terror into the hearts of onlookers, sending chills coursing from their feet to the crown of their heads. In the next moment, the entire crew of the Yabu pirates was left in a state of bewilderment. How could Sudong remain unscathed while transforming into such a terrifying visage? "I told you, you are not worthy to fight me," Sudong remarked with an air of nonchalance, barely acknowledging their presence. Yabu suddenly came to his senses. "Don't panic. He is a DevilFruit user. He's been hiding his strength. Don't fear bullets, fear blades. Brothers, let's chop him up." A throng of pirates brandished their knives, roaring as they charged forward. Sudong shook his head. "You still fail to comprehend the chasm between us very well. Allow me to enlighten you." He stepped forward and unleashed a palm strike, the shadow behind him extending its long arm in tandem. With a resounding whoosh, the colossal black limb sent the charging pirates flying as if they were mere paper dolls. My goodness, this power is explosive. One strike and they're all down? He must be a demon. We can't defeat him. What should we do? Quick, fire the cannons. There's no way we can't kill him. Yabu was now in a state of utter panic, having been previously outmatched. He was desperate to reclaim his pride by eliminating Sudong. Yet Sudong did not relent. He turned and swung the black arm. Fist crashing forward, an explosive sound echoed as nearby pirates were instantly grievously injured, many being sent crashing into the sea to become fish food. "Yabu, my previous restraint was a courtesy, yet you truly believe me to be easy prey? Now, it is time for you to pay the price." With a gentle grip of his hand, the enormous black arm reached out, effortlessly ensnaring Yabu in its grasp. Look, Captain Yabu is struggling desperately in Sudong's grip, exerting all his strength, yet he cannot escape. "Let me go, you bastard Sudong. If not for me, you would have drowned in the sea long ago. Now that I have you, I will ensure your suffering." Even in such a dire situation, he still tried to maintain his bravado. Sudong's murderous intent surged to its peak. At that moment, a pirate wheeled in a cannon, and with a loud bang, fired it at Sudong. In a split second, Sudong's massive frame trembled, and the shadow behind him unfurled enormous black wings, shielding him completely. As the cannonball approached, the wings flapped rather than exploding. The projectile was sent flying back. "What exactly are you, a human or a ghost?" Yabu was thoroughly alarmed, even if he was a DevilFruit user. This was beyond reason. Natural type? Superhuman type? Zone type? This clearly resembles a demon. Fear gripped him, not only of Sudong's strength, but also of this unknown ability. He was just within my control. How did he suddenly change? Could it be that he just consumed a DevilFruit? Yabu's mind raced with speculation. "Sudong, spare me. Otherwise, I will kill that mother and daughter. Even in the face of death, he dared to threaten Sudong, who could no longer contain his fury. Rest assured, I will save them, but you scoundrels have long been deserving of retribution. His eyes turned icy as he tightened his grip, and soon Yabu fell silent. The remaining pirates, witnessing the demise of their captain, still dared to charge forward. Sudong navigated through the horde of pirates, the shadow behind him resembling a reaper, swinging its arms like scythes, dispatching the pirates aboard the ship with astonishing efficiency. You are a demon. You are truly a demon. The last few pirates gasped in terror as they met their end. As Sudong retracted his powers, he finally discerned that the shadow behind him was indeed a genuine demon. The fruit he had consumed was not one of the commonplace 3 types, but rather a unique devil fruit that enabled the possession of demons, boasting explosive power surpassing that of Zoan types. Alongside the superhuman abilities of Paramecia and the environmental control of Logia simply explosive. The system has finally proven reliable. Had it not arrived, despair would have consumed me. As the pirate ship docked, Sudong ventured into the dimly lit cabin, his night vision allowing him to see everything clearly. Approaching a door, he knocked, prompting a fearful voice of a middle-aged woman from within. Do not enter. Pirate, if you dare to come in, I will die, and you shall never uncover the treasure's location. Sudong hurriedly retreated. Hello, Andy, I am Sudong. The pirates have been taken care of by me and will no longer harm you, so don't worry. What? Is this true? The woman inside the door was full of doubt, but still opened the door. Inside was a girl about the same age as Sudong. Next to her was the middle-aged woman. Both of them knew Sudong. He was the one who secretly brought food when Yabu kept them captive. Are you serious? The pirates are really dead? Who did it? The middle-aged woman looked surprised. Yabu was known to be a ruthless character in the East Sea, with a bounty of several million berries. How could that be easily dealt with? Sudong casually made up a reason. Someone else took care of them. Not sure of the details, and now there are only the 3 of us on the ship. Let's get off. The 2 followed him off the ship. This is the Gaia kingdom. Not far from here is a village with a windmill called Windmill Village. Let us go there to rest. Leaving the ship here is fine. Sudong pointed at the map. The middle-aged woman is named Halaya, and her daughter is named Nelly. They were originally on a merchant ship that was attacked by pirates, and almost everyone on board was killed. Halaya revealed that she survived with her daughter because she had treasure and they were imprisoned by Yabu. Sudong had crossed over at that time and was picked up by Yabu, becoming a navigator because he knew navigation. The 3 of them arrived at Windmill Village, which was beautiful and peaceful, making it very comfortable to stay. Sudong looked at the large windmill and thought, this place is nice. I wonder which timeline it is now. Suddenly, the system voice sounded. The host can ask questions at any time. Sudong quickly looked around, being very cautious. Don't worry. You're the only one who can hear it, the system said. I see. That's quite humane. System, I want to understand you better. I didn't have a chance before. Sudong sat cross-legged to communicate seriously. This system is called the God-level sign-in system. Signing in at different locations grants different abilities. The first sign-in awarded a super devil fruit, which doesn't exist in this world, the system explained. Sudong nodded. I really haven't heard of the devil fruit, but it is indeed powerful. My usual state has improved. The system spoke with a hint of pride. That's natural. This fruit maximizes your comprehensive abilities, allowing you to grow stronger over time with unlimited potential. It can also be compatible with other abilities, and most importantly, it's not afraid of seawater. Sudong was continuously excited. He hadn't delved into it the first time he used it, but now it sounded fantastic. We'll talk about the fruit later. Where can I sign in to get rewards? You know Luffy, right? Of course, the main character of the original story. You can sign in at all the iconic locations he has been to. The rewards are random and can include abilities from the pirate world and items from other worlds. In short, there could be surprises but also craziness. Please look forward to it, the system teased. Alright, by the way, how do I know if the sign-in is successful? Sudong asked again. Pay attention. The system said, it's simple. Just stay near the location for a while. Sudong was overjoyed. He initially thought the super devil fruit was a bombshell, but it turned out there was something even more explosive later. He didn't have to do anything. Just go to the place to claim rewards. And this thrill made him laugh out loud. One last question. What timeline is it now? Sudong asked again, but the system didn't respond. After a moment of silence, it said, go to the tavern. You'll understand once you get there. After saying that, it fell silent. A tavern. If it weren't for having read the original work, Sudong wouldn't believe that such a peaceful town had a tavern that operated during the day. It must be open 24 hours nonstop, right? He walked into the tavern, where a woman behind the bar was wiping glasses. There were not many people, And besides the smell of alcohol, there was also a floral scent. Sudong sat at the bar, ordered a beer, drank it down, and ordered a few skewers of meat, feeling very comfortable. He took out the berries he had snatched from the pirates and said, "Boss, is there someone named Luffy here?" The female clerk pushed the berries back. "May I ask who you are?" "I'm a friend of Luffy," Sudong lied. The clerk immediately smiled. "So you're a friend of Luffy? I can't take this money, otherwise he would blame me. When will Luffy come?" Sudong got straight to the point. The tavern in Windmill Village was indeed a frequent stop for Luffy. He might not necessarily. Before she finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the tavern door was kicked open. A group of people who looked troublemaking swaggered to the bar. And Sudong continued to eat skewers and drink, ignoring them. "Hey, bring the drinks. I'll pay for all the alcohol." The leader was very arrogant. Sudong glanced sideways and understood immediately. Bandits, just a bunch of arrogant small fries. The female clerk's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly replied, "Okay, just a moment." The bandit leader sat down next to Sudong. "We booked this place. You kid, get lost." "Boss, the meat skewers are good. Bring me 2 more skewers and 2 good beers." Sudong directly ignored him. The female clerk felt awkward, unsure whether to serve. "Just serve what you have. Don't worry about anything else," Sudong said confidently. The clerk had no choice but to obediently serve the dishes. The bandit leader was completely ignored, and his anger soared. "This kid is so shameless. Brothers, deal with him." Just as they were about to make a move, there was another loud bang at the door. "Rubber pistol," a young voice exploded, and a boy wearing a straw hat and flip-flops, dressed somewhat like Sudong, punched out, and his arm actually stretched. With this one move, several bandits were knocked down. "Luffy!" Sudong exclaimed, feeling a little excited. The bandit leader next to him panicked and directly held a knife to Luffy's neck. "Hey, who the hell are you? We won't interfere with each other. Pay attention." "Damn, taking someone else as a hostage." Luffy was furious, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun the bandit's knife, and for a moment, he was in a stalemate. But Sudong was not panicking at all. "You want to take me hostage? Are you worthy?" As soon as the words fell, he turned into a cloud of black smoke, and the next second, a giant demonic hand directly grabbed the bandit leader's head, just like pinching an ant. You're a monster." The bandit was terrified and could hardly speak. Luffy and the female clerk were also dumbfounded. This is the ability of the DevilFruit. After Sudong finished speaking, the demonic claw grabbed and threw all the bandits out. They were not dead, but injured. Luffy's eyes lit up, looking like a curious baby. "Wow, you're also an ability user? What kind of ability is this? So powerful." The female clerk was puzzled. "Luffy, aren't you friends? You don't know him?" Sudong interrupted with a smile. "Miss, consider this money as compensation. Bring me more meat and drinks, and I'll have a good chat with Luffy." When Luffy heard about the meat, he drooled. "You're so nice. What's your name? Do we know each other?" "My name is Sudong, an ability user. We didn't know each other before, but now we are friends. I'll treat you to meat for a lifetime, but I have one request." "What?" Luffy asked while gnawing on the meat. "Are you going to set sail? Take me with you?" Sudong had already made plans, following Luffy to clock in and collecting system rewards endlessly. "How do you know? I want to be the Pirate King." "Of course." Luffy was super straightforward. "Then I'll be the vice captain until you become the Pirate King. How about that?" "Sure, but you have to fight me. I think your ability is interesting." Luffy had a naive look on his face. Sudong smiled. "My ability isn't to be trifled with. It might kill you. But to get on the ship, I'll play with you." After finishing their food and drinks, the two went to an open space in Windmill Village. Sudong, Monkey D, Luffy, the future Pirate King. The two got into a stance. "Here comes." Luffy grabbed the ground with both hands, pulling his body back, using the elasticity of rubber to bounce towards Sudong at an incredible speed, reaching in an instant and charging up with both hands, rubber rocket. Sudong saw through it at a glance, moving even faster. He dodged to the side agilely, and Luffy missed his punch, taking advantage of Luffy's moment of weightlessness. Sudong grabbed him and spun him around 360 degrees before throwing him out forcefully. "Pay attention." Luffy, unable to stabilize himself after losing weight, was spun around by Sudong, and when he stood up, his eyes were swirling, feeling dizzy. "So dizzy. You react so quickly. Come again." Sudong had already anticipated that he wouldn't give up and directly encouraged him. Sure enough, Luffy took a moment to recover and shouted, "Rubber machine gun." This was one of his powerful moves in the early stages, wildly punching with incredible speed thanks to the properties of rubber. Sudong was not afraid at all and directly activated his DevilFruit ability. The demon behind him flapped one of its wings, blocking all attacks forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. The fists all hit the wing, But Sudong remained unmoved, completely unharmed. Luffy, your perseverance is commendable, but don't forget, I haven't been serious yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the wings suddenly flicked, and an immense counterforce erupted, sending Luffy flying like a cannonball. Luffy crashed to the ground, but quickly stood up again. You can't beat me now, but if you want to try, I'm here for it. Sudong understood him too well. Luffy charged again, with determination in his eyes. But this time, Sudong didn't want to drag it out. He unleashed his full power. Black demon wings sprouted from his back, and long black demon arms extended out. What is that? Luffy had never seen such a sight and froze. Forgetting to attack, Sudong gently pushed, and Luffy was sent flying again. This time, even with his overwhelming willpower, he couldn't get back up. After all, Sudong's was a super devil fruit. Sudong wasn't complacent. He had anticipated this outcome and quickly took Luffy to the doctor. The village doctor was stunned. This injury is too severe. Anyone else would have been done for. Luckily, Luffy is the main character. He's tough. After careful treatment, Luffy recovered well, and Sudong brought a bunch of meat. Luffy went wild like a monkey seeing a banana, and after eating, he surprisingly fully revived. Sudong, you're too strong. The captain lets you take the lead. I'll be the deputy. Luffy didn't care about titles at all. Sudong panicked. How do I sign in if the plot changes? After repeatedly declining, he finally suggested that they could have dual captains once the pirate crew grew, and Luffy agreed. Days passed, Sudong got familiar with his abilities, stocked up on supplies, and finally boarded the pirate ship with Luffy. Changing the flag to the straw hat flag, and officially setting sail, the mother and daughter pair from earlier stayed in Windmill Village, and to repay their kindness. The middle-aged woman informed Sudong about the mysterious treasure. The two held hands, excitedly going out to sea. At first, the weather was calm and sunny, but suddenly, they found themselves in a storm with fierce winds and thunder. Plus, with their lack of coordination, the ship became completely lost, drifting aimlessly at sea. That day, I'm starving. Sudong, can you turn into food? Can those wings be eaten? Luffy babbled as he got hungry. Don't joke. No matter how big the ship is, we can't last without food. Sudong was exhausted too. Taking care of Luffy was more troublesome than sailing alone. Look, what is that? Sudong spotted a ship and quickly shouted to Luffy. Luffy jumped up instantly. A ship. We're saved. Saying that, he grabbed the mast and leaped directly onto the other ship. This guy is too bold. Didn't he see the pirate flag? Sudong shook his head and spread his devil wings, flying over. The power of the demon consumed some energy and stamina, but not much. Landing on the deck, he saw Luffy surrounded by pirates. We just want some food. Why are you like this? Luffy was confused, not understanding why they were being insulted and still wanted to fight. Silly, this is a pirate ship. Sudong et lai. We're pirates too. Luffy pointed at himself. The other pirates became even more nervous, and a conflict erupted out of nowhere. The pirates rushed in and surrounded the two. The leader was a fat and ugly man wearing a white hat and uniform, wielding a large spike club, followed by a pink-haired boy with glasses. Kobe, that woman shouted fiercely. Yes, who is the most beautiful in these waters? Of course, it's Captain Alvida. Kobe hurriedly flattered. Ha ha ha. Well said. Capture them. Alvida ordered. The pirates charged in, and Luffy directly engaged, taking down a bunch by himself. Wow, his arms can stretch. Is he a monster? The pirates panicked. Damn, he's a devil fruit user. Go after the other one. Alvida specifically targeted the weak ones, and her subordinates immediately charged at Sudong. You picked the wrong person. Sudong said calmly, directly activating his devil fruit power. The demon behind him began to materialize from energy, and his strength surged. Facing the incoming pirates, he casually waved his hand and kicked a few, sending terrifying force crashing through, and the pirates fell in droves. This guy's scarier than that kid. What should we do? These two are too outrageous. We can't win. Is he also a devil fruit user? The pirates retreated step by step. Alvida's face turned pale, and she slammed her spiked club onto the ship, glaring at the two. Stupid kids. Let the beautiful Alvida deal with you. Wow, haha. Beautiful Alvida? Luffy burst out laughing on the spot. Bastard, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Alvida got angry. Kobe, quickly say, am I not the most beautiful woman at sea? She glared fiercely at Kobe. Sudong spoke up. Kobe, don't let her pressure you. Say what's in your heart. You can do it. Yeah, just say what you think. Luffy chimed in. Kobe finally mustered up his courage. Captain Alvida, you are the ugliest, most hideous old hag in these waters. Wow, haha. Luffy couldn't stop laughing. Bastard. Kobe, I'll kill you. Alvida raised her spike club to smash down, and it looked like it would hit Kobe. Sudong spread his devil wings and instantly rushed in front of her, gripping the spike club tightly. Alvida exerted all her strength, but couldn't budge Sudong at all. Impossible. How can there be someone stronger than me? Alvida was stunned. Sudong easily lifted her up, the demon shadow behind him growing larger, and with a swoosh, he threw Alvida into the air. It's over. He looked at Kobe and comforted him a bit. This ship is the stronghold of the Alvida pirates. After tossing the pirates overboard, Sudong and Luffy took over directly, discarding the previous shabby ship. However, during the excitement, Yabu's ship seemed to have been stolen by someone. What is going on? Luffy looked confused. Sudong saw the orange-haired figure stealing the ship and had a clue but pretended not to know. It's fine. That ship doesn't have anything valuable. Let's just use this one. Change the flag and set sail again. Great. Luffy knew this ship had food and drink, enough to last them. Kobe looked at the two, initially unsure what to say, but Sudong quickly helped him let go of his traumatic past and opened up. My dream is to become a Navy officer. What about you guys? Kobe asked. I want to be the Pirate King, Luffy declared dramatically. Sudong laughed. My dream is to follow the Pirate King on adventures and see him become the Pirate King. Luffy's eyes changed when he looked at him. Sudong, you're destined to be my partner. Sudong smiled lightly. The captain needs to work harder, otherwise, you won't be able to protect your crew. Don't worry. I'll definitely protect my companions. Luffy's gaze was extremely determined. Next, they needed to take Kobe to the nearest Navy base. He was suited to develop there, and if he ran in a garp later, his strength would definitely increase. Kobe and Sudong knew some navigation skills, and the ship moved steadily forward. Hey, Kobe, can we get there? Luffy asked anxiously. Of course. This is the basic skill of a navigator. Don't you know how to steer? Kobe retorted. He's just directionally challenged. Not much better than Zoro. XuCang's. Ha! Luffy laughed. Mr. Luffy, stop laughing. Roronoa Zoro was caught over there. Kobe said. The infamous pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? Kobe felt a chill at the thought of him. He was like a bloodthirsty beast, known for cutting off the heads of bounty pirates, called the Beast in human skin. Sudong smiled at Luffy. Such a fierce person. Why not invite him on our ship as a partner? What do you think? That's indeed a good idea. Luffy thought this suggestion was awesome. Kobe was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. Did you hear that? I'm telling you, he's a super fierce demon. Hee. Sudong didn't care at all and continued heading towards the Navy base. The atmosphere on the ship was a bit strange, but they soon saw the town where the Navy base was located. There was the base in the distance and a bustling market nearby, quite peaceful. Luffy excitedly raised his hand and shouted. Finally, we've landed. It's been a long time since I was on land. We're pirates. Can we tone it down a bit? KB completely agreed with Sudong's words, but Luffy ignored them and had already rushed ashore to urge the two of them. Sudong and KB had no choice but to follow him into the market. The streets were lined with small stalls, with an array of fruits and vegetables that dazzled the eye, making Luffy's eyes light up. KB quickly advised, Mr. Luffy, Mr. Sudong, it's too crazy to choose someone like that as a partner. I haven't decided yet. If he's a good person, I'll definitely take him as a companion, Luffy explained. He was captured because he's bad, KB retorted. Luffy handed a fruit to the merchant and asked, is that guy named Zoro at the base? As soon as he said this, the people around them hurriedly backed away in fear. It seemed that the name Zoro shouldn't be mentioned. Sudong said, let's just go check the base first. KB, don't you want to be a Navy? Yeah, but I'm not ready yet, KB replied, a bit flustered. I heard there's a Colonel Monka here. The moment KB mentioned Monka, the people around them again ducked away in fear. Luffy laughed. This town is really interesting. KB was terrified. It's so strange. Why does everyone fear Colonel Monka too, aside from Zoro? I'm starting to feel uneasy. Did he do something bad? Luffy guessed. How could that be? The two continued chatting as they walked. Sudong remained mostly silent, but knew exactly where Colonel Monka was upon hearing his name. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. Successfully checked in at Shell's Town and Navy Branch 153. Rewards have been credited. Ding ding ding. Obtain the Soul Cutter from the Death God World. Custom-made, top-quality Supreme Sword. But you must figure out the sword's name to use its initial release. To achieve its final release, you must make the sword manifest and submit. After the system finished speaking, Sudong found a sword at his waist, slightly longer than an average katana, with exquisitely detailed patterns on the hilt and sheath, exuding a unique artistic aura. He couldn't help but draw the sword with a whoosh, its brightness dazzling in the sunlight. So sharp, but he didn't know its name. He needed to clarify that to use the initial release, Only then would his strength truly increase. Sudong knew he couldn't rely solely on the DevilFruit. Swordsmanship and Haki were also very important. However, they were still far from the Grand Line, so he decided not to think too much about it for now. The three arrived at the entrance of the Navy base. Finally here, time to part ways. KB started to tear up, but Luffy climbed the wall to find Zoro. Where's the beast? To his surprise, he really found him in an open area. The man wore a black headscarf and a green belt. Sudong immediately recognized him as Zoro. If I untie the ropes, he can leave, right? Luffy asked KB with a smile. Watch out. Are you crazy? He could turn around and kill you. KB exclaimed anxiously. What's there to worry about? Sudong and I are super strong, Luffy said confidently, ignoring KB's concerns. KB thought this guy is hopeless. He glanced at Sudong, feeling like ice in his heart, his despair hitting maximum levels. Hey, you three useless ones, hurry and get lost. Zoro suddenly exploded with anger. Luffy, you want him as a teammate? 10 lives wouldn't be enough. KB was still rambling when a ladder was propped up against the wall, and a little girl climbed up holding rice balls. It's my first time making these. I put in a lot of effort. Zoro shook his head like a rattle drum, and a yellow-haired punk entered with 2 Navy officers. Yo, Zoro, looking quite spirited. The Navy has arrived. The girl steadied herself. Just as KB let out a sigh of relief, he was stunned the next second. The yellow-haired guy bit into a rice ball, spat it out, and threw the rest on the ground, stomping it into mush. Haven't you seen the notice? Helping a criminal means immediate execution. It's my dad, Colonel Monka's order. Even a little brat should know fear. Throw this little ghost out. But she's still a kid. The Navy was in a dilemma. Throw her, or I'll report to my dad. The yellow-haired guy threatened, leaving the Navy no choice but to toss the girl out. Wow. Luffy reacted quickly and rushed over to catch the girl safely. Sudong glared at the yellow-haired punk, thinking, this guy deserves a beating. He must be dealt with. Luffy set the girl down and charged at Zoro, while the yellow-haired punk had already slipped away. I heard you're a bad guy. Luffy raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're still here? Zoro shot a sideways glance. Being tied up for display, do you really have some skills? It's none of your business. Zoro couldn't be bothered. Sudong leaped over the wall, and Zoro's eyes widened at the sight of the sword at his waist. You're a swordsman? That sword is explosive. What's its name? When did you start carrying a sword? I didn't know. Luffy looked confused. Just bought it, playing around, Sudong boasted. This sword is definitely top-notch in the world. Zoro, you know that, right? Zoro was hooked, his eyes blazing. You're also a swordsman? Dare to spar? If I win, the sword is mine. Sudong laughed, shaking. Fight a dead man? No need. Dead? My life is tough. My willpower crushes everything. Zoro retorted. Monka's guys will ambush you. You won't last through tonight. Sukan gao de. KB chimed in. That can't be true, right? The Navy is the embodiment of justice. Sudong sneered, remaining silent. By the way, can you help me get that? Zoro pointed to the food on the ground that had been trampled. You want to eat? It's all sandy, Luffy asked. Shut up, just give it to me. Zoro opened his mouth, and Luffy immediately stuffed a rice ball into his mouth. Zoro chewed with delight, smacking his lips. Delicious. I'm full. Sudong seized the moment to press. Zoro, that yellow-haired punk will kill you tomorrow. This counts as a breach of contract, right? Are you going to accept your fate and die? Or are you going to work with us for a big score? Zoro remained silent for a long time, unsure if he was pondering or just stunned. Luffy leaned in. Is that yellow-haired guy really that annoying? My hands are itching. Don't. His dad is Colonel Monka. KB was still trying to persuade, unaware that the Navy had already changed. Sudong sneered. Do you still believe in that? Kuina probably misjudged you. You don't even recognize your own agreement? What? Zoro's eyes widened like saucers. Sudong actually mentioned the name that was close to his heart. How do you know her? What do you understand? Zoro asked, panicking. What I understand has nothing to do with you. But if you die for nothing, we lose a teammate. Sudong glanced at Luffy. Teammate. Right? Luffy immediately got it and rushed up. Sudong says you're a good person. So you are. I'll untie you, and you'll be my partner. What did you say? Zoro looked confused. I'm looking for companions to be pirates together. Luffy went straight to the point. Get lost. You want me to be a villain? Dream on. Zoro immediately refused. Pirates were the wrong path. Who would want that? What are you afraid of? You were called an evil hunter. Luffy shrugged. What others say doesn't matter. I've never regretted it. I want to live and complete what I want to do. Zoro's eyes burned with passion. Sudong added, isn't the ultimate goal of a swordsman to defeat Mihawk? You accept that agreement, but you throw away the promise to a close friend? Are you willing? Zoro was completely broken down. Who are you? How do you know everything? Can you see through my thoughts? I don't understand your thoughts. I just know you want to sit back and wait for death. Make your choice. Don't be cowardly, Sudong said confidently, leaving Zoro speechless again. All right, you kid have something? Zoro looked at him meaningfully. Luffy decided. I made up my mind. You have to be my partner. We'll get you a sword. You have to join. Luffy and Sudong said in unison. Hell, let me think. Zoro pretended to consider, but inside he was already in turmoil. Just as they paused, Luffy and Sudong rushed straight into the Navy base. Luffy dashed to the top of the tower and smashed Monka's statue to pieces. Monka screamed in anger. Arrest them. Sudong quickly followed up, complaining. Luffy is always causing unexpected trouble, but his hands didn't stop, grabbing Luffy and the yellow-haired punk Baratie. Lead the way. Find Zoro's sword. They quickly located where the swords were stored, and Luffy was bewildered. 3 swords? Which one is his? Baratie was already scared stiff. All of them. He uses 3-sword style. So take them all. Sudong urged. KB has probably already untied Zoro. Monka is about to act. Hurry. What? Luffy peeked out the window and saw the Navy's guns pointed at Zoro and KB's foreheads. Oh no. Pay attention. Luffy was so anxious that he directly used his rubber powers. Whoosh, breaking the window and standing firmly in front of Zoro and Kobe. Bullets came flying, but all were deflected by his rubber body. Luffy was ecstatic. It's useless. Ha ha ha. Who are you? Zoro was stunned. His jaw dropped. This operation was too outrageous. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy gave a thumbs up, looking incredibly cool. Sudong quickly flew over and threw 3 swords to Zoro. I'm Sudong, here to escort him. The Pirate King? Are you serious? Do you know the weight of those words? Zoro looked at him as if he were crazy. Luffy was serious. He wanted to find One Piece and become the greatest Pirate King. Kobe quickly chimed in. All right, rather than getting stuck here, I might as well team up with you. Zoro relented. Great, you're joining us. Awesome. Luffy was so excited he started bouncing around, adding a fierce warrior to the Straw Hat crew. Idiot, hurry up and untie me, Zoro urged anxiously. The Navy was already dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? The bullets can bounce back? Monka, who had some experience, shouted. That Straw Hat kid must have eaten a DevilFruit, the kind that gives him powers. DevilFruit? The legendary one that can spit fire and cause tsunamis? The Navy erupted in chaos. That one with wings must also be a power user. Monka gritted his teeth, thinking no matter what the power, he would chop them down if they dared to defy him. Charge! The Navy charged with their swords raised, and Sudong swiftly cut the ropes binding Zoro. In the next moment, Zoro grabbed the 3 swords and effortlessly blocked all attacks, single-handedly holding off a group of people. The Navy was all confused. What the hell? This guy's too strong. What are you dawdling for? Chop him! Monka roared. Doug Zoro! Luffy shouted, rubber whip. He swept his leg, sending a group of Navy soldiers flying, spinning 360 degrees in the air. Sudong seized the moment to phase his body, perfectly dodging Luffy's attack, looking effortlessly cool. We won. This is amazing. Kobe was so excited he nearly lost his voice. Who the hell are you guys? Zoro's gaze towards Luffy changed. I'm a rubber man. I ate the rubber fruit. Luffy said proudly. I'm a DevilFruit user. It's that simple, Sudong said calmly. Everyone finally realized why these two were so fierce. Quick battle, quick resolution. Let's not delay our journey. Sudong rushed towards Monka and punched his giant axe. With a loud bang, the axe cracked. Impossible. I'm Monka the Axeman. Navy Colonel. Monka was furious, swinging his giant axe at Sudong. It looked fierce, but was actually clumsy. Sudong easily dodged and countered with a barrage of attacks. In just a breath, Monka was exhausted, completely one-sidedly beaten. My God, Colonel Monka is actually being held down and beaten. Watch closely. Just as Monka was about to be beaten to death, Belmere raised her pistol, grabbing Kobe and shouting at him, Stop, or I'll shoot him. With Luffy and Zoro here, Sudong didn't care, sneering, Monka, it's time to go down. The demonic shadow behind him became more solid, and Sudong slapped forward. Monka raised his axe to fight back, but with a loud bang, the axe shattered into pieces. Monka's last thought, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then he was sent flying, unconscious on the spot. The other Navy soldiers were already scared. Dealing with Zoro alone was tough, let alone adding 2 more strong ones. Thanks, Sudong. Thanks, Zoro. Luffy said cheerfully. No problem, Captain, Zoro smiled. Sudong raised an eyebrow. I'm also a captain. Aren't I supposed to get some recognition? The two exchanged a knowing smile, their camaraderie at an all-time high. Who else wants to capture us? Step forward. Zoro glared at the Navy, exuding a powerful aura. As a result, The Navy dropped their weapons with a clatter and cheered. Finally. We don't have to suffer from Monka anymore. Long live the Navy. It turned out these people had been oppressed for too long and were now completely liberated. I'm hungry, Zoro said, then collapsed with a thud. This guy. Ha. Sudong, Luffy, and Kobe took Zoro to find a little girl. Her mother made a big feast, thanking Zoro and celebrating Monka's downfall, feeling great. After the meal, Zoro asked, how many crew members have you gathered to become the Pirate King? You need quite a few people, right? Just you and Sudong, Luffy answered bluntly. What? 3 people count as a pirate crew? Zoro was bewildered. What are you worried about? We're super strong, Luffy said nonchalantly. Sudong added, we only recruit true brothers, those with dreams and skills. At least capable of drinking and eating meat together, right? Luffy nodded. Sudong is also a captain. He's awesome. What's the deal with that sword of yours? Zoro eyed Sudong's sword greedily. Since we're brothers, take a look. Sudong generously handed it over. Zoro touched it for a long time before pulling it out, completely unable to recognize it. The quality is extraordinary. Could it be an ultimate supreme blade? No, but it's not inferior to them, Sudong said. What's important is not the sword, but the one wielding it. This statement was profound. We must spar sometime. Zoro was fired up. Where's the ship? Sudong pointed outside the window. Over there. Zoro saw a decent ship and finally felt relieved. Just as they were chatting, the Navy arrived. Thanks for taking down Monka. But you're pirates. Hurry and leave. Kobe got a beating from Luffy before the Navy believed they weren't together. The 3 boarded the ship and left Shell's town, while Kobe thanked them from the shore as the ship sailed further away. Unlike the original story, with Sudong at the helm, the ship was steadily on the right course, sailing smoothly through the East Sea. Except there was no food left on the ship. That day, Luffy's childishness kicked in. He wanted to catch birds in the sky to eat, but ended up getting carried away by one. Sudong quickly steered the ship to chase at full speed, suddenly hearing someone shouting for help from the sea. Help! Someone has fallen overboard. What is that? Zoro spotted the person in the water. No time to save you. Climb up yourself. Sudong didn't even look back. The drowning person clumsily climbed aboard, trying to seize the ship. Zoro immediately taught them a lesson, taking them down cleanly. Sudong desperately chased after Luffy, but one was flying in the sky while the other was drifting in the sea, completely unable to catch up. Noticing the 2 beaten-up guys had Buggy's insignia, Sudong raised an eyebrow. Is your boss Buggy the Clown? Yes. The 2 lackeys trembled in fear. Your treasure was stolen by the orange-haired girl, right? Sudong asked them. The 2 nodded vigorously. That's right. That thief not only stole the treasure, but also the ship. We encountered storm. The ship sank, and we drifted at sea for a long time. They sounded so miserable, but Sudong felt no sympathy. Tell me where Buggy is, and I'll spare your lives, Sudong said generously. Aren't you going to look for Luffy? Zoro was confused. The only island nearby, where Buggy is, Luffy, must be there, Sudong explained, and Zoro immediately understood. Quick, give directions, Zoro shouted, and the 2 lackeys hurriedly led the way. Before long, the ship reached the town. Sudong said, let these 2 lead the way, find Buggy. Following the 2 lackeys, they easily reached Buggy's lair. Zoro and Sudong immediately spotted the danger. A cannon was aimed at Luffy. The orange-haired girl was about to extinguish the fuse when the 3 pirates jumped up to cut her down. Zoro swiftly acted, using the sword sheath to knock the 3 of them down. Sudong rushed to Luffy's side, who was overjoyed. Zoro, XuCang's. This orange-haired girl was the little thief Nami. Are you hurt? Getting carried away by a bird wasn't enough. Now you're locked in a cage? Zoro asked, puzzled. The enemy is Buggy the Clown, right? Sudong inquired. The Buggy gang hadn't really noticed Sudong. All eyes were on Zoro, dumbfounded. Who in the EC didn't know Zoro was a beast among bounty hunters? His companion is Zoro, and this black-haired kid? Nami was shocked. Buggy spoke up. Here, take my head? Not interested. I stopped being a hunter long ago, Zoro said indifferently. Killing you would make me famous. Buggy was wildly arrogant. Don't, you'll die. Zoro's aura crushed him. Really? Buggy spun his flying knives rapidly. Zoro was impatient, ready to fight. Just as it seemed a fight was about to break out, Sudong stepped forward. Zoro, go save Luffy. This guy is a DevilFruit user. I'll handle this. He approached quietly, staring at Buggy. Do you think you can fight me? Buggy looked down on him. Sudong sneered. If you can't even defeat me, how do you expect to touch Zoro? The mention of Buggy's big red, nose-hidden nerve, and he exploded. Bastard. How dare you say that about me? I'll make you pay. Buggy charged at him, and Sudong swiftly drew his Zanpakuto. The blade flashed, and he cleaved Buggy into pieces. Is that it? You're too weak. Zoro was stunned. So weak. Luffy looked confused as well. The captain was smashed to pieces, yet they were still laughing? What was going on? Nami was completely bewildered. Sudong had already known about Baki's powers and was just watching the show. Suddenly, Baki's hand launched a sneak attack from behind. Now's the time. Sudong spread out his massive demon wings. What the hell? Baki was dumbstruck. What kind of ability is this? Nami, who had never seen anything like it, dropped her jaw. The wings shielded Sudong completely, and Baki's flying knives couldn't penetrate at all. The pirates watching were suddenly silent, all in shock. He was a user of the chop fruit, Sudong said, but I'm also a DevilFruit user. Let's see whose ability is more explosive. With a powerful flap of his wings, Baki's fragmented body was sent flying. The pirates were all dazed. Captain Baki was taken out in an instant. This black-haired kid is too strong. Nami was astonished. Damn it. Baki got back up, vowing that no one would escape today. You don't get to decide. Sudong instantly flashed in front of him and kicked him away. Baki tried to split and counterattack, but Sudong directly activated his intangibility. Logia versus Paramecia? That's just asking for punishment. Baki could only take the beating, while Sudong remained completely unharmed. As the fight heated up, Zoro asked Nami, Luffy, who is this girl? Our navigator. Luffy smiled, having already considered Nami a companion. Luffy, get ready, Zoro shouted, pushing the cage containing Luffy off the rooftop. Baki, regaining his wits. Cursed, for little brats dare to underestimate me? This is a declaration of war. Just as he finished speaking, reinforcements arrived for Baki. A figure and a beast appeared. Machi is here, Baki said, looking at him. The beast tamer Machi had his eyes on Zoro, exclaiming, Roronoa, Zoro's head will be mine. All right, I'll take care of this kid. Baki fixated on Sudong, who he had never heard of a DevilFruit that could transform like this. You must pay for this today. Baki hated when people mentioned his nose, and Sudong was determined to stoke the fire. Chop chop. Baki's body split into head, hands, and feet, charging at Sudong with a bizarre appearance. Sudong remained unfazed. After all, both were DevilFruit users. How could the gap be so big? Take a look. Baki's chop fruit was merely average, with pros and cons, nothing extraordinary. But Sudong's fruit was legendary. It combined all the advantages of Logia, Paramecia, and Zoan types. Simply cheating. Facing Baki's attack, Sudong turned intangible and easily dodged. He reached out with a demon hand and grabbed Baki's fragmented body parts, squeezing tightly. Although Baki could split apart, he couldn't divide further, and his agility was completely locked down. With just a head left, he was utterly useless. The potential of the chop fruit was alright, but right now, you just can't compete. Sudong grabbed some rope and tied Baki's body parts tightly. Then, he extended his arm, causing Baki to panic. No. Sudong walked over to the cannon, forcibly stuffed Baki inside, and lit the fuse. Boom. Baki was blasted out of Orangetown, disappearing completely. The others looked at Sudong with newfound respect. The previous underestimation had vanished, and they were all terrified. Captain Baki was smashed to pieces. We better run. Instantly, they scattered in all directions. Sudong shook his head. This fruit indeed runs rampant in the East Blue, but I wonder if it can hold up against Haki users in the future. Just as he was about to jump down the tower to find Luffy and the others, a sudden sound rang out. Ding. Congratulations on reaching Orangetown. Sign-in successful. System rewards. Naruto Bloodline Limit. Indra's Bloodline. Initial awakening of the Sharingan. Currently 1 Tomo. 1 Tomo Sharingan? Sudong was delighted. This could evolve into the Manjiki and Rinnegan. The East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line were enough for leveling up. Sharingan, activate. His eyes itched, and after finding a mirror, he saw a crimson eye with a Tomo. However, it felt a bit strenuous. He sensed a force within him draining away, different from the power of his fruit. Indeed, there is no free lunch. While the Sharingan is strong, it consumes chakra, and I don't have much chakra left. It looks like I need to refine it quickly, or else I want to be able to use ninjutsu later. Turning off the Sharingan, Sudong leaped down from the tower and immediately understood the situation. Because he had acted, Zoro was not ambushed by Baki and was unharmed. Right now, Zoro was fiercely battling Machi the beast tamer and his big lion. Oh, you took down Baki? Luffy asked innocently from inside the cage. I dealt with it. Why haven't you come out? Sudong was puzzled. I just got blocked by these guys. So, Zoro started fighting them. Luffy pointed toward Zoro. Look. Zoro got pushed to the side of Luffy's cage and shouted. I'll take care of these two. You hurry and free Luffy. Sudong facepalmed. All right. Don't take too long. or I'll look down on you. Luffy looked at the cage. This thing is super tough. Can we open it? Give it a try. Usually, I just punch and kick, but today let's let the sword show off. Sudong's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly drew his sword, producing a crisp sound that indicated this was no ordinary blade. The sword sliced through the bars of the cage as easily as cutting tofu. Duck! Sudong shouted, but it was too late. The blade had already flown out. At the critical moment, Luffy grabbed the bars, his rubber body sprung up, perfectly dodging the attack. Exciting. Huh? Luffy laughed with abandon. Sudong broke out in a cold sweat. Whoa, that almost ended in disaster. This sword is too ruthless. Got it. I'm out, Luffy declared, ready to join Zoro in double-teaming Machi and his lion, Ricky. Just as Luffy charged out, Nami suddenly appeared behind Sudong, looking a bit shy. Are you Sudong? Yeah, what's up? Sudong turned around. Huh? How do you know my name? I never mentioned it. Nami was shocked. Baki told me. Sugan Ziplit Gan Li. I see, but what about Baki? Nami asked. I sent him flying. A character like that is easy to deal with. Sudong said, pulling out a map. This is what you really want, right? It was the map of the Grand Line. Nami nodded, her demeanor instantly becoming adorable. Big brother. Can you give me the map? I really need it. Sudong pretended to be clueless. What do you need this for? Luffy said, I'm a navigator, so of course. I need to have a map. Nami said, half seriously, half jokingly. All right, we're on the same side, take it. Sudong handed it over, but suddenly added, oh, by the way, Nami, next time you find Arlong, bring me along, and I'll help you take him down. This map is useless in the Grand Line. The weather is too bizarre. Nami immediately grabbed her stick defensively, taking a step back to hide the Arlong tattoo on her shoulder. You. What do you know? I don't know anything. Sudong shrugged. Luffy is the captain. Wherever he goes, I follow him, but he will definitely help you. After saying that, he walked towards Luffy, leaving Nami standing there in a daze. At this moment, Luffy and Zoro had already fought their way to the pet shop's entrance. The little white dog at the shop entrance was raised by the former owner, who has since passed away, yet it still guards the store. When the lion, Nicky, barges in, the little dog tries to block him, but is easily knocked away. In the end, Luffy steps up to help the dog, shielding it from the beast tamer and the lion. Look out! Suddenly, an acrobat pops up from the pile of enemies, clearly a stray from Buggy's pirate crew. These two are even mid-level officers. Luffy and Zoro team up, their combat power skyrocketing as they quickly figure out the opponent's tactics, using their respective advantages to pin the enemies to the ground without any chance to fight back. The result is predictable. Luffy takes down the beast tamer and the lion, while Zoro dispatches the acrobat in an instant. As for the clown Buggy, who is supposed to be the big boss, he has long been blown away by Sudong. The three not only save the pet shop and the little white dog, but also save the entire Orange Town. How cool is that? Finally, they set sail from the port, and Nami joins the crew. Luffy is super happy, while Zoro secretly enjoys watching Luffy getting teased by Nami. Only Sudong knows that he and Nami are both on guard against each other, but Sudong hides it perfectly. For now, the four trust Nami's navigation skills and let her lead the way to the next island. Following Nami's navigation, surprisingly, they haven't encountered any bad weather. What's going on? Why is our luck so good? Sudong can't help but ask. Nami shakes her head. I avoid any areas with bad weather. In the East Sea, as long as you know the direction, you can dodge it. Sure enough, a reliable navigator makes all the difference. Much better than following two headless flies around. Zoro complains about Luffy and Sudong. Sudong secretly despises the most famous directionally challenged person in the world of One Piece. Yet he has the face to call others out. Legend has it that if you fight Zoro, if you take a few steps back, he won't be able to find you. Though it's an exaggeration, his directional incompetence is a fact. During the voyage, Luffy is busy eating and playing. Nami is in charge of navigation. Zoro either sleeps or practices his moves, while Sudong locks himself in a room to work on something mysterious. It worked. This is the feeling. In the cabin, Sudong is emitting blue light. This is chakra. It's completely different from the energy in this world. He has finally figured out how to condense and refine chakra and was about to continue practicing when he hears a noise on the deck. Sudong goes out to see that the ship has arrived at a new island, anchored on the beach. The four disembark and Luffy stretches. Is there a village inside? Nami checks the map. It seems there is. Luffy drools. There must be meat. I'm tired of the food on the ship. Nami shoots him a look. Can you please stop thinking about food all the time? Zoro, feeling relaxed, yawns. The surrounding beach looks calm and pleasant. And suddenly Zoro draws his sword. Be careful. Someone's there. Where? 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 Luffy is completely unprepared, looking around aimlessly. Sudong scans left and right, knowing exactly who is coming and where they are hiding. Danger! Zoro shouts, as countless pebbles rain down from above, landing at Luffy's feet, forcing him to dodge in a panic. At this moment, a pile of pirate flags suddenly rises from the grass on a small hill. Wow, so impressive. Luffy is still admiring it, while Nami is speechless. Is this really the time to be impressed? Look out! A man stands at the top of the hill, showing off as he shouts, I am Usopp, the great pirate who rules this village. People call me Captain Usopp. Want to make a move on the village? My 80 million subordinates won't spare you. This guy is Usopp, the biggest braggart in One Piece. Among the four, only Luffy is excited. Wow, so amazing. Nami immediately calls him out. Are you just bragging? Usopp deflates. I've been seen through. The three little kids following him are also seen through by Nami and quickly flee. Sudong doesn't want to waste time, stepping forward. You're Usopp, right? Don't be afraid. We are not enemies. Who would believe that? Usopp is still on guard. Your father is Yasopp, the man of Shanks? As soon as Sudong speaks, Usopp's guard drops significantly. No wonder you look familiar. Luffy chimes in, I saw Yasopp when I was a kid. Misunderstandings cleared up. Usopp hurriedly invites everyone to the village for a meal. While chatting, they mention a villa on the mountain, and Usopp suddenly jumps up. I forgot something. I have to go. He hurriedly runs off. What's wrong with this guy? So panicked. Nami looks confused. Sudong asks Luffy, what do you think of Usopp? Awesome. I like him. Luffy nods. Do you want him to join the crew? Sudong raises an eyebrow. I do. But what should we do first? Luffy asks. Just follow me and you'll find out. Sudong leads the way up the mountain, and everyone follows, quickly arriving at the entrance of the big villa. There is a bunch of guards in black at the entrance. Trying to sneak in? No way. But Sudong directly spreads his wings and carries everyone into the garden. Is this your ability? Nami is shocked. Experiencing it up close makes her realize how powerful Sudong is. They're in. But what exactly are they going to do? Luffy is confused. Yeah, stop keeping us in suspense. Zoro is also anxious. Sudong begins to reveal. Listen, there used to be a black pirate crew, led by the cunning and ruthless Captain Kuro. To steal money, he infiltrated a wealthy family as a butler, killed the master. And now he plans to harm the young lady. Kuro, didn't he get taken down? Zoro has a bit of an impression. Back then, he killed all the pirates chasing him, left the navy, crushed their jaws, had his hypnotist subordinate create chaos, made that navy think a lookalike was Kuro, and turned people into brutal navy officers, eventually being promoted to colonel. You both must know this. Sudong lays it all bare. Could it be Monkey? Zoro's eyes widen. Correct. Sudong nods. Where's Kuro now? Luffy asks eagerly. Nami looks at the villa. It can't be. That's right. P.S. using the alias Kuro, which is this butler. The lady Usopp likes must be the young lady of this house, Sudong says. That lady is in danger. Hurry and save her. Luffy panics. Sudong shakes his head. We are pirates. Who would believe what we say? Unless, saying this. Sudong lays out the entire plan. However, Luffy hesitates. Is this really okay? What if he's not a pirate? Wouldn't that be too much? XuCang's, suddenly making a move towards Luffy and Zoro. The two are caught off guard but instinctively dodge and defend themselves. Sudong speaks. Did you see that? Normal people don't have this kind of reflex. Do as I say, and the truth will be revealed quickly. Everyone instantly understands and nods in agreement. At this moment, in the back garden, Usopp is telling a story to Gaia when Kuro discovers them. Kuro deliberately provokes him, and Usopp, feeling humiliated, wants to make a move, falling right into the trap. In the end, Kuro drives him away. Sudong suddenly appears, and Usopp is confused. What are you doing here? Sudong's expression darkens as he walks up to Kuro. Who are you? Trespassing in someone else's home. What do you want? Kuro pretends to be calm. The captain of the black pirate crew, Kuro the Cunning. Right? With just one sentence, Kuro's eyes flicker. I don't understand what you're saying. Kuro maintains his facade well, still acting like a butler. A pirate? A butler is a pirate? Usopp's jaw drops. He hates Kuro but doesn't he know this part? Impossible. Kuro is a good person. Kai doesn't he believe it? With my identity, how could I be a lowly pirate? You want to defame me? No one will believe it. Kuro adjusts his glasses, acting as if he is innocent. Although he hates him, he should be a pirate, right? Usopp is also wavering. Sudong snorts coldly. Kuro, others may not recognize you, but I do. You adjust your glasses because your nails are too long, right? Then he makes up a story. Years ago, you killed my parents. I saw it with my own eyes. Later, I heard you were captured by Monkey. That wasn't to you at all. It was your subordinate as hypnotist doing the trick. Kuro panics inside. This plan was known only to his trusted subordinates. How could it be exposed? He wants to silence Sudong, but can't reveal himself. So he interrupts. Bastard. Stop talking nonsense. Adjusting your glasses is a habit. If you don't leave, I'll call the guards. Kaido speaks up. Usopp, take your friends and go. Don't slander him anymore. Sudong, let us go. Usopp couldn't provide evidence, and Sudong's words were merely one-sided, so he had to leave. Just as he was about to exit, Sudong turned back and shouted, Crow, tomorrow night at the beach. Let's settle this. Otherwise, I'll tell the whole village about your identity and plans. Crow sneered. Who makes agreements with pirates? The villagers won't believe your nonsense. After leaving, Usopp was confused and kept asking questions. I can guarantee that Miss Gaia might be killed by Crow tonight. Sudong a sut gon feed in. What? Impossible. Why would he do that? Usopp was baffled, and the others looked just as confused. If I were Crow and my identity was exposed, I would definitely act. Sudong analyzed, saying he would either kill me to silence me and continue pretending to be good while killing Gaia for her inheritance, or he might think the time is right to directly eliminate Gaia and then kill me to inherit the property legitimately. I deliberately said to wait until tomorrow to give him time. I bet Gaia will be finished tonight. Sudong patted his chest to assure them. Usopp was initially skeptical, but Sudong suggested, let's hide in Gaia's dormitory tonight, and the truth will reveal itself. After dark, Sudong used his fruit ability to easily infiltrate the villa, following Usopp's guidance to find Gaia's room. Gaia was crying, making it convenient for everyone to hide. Under the bed and the wardrobe were all packed with people. During the process, Gaia almost discovered them, but thankfully they managed to stay hidden. Once Gaia fell asleep, a figure stealthily entered, the reflection of glasses glinting. A long knife in hand, gleaming ominously. Usopp was so scared he almost cried out, but Sudong quickly shushed him, signaling him to stay calm. Crow held the knife over Gaia's head, seemingly waiting for something. The blood on the blade indicated he had just killed someone. Suddenly, someone burst out from under the bed and charged at Crow. Crow was one of the fiercest in the East Blue, with a bounty in the top 5, and reacted extremely quickly, immediately fighting back. It was Zoro attacking him, and a real fight broke out. The others quickly crawled out, and Usopp woke Gaia. When Gaia saw the blood on Crow's hands, and then looked at him fighting fiercely with Zoro, she froze in shock. Crow, being very cunning, knocked Zoro away with a claw and feigned innocence, saying, Miss, these people are trying to kill you. They also killed Mary. Mary was another butler and the designer of the Going Merry. Gaia was completely stunned, unsure who to trust. Unexpectedly, Mary crawled over, dragging herself with injuries, and shouted with her last breath, Miss. No, it was him who attacked me. He is a pirate. After saying this, Mary fell silent, and Crow stopped pretending. Damn it. If it weren't for you little minions messing things up, I would have succeeded. You got lucky to stumble upon this. But no one is leaving here alive tonight. That's right. I am the captain of the Black Pirates, Crow the Schemer. You think you can shake me? He declared. Tomorrow morning, my men will break in. You're all dead. No way. Impossible. Gaia was on the verge of breaking down. At this moment, Sudong suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Everyone turned to look at him. What are you laughing at? You're about to die, and you're laughing? Crow's eyes were filled with malice. I laugh at your overconfidence. I've seen through your pathetic plan long ago. All this is just to let Gaia see your true colors. Sudong Vito. So what if she sees? Crow scoffed. As long as I kill all of you, who will know? You idiot. If you had discovered my identity earlier, you should have exposed it directly. Now, your stupidity will cost everyone their lives. Crow laughed coldly, full of confidence, completely underestimating his opponents. Sudong showed no fear. Stupid? I don't think so. In fact, you might just meet your end tonight. How amusing. Crow took a fighting stance. We'll see the results soon. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the stalemate. It was Luffy. After learning about Crow's plot, he was filled with hatred and threw a punch, sending Crow flying out the window with a loud bang. Crow had already guarded against Zoro and Sudong, but had overlooked Luffy, who caught him off guard with a surprise attack from his rubber arms. Quick, save Mary, Gaia cried, holding Mary and weeping, while Usopp and Nami rushed forward to treat and comfort her. Zoro, Sudong, and Luffy surrounded Crow in the courtyard. Crow stared at Luffy. I see. Relying on the DevilFruit to hold the scene? I just need to crush you. Zoro activated his three-sword style, exuding an explosive aura. Sudong appeared to have no stance, but the pressure he exerted on Crow was the strongest. Then I won't hold back. Kuro closed his eyes and stepped forward, executing his signature move, silent step. Spoon, watch out. Sudong warned, shouting, Sharingan, activate. The single tomo shone crimson. Although it was just a single tomo, his observational ability skyrocketed, and he clearly understood Kuro's attack trajectory. Coupled with his fruit ability, he handled the situation with ease. However, this move couldn't control the target and was prone to collateral damage, causing Luffy and Zoro to be suppressed with increasing injuries. You know nothing about pirates. I crawled back from the gates of hell. Kuro roared. You don't understand. Luffy was furious. Those who don't cherish their comrades have no right to talk. Gaia? She's just a stepping stone for me to seize the inheritance, a part of the plan. I never considered her human. Kuro's words shattered Kai's heart completely. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy, even though injured, grabbed Kuro and slammed him hard to the ground. This little injury is nothing. Kuro attempted to use a spoon again, but Luffy suddenly sprang up, wrapping his rubber body tightly around Kuro's upper body. You can't move now, can you? Let go of me, bastard. Kuro was trapped, and his ultimate technique was completely ruined. Your 3-year plan is utterly finished. Luffy prepared to end him. My plan will never fail, Kuro stubbornly retorted. Rubber bell. Luffy pulled his head back to the limit and slammed it into Kuro's head. This blow knocked him out cold. Kuro fell to the ground, completely silent. I am Monkey D. Luffy. I will never lose to a pirate who abandons his name, Luffy declared with domineering confidence. Sudong initially wanted to intervene, but seeing Luffy so agitated, he stood beside Zoro to watch the show. Although Kuro had been defeated, the matter wasn't over yet. The group returned to Kaia's room to explain the situation, and Kaia firmly said, I will clarify things with the villagers. If we unite, we can definitely overcome this. However, Sudong and Zoro shook their heads. Forget it. Leave the next part to us. What about me? Luffy pressed. You've already taken down Kuro. Leave the rest to us. Zoro smiled as if he had some mischievous idea. This time, I want to protect everyone too. Usopp, with 3 little followers, also wanted to join the fight. Before dawn, the group poured oil on 2 slopes leading to the island. Sudong guarded one side, and Zoro guarded the other. The black pirates attacked Zoro's side first, unable to break through, but they spotted Sudong's ship and directly opened fire to destroy it. Then they circled to the other side and ran into Sudong. Sudong flew down the slope and beat the pirates until they cried for their mothers, completely powerless to fight back. Kuro's capable subordinates were only the brother and the hypnotist Zhang. The brother and Zhang appeared fierce together, but in front of Sudong, they were nothing. With his single Tomo Sharingan activated, he practiced his swordsmanship on the brother, improving with each strike. Later, tired of that, he activated his fruit ability and severely injured all the pirates, even destroying their ship. The black pirates were completely disbanded, and Zhang was also sent flying by Sudong's palm. Kuro the schemer's invasion plan was utterly thwarted. Zoro, panting, ran to the other side. The fight had already ended. Without you guys, the village would definitely be gone. Usopp was extremely grateful. Don't mention it. If you hadn't made up your mind, we wouldn't have acted. But they blew up our ship. Zoro complained. It's okay. I already moved all the things and pirate treasure out, Nami said proudly, taking the opportunity to pat a fish. Huh. Usopp was in high spirits, looking up at the sky. I've decided. A man should venture out to sea. I'm leaving the village because the pirate flag is calling me. I want to be a real pirate. The others exchanged smiles, and Sudong had indeed guessed the entire plot. Usopp bid farewell to his 3 little companions, entrusted them with his will, and asked everyone to go to the restaurant for a feast. At that moment, Kaia walked in. Thank you all. I have prepared a gift. You must accept it. She led everyone over, and before their eyes was a light sailing ship. The Going Merry. Sudong felt a little excited inside. This was a Straw Hat cruise ship. Luckily, their previous ship had been blown up. Otherwise, they would have missed it. Luffy was also super excited. Although he had been on a large ship, this one felt somehow connected to them. Really giving this to us? Luffy's eyes sparkled. Kaia's butler, Mary, smiled and said, the design is a bit old-fashioned, but I designed it. Thank you for saving me and the young lady. This is the Going Merry, a light sailing ship with a triangular sail and a central rudder. Mary began explaining the operations. Sudong understood half of it, while Luffy zoned out completely. But Nami listened very seriously. After all, she was the navigator. Just then, Usopp came rolling down from a high slope with a huge backpack. I'm here. This guy just adds chaos. Sudong casually used his devil arm to stop Usopp. Kaia looked at Usopp and finally waved goodbye. Usopp originally wanted to become a pirate on his own, but everyone directly invited him. He was already considered a companion. XuCang had a good impression of this boastful guy. Adventures would be too boring without him. Finally, they set sail, heading towards the boundless sea. As they left Syrup Village, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Arrived and departed from Syrup Village. Sign in successful. Reward. 100 times swordsmanship comprehension card. Valid for 24 hours. XuCang was puzzled. Why was it that before? He could sign in without reaching the destination, but now he had to leave to count? The system explained. Initially, the requirements were relaxed. Now, as you grow, the difficulty increases, and the greater the pressure, the more rewarding. What is that swordsmanship comprehension card? XuCang asked. After use, your swordsmanship comprehension will increase 100-fold for 24 hours. It is suggested that you rest well and focus on cultivation to maximize the effect. XuCang understood. He needed to prepare in advance and not be disturbed, or he'd suffer a huge loss. Sailing at sea was mostly super boring. It was an endless ocean, and it would take a long time to reach the next stop. XuCang told his companions he would go into seclusion for 24 hours to gain some cultivation time. He locked himself in the lounge. System, use the swordsmanship comprehension card. Confirm? Confirm. A spiritual light enveloped his body, and XuCang instantly felt his mind clear. The sword in his hand felt different. So that's how it is. What is a blade? How to attack? How defend? Countless questions automatically evolved in his mind. Various battle scenarios emerged, and not only his sword moves and techniques, but also his understanding of swordsmanship skyrocketed. He closed his eyes to cultivate, and time flew by. He didn't wake up until a knock on the door sounded. Looking at the sky, he saw no change, and when he opened the door, he realized 3 days had already passed. A stranger was on the ship, exclaiming at Zoro, "Big brother, what are you doing here? Huh? Joseph didn't come with you?" Zoro recognized him. XuCang immediately understood. This was Zoro's former little brother, Johnny. The Joseph Zoro mentioned was another of his little brothers. Soon, Luffy and Usopp realized they were in trouble. They were practicing with the cannon and almost injured Joseph. XuCang looked at Joseph's pale face and then at Nami. Nami immediately understood the situation and shouted, "We have limes on board. Quickly bring them." Luffy and Usopp hurried to find limes and squeeze juice for Joseph. "It's just scurvy. It'll be fine in a few days," Nami said calmly. "Really, Captain?" Johnny had just finished speaking when Joseph was able to dance with him, but the next second, he fainted again. How could scurvy heal so quickly? Everyone instantly became anxious. Sailing at sea was too risky, besides unknown dangers and strong enemies. Even eating had to be done cautiously. Without balanced nutrition, scurvy was inevitable. XuCang spoke up. "It seems we need to add a cook to the ship." Luffy and the others nodded in agreement. "Yes. That way we can eat delicious food." Usopp was overly excited. "We must find a sea cook to join us." Luffy decided. Johnny piped up. "If we're looking for a cook, I know a place." "Quick, tell us. Where is it?" Luffy was anxious. "That place is very close to the Grand Line. Plus there are rumors of Hawkeye that my brother is looking for. Heading northeast by north." Johnny said seriously. "Hey." XuCang grinned. Everyone was bursting with enthusiasm. The Going Merry sped ahead in the direction Johnny pointed, and before long, they saw a miraculous building. On the front, it read Baratie, with the bow shaped like a fish head and the stern shaped like a fishtail. The entire restaurant was a giant two-masted sailing ship. How about that? Impressive, right? Johnny looked at everyone's astonished expressions, feeling quite proud. "Wow, such a big fish," Luffy shouted excitedly. Suddenly, a Navy ship appeared beside them, its sails bearing the Navy insignia. "What the hell? Why is there a Navy ship?" Joseph was just coming out of the cabin and was startled, forgetting he was on a pirate ship. He wouldn't start a fight, would he? Usopp was incredibly nervous. This is troublesome. Zoro's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready for a fight at any moment. XuCang was calm as a dog. "Don't worry. It doesn't mean to attack. Dare to do so? I will sink their ship to the bottom of the sea." A person walked out from the Navy ship, looking at the Going Merry and shouting, "I am Navy Lieutenant Iron Fist Hobody." "Who is the captain?" "State your name." "I am Luffy." "I am Usopp." The two immediately stood up. Hobody laughed. "What are these two doing?" Then he mocked. "Those two over there are bounty hunters who specialize in hunting we pirates, right? Finally caught. Let's go." A beautiful woman pulled Hobody, and he turned away without paying any attention. Johnny and Joseph were furious, throwing out the pirate bounty posters. "Do you dare to say this was done by Small Fry?" The bounty posters scattered all over the ground, with the top one being Arlong's, 20 million berries. The others were all marked with crosses, proving they had been taken down by the two of them. Nami noticed Arlong's bounty, squatted down to stare at it, trembling all over. not knowing what she was thinking. XuCang's saw it, and originally wanted to put a hand on her shoulder, but silently put it down instead. XuCang never empathized with others, having not experienced Nami's pain. How could he understand her difficulties? The best way to comfort her was to follow the original plot and take down the evil dragon. But at that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the Navy ship next to them. The disdainful Navy lieutenant actually ordered to sink the pirate ship. The cannonballs were heading straight for the Going Merry. XuCang couldn't care about anything else. He activated his body instantly, his devil wings manifesting, moving in incredible speed. Everything around him seemed to be in slow motion. With a flash, he drew his sword, and the blade seemed to have a telepathic connection with him. He swung his sword, and a green sword chi shot out, not only splitting the cannonball in half, but also slicing the Navy ship's cannon into 2 segments. Just a little more, and the entire Navy ship would have sunk. My goodness! Usopp's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, completely stunned. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, "Wow, that was amazing!" Zoro was in shock. That slash is too powerful. He was in seclusion for a day and night, and became this strong? Then what was my training worth? XuCang sheathed his sword, coldly staring at the people on the Navy ship. They were all frozen, not daring to move. The Navy lieutenant had no idea about this. He was taking a small boat to Baratie with a beautiful woman. XuCang suggested, "Let's take them down." Luffy and the others immediately sprang into action, dismantling all the cannons on the Navy ship, easily taking care of all the Navy personnel, forcing them to swear not to target the Going Merry, leaving Johnny and Joseph to watch the ship. Everyone took a small boat into the sea restaurant Baratie, and as soon as they entered, they saw a man with blonde hair, dressed in black, with curly eyebrows, smoking a cigarette, who was currently grabbing the Navy lieutenant from earlier, looking very satisfying. Don't waste food. Going against a chef at sea is just looking for death. Remember that. This blonde man would become their future companion, Sanji. The Navy lieutenant was unconvinced and threatened to destroy the ship, only to be angrily rebuffed by Sanji. Other chefs at Baratie quickly held Sanji back, and the head chef Zeph appeared, not only beating Sanji, but also hitting the Navy lieutenant. The Navy lieutenant was dumbfounded. What kind of restaurant is this? Beating customers? The matter isn't over yet. A Marine rushed in and said, "Captain, our ship was attacked by pirates, and all the prisoners have escaped." What? The Marine lieutenant wasn't angry, but rather scared. What about clique subordinates? They ran away. We only managed to catch them with 7 people. Impossible. After starving them for so many days, even if they were released, they wouldn't be able to escape. What? Clique? Isn't that the strongest pirate crew in the East Blue? The surrounding guests panicked upon hearing that name. Suddenly, the gunshot rang out, bang. A Marine at the entrance was shot by one of Clique's subordinates. This person walked in and sat down, weakly saying, "Just bring me something quickly, this is a restaurant." Right? Do you have money? "We only welcome those with money. No service for poor folks," asked Baratie's chef Patty. This person attempted to threaten him, but was knocked out with a single punch by Patty. Nobody expected the chef to be so fierce, and everyone started applauding. Patty looked at XuCang and the others and asked, "Do you gentlemen have money?" XuCang didn't want to waste words and directly pulled out some berries. "Of course we do, the 5 of us." Patty instantly changed to a flattering face. "Welcome, gentlemen. Please have a seat." XuCang and the others began to enjoy the delicious food from the pirate world, while Clique subordinate was already thrown out of the restaurant by Patty. Then, Luffy surprisingly volunteered to recruit Sanji. XuCang was seeing him recruit companions more eagerly than eating. So he, along with Zoro, Usopp, and Nami, buried their heads in eating. Baratie's environment was great, and the service they received for their money was top-notch. After Sanji and Luffy returned, they immediately started arguing, and Sanji even took out a rose to confess to Nami. Zeph then spoke up. "Sanji, go with him and be a pirate. This restaurant doesn't need you anymore." "What do you mean?" Sanji immediately retorted. "You're a burden. The chefs don't like you. Hurry up and go be a pirate." Zeph stared at him. "Old man, I want to be a chef here. It's none of your business." Sanji and Zeph argued fiercely. XuCang rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. After everyone tried to persuade Sanji for a long time, he still felt that Baratie was more suitable for him. XuCang and Luffy decided to stay a few more days to see if he would change his mind. After several attempts, everyone was completely disheartened. Just as they were packing to leave, a huge ship suddenly rushed through the thick fog straight towards Baratie. The ship got closer, and the guests recognized the flag and the figurehead, panicking, a skull hanging from an hourglass. It was the notorious Clique, the leader of the East Blue. Baratie fell into chaos, and the kitchen was in a frenzy. Click's pirate crew was the strongest in the East Blue. As the ship approached, everyone noticed that it was in terrible shape. It didn't look like it had been bombarded by cannons, nor did it look like it had been smashed by someone. Sanji looked puzzled. Sudong, what should we do? Usopp asked him, seeing Sudong as stronger than Luffy. It's fine. Let's just observe, Sudong said with a smile. Zoro, do you see any cracks in the hull? You mean? Zoro instantly understood this is from a slash. It's like it was cut by sword energy, no matter who did it. It must have been a top swordsman. He squinted his eyes and said. Click was helped into the hull by his subordinate akin, pretending to be pitiful and asking for food and water. But with his notorious reputation, no one dared to help him. At this moment, Sanji brought out food again. Click wolfed it down, and, as expected, he immediately tried to attack Sanji. What the heck? This guy's such a despicable person. Usopp stepped back in fright. Zoro, Luffy, and Sudong stood still. Click ignored them and looked around. This restaurant is nice. It belongs to me now. Our ship is wrecked, and we need a new one. You all better get lost after finishing your work. He continued, I have 100 subordinates on my ship, starving and seriously injured. Hurry up and prepare food and water for 100 people. Some have already starved to death. Bring it up immediately. Dream on, knowing you're going to attack and still helping you? The chefs all refused. Refuse? I'm not ordering food. I'm giving orders. Who dares to resist? Click shouted domineeringly. Sanji slowly got up. I'll go prepare food and water for 100 people. This operation left everyone dumbfounded. The chefs exploded in anger, calling him a traitor and a spy. Sanji threw out a golden line. I don't care if he's a bad guy. I'm a chef, and if someone is hungry, they get food. Shouldn't that be how a chef is? Sudong stepped forward. Let him go. This is his belief. Why stop him? The chefs had no choice but to let him go. Click laughed arrogantly. That's more like it. Patty wanted to take action, but was held back by Zoro and Luffy. Just do your job, or I'll spare your lives. Click thought he was very intimidating, acting all high and mighty. The next second, Sudong moved. The power of the devil was fully unleashed. He kicked fiercely with one leg, launching himself like a cannonball. Bang! Click was directly kicked out of Baratie. Sanji did what a chef should do, and I did what I should do. This isn't bullying the weak, right? He's a well-fed, evil pirate. Sudong's cool statement left everyone shocked. The strongest leader in the East Blue, defeated in one move? Who is this big shot? Is he still afraid of bullying others? The guests were astonished and thrilled. Luffy laughed, understanding Sudong's ferocity. Usopp completely realized. Sudong is the strongest on the ship. Sudong, can I have a rest? Luffy asked eagerly. Sure, he belongs to you. The subordinates can be split among you. Sudong was already tired of it. Click crawled back, wanting revenge. But Zeph handed over food. Don't cause trouble. Just get lost. Click carried the things back to his ship, and Akin took the opportunity to spill the beans about the Grand Line. So that's it, Hawkeye. Zoro instantly understood what Sudong had said earlier. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside. The chefs were ready to fight. A figure flashed across the sea, swinging a sword. Click's ship was cut in half. What the hell? This is impossible. Click was stunned. His ship was actually cut. Everyone rushed outside, and Joseph and Johnny emerged from the water. Where's the ship? Usopp panicked. Where's Nami? Zoro asked anxiously. She stole the Going Merry and the treasure and ran away. The two said with long faces. What? Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro were all dumbfounded. Why are you so calm? Usopp wondered. Sudong pointed. Don't worry, I know where she went. But look over there. It's the warlord of the sea, the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk. Zoro's pupils shrank. Before him sat a man in a small boat, carrying a cross sword, wearing a black western hat, with eyes sharp as an eagle. Is this Hawkeye? Zoro couldn't tell if he was excited or thrilled. He set sail to find Hawkeye. Sudong, do you know where Nami went? What's going on? Luffy asked. Quick, tell us the situation. Usopp was getting anxious. After hearing the whole story, Zoro and Usopp were furious. Damn it, taking advantage of the fire to rob. Zoro hated being deceived the most. That ship was given by Gaia. Usopp cherished the Going Merry immensely. But Luffy said, I have to make her my navigator. Sudong, how do you know where she went? Everyone looked at Sudong, and he asked Johnny and Joseph, who was Nami looking at the bounty for at that time? The fishman Arlong. That guy has a bounty of 20 million berries. No one in the East Blue can beat him. After all, he's a fishman. Sudong explained. Nami has her reasons. Her village was occupied by Arlong, and he said he'd release the village if they gathered 100 million berries. So that's it. Luffy and the others instantly understood. But how did you know? You all call me a prophet, so knowing this is normal, right? Sudong laughed it off. Can you trust the words of a big villain? Usopp guessed. Of course not. Zoro agreed. In the Straw Hat crew, Luffy was the captain, but he often listened to Sudong for major matters. And the others respected him even more. Sudong was like the brain of the ship, while Luffy was its soul. I, Zoro, and Usopp will chase after Nami. Luffy, you stay and handle your matters, Sudong planned. This way, Luffy could recruit Sanji and Zoro could confront Hawkeye. Johnny and the others brought a small boat, and the three immediately chased after the going merry. They hadn't chased for long when Zoro was drawn away by Hawkeye, drawing his sword and jumping off the boat to challenge. Let's have a duel, pitiful weakling. Hawkeye looked down on him, instantly teleporting to Zoro's ship deck. He didn't need to fight to know the gap. Daring to draw a sword against me. Is it bravery or foolishness? For ambition. For the promise with my best friend. Zoro was ready to fight to the death, but Hawkeye pulled out a pendant from around his neck, revealing a small knife inside. You may be somewhat famous, but this is the weakest East Blue. I don't have a smaller knife, Hawkeye said. You're going too far. Zoro charged forward. A frog in a well. Let me show you the blue sky. Hawkeye sneered. Zoro shouted Onigiri, but was easily blocked by Hawkeye's small knife. How is that possible? Zoro was stunned. His strongest strike was effortlessly neutralized. No matter how Zoro swung his sword next, he couldn't hit Hawkeye. All his attacks were firmly blocked. The gap was so large, Zoro was knocked down time and again. The disparity in strength was despairing. Just like in the story, Zoro was definitely no match for Hawkeye now. Thus, Zoro was ultimately defeated by Hawkeye, but he refused to admit his failure. This stubbornness and spirit of persistence moved Hawkeye. State your name, kid. Hawkeye shouted. Roronoa Zoro. Zoro responded defiantly. I will remember this, a long-lost strong opponent. Mihawk drew his sword to show the etiquette of a swordsman. I will send you to the depths of the sea with this strongest black sword. Thank you. Zoro turned his sword to meet him, and Mihawk charged directly. 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. The two crossed paths. A second later, Zoro's sword shattered. I lost. Is this the world's strongest? Zoro turned and spread his arms. What? Mihawk was puzzled. The wound on my back is a swordsman's shame. Zoro grinned, looking past life and death. Impressive. Mihawk swung his sword, and Zoro's blood splattered, falling into the sea. Zoro, Luffy shouted. Usopp was stunned. Joseph and Johnny were crying. Stop, Luffy. Leave it to me. Sudong said, disappearing in an instant, reappearing with Zoro on the deck, then showing up in front of Hawkeye. Hawkeye was surprised. You're his companion? You pulled him up without getting a drop of water on you. You're a swordsman too, right? Very strong. Thank you for not interfering. Mihawk first thanked, then shouted to Zoro, it's too early for you to want to die. I am Dracula Mihawk. See clearly who you are, recognize the world, and become stronger. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you at the strongest position. Surpass this sword. Surpass me. Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye turned to Sudong. Kid, change locations. A battle? That's exactly what I intend. Wait a moment. Sudong called out Luffy. Usopp, come according to the original plan. I will try to meet up. Go for it. Got it. Everyone was very reassured, letting him leave. Not far away, there was an uninhabited island. Let's go there. After Hawkeye finished speaking, he took a small boat, using slashes as propulsion to speed off. Sudong activated his DevilFruit power, grew wings, and flew faster, surpassing Hawkeye in seconds. A swordsman with DevilFruit abilities? Interesting, my trip to the East Blue was not in vain. I met someone exciting. Hawkeye thought. Sudong flew super fast and soon saw a deserted island. No birds could poop, just right for the task. At this moment, the system chimed. Ding! Arrived and left the Baratie. Check-in successful. Reward, Devil Suit. Sudong felt his clothes change, enveloped in golden light, exuding an extraordinary aura. System, while Hawkeye hasn't arrived. Can you explain the Devil Suit? The system responded. Clothing that matches your fruit ability, automatically worn, can be controlled by thought, transforming into various forms. This suit has maximum extensibility and defense. It can block most attacks, cleans itself automatically, and even turns into sleepwear while sleeping, still preventing sneak attacks. As the system explained, Sudong understood immediately. Thought control? Let's try. As soon as he thought about it, his clothes transformed dramatically. There was a long black cloak added to his back. The gloves were dark with exquisite patterns, and the shoes were both cool and comfortable, topped off with a stylish straw hat. The Zanpakuto at his waist complemented the look, making it incredibly stylish. Awesome. This suit is so convenient. This is the power I need. Sudong was extremely satisfied. Hawkeye just arrived and, seeing that he was already there, teleported in front of him. Changing clothes is also a fruit ability? You could say that it's one of my abilities. Sudong didn't draw his sword, just lifted it slightly. Without a word, Hawkeye drew his supreme black sword. Yuru, his hawk-like eyes locking on his Sudong. With your strength. There are no opponents in the East Blue. What do you want to do? Sudong smiled faintly. I'm following my friends to Laugh Tale. Want to be the Pirate King? Hawkeye asked. The ambition of being the Pirate King is too small. I have greater ambitions. This statement shook Hawkeye's heart. Looks like a good opponent. Come with me. Let me see if you deserve this ambition. Are you a bird that soars high or a liar spouting big words? We'll find out soon. Mihawk's cold aura surged, preparing to strike. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out as Mihawk appeared in front of Sudong in an instant. Sudong drew his sword to meet him, and with a clang, their swords clashed violently. Not bad. Bring it on. Hawkeye's eyes burned with excitement, realizing he was no ordinary opponent, retreating his sword to slash again. At first, Hawkeye didn't use his full strength, but after a while, his sword's speed soared to the extreme, making even Sudong feel pressured. Is this the strongest swordsman? So fierce. In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbreakable. His slashes were both fast and heavy, and he hadn't even gone all out. Fortunately, the 24-hour enlightenment buff kicked in, and Sudong improved rapidly, soon keeping up with the rhythm. Open your eyes. Sudong activated his Sharingan. Although the single Tomo was weak, his observational power surged, clearly seeing the trajectory of Hawkeye's attacks. Clang! Their swords clashed rapidly, and the iron-blue face of Hawkeye revealed a smile. You haven't used your fruit ability, relying solely on swordsmanship, to fight me for so long. Impressive. Your speed of progress is even more terrifying. Mihawk became more excited as they fought, finally swinging his arm to unleash his strongest slash. A stream of green sword light surged towards Sudong at extreme speed. As the strongest swordsman, this slash could not be underestimated. Sudong focused on the Zanpakuto in his hand, with only one thought in his mind. Block it. We absolutely cannot fall. There's still a long way to go. Sudong chose to trust the Zanpakuto in his hand and his swordsmanship, never using the DevilFruit power. This was a fair sword duel. Using fruit abilities would make it less pure. But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand a serious Hawkeye. He was knocked away, his sword flying out of his hand. Your strength is not just this. When will you use your true skills? Hawkeye asked as he walked up to him. Sudong shook his head. I've done my best. If I want to surpass you now, I need the help of a friend. Hawkeye was puzzled. Sudong looked at the Zanpakuto that had fallen to the ground, and just by looking at it, the sword flew back into his hand. At this moment, his inner world changed. On an endless sea, a person who looked just like him stood on a rock. Who are you? Sudong asked. I'm your Zanpakuto. You're impressive. You can even reach deep into your heart during battle. The other party said in surprise. Since you're here, I won't save you. Hawkeye is very strong. Just right to be your touchstone. Call my name. I am Shura. After saying that, the figure disappeared. Sudong returned to the small island, and Hawkeye was shocked. This guy's aura is different. What's going on? Sudong raised the Zanpakuto high. Not knowing your name for so long has been a shame for you. I haven't exerted my full strength. So now, let us kill without restraint. Shura. As the words fell, he completely transformed. His eyes turned blood red with the Sharingan. Still with double Tomo, his observational power surged, and he could even copy movements. Even more astonishing, his skin turned blood red, like an Akai who had opened the death door. The aura of bloody slaughter. It was the first time he had seen such an exciting opponent. Shura? Good, I haven't cut down a Shura yet. Hawkeye didn't retreat, but advanced, even more excited. Mihawk, be careful, I am serious now. Sudong speed sword again. Mihawk swung Yuru to meet him, and the two clashed again. This time Sudong had the upper hand. Impressive. Mihawk was astonished. Sudong's strength, speed, and endurance surpassed him, and his swordsmanship was still growing wildly. Is he learning my swordsmanship? He can learn it with just one look, it's like copying? Mihawk no longer held back, his strength further refined, truly reaching the level of the 7 warlords. Sudong quickly realized that the black knife had become fiercer. Even before encountering Ashura, he felt the pressure. So you used armament Haki? Sudong asked. Yes. You forced me to go all out, Mihawk replied. If I unleash my strongest slash and you can block it, then I'm out of options. How about it? Sudong was unafraid. Just defending isn't enough. Let's each unleash a slash and see the result. Good suggestion, let's do it. Mihawk prepared, and Sudong stood ready as well. Blood red energy merged into the Ashura blade. The Sharingan firmly locked onto Mihawk, and Sudong swung his sword with all his might. Here it comes. Mihawk also unleashed a powerful slash, the terrifying green sword light rushing straight at Sudong. A red light and a green light collided violently, instantly creating an overwhelming force. The entire island became the center of a vortex. Immediately afterward, a fierce wind swept across the island, erupting into a terrifying shockwave centered around the two. The island suffered greatly, and the surrounding sea was stirred up in towering waves, as if it wanted to swallow everything. But this scene didn't last long. It quickly calmed down. Only a huge pit remained where the sword energies had collided. Mihawk and Sudong were both panting heavily. Sudong had never looked so disheveled in the pirate world, but this was the most exhilarating fight since his reincarnation. His clothes were torn, but the devil's suit automatically repaired itself. Mihawk sheathed the black knife, and looked at him, saying, "You stood after blocking my slash. You're quite impressive. Youth is an asset. You'll surpass me soon. What's the name of that move?" "I'm quite interested," Mihawk asked. Sudong thought for a moment. "It has no name. Since you're asking, let's call it Ashura slash. My strongest strike after transforming into Ashura. It's ruthless and bloodthirsty." "You have your own style now," Mihawk said, losing interest in continuing the fight. Sudong was able to hold his ground without Haki. Surpassing him would only be a matter of time, so there was no need to seek unnecessary fun. "Go find your companions. Thank you for letting me experience the vastness of swordsmanship. We'll meet again, and by then, I'll be stronger for another match." Mihawk smiled and turned to leave. Sudong was completely exhausted. His Sharingan had overused itself, his chakra was depleted, and the initial release of his Zanpakuto had drained him. He collapsed directly on the island, and the devil's suit quietly protected him. He didn't know how long it had been, but when he opened his eyes, he smelled the scent of salt water. His whole body ached, but he could stand up. Mihawk was truly formidable. He hadn't used a DevilFruit, relying on a Sharingan and initial release to fight to a standstill. No wonder he was the greatest swordsman. He noticed that the Ashura blade had changed. The black sheath had blood streaks, and the more comfortable he felt, the brighter and more complete the blood color became. Just like the moon cutter, it could maintain the initial release for a long time. If he could master the final release, could he defeat Mihawk? This fight had given him many insights. After recovering somewhat, Sudong activated his DevilFruit ability to fly back to Baratie, only to find that Luffy and Sanji had left early. They went that way. Redfoot Zepp pointed in the direction, and Sudong flapped his devil wings to chase after them. The weather was exceptionally good along the way, and he flew at a constant speed without much effort. After flying for an unknown duration, he finally spotted an island amidst the vast ocean and landed directly. On the shore were many fishmen. Some had human forms but exhibited fish-like characteristics. Upon seeing Sudong, they immediately surrounded him. "Who are you? You look unfamiliar." "I come from another place," Sudong replied honestly. The two fishmen exchanged glances. "Take him to see Brother Arlong." These two weak fishmen led the way, and Sudong didn't resist. If the fishmen were still around, it meant Arlong hadn't been defeated, and not much time had passed. Nami and the others should be here. On the way, Sudong saw many towns that had been completely destroyed. Arlong was truly ruthless. They soon arrived at Fishman Park, which looked similar to the Navy headquarters. Marineford. Sudong was taken into a hall resembling a swimming pool, where the leading figure had a sawtooth nose, blue skin, and wore a yellow short-sleeved shirt with the Jolly Roger of the Arlong Pirates on his chest. This was none other than Arlong, the captain of the Arlong Pirates, a presence even fiercer than Buggy in East Blue. "Who are you? What do you want?" Arlong asked, staring at him. Sudong replied straightforwardly, "I'm looking for Nami, Luffy, and Usopp. Have you seen this half-fish?" Arlong laughed arrogantly. "A mere human is quite bold. I'll let you off this time. Try saying half-fish again next time. We fishmen can breathe underwater. We are the evolved version of humans. Our fish abilities make us superior to you." Arlong was puffed up with pride. "Remember, the true superior beings are fishmen. Humans who go against us are going against nature." At that moment, a girl stepped out. "I'm tired of your stupid theory, Arlong." It was Nami, wearing sandals and a tank top, with the Arlong Pirates emblem glaring on her shoulder. "Don't make a face. You're special among humans. You're our best navigator. Your maps are incredibly accurate." Upon seeing Nami, Arlong immediately changed his expression. "Of course, my brain is different from yours," Nami shot back. "Nami, did Luffy and the others come looking for you, or did I arrive first?" Sudong asked. Arlong raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you know each other?" Nami quickly denied it. "Don't talk nonsense. He's just my prey. I tricked him out of treasure, and he followed me here. So stupid." "Sugang lauget, Nami." Others may not guess, but I already know the things you kept from me on the ship, right? I warned you. One Arlong isn't enough for me to handle. Nami was instantly at a loss for words. She wanted to protect Sudong, but he had exposed everything, leaving her completely stunned. Ha ha! The laughter in Arlong Park was about to lift the roof. The fishmen had heard crazy things, but never this crazy. Human, are you eager to seek death? Arlong mocked. Nami, how do you want to deal with this guy? Arlong wanted to use Nami and deliberately gave him face. Nami waved her hand. Let him go. He's useless. It would be a waste of effort to kill him. That's right. We still have to catch those invading pirates. Arlong stood up, completely disregarding Sudong. Suddenly, an astonishing scene occurred. Arlong's body erupted with a bang, emitting a cloud of smoke. Run! Someone pulled Sudong in the smoke, and he had no choice but to follow. After the smoke cleared, Arlong discovered that Sudong had vanished. Bastard! Who did this? He was furious, clearly knowing it was the work of a human. Sudong quickly realized that it was Usopp pulling him. Why are you here? Where are you taking me? Follow me. I'll explain. Usopp dragged him as they ran into a house in the village. Inside were all familiar faces. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Johnny, Joseph, and the blue-haired girl. Noiko. Nami's adopted sister, the blue-haired girl said. She and Nami were both children of the retired female Navy officer Belmere. With everyone gathered, Sudong was a bit surprised. Sudong, Nojiko has already told us about you. Luffy said, just as you said, if Nami wants to be a navigator, she has to take down Arlong. But we have to wait for Arlong to break his promise first, Nojiko said. You mentioned that Nami was saving money to help the village. If Arlong goes back on his word, she will completely give up on him, Usopp explained. I see. We still have to wait a bit, Sudong nodded. But at this moment, a large wave of fishmen burst into Kokoyashi village, aiming to capture Sudong and the Straw Hat crew. Time to work, Zoro declared as Sanji lit a cigarette and stood up. Everyone rushed out. The fishmen lackeys before them were easily defeated by the Straw Hat crew. As the news spread, Arlong exploded in anger, bringing all his officers and subordinates to the village. Despicable human pirates. If you don't come out, I'll destroy Kokoyashi village. Do you want everyone to die with you? Arlong threatened. I'll count to 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He was about to start demolishing houses when Nami suddenly stepped out. Stop. Don't harm Kokoyashi village. It's Nami? You want to stop me? Arlong sneered. Don't forget the agreement. If the money is enough, you never go back on your word. Nami reminded him. Arlong smiled falsely. Of course I remember. Give me the money, and I'll stop. Saying this, he stepped forward and snatched the money Nami had saved. How could you? That was my treasure. Nami panicked. Did you write your name on it? Whoever picks it up gets to keep it. Arlong was infuriatingly smug. What about your billion berries? If you don't have it, don't stop me from destroying the village. Or, shall we make another agreement? He laughed evilly. Everyone knows that it was Arlong who sent someone to steal Nami's treasure map and just robbed her of 100 million berries. How despicable. Nami wanted to fight back, but was easily knocked to the ground by Arlong. You look just as ridiculous as your dead mother. You lowly race should be ruled by the fishmen. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Arlong mocked. How about you oppose me? His subordinates were aggressive, and Nami had no way to resist. The villagers couldn't bear to watch anymore and all picked up farming tools. Since their weapons had already been confiscated by Arlong, they planned to fight to the death. The villagers knew that Nami had become Arlong's subordinate to save the village, and now the hope was shattered. Everyone united to prepare for a counterattack. Fishmen are naturally superior, with 10 times the strength of humans. Even the lowly subordinates are stronger than ordinary humans. And as soon as the villagers attacked, they were pressed down and rubbed into the ground. No, Nami tried to intervene, but was also knocked down. Don't hurt her. She's our treasure. Arlong scolded his subordinates while smiling gleefully, as everyone was about to be wiped out by Arlong. Even the strongest Nami couldn't hold on anymore and cried out Arlong. Stop it. I'm sorry, everyone. At that moment, what she wanted most was for her true friends, the Straw Hat crew, to be there. If everyone were here, please help me. Nami screamed. The next second, a long arm stretched out, and a furious fist slammed down. I don't care who you are. You are not allowed to make my navigator cry. Bam! The punch hit Arlong squarely, sending him flying like a cannonball. Arlong was knocked away by a single punch? Impossible. Who did it? Could it be a human? The fishmen were all dumbfounded. Their support had collapsed. The one who struck was Luffy, and Sudong thought it was the perfect time to let the charismatic Luffy take the stage. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Arlong, not defeated yet, charged back into the battlefield. His subordinates also found their opponents. Xiaoba against Zoro, Chu against Usopp, and Sanji against the fisherman karate master Kirby. While Sudong targeted other fishermen, Xiao Bai's swordsmanship couldn't compare to Zoro, so he was bound to lose. Usopp, though struggling, outsmarted the ink-spewing Chu. Sanji, with his leg techniques learned from Zeph, easily took down Kurubi. Luffy was fiercely battling Arlong, but Arlong used tricks, always taking advantage in the water. Luffy, being a DevilFruit user, couldn't take him down immediately. When the others won and rescued Luffy, he delivered a rubber battle axe punch that incapacitated Arlong. They had won completely. Sudong was even fiercer, with strange footwork and terrifying sword skills, taking down all of Arlong's crew in a second. Cocoa West Village had finally escaped from suffering. Nami looked at everyone, and they all exchanged smiles. At that moment, an annoying figure appeared, dressed in a navy uniform. It was clear he was no good, grinning maliciously. What luck today? Thanks for the show. I didn't expect the fishermen to be defeated by you nameless pirates. Thanks to you, all the money from Arlong and the treasures he hid now belong to me. Drop your weapons. The credit goes to me, Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division. Zoro grabbed his collar, feeling good about it. Don't add to my troubles. He easily knocked this group of Navy out cold. You dare to hit me? I will never let you go. Mouse, with a bruised face, still had a hard mouth. Nami couldn't stand it and went up to give him another beating. Sudong walked up to Mouse and held a knife to his neck. The cowardly Mouse panicked. What are you going to do? I'm a Navy. That's right. I'm a pirate, so I can take your life at any time. Sudong said coldly. What do you want? Colonel Mouse was nervous. If you want to live, promise me 3 conditions, or I'll finish you off. Sudong threatened. What? Mouse was genuinely scared. First, clean up the remaining fishmen. Second, help rebuild the town destroyed by Arlong, and not a single berry can be touched. As that belongs to this island, Sudong said, and Nami nodded vigorously. These were all the things she wanted to say. Third, since we defeated Arlong, we, who were so heinous and powerful enough to threaten the Navy, deserve the highest bounty in East Blue. Right? That's not too much to ask, is it? Sudong directly left Mouse dumbfounded. You mean? Mouse didn't dare to confirm. Yes, just as you think. The higher the bounty, the better. Max it out with your authority. Do you understand? Don't dawdle. Sudong was extremely fierce. Got it. Mouse was on the verge of tears. This was the first time he saw a pirate forcing the Navy to raise their own bounty. Soon, Luffy and his crew even voluntarily let the Navy take cool photos and told Mouse all the information. Mouse took his subordinates and left, turning back to send a message to headquarters. Request 00733. Designate the straw hat-wearing Luffy, swordsman Sudong, and their companions as government enemies. They have defeated Arlong, and their potential is terrifying. They must have the highest bounty in the East Blue. Send photos. The information is extremely detailed. This is what they said themselves. In short, make it as high as possible. Mouse was also risking it all, not only fearing Sudong, but also wanting revenge. This group of pirates, you will regret it. Over the next few days, Cocoa West Village was celebrating, and all 20 places ruled by Arlong were holding festivities. The Straw Hat crew feasted on meat and drank wine, having a great time. Johnny and Joseph said they would return to become bounty hunters. Sudong went to find Nami, who was at her mother Bellamri's grave with Nojiko paying respects. Have you decided? Will you come with us? Sudong asked. When are we leaving? Now. Nami suddenly took Sudong's hand and headed straight for the Mary. Hey, we're setting off. XuCang's shouted. So sudden? Although Zoro and the others were confused, they quickly boarded the ship at lightning speed. By the time the villagers reacted, the Mary had already set sail. The 100 million berries are left for everyone. Wait, we haven't thanked you yet. The villagers wanted to stop them, but couldn't make it in time. Nami jumped onto the ship, and the villagers watched the departing ship, feeling helpless. At this time, Nami took out a bunch of wallets and shook them. All stolen. You bastard. Stealing our wallets. Little thief. This guy hasn't changed at all. Usopp said speechlessly. Don't tell me she's betraying us again. Zoro facepalmed. Take care. Everyone. Nami waved goodbye. Sudong understood. The money Nami left behind far exceeded what she stole. It was just a more thrilling way to say goodbye. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, a meeting was underway. So, they're no longer something the branches can handle? A high-ranking official asked. The Navy on stage analyzed. Since they defeated Navy Captain Axan Morgan, their momentum has skyrocketed, and they are unstoppable. Clown Buggy, 15 million. Kureha, 17 million. Fishman Arlong, 20 million. All crushed by them. And there are rumors that the strongest Sudong has fought against the warlord Mihawk, with the outcome unknown. But he is alive, everyone understands. An officer added, causing a stir among the audience. The average bounty in the East Blue is only 3 million, and these are all big pirates. But this guy named Luffy, with his first bounty, was 30 million. Sudong didn't have solid proof of defeating a warlord, but he was given 50 million. That is a special case worldwide. However, this bounty is still low. This new power must be snuffed out early, or it will be harder to deal with later. Just after leaving Cocoa West Village, Sudong heard a familiar voice. Ding. Cocoa West Village, sign-in successful. Reward, a magical bag. He now had a beautiful little bag at his waist and curiously asked, what is this bag for? As the name suggests, it's super magical. Just reach in for what you want, limited to 3 times a day. The system explained, as long as you really want something, it can come out. Sudong's eyes lit up. Can it pull out DevilFruits? The system poured cold water. Special items are excluded. It can only pull out drinks, berries, food, and other common things. Besides, you already have a super fruit, and you can't eat a second one. Sudong understood. This is a mobile supply station. If you lack food, drink, or money, just pull it out. It's simply a divine tool. The noon sunlight was just right, the sea was calm, and seagulls flew everywhere. A news bird carrying a newspaper fell down, and Nami bought a newspaper, stunned to see the latest bounty. Luffy, XuCang's. You guys have been issued bounties. Luffy looked at his bounty of 30 million and was so proud that he flaunted it everywhere. Sudong glanced at his bounty of 50 million and chuckled, saying, that Colonel Mouse is really scared of me, giving such a high initial bounty. You all need to wake up. This means your lives are in danger. Nami's head was spinning. This meant adventures would be tougher. The Navy and bounty hunters would definitely go crazy over them. As the news bird spread the bounty across the world, Nami was studying how to enter the Grand Line. It seemed like they could only enter through Reverse Mountain, but she didn't know the exact route. Sudong walked over. There are 4 seas in the world, and we are in the East Sea. To enter the Grand Line, we must go through Reverse Mountain. First, we follow the current to the mountain peak, then flow down, and that's the entrance. Our next stop is Lowtown. Sudong understood the plot and immediately set the plan. Lowtown? I think that's a good idea. Nami nodded, finally having someone to talk to. Is there good meat there? Luffy only cared about food. It's also called the Town of Beginnings and Endings, Zoro said leisurely. It's the birthplace of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. It's also where he died. Luffy suddenly recalled. Are we going? Nami asked. We must go. I want to see the place where the man who got the One Piece and had everything was born and died. Luffy was extremely determined. In the following days, Sudong digested the battle with Hawkeye, refined his chakra, and his strength soared. Although he had the magical bag, he had to go to Lowtown to check in. Important locations needed to be clocked to get stronger, and those who understood knew. On the ship were Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Sudong, making a total of 6. The adventures were getting more lively, and everyone had already become true partners. Soon, the Straw Hat crew arrived at the last stop in the East Sea, Lowtown, the entrance to the Grand Line. As they disembarked, Lowtown's 3 big characters greeted them, with people packed everywhere, bustling with excitement. This used to be a gathering place for pirates, where you could buy any equipment. Nami reminded. Charge. For the great adventure. I'm going to get equipment. Usopp was full of energy. Looks like we can buy good ingredients, and see beautiful women too. Sanji was eyeing the ladies, his flirtatious nature exposed. I have things I want to buy too, Zoro said. Do you have money? Nami shot back, then revealed a cunning smile. I'm going to check out the execution platform, the place where the Pirate King died. Luffy shouted and dashed into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Hey, we haven't even discussed the meeting point yet. Usopp yelled until his throat hurt, feeling speechless. I really can't deal with him. Listen to me, everyone. After shopping and getting what you need, come back to the ship to regroup. Sudong clearly arranged everything. By the way, take this. If you need help, just pull it. He took out a cloud-piercing arrow from the magical bag. 1 arrow can summon 1,000 troops. Just seeing it means help is on the way. Sudong was the complete opposite of Luffy. One was meticulous to the extreme, while the other was carefree. Sudong was indeed thoughtful. As everyone talked, they were about to disperse. Aren't you going to buy anything? Nami asked. Not for now, just wandering around. I have money. No need to borrow from you, huh? Sudong had already seen through her intention to lend at high interest to fleece him. TSK, what a pity. Nami felt a bit disappointed. She couldn't trick him. Afterwards, Luffy excitedly looked for the execution platform. Sanji searched for ingredients while checking out beautiful women. Nami tried on clothes without buying. And Usopp rummaged through a grocery store for rare curios. Sudong enjoyed strolling through the streets. Having crossed into this world, it was the first time he felt so peaceful. Wouldn't it be nice to stay here safely? But he quickly sobered up, with such a powerful golden finger crossing over. How could he not become a legend on the seas? It was impossible. Just as Sudong was lost in thought, a pirate suddenly jumped out, extremely arrogant, commanding his subordinates to rob. Rob everything. This is my capital to become the pirate king. Hand it over. At that moment, a white-haired man with 2 big cigars walked up to him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Who is your boss? Is it Luffy or Sudong? The pirate shouted, and upon seeing the other party, he panicked. The Navy, in the town under my jurisdiction. How dare you act wild? The white-haired man was ready to confront Smoker, the smoked DevilFruit user. Sudong recognized him at a glance and didn't speak, just watching the show. Get him, the pirate commanded. But Smoker was an invincible force in the East Sea. This group of pirates was easily taken down. Nearby, the Navy flattered. Colonel Smoker is amazing. He easily dealt with the Straw Hat crew. Are you blind? Could this trash be the Straw Hat crew? This kind of small fry is worth 30 million. And the world is finished. Smoker retorted. Then what about Luffy and Sudong? The Navy awkwardly asked. Luffy doesn't know, but Sudong, he's right here. Have you seen enough? XuCang's. Sudong didn't expect this rough guy to be so observant. He discovered him during the battle, so he simply revealed himself. Colonel Smoker is really sharp. Saying that, he took off his hood. Smoker sneered. Now that you're in Lowtown, don't think you can leave. If I catch the highest bounty in the East Sea, your companions will fall apart. Sudong shook his head. Wrong. Even if you catch me, you can't catch them, let alone you can't catch me. Oh, so confident? Smoker readied himself for battle. Of course. As soon as Sudong finished speaking, the two fell silent. In the next moment, Smoker charged over. He didn't underestimate his opponent. He immediately used his DevilFruit ability, White Smoke Cannon. He rushed towards Sudong at high speed, wanting a quick resolution. Sudong performed consecutive backflips, skillfully dodging. Smoker was shocked. This speed. Even the White Smoke Cannon can't catch up? He threw a punch, White Fist. His wrist turned into smoke, increasing speed and distance. Sudong knew he was a Logia user, so this time he didn't dodge, directly turning natural. Don't forget, his fruit was a combination of Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. Smoker's punch passed right through him, leaving him stunned. Logia DevilFruit? This guy is also a rare Logia user? No longer daring to underestimate, he drew out his weapon, the Sea Prism Stone weapon. Sudong wasn't afraid of seawater or Sea Prism Stone, but he planned to keep it hidden for now and directly drew out his Azura, a blood-red blade that could unleash power at any moment. Sudong didn't intend to go all out. How could Smoker compare to Hawkeye? Dealing with a Navy colonel like this was an insult to the Sword's name. Just relying on swordsmanship was enough. Sudong drew Azura, and with a clang, the weapon collided fiercely. An expert knows the score at a glance. Smoker felt his strength easily dissipated. This sword was not just for show. Damn, this guy isn't just a DevilFruit user. He is also a swordsman? This is trouble, Smoker thought. Despite his headache, he still charged forward with his weapon, overly confident in his ability. If it were before, Sudong might not have been able to beat him, but after fighting with Hawkeye, his swordsmanship had skyrocketed. Now Smoker was no match. After a few exchanges, Smoker was panting heavily. Sudong could defeat him in an instant, but doing so would disrupt the plot, which wasn't worth it. Bastard. The highest bounty in the East Sea is indeed not just for show. Smoker rarely praised someone. Sudong retorted, you're stronger than the average Navy, but in my eyes, you're still lacking. Stop being so arrogant. I'll lock you up. Smoker shouted White Vine. His whole body turned to smoke, trying to entangle Sudong. He was quite proud of this move. Don't forget, I'm also a Logia user. This move won't work. Sudong mocked. Sure enough, he turned natural, becoming a black element, leaving Smoker confused, completely unaware of what it was. With no other option, he could only fight in close combat. What kind of fruit are you? I've never seen this type of Logia. Smoker asked while fighting. I want to tell you. Sudong almost made him spit blood. If you have the guts, don't use your DevilFruit ability. Smoker was getting anxious. In close combat, you can't beat me. And all the fruits are of the natural type, so you can't do anything to me. Let me go, okay? Dragging this out is not good for anyone. Sudong advised. Impossible. Smoker refused to back down. You're asking for trouble, huh? Then don't blame me for going wild. Sudong got angry. Come on. Smoker prepared to fight head-on. White Gale. His limbs turned to smoke, creating a powerful storm. Is that all? Sudong laughed. enveloping himself in a demonic aura. The power of darkness surging. You call it white gale? Then I'll call it black gale. After saying that, he charged forward with the power of darkness. Smoker was shocked. How is that possible? Such an explosive mimicry ability? In fact, Sudong had copied his move using the Sharingan and unleashed it with demonic power. Smoker and the Navy were instantly blown away, lying unconscious by the roadside. Sigh, they really can't take a hit. Sudong noticed that there were onlookers and quickly slipped away. He inadvertently walked to the front of a CAF, wanting to hide inside, but saw two men intimidating a woman at the door. Stop wasting words. Our boss was captured by her. Haven't you learned your lesson? The woman with blue-black hair retorted. That's right. We can't swallow this. We'll throw your corpse in front of him. The two pirates threatened. Got it, I'll play along. The blue-haired woman easily knocked them down, but accidentally fell to the ground, her glasses landing by Zoro's feet. Sigh, what a narrow road for enemies. This Navy woman looks exactly like Zoro's old friend Kuina. I can't imagine what happens next. Sudong quickly slipped away. This dog food is too much. I give up. Going out for a stroll, I first run into a smoker, then bump into Dasky. Sudong was bored and slipped into a barbershop. His hair was too long, time for a trim. A slick-back hairstyle dyed white. With plenty of money and time, he spent some time in the barbershop. Are you satisfied? The boss asked. Sudong looked in the mirror. White slick-back hair plus white eyebrows, just like he walked out of an anime. He left a tip and went outside, changing into Virgil's outfit with his demonic set, completely changing his style. But the atmosphere on the street suddenly changed, all tranquility gone, leaving only fear. Lowtown was shrouded in dark clouds, and pedestrians were running away in a frenzy. What is going on? Sudong grabbed a girl. Pirates are invading. The girl trembled in fear. Where? The execution platform. After saying that, she ran away. Could it be Luffy? Sudong instantly worried about his companions. At this moment, a bang echoed in the sky above Lowtown. Fireworks exploded, revealing the Straw Hat symbol. Oh no, a distress signal. He immediately rushed over, and sure enough, he found the execution platform square. On the platform, the clown Buggy had Luffy locked up and was about to strike. Sanji and Zoro rushed out, but were blocked by the slippery fruit user Alvida. The area was surrounded by Navy ambushes, just waiting for the gunfire to start the massacre. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck the execution platform. Luffy, being a rubber man, was unharmed, but Buggy was hit. The entire Navy in Lowtown mobilized, instantly surrounding and killing the pirates. The two sides started fighting, and Sudong breathed a sigh of relief. Monkey D. Dragon just scared me to death. Run, Luffy. Otherwise, you won't make it to the Grand Line. Sanji shouted. I'll cover you. Sudong said. Thanks. Luffy trusted him and ran with everyone towards the port. They must not let them escape. Smoker ordered, but the Navy was quickly cut down by Sudong, who could only watch them run away helplessly. I, Smoker, swear. I want to let them leave the island. He attacked again. Sudong, however, had his eyes on a strong opponent and instantly chased after him. Is there something you need? The other party asked. Monkey D. Dragon? I am Luffy's companion. Sudong directly revealed. Oh, you know me? You can keep up. Your strength is not bad, and your judgment is strong. Dragon neither confirmed nor denied it. Thank you for the compliment. I'm fine. You came to see Luffy. I represent him to see you, to show respect. Sudong's words carried respect, but more confidence. Huh, with you as Luffy's partner, I feel much more at ease. Let the winds rise. The storm of fate is coming. After Dragon said this, he vanished. This father is really strange, talking cryptically. Sudong didn't care about him and hurried to chase Luffy. Dragon would definitely buy them some time. It started to rain, and Buggy's men hadn't burned down the Going Merry. Usopp, Nami, and the others quickly jumped onto the ship, and the Navy was hot on their heels, forcing Nami to set sail early. Originally, they thought Smoker would deal with Buggy and Alvida would buy them some time. But unexpectedly, his ability was too formidable, catching the two of them in seconds and riding a motorcycle to catch up. Dasky was entangled with Zoro, while Luffy was fighting Smoker head-on. The natural type was just a Bug. At a crucial moment, Dragon appeared and unleashed a strong wind, allowing Luffy and Zoro to take the opportunity to escape. Luffy used his rubber ability to launch himself and Zoro onto the Going Merry. Everyone was on board. Although the trip to Lowtown was chaotic, it was safe and sound. They had done what they needed to do. The storm was still falling, but the wind direction was super strong. The Going Merry swiftly disappeared into the sea, and the Navy couldn't find them. They were completely safe. Not long after they set sail, a lighthouse loomed in the distance. Look at that light. Nami shouted. The lighthouse on the island? Usopp asked. The guiding light. The entrance to the Grand Line is right at the end. Nami said. The Grand Line is right ahead? Luffy was extremely excited. Sanji suggested. Let us celebrate entering the Grand Line with a water ceremony. He placed his foot on a wooden barrel. I'm here to find all blue. Luffy chimed in. I want to be the Pirate King. Zoro put his foot down. I want to become the greatest swordsman. Nami, I want to draw a world map. Usopp summoned his courage. I want to be a brave warrior of the sea. Only Sudong didn't team move, and everyone looked at him. Me too. Of course. Hurry up and say your dream. Everyone urged. Sudong placed his foot up me. I'm here to make all your wishes come true. How great. Is that true? Can someone have that wish? Usopp was skeptical. I believe him. Luffy said with a smile. We all believe. The companions said in unison. Sudong felt warm inside. Adventuring with the main characters from the original story was something he had always dreamed of. Set sail. To the Grand Line, Luffy announced. Everyone lifted their feet back down, fully prepared for the upcoming adventure. At that moment, the voice Sudong had been waiting for a long time finally came. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Successfully entered and exited Lowtown. Sign in successful. Reward. Bloodline of the Uzumaki clan for Naruto. What? Bloodline of the Uzumaki clan? Sudong was overjoyed. Previously, he had worked hard to condense chakra, and now it was delivered right to his door. Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is strong, partly because of the Nine Tails, and partly because the Uzumaki bloodline comes with an excess of chakra. The system granted this bloodline, and Sudong's chakra amount skyrocketed. Now, although he couldn't maintain the double Tomo Sharingan all the time, he could use it for a much longer duration than before. In the future, he might even be able to use ninjutsu. Sudong was super excited about the future rewards. Some might ask, with chakra, why not study ninjutsu? In fact, he had researched the Rasengan in his spare time, but aside from the Sharingan, he couldn't use any other techniques at all. Time slipped away as he improved. And suddenly Luffy shouted from the deck, Hey, I see it. An incredible mountain. The mountain in front was massive, its peak hidden by clouds. Is this the Red Line? Luffy was ecstatic. Zoro took a look through the telescope and exclaimed, Amazing. The seawater is really climbing up the mountain. The Going Merry followed the seawater rushing toward the top of the upside-down mountain, soon flying to the top, and without stopping, it rushed down again. Did you hear any sound? Zoro asked. What? Nami retorted. The noise from the descent was too loud. Didn't you hear anything strange? Zoro asked again. It must be the sound of the wind. The terrain is too strange. Nami was certain. But Usopp shouted, Nami, there's a mountain ahead. Impossible. Nami recalled that there wasn't this mountain when entering the Grand Line. It really exists. Usopp was anxious. Whatever. Charge. Luffy was super excited. Don't worry. It's fine. As soon as Sudong opened his mouth, Usopp immediately felt at ease. He had never been wrong. After passing Gemini Cape, it should just be the sea. Nami agreed. But when they rushed down, they realized it wasn't a mountain at all. It was a giant whale covered in wounds. Everyone panicked instantly. They wanted to steer left to avoid it. But the rudder was broken. At a critical moment, Sudong heroically appeared. He blocked Luffy from firing. His entire body enveloped in DevilFruit power, and his shadow, behind him, became gigantic. Stop! Sudong pushed against the whale's body, and the Mary didn't budge, completely unharmed. Nami and Usopp were so scared they closed their eyes, and it took a while before they dared to open them. Is it silent? What happened? Seeing Sudong firmly stop the ship, everyone's hearts finally settled. Without him, we would have been done for. Nami thought about it and felt a lingering fear. Just entering the Grand Line, and we would have been shipwrecked and dead. That would be too embarrassing. Zoro and Luffy swallowed hard, and Sudong, seeing the ship stabilize, withdrew his devil power. Quick, escape. Now's our chance. Zoro shouted. Everyone hurriedly rowed, and the Mary slipped through the gap beside the whale. The whale let out a huge roar, and everyone quickly covered their ears. My ears are going to explode. Hurry up and run. Usopp shouted. But the whale suddenly opened its mouth, and the Golden Mary along with the Straw Hat crew were swallowed whole. Sudong, think of a way. Nami was frantic. Why are you so slow at a time like this? Usopp was nearly in tears. What's there to panic about? It's just being swallowed by a whale, Sudong replied calmly, nearly making everyone faint from anger. The whale closed its mouth, and Luffy was separated from his partners. Just when everyone thought they were doomed, they discovered there was another world around them. What do you see? Sanji asked. What do I see? How would I know what to look for? Zoro was confused too. I thought we were definitely dead. Is this a dream? Sanji looked at the small island next to the Mary, which had little houses on it, looking at the clouds and the colorful sea around. Sudong said, "You might not believe it, but we are inside the whale's stomach." "No way." Nami dropped her jaw in shock. "Then what does this island and those houses mean?" she questioned. Suddenly, a giant octopus charged out in front of the Mary, and everyone quickly prepared for battle. But weapons shot out from the houses, easily taking down the octopus. A figure walked out, wearing a red shirt, round glasses, and flowers stuck in his hair. "Who's this old man? He easily dealt with the big octopus? Is he here to save us?" The old man walked over to a bench and started reading a newspaper, completely ignoring everyone. "Say something." Sanji couldn't help but complain. The old man finally looked up. "Oh, there are people here. Old man, what is this place? Who are you?" Sanji asked directly. "Isn't it polite to introduce yourself first?" The old man countered. Zoro was about to speak. "Sorry, my name is..." But the old man introduced himself directly. "I am Kuro, the lighthouse keeper of Gemini Cape, 71 years old." "A Gemini, blood type AB." Zoro got angry. "Can I chop him? You guys barged into my private vacation center and are so rude. Do you think this is a rat's belly?" Kuroda's words confirmed that everyone had indeed been swallowed by the whale. "What are we going to do? I don't want to be digested." Nami panicked. "The exit is over there." Kuroda pointed, and surprisingly, there was a big door inside the whale's stomach. "How can there be an exit inside the whale's stomach?" Nami was confused. Everyone then realized that the sky, sea, and seagulls inside the stomach were all painted. Just as they were about to leave, the whale suddenly began to shake violently, and the Mary and the small island rocked violently. "Is it starting?" Kuroda said mysteriously. "What is starting? Explain clearly." Usopp yelled anxiously. "The whale is ramming into the red Earth continent with its head." Kuroda explained. "So it wants to kill us in here. Hurry up and leave. We have no obligation to save this whale." Sanji and Zoro shouted as they paddled, trying to escape the whale's stomach. But at that moment, Kuroda jumped into the whale's stomach acid and soon crawled towards the small door above the exit. Suddenly, with a loud shout, 3 figures flew in through that small door. Who were those people? Kuroda couldn't see clearly. Sudong recognized them at a glance. It was Luffy, a Baroque Works agent in green, and Vivi, the blue-haired princess of Alabasta. The 3 fell straight into the sea of stomach acid. "Help me," Luffy shouted before sinking below. The whale gradually stabilized, and everyone hurriedly fished the 3 who had fallen into the water back up. "Who are these people, Mr. Nine?" Vivi asked. "Probably pirates, Miss Wednesday," replied the orange-haired Mr. Nine, wearing a crown. Kotasu returned, sternly saying, "You scoundrels are still here. As long as I'm here, you are not allowed to touch a single hair on Laboon. Even if you say so, we can't go back. Killing this whale is our mission. Don't get in our way today." Vivi and her partner chimed in. "Watch me blow a big hole in its stomach." The Baroque duo set up a cannon, intending to blast the inside of the whale. Kuroda suddenly flew forward, using his body to block the cannonball. Boom! Boom! The cannonball exploded. This old man used his body to block the cannonball. Usopp's jaw dropped. He had never seen anyone go this far for a whale. "He's protecting this whale?" Sanji said. "Ha ha ha. Don't waste your effort." Vivi laughed. "If you want to protect it so badly, just try. This whale can feed our town for 2 or 3 years." Mr. Nine said triumphantly, feeling confident. Luffy suddenly made a move and punched the 2 of them. "I don't know why, but I just wanted to hit them." Kuroda invited everyone back to the small island. "Thank you, although I don't know why you helped me." "It's not for you. We just can't stand them," Luffy said. "What are you doing here?" Luffy asked. "What are you doing inside the whale's stomach?" Everyone was curious. "These bad guys are after Laboon, the name of this whale. It is a unique island whale from the West Sea, the biggest kind. If they catch it, it can feed the town for 2 or 3 years, Kuroda explained. "It's always ramming into the Red Earth continent and roaring at Reverse Mountain for a reason." He then told the story of Laboon and the Rumbar pirates. "I'll take you out." Kuroda boarded the Mary, leading everyone towards the exit. "This waterway is too fierce. Surviving after drilling through so many holes is incredible." Everyone exclaimed. "I am a doctor. Don't judge me by my appearance," Kuroda said proudly. "Were you the ship's doctor on GOLD?" "Roger's ship?" Sudong suddenly spoke up, shocking the whole room. "No way. This old man, actually." Everyone looked at Sudong, then at Kuroda. "Is it true?" Luffy stared at Kuroda. "Well, you guessed," Kuroda awkwardly asked Sudong. "Who is this gentleman?" Sudong respectfully bowed. "We are all pirates, pursuing the sea and the distant horizon. My name is Sudong, initial bounty of 50 million berries." "Not bad, not bad. Young people are impressive. The sea is going to be lively again." Kuroda cleverly avoided the topic of Roger. Luffy immediately invited, "Old man, you're so awesome. Come be our ship's doctor." "No need. I'm too old to fool around like you guys," he replied. "So you're treating Laboon inside the whale?" Everyone finally understood. Yes. It was too badly injured to be treated outside. "All right, the door is open." Kurotasu opened the big door, and the Mary finally squeezed out from Laboon. At this moment, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine woke up. While chatting, they mentioned why Laboon's friends hadn't come back. And Kurotasu said, "The news says the Rumbar pirates fled and left the Grand Line." "No way. Why didn't you tell Laboon? It wouldn't have harmed itself." Nami panicked. If it were that simple, Kurotasu sighed. They disregarded the agreement? Sanji found it absurd. The Grand Line is too terrifying. Maybe they gave up on the adventure. Kurotasu wasn't sure. No, the Rumbar pirates didn't escape. Sudong opened his mouth, and everyone immediately perked up. They believed him because he had never been wrong and had long been dubbed a prophet. What did he say? "I feel like they all died in the Grand Line, but one person is still alive." Sudong teased, and Kulotas looked skeptical. "Oh, who?" Kulotas asked deliberately. He knew almost everyone. "Brook, a musician, should be in the first half of the Grand Line. We will encounter him sooner or later," Sudong replied. Upon hearing this, Kulotas was stunned. Could this guy really predict the future? But at that moment, the tranquilizer on Labu failed, and he attacked the Mary ship again. Luffy suddenly rushed in a fight, making a huge commotion. It looked intense. Everyone believed Luffy wouldn't hurt Labu, but they didn't understand what he was trying to do. What does this guy mean? Sanji looked confused. If this keeps up, both will get hurt. Nami was worried. "No, we must stop this." Usopp wanted to intervene, but was stopped by Sudong. "Don't rush. Luffy has a plan." Sure enough, Luffy was knocked away, got up, and shouted, "It's a draw. I'm strong, right? You want to beat me, right? Since there is no winner, we must keep fighting. Your companion is dead, but I will always be your opponent. We must fight again in the future to determine the outcome. We'll circle the Grand Line and come back to fight again," Luffy said with a smile. Labu suddenly felt he had purpose, tears streaming down. Luffy drew an ugly straw hat on his head. "Don't break this before we come back." Everyone laughed. This ending was too perfect. They repaired the Mary ship and prepared to leave Twin Cape for the Grand Line. Vivi and her partner had already slipped away, and Sudong didn't stop them, only secretly took their record pointer. Just before departure, Nami suddenly shouted, "The compass is broken." Sudong came out and handed her the record pointer. The islands in the Grand Line have many magnetic minerals. The magnetic fields are chaotic, and the currents and winds change constantly. So, for this journey, you must have a record pointer. This is it. This is a special compass that records magnetism. Without it, you can't navigate at all. After Sudong finished speaking, Kulotas applauded. It seems someone has done their homework. He was right. The islands in the Grand Line are connected by magnetic forces. You must use the record pointer to remember the island's magnetism to find the next island. In this sea area, even the positions can't be accurately measured, all relying on the record pointer to remember the magnetism. From Reverse Mountain, 7 magnetic lines extend. Choose one to follow. No matter which island you start from, they will eventually converge to one line. The destination is that island. Raftel, the end of the Grand Line. Only the Pirate King has been there, the legendary island. After Kulotas and Sudong finished speaking, the Straw Hat crew understood much more about the Grand Line. That one piece must be there, right? Usopp asked. "Who knows? That claim is the most reliable, but no one has been there," Kulotas replied. "Aren't you the ship's doctor of the Pirate King?" Usopp pressed. "Look, what is that flying in the sky?" Kulotas changed the topic. Everyone turned around, and when they looked back, he was leaving, clearly not wanting to talk about Roger, and everyone didn't push further. Next, Luffy ate all the food Sanji made, and Sanji angrily punched him, resulting in Nami's record pointer getting broken. Do you know how important that is? Nami was about to explode, and Kulotas waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'll give you mine. Thank you for saving Labu." He handed his pointer to Nami, who quickly put it away. At this moment, Vivi and her partner popped up, lowering their posture. "We have something to ask of you." They said they wanted to return to Whiskey Peak, as their ship was broken. "Whiskey Peak? Where is that?" Luffy asked. "The first stop on a certain route of the Grand Line," Sudong hinted, and everyone understood immediately. "Yes, it's the town we stayed in," Mr. Nine said. "Why should we help you? You just wanted to kill Labu." Nami retorted. "Who are you?" "I am the king," Mr. Nine replied. "Who believes that?" Nami scoffed. Vivi said, "I can't say. We want to return to the town. We don't want to be sneaky, but the company rules require secrecy, so we can't say anything." The two were babbling. Everyone looked at Sudong. "What are you looking at me for?" "Sudong Vito. Prophet, do you think we should take them? Will they stab us in the back?" Everyone urged. Sudong wiped his sweat. This group really took him for a prophet. Wait a moment. He put on a mysterious air. I know your identities. You're agents of Baroque Works, right? As soon as he said this, the two instantly tensed. This identity was top secret. Sudong added, a fake king and a princess? Vivi became even more flustered. Her hidden identity had been guessed. What time is it to still joke around? Nami urged, are we taking them or not? We're asking you. We only ask because we trust your character. The two begged again. Colodis said, regardless, these people are not good. Let us take them. Sudong thought for a moment and nodded. Really, Sudong? Are you sure you want to take these two? The shipmates confirmed repeatedly. This is the last record pointer. If it breaks, it's gone. If they don't come with us, they might never go back, Nami said. All right, you can come aboard. Luffy said when he saw everyone had no objections, and Sudong also agreed, directly allowing them to board. You said you're going to Whiskey Peak, right? Then let us go there. Luffy decided. Sudong nodded, and the others had nothing to say, just remained highly vigilant towards the two. After all, they were villains. It's about time to set off. Luffy shouted. Who are you? Vivi asked. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy said firmly. Haha, foolish pirate. Vivi and her partner secretly laughed. In the slanting sunlight, Luffy and the others announced their departure. Bidding farewell to Colodis and Yabu, the merry ship sped across the sea. But after leaving Twin Cape, the system remained silent, and Sudong had to call out. System, what is going on? No reward prompt. Host, Twin Cape is not within the sign-in range. Sign-in is limited to the main islands visited with Luffy, such as those in the Grand Line, the system responded. Sudong nodded in disappointment. I see. Don't be disappointed. The rewards in the Grand Line will definitely meet your expectations. They are much greater than those in the East Blue. The system reminded. Got it. Since you said so, what else can I do? During the voyage, Sudong was refining chakra in his room when someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Hello, Mr. Sudong. I am Miss Wednesday. Oh, it's you. Come in if you have something to say. The door isn't locked, Sudong said. After he finished speaking, Vivi walked in and was stunned. This age-appropriate wild youth-esque room was unexpectedly clean to an absurd degree. Clothes neatly folded, with a faint fragrance wafting through the air. The house was tidy and odorless. It was either a feminine man or a gay. Friends used to say this, but those were rough men who didn't understand delicacy. Refined people love to hang out with Sudong. Is there something you need, Miss Wednesday? Or should I call you Princess? Sudong asked. Vivi was even more shocked and suppressed her urgency to ask. Do you really know everything? Everyone says you are a prophet, a seer. Can you really predict the future? I'm not a prophet. I just know some things, Sudong pretended. You're the Princess of Alabasta, secretly infiltrating Baroque Works as an agent. Codename Miss Wednesday. Am I wrong? Vivi fell silent, not daring to admit it. Your silence means you agree. You infiltrated Baroque Works to uncover the true cause of the country's drought and war, right? Once Sudong said this, Vivi was completely convinced. Sudong the prophet. What should I do? Vivi anxiously asked, still trying to keep it under wraps. We can't tell you. Nami suddenly slipped in from the door and locked it behind her. Sudong had long known she was eavesdropping, but he couldn't figure out what she wanted. However, having the two girls in a room felt quite interesting. He didn't expect you to really be a princess. Helping you is fine, but there has to be some reward, right? Nami got straight to the point. You heard everything. Vivi was at a loss for words. Sudong quickly smoothed things over, since Nami heard it. I'll just say it directly. Vivi's country is in urgent need, and she is undercover as a spy to uncover the truth. Now, Balit can't provide much. Once we get there, just ask the king directly, right? Sudong's reasoning made sense, and Nami immediately nodded. So, you two pretend you haven't been here and follow the original plan? Sudong suggested. But Whiskey Peak. Vivi started to speak, but was interrupted. Enough. I'm a prophet. You saying would actually be of no help. Just go. Nami and Vivi left, and the little episode ended. Not long after, the Mary arrived in a new sea area. One moment it was sunny, and the next moment it was snowing heavily. The ship quickly accumulated 3 feet of snow, and everyone was stunned, especially Nami, who couldn't help but complain. What else with this snow? It was just warm. Luffy and Usopp were already on the deck building snowmen and having snowball fights. How can those two have so much energy in such cold weather with so little clothing? Nami completely didn't understand. Sanji obediently used a shovel to clear the snow, but suddenly thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind howled. What the hell is going on with this weather? Nami was going crazy. It was sunny just now, then it snowed, and now there's thunder. Everything is all messed up. Vivi and Mr. Nine heard this and said, just like Sudong and Kuroda said, this is the Grand Line. You all seem to know nothing. You weren't steering just now, right? Vivi asked. The direction was confirmed. It should be fine. Nami walked to the helm and found Sudong there. XuCang, what are you doing steering? How can you be so careless? Just because the direction is set in the Grand Line, you don't manage it? The ship is already off course. I'm trying my best to keep it steady, Sudong said, and when Nami looked at the log pointer, it indeed was off course. This was still the state Sudong managed to stabilize. Without him, the ship would probably be stuck here forever. Then the weather turned chaotic again, with thick fog rolling in, making it impossible to see anything. Usopp suddenly screamed, wow. There's an iceberg ahead. The ship was going too fast to avoid it. So Sudong drew his sword. Iado. With a flash of his sword, the iceberg was gone. The Mary passed through safely. Zoro was actually still sleeping soundly. Incredible. Is this group, heart, made of stone? Don't they care even when the sky is falling? Then trouble kept coming. There's a leak in the bottom of the ship. Hurry and patch it. The clouds are moving too fast. A storm is coming. Quickly lower the sails. Otherwise, we'll capsize. Nami commanded the overall situation, while Sudong was busy patching the Mary, exhausted to the point of collapsing on the ground. Not knowing how long had passed, Zoro stretched, woke up. He walked onto the deck and saw everyone lying down. Hey, even if the weather is good, you can't be this lazy, right? Are we still on the original course? The next moment, everyone started hammering Zoro with accusations. He was confused. What's wrong with me? The weather in the Grand Line is too harsh. I can barely hold on, but there's always a way. Look, the first leg of the journey is over. Nami pointed into the distance, and sure enough, a new island appeared. Everyone was instantly excited, and Sudong was also secretly pleased. The first island of the Grand Line. A quality reward is secured. This island is so magical. The cacti are so big. We're almost there. This is Whiskey Peak, Sudong said. Thank you for the ride. We part ways here. Vivi and her partner turned and jumped into the river, according to Sudong's plan, pretending they had no connections. There was a river in front, and the Mary sailed along it with mountains on both sides. We can sail inland, Nami said. Could there be monsters? Usopp was terrified. It's very likely. Don't forget this is the Grand Line, Sanji said very seriously. If we encounter monsters, we just run, right? Luffy said nonchalantly. Wait, we need to stay on this island for a while. The log pointer hasn't recorded the magnetic field. We can't go to the next stop. Nami explained that different islands have different recording speeds. Some take a few hours, and some take several days. What does that mean? So even if it's a monster island, we have to wait until the recording is complete? Usopp understood, and was even more afraid. Right, Nami nodded. What is there to be afraid of? With me here, no matter how wild the Grand Line is, it can't stop us. XuCang's and Usopp and the others immediately regained their spirits. Sudong said it will be fine. If we really encounter monsters, we'll deal with it then, Luffy said with a smile. Let us go. It's useless to think too much, Zoro said. No matter what happens, I will protect Miss Nami. Sanji said sweetly. We're going in. Remember to always be ready to run and fight. Nami sternly instructed. The Golden Mary slowly sailed into the inland, surrounded by swirling mist, obscuring everything. Sudong clearly felt that someone was watching them from the shadows. The further they went in, the more figures there were. Everyone be careful. Nami and Luffy also sensed something was wrong. But when the mist cleared, the banks were filled with townspeople, all shouting in unison. Welcome. Welcome to the first stop of the Grand Line. Welcome to hospitable Whiskey Peak. Their excitement didn't seem fake. It seemed they were genuinely looking forward to the arrival of pirates. No monsters, and they're still welcoming us. Usopp was puzzled. Don't let your guard down. These people are not good. Sudong's words made everyone tense up again. However, Luffy was enjoying himself as the townspeople shouted, Welcome, pirates! Long live the sea heroes! They were so enthusiastic that everyone soon forgot Sudong's words and let their guard down completely. Sudong was helpless, who told him to follow Luffy out to sea. The ship docked at the port, and a curly-haired man who looked like a musician approached. Welcome, welcome everyone. I am a mayor of Whiskey Peak, Icolum. My name is Luffy. Sir, your hair is way too curly. Luffy pointed at him. This is Whiskey Peak, famous for its brewing and music. It's a pride to host guests. There's rich wine like the sea, and we can enjoy your adventure stories as side dishes. How about joining me for a feast? Would you like to join the feast? Icolum asked again. Of course. Sanji, Luffy, and Usopp were directly brainwashed. 3 fools. After scolding them, Nami asked, how long does it take to record the island's magnetic field? Recording? Let us put that aside for now. It's important to relieve travel fatigue. People, prepare the feast, and treat the adventurers well. Ikolum enthusiastically put his arm around Nami's shoulder. Zoro didn't say much, there's good wine. So he also relaxed his guard. Sudong was helpless and could only follow along to the banquet. The entire afternoon, everyone was immersed in the feast. Music, beer, and plenty of food. Usopp boasted wildly. Ikolum hosted a drinking contest. Nami also joined for the money. Zoro drank until he was out cold. Luffy crazily displayed meat, with plate after plate, leaving everyone dumbfounded, and Sanji was sweet-talking the girls, while Sudong was surprisingly playing marbles. No one expected that. But Sudong had long known the details of this group, always on guard. Ikolum saw this scene. Oh my, tonight is too enjoyable. Everyone is happy, and I'm happy. Time slowly passed. Nami won the drinking contest and passed out directly. Luffy ate until he fell asleep. And Usopp and Sanji also lay down and fell asleep. Seeing this, Sudong also lay down pretending to sleep. The Straw Hat crew was all asleep. Ikolum said as he was leaving, "Tired from playing and sleeping? I wish you sweet dreams, adventurers. The cactus rock under the moonlight is so beautiful." He turned and met with Vivi and her partner, pulling out the bounty notice. What? 30 million berries? How can a Straw Hat kid be worth that much? Is there a mistake? The Baroque Works trio was stunned. No mistake. There's an even higher bounty. Look. Ikolum revealed Sudong's bounty notice. What the? 50 million berries? Everyone was shocked. Just them? Worth 50 million? Judging a pirate's strength by appearance is a foolish thing, Mississippi. Hey. Miss Monday. Ikolum educated them. Forget it. I can report good news to the boss. Hurry and move the treasure from their ship. What about them? Kill the bounty hunter and the government will execute him publicly. Go capture them alive. Ikolum ordered. Under the moonlight, a voice came. Excuse me, could you let them sleep well? They're exhausted from sailing all day. The speaker was Zoro. He sat on the roof, holding a sword. A group of people nervously rushed out of the room. Monday, that man in the loincloth ran out of the house. He's over there, Princess Vivi said. Ikolum was stunned. Aren't you supposed to be dead asleep? A swordsman is never taken down by a careless fool. Zoro replied. This is a bounty hunter's den, specializing in new pirates, probably around 100 of them. I'm here to have a chat with you. Baroque Works. Zoro directly stated the company's name. How do you know? Ikolum dropped his jaw in shock. When I worked in this business, you dubbed me up. The staff don't know each other, only use code names. And the boss is a mystery. Baroque Works, this secret is quite valuable. Zoro's words made the bounty hunter's hair stand on end. I didn't expect there to be more than just me who is clever. Sudong walked out of the room. Why are you awake too? Ikolum felt numb. I knew your background, so I pretended to sleep to see what tricks you would play. Sudong shrugged. Knowing the secret means death. Cactus Rock can have a couple more tombstones. Ikolum threatened. Go. He commanded, and Zoro and Sudong instantly disappeared. Where are they? Everyone frantically searched. The two had already appeared in the middle of the crowd. Let us fight, Zoro declared. Who can shout more? The loser buys drinks. Sudong suggested. Bring it on. Zoro accepted the challenge. The bounty hunters opened fire. Bullets flew chaotically, and the two disappeared again. Bullets hit their own people. Idiot, you're shooting your own. Ikolum was furious. Take them down. There are only 2 swordsmen. As he spoke, Zoro's sword was embedded in Ikolum's curly hair. Can we add one more tombstone? Zoro asked. The bounty hunters aimed their guns at Ikolum, ready to pull the trigger. Are you going to kill me too? Saxophone shotgun. Ikolum knocked down a group of hunters. Zoro hid behind a wall. That shotgun is ruthless. These two are too fierce. Take it seriously. The Baroque agents panicked. 2 against a group? Are they stupid? Ikolum scoffed. Zoro, don't hide, go. Sudong voluntarily revealed himself. Bullets flew toward him, and he easily redirected them with his sword sheath, combining softness and hardness, cutting off water and metal. Surround him. Exhaust him. Ikolum ordered. But what level is Sudong? Someone who can match Mihawk in his growth phase can easily handle this group of hunters. He was just stretching his muscles. If he really wanted to kill, he would have drawn his Shura long ago. So why just use the sword sheath to take down dozens of people? Is this the pirate worth 50 million berries? Just using a sword sheath? We don't even have the qualification to make him draw his sword. Ikolum and the others were dumbfounded. Their strength was not even in the same dimension. At this moment, Zoro was discovered, and the two were surrounded. Miss Monday first suppressed Zoro, but was quickly grabbed by Zoro and pressed to the ground. This group is too scary. Ikolum stepped back in fear. Mr. 9, Miss Wednesday attacked together. Ikolum unleashed his skill, saxophone wind. Sudong did not move, swinging his sword sheath so fast that it left after images. All the shotgun pellets were deflected. Altogether, Mr. Nine shouted, doing a backflip, and smashed down with his spirit stick. Sudong easily blocked. A metal stick is impressive. Have you never been to a neurology department? He kicked Mr. Nine over to Zoro. Zoro easily subdued Mr. Nine. Baroque agents without DevilFruits were ridiculously weak, only slightly stronger than mooks. Zoro casually knocked him down. Realize it. Watch my alluring perfume dance. Vivi stood on the running fast back, displaying her perfume. Zoro smelled it and immediately slumped down, squatting on the ground. Vivi spun around with her peacock saw, but the running fast couldn't stop and fell off the roof. Fighting with this group of people, I find embarrassing, Zoro said helplessly. Meanwhile, Sudong had already knocked down most of the hunters, leaving the rest in a daze. Sudong was so strong they couldn't fight back. Headache. Ikelim wanted to intervene, but was entangled by Zoro. Mr. Nine locked Zoro's arm, while Vivi grabbed Luffy as a hostage. Ikelim shouted curly cannon, and cannonballs shot out from his curls. Are you a big toy? Zoro quickly thought of a solution, grabbed the chain, and swung Mr. Nine as a shield, knocking down both Vivi and the running fast. Ikelim fired the curly cannon again. Zoro stepped on Luffy's stomach to launch himself, drawing his sword and slashing at him. Clang! Ikelim was splattered with blood and fell to the ground. Looking back, Sudong had already taken down all the hunters, not a speck of dust on him. As if he hadn't fought at all. Finally quiet, Zoro said. You lost? Owe me a good drink, Sudong said. TCH, I'm dealing with tough opponents. Fine. I owe you. Zoro laughed. Suddenly, there was another explosion. More remnants? Zoro exclaimed. Probably the high-level agents of Baroque have arrived. Sudong guessed accurately. Ikelim crawled on the ground. I can't die, I still have a mission. A voice rang out. So pathetic to be defeated by a mere swordsman. Everyone's gaze locked onto the speaker. To the left was a woman with an umbrella, and to the right was a man in a trench coat wearing sunglasses. Miss Valentine's Day. Mr. Five? Are you kidding? Mr. Five retorted. Ha! In the end, it's a difference in level. Miss Valentine's Day laughed. Here to mock us? Ikelim asked. That's the idea. Mainly here to carry out a mission. The two said in unison. Mr. Nine was ecstatic. You guys help. Those guys aren't enough. Quickly take down the swordsman, please. Vivi urged. What joke? We specifically came to this remote place to help you. The two laughed madly. Then what are you here for? Mr. Nine was confused. The boss sent us to deal with the secret criminal. The boss said that if the secret is known, our company values mystery, and no one is allowed to check anyone's background. That's a rule. Knowing the boss's secret means death. Mr. Five threatened. We found out that a big shot from a certain kingdom has infiltrated the company. Miss Valentine's Day revealed. I wear the crown just for fun. I'm not a king. Mr. Nine hurriedly explained. Not talking about you. The criminal is the one from the Alabasta Kingdom who went missing. Mr. Five didn't finish. And Ikelim suddenly attacked. Curly cannon. I will never let you touch the princess. Betting on the name of the captain of the guard. Ikelim was extremely tough, but didn't hurt the opponent at all. Alabasta's captain of the guard Ikelim, and Princess Nefertari Vivi, under the boss's orders to kill you. Mr. Five announced. Zoro asked. Sudong, did you know their identities beforehand? Including that Vivi is a princess? Of course, Sudong smiled, his mysterious aura at full blast. Luffy is still down there. What do we do? Zoro said. Don't worry. Let's see the situation. They can handle it. Sudong said calmly. Princess Vivi, run quickly. Ikelim continued to attack. Mr. Five threw something over, and it exploded instantly. Ikelim fell to the ground. Ikelim, Vivi shouted anxiously. It's useless. Miss Valentine's Day descended from the sky, instantly shattering the iron ring in Vivi's hair, causing her hair to fall down. Monster! Vivi scolded. Are you really a princess? Miss Wednesday. Mr. Nine knelt down. Don't be silly, Vivi shouted. Now's the time. Go. Zoro grabbed Luffy and ran to the other side. This night is truly lively. You all enjoy. Princess Vivi, don't worry about me. Go quickly. Ikelim shouted in pain. Do you think you can escape? Mr. Five mocked while picking his nose. Don't underestimate people. Vivi twirled her earrings, not planning to surrender. Mr. Nine suddenly showed loyalty. We've been partners. I'll buy you time. Quickly escape Miss Wednesday. Mr. Nine immediately charged towards Mr. Five. As long as we have the will to complete the mission, boring companions will only lead to death. Experience it well. Nose empty. Mr. Five flicked out a booger, and it exploded instantly. Mr. Nine was blown away in an instant. Ikaram grabbed Sudong's leg. Swordsman, your strength is explosive. I beg you for a favor. Those two are DevilFruit users. We can't hold them off. Can you protect the princess for me? Sudong didn't think much. This matter needed to be discussed with our captain. But before that, Princess Vivi would definitely not die. He said it lightly. Ikaram saw hope and let out a sigh of relief. If you send her back to Alabasta, the king will definitely reward you handsomely. At that moment, Vivi rode away quickly, and Nami suddenly appeared, chatted with Ikaram for a few sentences, and directly negotiated the price for saving the princess. Don't wait for Luffy. Alabasta is also a necessary route. Didn't you know Vivi's identity earlier? Nami looked at Sudong. All right, agree to him, protect Vivi. Sudong made the decision. Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five chased after, and Sudong and the others immediately followed. Vivi ran wildly, trying to leave Whiskey Peak. There's a ship behind Cactus Rock. Let's take that back to Alabasta. Suddenly, there was an explosion shock, and she quickly stopped, and through the thick smoke, she saw Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day. Run. Vivi immediately turned around, and the other side taunted. Useless, why struggle? Vivi did not slow down, suddenly saw Miss Monday, who looked like a muscular Barbie. Go find a ship from over there, I'll hold them off. Miss Monday was very loyal. But Vivi still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by her. If the mission fails, it's death anyway. Might as well die for a friend. Go. She stood firm with a huge tree branch, blocking the two. I swear by my dignity, I will not let you pass. Ha! Miss Monday, you are the disgrace of Baroque. Mr. Five rushed to her side in an instant and knocked her down with one move. He was still showing off. I'm the explosive man who can blow up my entire body. With this fruit ability, I won't fail the mission. Ha! Watch me. Light and fluffy fruit bury the traitor underground. Miss Valentine's Day hovered in the air. I can change my weight at will. Now I'm light enough to fly. Watch closely. I'm going to increase my weight. She fell faster and faster. Her weight increased to 10,000 kilograms and crashed down, directly smashing the ground. The power was incredible. After showing off her moves, Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five asked, how about it? Do you still think you can escape alive? You will definitely not escape from our grasp. Their words pressed Vivi down, making it hard for her to breathe. Vivi was not confident, but was extremely determined. I will live and return. Back to Alabasta. Huh. Mr. Five wanted to shatter her fantasy and started picking his nose again, flicking it out and shouting, nose empty. Just then, a figure flashed in front of Vivi, handsome devil trench coat, white slick-back hair, and a Zanpakuto at his waist. Who else could it be but Sudong? Sudong made no unnecessary movements, lightly waved the sword sheath. Boom! Explosion surrounded, thick smoke rolled. After the smoke cleared, he and Vivi were unscathed, but the road was completely shattered. XuCang's. Vivi was first shocked and then stunned. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day stared at Sudong. He can withstand explosions. Not bad. Did you take down the entire town of bounty hunters? Why are you protecting the Alabasta princess? Sudong said lightly, no particular reason, maybe just a convenient thing. Good reason. But no matter what, you are the enemy. Really a nuisance. Mr. Five said, indeed a nuisance. Miss Valentine's Day echoed. Suddenly a furious shout. Found you, Sudong. Sudong patted his head. Oh no, Luffy is awake. And he misunderstood him. I won't spare you. Let's fight. Luffy roared, you ungrateful. You chopped down everyone who welcomed us and made sure you were well fed. I will definitely not spare you. Vivi complained. This guy's too dull. Even the fast runner nodded. An internal conflict? Mr. Five understood. Just kill everyone who obstructs the mission. Miss Valentine's Day didn't care. Luffy had already charged at Sudong with all his strength. Zoro explained beside him. It's useless. Luffy was completely enraged. Luffy threw a punch, and Sudong easily dodged the rubber pistol by sidestepping. Then Luffy kicked and crashed. But Sudong avoided all of it with his weird movement. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day looked dumbfounded. They don't seem to be obstructing us? Then hurry up and complete the mission. Mr. Five wanted to kill Vivi. Zoro suddenly stood in front of Vivi. No matter what they're doing, you are not allowed to touch the princess. He had just received new instructions from Sudong and Nami. Luffy, I'll give you 3 moves out of politeness. After that it's counterattack, don't die. Sudong felt that the opportunity to hit Luffy had come. Come on, who's afraid of who? Luffy was furious to the point of losing his reason, wildly swinging his rubber moves. Sudong used his devil power to block all attacks and pushed back. The devil's punch struck, sending the overstuffed Luffy flying. Coincidentally, when Luffy flew out, he also knocked Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day away. The 3 of them crashed into the wall before stopping. Seriously, what the hell is going on? Since you love to kill each other, how about I kill both of you too? Mr. Five activated the bomb fruit, and Miss Valentine's Day flew into the sky using the explosion's airflow. Go die. Watch my light and fluffy fruit. Get ready. I'm flying in the air now at only 1 kilogram. Miss Valentine's Day stared at Sudong. Mr. Sudong, quickly dodge. That woman is super fierce. Vivi had seen her power. No time to care about her. The opponent is Luffy. Just as Sudong's voice fell, Vivi's eyes widened. Luffy was actually holding Mr. 5 with one hand. His bloated figure was gone, returning to his original size. Finally digested, Luffy said, "You're lying. Baroque's high-ranking agent, Mr. 5. Actually, Vivi couldn't believe the scene before her. Luffy, these are bounty hunters. They purposely gave us food to try to catch us. Nami, Zoro, and I all know. Sudong took the opportunity to explain. Impossible. The enemy wouldn't give us good food. Luffy was extremely determined. It seems that no matter what I say, it won't work. Sudong shook his head. This Luffy is impossible to persuade, and he is not good at persuading others. Then let's decide the winner. Sudong's eyes turned into double Sharingan, locking onto Luffy tightly. Miss Valentine's Day fell from the sky. Her weight increased to 10,000 kilograms. Sudong gently sidestepped. She crashed to the ground. To deal with Luffy, Sudong didn't need swordsmanship, just wanted to use the power of the DevilFruit to beat him up. Why do these people have to fight internally at this time? Zoro was speechless. He should have been misunderstood, but ended up being Sudong. Aren't you all in the same group? What on earth is going on? Vivi was confused. The dullest Luffy still hadn't figured out the situation. Rubber rocket lounge hair. Luffy swung his hands behind him and quickly charged at Sudong, swinging his hands violently. Devil impact. Sudong was covered in the power of the DevilFruit. His Sharingan found Luffy's weakness. The impact exploded. Luffy took the hit head-on and was sent flying. The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Luffy's willpower was super strong. After taking the hit, he charged over again, punching wildly. I know you're tough, but you think you can hit me? No way. Sudong spread his devil wings to block in front of him. Luffy's rubber machine gun punches all hit the wings. These wings had absurd defensive power. Sudong felt as if he hadn't been hit at all. They're so hard. Luffy was shocked. Fall to the ground. Sudong shouted, "Devil's Punch." A massive force struck towards Luffy, who crossed his hands to block. But unexpectedly, Sudong's move was immensely powerful, directly stretching his hands like rubber. Boom! The fist broke through the defense, hitting Luffy squarely in the chest. Luffy knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day appeared. Humiliated by such a guy? Throw away the face of Baroque's senior agents. Mr. 5, let them see our terror. Go ahead, Miss Valentine's Day. All right, Mr. 5. The two agents rushed towards Sudong and Luffy. Don't underestimate us Baroque senior agents. The two shouted, but accidentally stepped on Sudong and Luffy's trap. So annoying. Don't interfere with our duel. Sudong and Luffy waved their hands casually, and the two Baroque agents were knocked down to the ground. Just as Luffy was about to use his strongest move, he was suddenly punched away. Sudong reacted quickly, dodged the attack, and looked up to see. It was Nami. Luffy complained that I knocked out the hunters on the island, and he insisted on fighting, while Zoro tried to explain, but he wouldn't listen. Sudong instantly shifted his anger, and Nami immediately exploded. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami beat Luffy until he had a black eye. Luckily, this woman is fine, or 1,000,000,000 berries would go down the drain. Nami. Vivi saw it was her and didn't say much. After all, Nami and Sudong already knew her identity. Nami, Zoro, and Vivi told Luffy the whole story, and he finally understood. Ha ha ha. Luffy wasn't embarrassed at all. Sudong, you should have said it earlier. I thought you were cutting people because you didn't like the food. Who would do it for such a trivial matter? Hurry up and apologize. Sudong was very straightforward. Sorry. Luffy was also straightforward. Forget it. I forgive you. Sudong knew he was blunt, but he just didn't have enough of a fight. Luffy was very tough. Nami told Vivi about the deal with the Karam. I want 1,000,000,000 berries as a reward, and you've seen how fierce we are, right? Vivi was direct. Impossible. Thank you for saving me, but there really isn't. Aren't you a princess? 1,000,000,000 is nothing for you, right? Nami wanted to ask for a lot, but this amount was really not much for a princess. Alabasta is in turmoil. The people are rioting, and the country is in chaos. Vivi said anxiously. Baroque Works is inciting it, but all the clues have been cut off. I'm looking for a Karam to help, to infiltrate their ranks and investigate the mastermind behind it. Have you found a goal? Zoro asked. They said they wanted to establish an ideal country. It's all nonsense. The real goal is to seize Alabasta. I need to hurry back to quell the riot. Who is the boss? Luffy asked curiously. Can't say. If I say, you'll be in danger. Vivi waved her hand, but accidentally let it slip. It's Crocodile from the 7 warlords of the sea. The unlucky duo just happened to hear it and flew away. Nami was about to collapse, but Sudong, Luffy, and Zoro were eager to try. This fight must happen. While we haven't revealed our appearances, let's get out of here. Just as Nami was about to leave, the two of them drew on their faces. Now it's good Sudong, Zoro, Luffy, and Nami have all become Baroque's ultimate targets. At this moment, Ikaram came out wearing the same clothes as Vivi, and Sudong was stunned. I'm dizzy. Lady Vivi, listen. Baroque has locked onto us, and someone is coming after us, especially since they know the boss's secret. There are probably about 1,000 pursuers. Vivi said, so I'll disguise myself as a princess and take 4 fakes back to Alabasta on a ship to attract the pursuers, while you go with them through the regular route. Ikaram said, is Crocodile very strong? Luffy asked. He is one of the 7 warlords. He wasn't rewarded by the Navy, but before becoming one, he had an 80 million berry bounty. Ikaram said, 80 million? That's 4 times Arlong's. Hurry and refuse. Nami didn't want to take a loss. This was pure charity and could cost lives. Do you want to send her back? Ikaram asked Sudong. It depends on our captain. I'll listen to him. Sudong looked at Luffy. Luffy nodded. Let us go. It feels super fun. Nami almost fainted. Thank you. Ikaram took everyone to the ship and took the permanent log pose from Vivi. What is a permanent log pose? Nami didn't understand. It's a permanent version of a log pose. The ordinary one points to the next island, while this one always points to the recorded island. And this one is for Alabasta. Ikaram explained. In short, Vivi wants to go back to Alabasta with the Straw Hat crew, and Ikaram will go back first to lead the pursuers away. Princess, I'm counting on you. Be careful. This trip is super difficult. Just as Ikaram set sail, the ship exploded. Boom! Smoke filled the sky. The pursuers are coming. Hurry and set sail. Nami shouted anxiously. Vivi bit her lip, tears in her eyes. And Nami hugged her tightly. Don't worry. We will definitely send you back safely. Don't look at them like this. They have saved the East Sea. What are Baroque and the 7 warlords to us? We're not afraid at all. Nami was super confident. Luffy rushed back to the reception area, grabbed Usopp's nose and Sanji's hair, and dragged them onto the Mary. Everyone set sail and fled with the current. How many pursuers will come? Zoro asked. There's several strongholds nearby, so probably a lot. Vivi said. 1 night passed, and as dawn broke, they finally left Whiskey Peak. We're almost out of this island, right? Nami said. Wow, it's foggy. So amazing. Luffy was excited. It's almost morning. It's great to escape from the pursuers. Exactly. Don't let the ship crash into the rocks. Leave it to me. Nami was super confident. Was that just Luffy speaking? Nami suddenly doubted. Turning around, she was stunned. A strange woman was sitting on the ship's railing. The ship is nice, huh? The woman rested her face on her hand and teased. I just saw Mr. 8 over there, Miss Wednesday. Vivi glared. Did you bring a Ikaram? That is not important. The question is, why am I on your ship? Luffy asked bluntly. Who are you? Everyone stared at her. Why are you here? Vivi pressed. Robin? Sudong looked at her, thinking to himself. Whose partner is it this time? Nami asked. She is the partner of Mr. Zero, the boss. Vivi said. What? Crocodile's? Nami went crazy. Previously, she was the only one who knew the boss's identity, and we tracked her to find out. Vivi said. To be precise, I was the one who let you track me. Robin said. You're the one who exposed the boss's identity, right? Vivi asked. That's right. Robin smiled and answered. What do you really want? Vivi questioned. Robin shrugged. Who knows? You look too serious, so I helped out. Opposing Baroque to save the princess of the country is too stupid. Don't underestimate me. Vivi rushed forward, and the Straw Hat crew got ready for battle. Only Sudong walked up to Robin and shouted her real name. Nico Robin, you're not really helping Crocodile, are you? Robin's smile instantly froze. What did you call me? Robin was stunned. Nami asked. Nico Robin? Sudong, do you know her? Crocodile wants the ancient weapon Pluton. Alabasta is just a cover. Robin, your goal is the Rio Poneglyph, right? Sudong's words stunned Robin. How does he know my identity? How does he know about Pluton? Is he an undercover? Who exactly is he? He even knows my past. Robin's mind was in chaos. Sudong spread his arms. You must be curious about who I am, right? I'm just an unnamed pirate on this ship. Don't take it seriously. He said with a smile. You're really interesting. Robin managed to squeeze out a sentence. Who exactly are you? Robin pressed. She seemed to understand. Is a 50 million bounty considered unnamed? Then ISNT Crocodile nothing? I'm not here to fight. I have no orders. Robin said frankly. The island you're leaving from is Little Garden. Even if we don't take action, you 1T reach Alabasta. You will definitely be wiped out. Robin was certain. You don't need to worry about that. Luffy retorted. ISNT, it's stupid to bring about your own destruction. Robin asked. She threw the permanent log pose to Vivi. Use this to bypass Little Garden. It points to Sky Island, which is just a step away from Alabasta. This route has no pursuers, and the Company's people don't know about it. ISNT, she an enemy? Nami was stunned. Why give it to me? Vivi was also stunned. It must be a trap, Zoro said. No one on the ship believes her. Next, Luffy smashed the pointer directly. That guy blew up the curly-haired uncle. I hate him. He has no right to set the course. Luffy said. I can't change the current Luffy either, Sudong said. I don't hate those with courage. If you survive to Alabasta, we'll meet again. Robin wasn't angry. She jumped onto the giant turtle and slowly left. Robin, see you again, Sudong said, and Robin heard it. Her trip was to help Luffy and Vivi. After all, Vivi's experience was somewhat similar to hers. To avoid the Navy, Robin joined Baroque. But she is kind-hearted. This woman's thoughts are hard to fathom. Mr. Sudong, do you know her identity? Vivi asked. Yeah. The prophet on the ship must know a lot. So tell us about her. Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts. All right, let's walk to the little garden while I tell you her story. The Mary sailed toward the direction of the pointer, and Sudong began to talk about Robin. Wow, she actually has a bounty of 20 million berries? Usopp was stunned. I didn't expect her to have so much going on at such a young age. It's a bit surprising. Nami didn't dislike Robin as much anymore. You say Robin didn't kill the curly-haired uncle. Is that true? Luffy didn't believe it. It's true. You have to believe it. Sooner or later, we will meet again, Sudong said. Luffy suddenly said, if she really didn't kill the curly-haired uncle, how about inviting her to be our partner? Everyone wanted to refuse, especially Vivi. Her kingdom's greatest enemy is Baroque. Norus. The key now is to send Vivi back to Alabasta. Sudong shifted the attention, and everyone calmed down, leaving Whiskey Peak, the first island of the Grand Line. Sudong heard the voice he had been dreaming of. Ding ding ding. Whiskey Peak, sign in, successful. Reward. Immune to all poisons. Immune to all poisons. Toxin resistance skyrockets. Even if poisoned, it's no problem. The system's prompt was incredibly powerful. Sudong instantly felt different. It was as if he had gained super immunity. System. Does this mean I'm not afraid of poison? You could say that. With the system's words, Sudong felt incredibly confident. Crocodile's hook is highly toxic, immunotoxins, giving him a significant advantage in battle. After a while, Nami went to the deck and checked the record pointer. After Cactus Island, it's south that place. Waha, the second island of the Grand Line. Luffy was super excited. In the distance, there was an island, all covered in dense jungle and towering mountains. As the ship approached, Luffy asked, is this called Little Garden? What's little about it? Zoro couldn't figure it out. It doesn't look cute at all. Nami turned to Sudong and asked, why is it called Little Garden? How would I know? Sudong smiled wryly. These guys really thought he was a god. Even the prophet, doesn't he know? This must be a secret realm. Usopp was terrified. It's full of dense forests. I'm a bit worried. Vivi's words hit Usopp's fear. Are there monsters? Usopp asked in terror. Yes, Sudong affirmed. Although he didn't know why it was called Little Garden, this is an ancient island. The ecosystem is completely different from the outside world, with many enormous creatures that have gone extinct in the outside world. Wow, let us go directly to the next island. The prophet said so. It's too dangerous here. Usopp was scared to the point of almost crying. This won't do. The magnetic field won't be stored that quickly. Nami shook her head, refusing Usopp's suggestion. Sanji also said, we need to replenish food. We didn't buy anything in that town. Hey, there's a river mouth up ahead. Zoro shouted. Really? Everyone looked, and there really was. They drove the Mary right in. As they entered the river mouth, the island became increasingly frightening. Strange plants, gigantic birds, and sounds like a volcanic eruption. Deep in the forest, a large tiger lay dead, covered in blood. The whole island was wrapped in fear and mystery. Can we wait on the ship until the magnetic field is stored? Usopp, terrified, suggested again. That's right. Nami agreed. But things weren't that simple. Luffy looked at the dense forest with sparkling eyes, directly took Sanji's lunch, and even Vivi rode off quickly, taking Sanji's special drink to go on an adventure. Zoro also wanted to go ashore for a walk and argued with Sanji. In the end, they bet on who could catch the biggest prey and ran off together. Only Sudong, Nami, and Usopp were left on the ship. Sudong, you must not leave. We're all counting on you. The two looked at him eagerly. All right, I want to leave, Sudong promised. By the way, I think I've read about ancient islands in a book. Nami pulled Usopp into the cabin to find the book. Nami found the book and wanted to share it with Sudong, but when she looked up, she froze. Right in front of her was a figure as big as a mountain. Nami and Usopp were stunned. And Sudong was also shocked into silence upon seeing such a large person. The giant pointed at them with his big nostrils. So, what do you think? What do you mean? Say it again. Nami was scared out of her wits. I'm asking if you have any alcohol? The giant asked. A little. We do have some, Nami replied. So there's alcohol. The giant was instantly happy. But that's for cooking and medical use. If you want it, I'll give you all of it, Nami quickly said. The giant screamed in pain. A Tyrannosaurus Rex bit his butt. Dino, dinosaur. Nami and Usopp freaked out. The giant turned around, swung his big knife, and with one swift motion, he directly beheaded the dinosaur. I am Buggy, the strongest warrior of Elbaf. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, scaring Nami and Usopp into a stupor. There's meat now. I'll treat you today. Buggy was super enthusiastic. And Nami and Usopp lay flat on the deck, pretending to be dead. Sudong thought this was too silly and directly talked to the giant. So you're Buggy from Elbaf. We are pirates. Pirates are great. We were pirates before too. Buggy said. What? Giant pirates? Wait. He said we. Are there other giants on this island? Nami and Usopp felt like they were going to die. The two initially wanted to pretend to be dead, but seeing Sudong so calm, they had to stand up. XuCang, we can't just wait here to be eaten. Nami said. He wants to eat you, don't worry. Sudong reassured them repeatedly. And only then did Nami and Usopp dare to believe him. Buggy directly set up the dinosaur to roast it, singing while offering meat to Sudong and the others. Nami and Usopp had no appetite, but Sudong enjoyed it. He suddenly pulled out his magical pocket that could hold anything. The little alcohol we have on the ship is too shabby. Look at this. He pulled out a super large wooden barrel that couldn't even fit in his pocket, and it was filled with good wine. Amazing. I can smell it from so far away. Buggy was super satisfied, opened the barrel, and started chugging. Grilled skewers with wine. The more you drink, the better it gets. Buggy was drinking and eating dinosaur meat, having a blast. Sudong quickly became familiar with him and told Nami and Usopp about the charm of giants. He is a warrior from Elbaf. Honor is more important than anything else. And he absolutely does not eat people, only fights with the strong. Well, I look pretty strong then, Usopp said defiantly. Now I feel relieved. Nami finally believed it, and the three slowly blended into the giant's party. How long will the magnetic field take to store on this island? Nami asked. A year, the giant told the truth. What? Stay in a place like this for a year? We'll go crazy. Nami and Usopp directly complained. After a while, suddenly there was an earthquake. Thick smoke rolled from the distant mountain. Rumbling, there was a volcanic eruption. Buggy's expression changed. Sorry, I have to leave for a while. Leave? Yes. This is the signal for a duel that has lasted 100 years, Buggy said. 100 years? Who with? Where? Why fight? Usopp and Nami asked. The reason? I forgot. Ha ha ha. Buggy laughed loudly, picked up his weapon, and walked in another direction. What is going on? The two looked at Sudong. Sudong explained. They are fighting for the honor of Elbaf warriors, using the volcano as a signal for a duel to see who is stronger. No reason to fight. Honor is more important than everything. Nami hit the nail on the head. Sudong nodded. That's right. I forgot why we started fighting, but I've been holding on. Can't we stop? When will this end? Usopp asked. Sudong shook his head helplessly. I have a way to make them stop. What way? The two were curious. Sudong's eyes sharpened, and the two were directly stunned. You don't mean you want to defeat them, do you? Immediately after, the two giants began a fierce battle. The blue demon Dongli wielded a giant sword and shield, while the red demon Buggy held a one-handed axe and shield. The clash shook the ground and was thunderous. Boom! Bang! The two were serious, fighting with deadly strikes, unable to determine a winner for a while. This battle is too intense. They are hitting all the vital points. Usopp exclaimed. Have they been fighting like this for 100 years? Nami couldn't believe it. It's likely. XuCang's not dead. There's no reason they would still be fighting this fiercely. It's too brutal. Is this the duel of real men? Usopp was completely shocked. This is the glorious duel of warriors. Usopp, who has always admired maritime heroes, was extremely excited at this moment. I just want to be a glorious sea warrior like them. Usopp looked at the two giants with admiration and excitement. Usopp had already taken them as idols. Let him watch for a while longer, Sudong said with a smile. All right, Nami then sat down. We both miss home a bit, don't we? Dongli asked while catching his breath. Yeah, so I want to take you down and then return to Elbaf, Buggy. Dongli, equally fatigued, inquired. Their weapons were knocked to the ground, and then they began to use their shields to smash each other's faces. 73,466 battles. 73,466 draws. After both sides finished speaking, They collapsed almost simultaneously where they stood, and the ground they fought on had developed massive cracks. Then, the two open-minded men began to laugh heartily. Dongli, actually, a guest brought me some wine, Buggy said cheerfully. Really? That's great. Why not share some with me? Dongli replied cheerfully. Although the battle between the giants had come to a pause, XuCang's had already sensed the presence of some unusual individuals. If I guess correctly, the Baroque Works group should have prepared their plan by now, right? XuCang's squinted and said, but before that, let us drink well. XuCang's took out a huge barrel of wine again, shocking Usopp and Nami once more. I mean, what exactly is in your pocket? Can you pull anything out? Nami said in disbelief. Hee, it's a secret. XuCang's said mysteriously. Huh, this is great. I say, why don't you just stay here from now on? Giant Buggy laughed. How could that be? We still need to. Just then, an explosion was heard not far away. Boom, followed by a thick cloud of smoke. The Baroque Works group has made their move, XuCang's said immediately. XuCang's speculated that Dongli's wine had been replaced with explosives by the Baroque group, causing the explosion. XuCang's guessed that Luffy would temporarily defeat the already weakened and injured Dongli, because doing so was the only way to stop his actions. Since the blue demon Dongli was attacked, the Baroque Works' enemy's target would likely gather over there. XuCang's said with great certainty. You two stay here quietly. I have to leave for a while. XuCang's didn't have time to explain to Nami and Usopp, and he dashed at high speed toward the area where the explosion had just occurred. Seeing the thick smoke in the air, XuCang's rushed over. However, at that moment, the volcano suddenly rumbled and shook, followed by a massive eruption. Then, the ground began to tremble again. It turned out that the two giants had received a signal again, preparing to duel under the witness of the volcano to see who the strongest warrior of Elbaf was. This was the scheme of Baroque Works, so that's how it is. They want the red demon to take down the blue demon. In that case, the fisherman benefits. It's truly a well-calculated plan. However, with me here, things won't go so smoothly. XuCang's was already prepared. To stop the giants from fighting each other, XuCang's had to be stronger than the giants themselves. The giants finally met. Buggy swung his weapon and easily suppressed Dongli. Buggy could feel that Dongli seemed weaker than usual. Seeing this, XuCang's no longer wanted to delay and activated his DevilFruit powers. This time, the DevilFruit made XuCang's entire body grow tremendously. XuCang's was enveloped by the demonic shadow behind him, filled with a dark and evil power. Anyone who saw XuCang's would feel an oppressive force. Is this one of my abilities? XuCang's looked at his hands in disbelief and asked. This is one of the Super DevilFruit's abilities. You can consider it an animal-type ability that amplifies all your powers. Now, you can face the giants head-on. The system answered XuCang's doubts just in time, and XuCang's was naturally filled with confidence. Everyone knows that the power of giants is terrifying, and their combat capabilities are astounding. Even for XuCang's, facing the enemy is not a simple matter. But now, feeling the surging power within his body, XuCang's felt completely rejuvenated. Baratie, Dongli, sorry, but this duel has to be paused. As soon as XuCang's appeared, he attracted the attention of the two giants. The two giants looked at XuCang's and then rejected him. Even you cannot stop our duel. This is the honor of Elbaf. Such stubborn giants. Boom. The two giants disregarded everything and swung their weapons again, attempting to strike each other. At that moment, XuCang's moved. He grabbed Dongli's shield with his left hand and Buggy's shield with his right, then swung them hard. The massive demonic hand easily tossed both giants away. The two giants tried their best to control their bodies to stop. However, before they could make any further moves, XuCang's attack came again. XuCang's enlarged his demonic hand, grabbing one giant in each hand, capturing both giants effortlessly. No matter how much the two giants struggled, they could not escape XuCang's grasp. Human, what do you want to do? Are you trying to stop our duel? This is the honor we have as warriors of Elbaf. Do you want to stop us? The two giants said in unison. This duel has already been tampered with. Even if it's unfair, are you still going to fight? XuCang's. Unexpectedly, the two giants answered affirmatively with great tacit understanding. You really are hopeless. But even if you want a duel, that's impossible. You must defeat me first. XuCang's was also very determined. He absolutely could not allow the two giants to kill each other. In that case, for the glory of our duel, we have no choice but to be rude. The two giants looked at each other, and then immediately launched an attack towards XuCang's. XuCang's hands were originally gripping the giants tightly, but the giants managed to break free from XuCang's grasp with all their strength. What incredible strength! No wonder they are giants. XuCang's was taken aback. Even he did not expect that the strength of the giant race was so immense. Sudong still held onto both giants with all his might. But it was clear that at this moment, the giants were gradually gaining the upper hand in the contest of strength. These guys are really impressive. I underestimated them a bit. After Sudong finished speaking, his hands were finally freed. After the two giants escaped his restraint, they first launched an attack on him. After all, if Sudong was around, their duel would still be interrupted. However, Dongli was already heavily injured and clearly not in a good state. Sudong seized this good opportunity, directly forming a fist with his devil's claw and smashing it heavily towards Dongli. Although Dongli raised his shield, Sudong's strength was also considerable. His super DevilFruit power could rival that of a giant. With a loud bang, the giant Dongli was knocked down to the ground with a single punch. Buggy also charged at Sudong recklessly. Sudong struggled to block Buggy, facing off against the giant head-on. Without using swordsmanship, Sudong seemed to be having quite a hard time. At that moment, a shocking scene occurred. Buggy and Sudong suddenly saw a large amount of white substance appear around them. These things initially seemed to be in liquid form, but as they flooded over the two like an ocean, they immediately turned solid. Yes, Sudong and the giant Buggy were both immobilized by this substance. Ha ha ha, you've really worked hard. I didn't expect you fools to be so stupid as to kill each other. No matter how powerful you are, you've already been captured by me. The speaker had a very peculiar appearance, and importantly, there was a 3 written in hair on his head. Beside him was a little girl wearing a hat and eating cookies. Sudong immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer. It's you guys, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. Sudong said. Oh, you know us, but we shouldn't have met before. Mr. 3 said in a peculiar tone. The user of the melting candle fruit ability. A very interesting power. I hope you can bring me a different surprise, Sudong said. Surprise? Nessie is too self-important, huh? Ha ha ha. Do you want to be my enemy? Is this real? Since you know I'm a DevilFruit user, you should know how strong I am, Mr. 3 said with a smile. While speaking, Mr. 3 controlled the white substance on his body, and then he bizarrely reformed himself from the melted wax. What are you going to do? Buggy asked with great difficulty. Me? Of course, I'm going to create my beloved work, Mr. 3 said excitedly. No matter what you want to do, I won't let you have your way. Buggy then struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. Ha ha ha. Give it up. My candle coat has a hardness comparable to iron once it solidifies. Even with the strength of the giants, being trapped is useless, Mr. 3 said. In short, everything requires some thinking. There's no need for a direct confrontation. You were careless in wanting victory. Anyway, the battle between the red demon Buggy and the blue demon Dongli should come to an end. Haven't you fought for glory for a century? You still don't know that we tampered with Dongli, right? Ha ha ha. However, the final victor is me. Even if this human wants to stop your battle, the one who ultimately obtains the greatest victory is still me. In the past, the bounties on the two of you totaled 200 million berries. This bounty is still valid now, and this man has a bounty of 50 million berries. I feel like I found a long-lost treasure. As the saying goes, villains die from talking too much. Mr. 3 rambled on about all the bad things he had done, and now Buggy understood everything. He indeed felt that Dongli's combat power was far from what it used to be. After all this time, it turned out that this group of people was meddling. At this moment, Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. 5 had also arrived, and they had captured Princess Vivi. Mr. XuCang's. Princess Vivi did not expect that Sudong had also been captured. Candle shackles. Mr. 3 once again used his ability, directly locking Vivi's feet tightly. Mr. 5, bring that swordsman and that woman over. It's time to begin. The flames on Mr. 3's head became very vigorous, and then his hands immediately transformed into white candles. Extra large candlestick. Immediately, a very large candlestick appeared in front of everyone. Mr. 5 directly threw Zoro and Nami, whom he had captured, onto the ground. Then Vivi, Nami, Zoro, and Sudong were all stuck onto the candlestick, their feet locked. Sudong, do something. In this situation, what should we do? Nami and the others asked. Wait a moment. I can break free, Sudong said. As soon as he finished speaking, a white mist appeared around him and began to fall. Don't breathe it in. That's candle mist. If we inhale it, we will turn into candle dolls. Sudong reminded, and his companions immediately covered their mouths and noses. Soon after, the demonic shadow behind Sudong deepened in color. Sudong smashed the candlestick beneath him with a punch. Everyone jumped down from the high candlestick. At the same time, the giant Buggy was also filled with rage, breaking free from the wax that bound him. I already knew Dongli was hiding something, but how could I stop because of sympathy? Now, I know the reason. Since I know the reason, I will personally put an end to it. This is my duty to my friend Dongli. Baratie broke free from the candle's restraint, but at that moment, Mr. 5 flicked a booger, which instantly produced a powerful explosion. Facing the explosion from the booger, even Baratie ultimately fell to the ground. What a talkative monster. We should seriously deal with this group of people now, Mr. 5 said. At this point, Sudong and the others had freed themselves from their restraints, naturally becoming the greatest enemies of the Baroque works and others. You guys, I didn't expect it. I underestimated you too much. But next, you won't have another chance. Mr. 3 then used his fruit ability again, attempting to completely bind everyone with his large-scale solidification ability. Not so easy. Next, let me show you my power. As Sudong's voice fell, he once again activated his DevilFruit power. At the same time, his eyes had transformed into the state of the double Tomo Sharingan. Mr. 3's attack trajectory was clear to Sudong. However, at this moment, Sudong was not only facing Mr. 3, but also Mr. 5, the two senior agents of Baroque works, who were simultaneously attacking him. Vivi and Nami were battling against Miss Valentine's Day, while Zoro was up against the mysterious Miss Golden Week. With the power of the Sharingan and the Super DevilFruit, Sudong's defense was extraordinary. He was almost completely immune to Mr. 5's explosive attacks. As for Mr. 3, Sudong only needed to use his agility to completely evade him. No matter how strong or fierce the attack, as long as it didn't hit Sudong, it was meaningless. Although Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 were teaming up against Sudong, they still felt a great sense of helplessness. Their attacks had no effect on him at all. You bastard. You're also a DevilFruit user. What kind of strange fruit is this? Is it a moth? Their ineffective attacks made them gradually lose the desire to fight Sudong. Forget it. Let's deal with the others. This guy is just too troublesome. He can fly and is very agile in dodging our attacks. It's a waste of time. We might as well take care of the others. Mr. 3 was somewhat smart, but he still underestimated Sudong's abilities. You think you could just come and go as you please? It's not that simple. Sudong's devil light surged, and he quickly intercepted them in front of the two. Damn it. It seems that if we don't deal with this guy, we won't be able to handle the others. Mr. 3 said, in that case, leave him to me, and you take care of the others, Mr. 5. Mr. 3 fully activated his DevilFruit, directly using a wide range of wax to seal off Sudong's surroundings. He created a gap for Mr. 5, but at that moment, a loud bang echoed around. What's going on? Mr. 3 turned around to find a straw-hatted man had just punched Mr. 5 in the face. This guy? Mr. 3 was shocked. Besides the straw-hatted boy, there was another boy with a long nose. You guys are here. Sudong had also punched through the wax wall and flew out from inside. Damn it. Haha, Luffy, Usopp, you're late. If you hadn't shown up, Zoro and the others might have died. Sudong said with a smile, showing no sign of worry. Sorry, I got trapped. Luffy said apologetically. Just then, a voice came. Candle shackles. Taking advantage of Sudong's attention being on Luffy, Mr. 3 attempted to use his fruit ability to bind Sudong's feet. However, Sudong naturally wouldn't let Mr. 3 achieve his goal so easily. Luffy, I'll leave the others to you. This guy I'll take care of. Sudong instantly dodged Mr. 3's sneak attack. But Mr. 3 didn't seem disheartened. He smiled eerily and once again used candle shackles, this time with a much larger range. Huh. This time, Sudong didn't dodge at all, but charged straight toward the wax liquid. Ha! I didn't expect a guy with a bounty of 50 million to be such a fool. Mr. 3 laughed proudly, confident in his technique. This hardness is like steel. Being trapped here, the outcome is already certain. Mr. 3 was ready to taste the fruits of victory. However, at that moment, Sudong's entire body was covered by a demon, emanating a dark aura, instantly allowing Sudong's body to elementalize. The wax liquid immediately solidified, which should have fixed Sudong in place. However, the reality was that Sudong easily walked out. Wait, what's going on? Is this the ability of a Logia-type DevilFruit? Aren't you a Paramecia type? Mr. 3's mouth dropped open in disbelief. The abilities Sudong displayed, such as extending his arms and enlarging his body, were undoubtedly Paramecia-type abilities. Yet Sudong could also elementalize, which was a Logia-type ability. Mr. 3 was confused. What the hell is going on? If he is a Logia-type user, then he clearly could have dodged my attacks just now. Can't figure it out? Sudong smiled slightly, walking step by step toward Mr. 3, who appeared nervous. Yet he still tried to use his candle power to block Sudong's advance. Impossible. Impossible. You're a Paramecia-type user. You can't be a Logia-type. How could there be such a rare Logia-type in this remote corner of the Grand Line? Mr. Three's attacks kept landing at Sudong's feet. However, Sudong, now elementalized, was completely immune. To defeat a Logia-type user, one must either find their weakness or use Haki. In the first half of the Grand Line, those who can use Haki are few and far between. You've been attacking all this time. Now it's my turn, right? Sudong's voice appeared around Mr. 3. However, Mr. 3 couldn't find Sudong's figure at all. Sudong quickly moved around Mr. 3 using instant movement, and then suddenly charged out, throwing a straight punch, with the shadow behind him also coming along. Demon Fist. Candle Wall. Mr. 3's reaction was quick. He used his wax to create a defensive wall. However, in front of Sudong's punch, the wall, hard as steel, crumbled like tofu. With a slight exertion, the candle wall collapsed. Sudong did not stop. Instead, he controlled the Demon Fist to continue extending until he sent Mr. 3 flying with a single punch. Dust filled the air as Mr. 3 was sent crashing to the other side. This is impossible, Mr. 3 exclaimed in disbelief. Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. 5 were also shocked. They knew Mr. 3's capabilities. As an agent ranked above them, his abilities were already quite strong, and someone who could easily break through the candle wall and send Mr. 3 flying should not exist in their concept. I say, the situation is already quite clear, right? Baroque works? Do you still want to struggle? Sudong asked, looking at Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. That's hard to say. Mr. 5 smirked mysteriously, then looked at the little girl in a hat who was eating cookies. I see. So you are relying on Miss Golden Week? At this moment, Sudong appeared very mysterious, and no one knew what he was going to do. However, Miss Valentine's Day looked at Mr. 5 with a strange smile, then jumped into the air, shouting, 10,000 kilograms. She then fell from the sky. You think I would be foolish enough to get hit by this attack? Sudong merely sidestepped lightly to avoid the attack. Who would have thought that Valentine's Day would suddenly dodge, and an explosion would occur right in front of Sudong? Boom! Black smoke billowed, but Sudong was unharmed. In a critical moment, he managed to dodge. Not good. Sudong suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. At that moment, he saw the smug smiles of Mr. 5 and the others. Beneath his feet, black ink. It seemed to remind him of Miss Golden Week's special ability of psychological suggestion. Sudong stopped in his tracks. XuCang, what's going on? Why aren't you moving? Nami and Usopp urged. No, I don't want to. Sudong shook his head, strongly resisting what his companions said. What's happening? Luffy still didn't understand what was going on when Miss Golden Week left a yellow mark on him. This is killing me. Luffy immediately burst out laughing, his stomach hurting from it. What is going on? Nami, Zoro, and the others were completely clueless. This guy has walked into a trap. This is Miss Golden Week's ability. She can mix different colors to give others psychological suggestions. Black is the black of betrayal. Yellow is the yellow of laughter. Mr. 5 said proudly, your strongest partner has already fallen for it. I think this battle has a result. Not necessarily, Sudong said casually, then wiped off the paint on Luffy's back. You? How did you not fall for it? Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, and Miss Golden Week couldn't understand, as they clearly saw Sudong step into the trap. Sudong smiled slightly and said, don't you know my DevilFruit has the ability to fly? Actually, my feet were just a little bit away from the paint. Sudong flapped his wings and lifted his shoes, indeed avoiding any paint. What? How is that possible? Sudong's maneuver completely refreshed the agent's worldview. They had never encountered someone like Sudong who could successfully dodge a psychological suggestion attack. It's not over yet. Miss Golden Week then used the colors on her palette to demonstrate her ability again. Bullfighting red. The red paint splashed on the ground and took a certain shape, clearly possessing the ability of psychological suggestion. Rubber rocket. At that moment, Luffy fell for it again, his hands stretching out but hitting the paint. After black and yellow. Was it red again? Sudong looked at Miss Golden Week and said, yes, when you see this red, you want to charge at it like a bull charging at a cape. What a pity, Miss Golden Week said. However, Sudong grinned and said, then let's give it a try. Luffy, dodge. Luffy immediately darted backward, while Sudong once again used his devil powers, his huge devil claws extending out. However, even Sudong was uncontrollably attacking the direction of the recently splashed red paint. The Baroque agents said proudly, even you, in the face of such a strong psychological suggestion, can only be controlled. However, Sudong did not stop at all and further unleashed his fruit's capabilities. Then with a bang, dust flew everywhere as Sudong slowly walked in front of everyone, clearly having shaken off the suggestion of the bullfighting red. What? How? How'd he shake it off again? The Baroque agents were shocked again. They thought that before, Sudong could avoid it because he could fly. However, this time he had directly fallen for it. So smart. It turns out he increased his attack power, so he directly wiped out the pain on the ground. That way, he won't be affected anymore. Nami thought beside him. It's not over yet. Miss Golden Week then used the blue color on her palette, drawing it behind Luffy, and mixed it with the original yellow to form green. Leisurely green. Luffy fell for it again and turned into a leisurely person, running off to have tea right before the battle. It's good that this guy left. At this point, Sudong had witnessed Miss Golden Week and the other agent's abilities, and he didn't plan to waste any more time. Little girl, as long as I can avoid your paint and not look at it, I won't be affected by psychological suggestion, right? So, I just need to close my eyes and fight you. Sudong then really closed his eyes. Close your eyes? Fight us. That's ridiculous. Don't forget, we're all here. At this moment, the other Baroque senior agents were also ready to attack. Do you think we're just decorations? Zoro shouted from the side, ready to support Sudong. However, this was a good opportunity for Sudong to prove his abilities, and he said, Zoro, Nami, Luffy, Usopp, leave the next battle to me alone. Don't worry, it won't take long. After Sudong's words, the Straw Hat crew retreated together. Everyone felt that Sudong's originally gentle and warm demeanor had undergone a tremendous change. This guy's feeling has changed. Is he finally taking it seriously? Zoro said lightly. Has Sudong really decided to take on all the Baroque works by himself? Princess Vivi was also a bit tense, knowing as an undercover agent just how strong these senior agents were. Candle armor. Mr. 3, who had been knocked away, now tightly wrapped his body in armor as hard as steel. Mr. 5 was also prepared for an unprecedented explosive battle. Miss Valentine had already changed her weight and lightly jumped up, ready to heavily press down on Sudong. Miss Golden Week was also ready with her paints, prepared to apply them to Sudong. Whoosh! Sudong moved. His speed was as fast as lightning, and a normal person couldn't even catch his movement with the naked eye. Bang! The huge devil hand delivered a punch, followed by an explosion. Boom! Smoke filled the air as Sudong attacked Mr. 5, triggering some kind of explosion. When Mr. 5 was feeling proud, the next moment, Sudong appeared in front of Miss Golden Week. Have a good sleep. Sudong seemingly casually kicked, sending Miss Golden Week flying. At the same time, her palette shattered into several pieces. Miss Golden Week didn't suffer much harm, but was knocked out. So fast, but you can't be faster than me. Miss Valentine once again increased her weight. At that moment, Sudong was about to move when he saw Mr. 3's candle attack coming. The wax liquid surged, along with Mr. 5's explosive snot. Oomph! Devil wings. Sudong's demon wings wrapped around his body, and then made a bang sound. As a result, although Miss Valentine's Day ambushed Sudong, the final outcome was that she suffered multiple fractures throughout her body. She never expected that Sudong's defense was terrifyingly strong. Faced with the overwhelming wax liquid and Mr. 5's nose booger, Sudong chose to elementalize directly. Before the Baroque agents could laugh with satisfaction, Sudong had already appeared behind Mr. 5. This time, I will make sure you can't get up. Demon impact. Sudong forcefully collided with Mr. 5, who, as an explosion man, didn't even have time to detonate before he spat blood and fell to the ground. Only you left, Mr. 3. Sudong looked at Mr. 3, approaching him step by step. What the hell? You actually defeated them. However, no matter how strong you are, it is absolutely impossible to penetrate my armor. This is armor as hard as steel. My candle armor. Although Mr. 3 spoke with great confidence, it couldn't hide his current panic. Huh. Since you're so confident in your hardness, let me kindly test it for you. Sudong's lips curled slightly as he rushed towards Mr. 3 at lightning speed. The first sound was Sudong colliding with Mr. 3. The second and third sounds were the echoes of the violent impact. Sudong's demon impact utilized all the strength of his body, charging at the enemy and using his hard demon body as a method of attack. Crash. That sound was the sound of the candle shell shattering. That's right, the candle outer shell, hard as steel, was smashed into pieces by Sudong's body. Puff. At that moment, Mr. 3 spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he believe that there was someone in this world whose body was harder than steel? This is impossible. How could such a person exist in this world? Mr. 3 was in despair. In addition to the shattered candle armor outside his body, his own body also suffered severe injuries. His body flew backward like a cannonball and then fell silent. So scary. Fortunately, this guy is not our enemy. Nami and Usopp looked at Sudong and said, "That's great." Princess Vivi also smiled. The group gathered together again and took care of Buggy and Dory. Soon, both giants recovered. Great. Master, you guys are okay, right? Usopp asked Buggy with concern. Buggy looked around and immediately locked his gaze on Dory. Are you okay, Dory? Buggy tightly hugged Dory and said, Great. You're still alive? My friend. Huh. Giant Dory also tightly embraced Buggy. Although the two had fought for a long time, they shared a friendship more precious than ordinary people. Today is truly a good day. Thank you, Elbaf God. Buggy laughed excitedly, looking up to the sky. Ha ha ha. Dory looked at Buggy with tears in his eyes. The battle in the small garden was over, and everyone took a moment to rest and chat. At this moment, Sudong noticed that Nami's body had already shown signs of mosquito bites. What happened? Sudong immediately walked to Nami's side, looking very anxious. It's nothing, just got bitten by bugs. Nami seemed to not take it seriously. What's wrong? Luffy, Usopp, and others immediately inquired. Seeing this, Sudong solemnly said, getting bitten by the bugs of the ancient island is definitely not normal. We need to find a doctor immediately. Sudong's demeanor made Nami a little anxious as well. After all, Sudong was not someone who would speak without reason. I want to leave too, but it takes a year to gather the magnetic force to the next island, Zoro said. At this time, Dory and Buggy said, You saved us. We want to do something to repay you, but we have no way. Meanwhile, Sanji suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Wow, Miss Nami, long time no see. You guy, only now you leisurely show up. What have you been doing? Everyone couldn't help but get angry. Sanji saw the huge giants and was immediately surprised. What is that? Are you Mr. 3? Nami immediately retorted. How do you know about Mr. 3? Then Sanji recounted what had happened earlier. It turned out he had secretly infiltrated Mr. 3's candle room and successfully talked to Crocodile, then took out the permanent pointer to Alabasta. Everyone immediately became overjoyed. In the Grand Line, the most helpless thing is that you can only sail by pointer. Otherwise, on the vast sea, even if you fly, you will lose your direction. We can head towards Alabasta. If we encounter an inhabited island on the way, we must stop. Sudong reiterated the seriousness of Nami's condition. Then, Nami seemed to not care much, but after Sudong repeatedly emphasized the seriousness of her illness, she finally believed it. That said, we still have to hurry and leave. We can't delay any longer. Nami hurriedly reminded, seeing Luffy still having a feast with Usopp. As the captain, Luffy naturally knew that the sea was his direction. He then looked at the two giants and said, So uncles, we have to go. All right, it seems you are in a hurry, although it's a pity. We won't keep you. Blue-haired girl, I hope your country is safe. Thank you, Vivi said. Goodbye. Don't die again, Luffy said with a smile as he walked. Master, one day I will go to Elbaf to see you, Usopp excitedly replied. Zoro and Sanji were still comparing whose catch was bigger. However, in the end, Nami stated that such a big catch wouldn't fit on the Mary. Sudong, on the other hand, looked like he had something on his mind, which did not go unnoticed by Princess Vivi. Mr. Sudong, is Nami really serious? Vivi asked. Yes, some kind of bacteria or virus has entered her body, and it is still in the incubation period. After a while, she will get sick, and by then, therefore, we must find a doctor as soon as possible. Sudong did not mention who the doctor was, as changes could occur on the sea. Not far away, the two giants were already fighting at the river mouth, seemingly talking to themselves. The biggest reason why people who come to this island cannot reach the next island is right ahead. You risked your lives to protect our honor. Therefore, no matter what kind of opponent we face, we will never let the glory of friendship be tarnished. Believe us. Move straight ahead, no matter what happens. Do not change your direction. I understand, Luffy responded, full of fighting spirit. As the ship slowly sailed out of the river mouth, a huge food island monster appeared ahead. Here it comes. Let me pave the way for you. In the name of Elbaf. The two giants seemed to be moving. Nami saw the huge monster in front of her open its massive mouth and immediately wanted to direct everyone to turn away. Straight ahead, right, Luffy? Usopp asked. Of course, Luffy replied confidently. You idiot, this time is different from when we encountered Laboon, Nami said nervously, as the entire ship was at great risk of destruction. I know, stop yelling. Luffy leisurely sat on the head of the Mary, eating pancakes. If we don't change the ship's course soon, it's going to... Nami pleaded again, but the others weren't listening. Give it up, Nami. Zoro shook his head, silently watching the monster before them. Vivi and the fast-running ones also dared not look directly and immediately asked Sudong, Mr. Sudong, can we really trust them? Are we really going to charge into that monster's mouth? Yes, trust them, just like you once trusted me, Sudong said confidently as well. No way, it's too late. Nami's tears started to flow as she watched the Mary sail into the belly of the monster known as the Food Island Monster. At this moment, Donley at the river mouth said, You really just eat as you please, you monster Food Island goldfish. What was shocking was not only the size of this creature, but also the size and length of the feces it produced after eating the surrounding islands. I remember there was the huge feces called Barren Island. Huh, I remember mistaking that for land back then. Donnelly replied with a laugh. That nostalgic adventure time reminded me of the past when I saw them. At this moment, the goldfish finally closed its mouth, and the two giants immediately took action. They both raised their weapons and shouted, "Only warriors who fight to the death can pass our test. Taste the legendary spear of the strongest giant clan from Elbaf." Meanwhile, inside the goldfish's belly, Luffy and Usopp were still shouting, "Straight ahead! Straight ahead!" Just then, a super strong shockwave suddenly came from behind the ship. A bright light flashed, and the Mary re-emerged into the sunlight, while the giant goldfish seemed to have a big hole opened in its belly. The Mary soared into the air like it had wings, moving at incredible speed, surrounded by beautiful splashes of water and the azure sea, shining magnificently under the sunlight. "Let's go. Straight ahead." Luffy was extremely excited, and Usopp was also moved to tears. "We split the sea too. This is the power of Elbaf's warriors. So impressive. Friends, go. Move forward." The weapons of the two giants had now broken, but they couldn't help but laugh. The Mary ultimately landed back on the sea and then proceeded at a normal speed towards the direction of the Alabasta Kingdom. At this moment, Sudong received a system notification again. Ding ding ding. Congratulations on successfully leaving Little Garden. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have acquired basic ninja knowledge. This will allow you to understand the ninja techniques and chakra of the Naruto world, along with the most basic three-body technique. This knowledge will directly enter the depths of your brain, making it easier for you to understand and use. This time, the system's reward didn't sound very abundant, but it was the most important part of the Naruto combat system. In the Naruto world, battles are particularly dependent on ninja techniques, and this reward was precisely the most fundamental aspect, which could construct the most complex things. Sudong quickly received the reward. An endless knowledge about ninja techniques flooded into his brain. Sudong could now begin researching chakra and ninja techniques, but he wasn't in the mood for that at the moment. At this time, Luffy and Usopp were still immersed in the power of the giants, while Nami was starting to feel unwell. "Can you help me check the compass?" Vivi asked, as Nami was starting to break into a cold sweat and had no strength left. Of course, Vivi went over to help Nami. Sudong noticed Nami's condition and immediately placed his hand on her forehead. "You're burning up. You have a fever. Leave the navigation to me." "Vivi, quickly take Nami inside to rest," Sudong said immediately. Vivi saw that Nami indeed had a high fever and promptly informed the others on the ship. Everyone stood at Nami's bedside in the cabin, unsure of what to say. There was no ship's doctor on board, and everyone was at a loss. Even Sudong had no good solution. "Well, let's use these for now as a temporary measure." Sudong took out some cooling ice packs and some modern pain relievers from his magical bag. Although he couldn't cure Nami, he could temporarily suppress her condition. Sudong immediately had Sanji get some warm water and then had Vivi give Nami the medicine. After a while, Nami felt a bit better, and her temperature had dropped somewhat. "Is Nami going to die?" Luffy and the others asked. "I don't know, but the situation isn't optimistic," Sudong replied. "Huh? Miss Nami." Sanji was also in tears. No. Although Nami is resting in bed, she seems unable to sleep. She said, "There's a newspaper in the drawer of my desk." "Right." Vivi immediately found it, and upon seeing the content, was shocked. "This is impossible. What's wrong? What happened?" Luffy asked. "Is it about Alabasta, Vivi?" Sanji also inquired. 300,000 Royal Army troops have defected to the rebel army. It was originally a suppression battle of 600,000 royal troops against 400,000 rebels. And now the situation has turned immediately. After seeing this news, Vivi was completely distraught. Nami painfully said, "The Alabasta uprising is finally reaching its climax. That was a newspaper from 3 days ago. I'm sorry. Even if I let you see it, the ship can't go any faster. I was afraid you would worry, so I hid the newspaper." "Luffy, do you understand?" Nami asked. "I see now," Luffy nodded. "But if you don't see a doctor?" Usopp's words were interrupted by Nami. "It's fine. The thermometer is broken. I'm still okay. Besides, Sudong's medicine is quite effective. If I endure it, I'll get through it." Nami, despite her sickly appearance, insisted. "I'll be fine, don't worry. The ship will definitely reach Alabasta as scheduled." Nami slowly walked toward the deck. At this moment, Sudong saw the problem. Nami's condition could not be delayed, but time was of the essence for Alabasta. War was about to break out, and if this was not stopped, the Alabasta Kingdom would be finished, and the country would be taken over by Crocodile. Vivi was also filled with worry and urgency at this time. I can't wait. We must return to Alabasta immediately. If we are late, 1 million citizens will begin meaningless infighting. Vivi's mood was extremely painful. As a princess, she bore a lot. If we can directly invite a doctor onto the ship to become our partner, then not only will Nami be safe, but we can also reach Alabasta in time. Sudong said, but where can we find a doctor? Everyone fell into despair again. At this moment, Zoro's voice came from outside the cabin. You guys come out. It's time to work. Go take a look. Luffy, Sudong, and the others left the cabin, and it turned out that because of Zoro, the Mary was seriously off course, and the surrounding air had changed. Let's move. Sudong knew that Nami was just putting on a brave face, but at this moment, he didn't want to let her down. With Sudong's encouragement, everyone got to work. Together, they pulled on the mast, following Nami and Sudong's commands to turn the ship around. After a busy period, Nami stared at the permanent record pointer heading towards Alabasta, and when she saw the red pointer pointing forward, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Princess Vivi pushed open the cabin door, revealing a very serious expression, and said, I may be overstepping by getting on everyone's ship and saying this, but my country is facing a major crisis. In any case, I want to get back as soon as possible, without wasting a moment. So I hope this ship can go to the Alabasta Kingdom at the fastest speed. Everyone fell silent, and Nami smiled and said, Of course. Didn't I promise you? While everyone thought Vivi was only concerned about her country's safety, she quickly changed her tone, saying, Then let's immediately find an island with a doctor. Let's get Nami's illness treated as soon as possible, and then head to Alabasta. That would be the fastest speed for this ship, right? Yeah, there is no faster speed than this. Luffy also smiled. That's right. Sudong nodded slightly, acknowledging Vivi's point. Usopp tentatively asked, Is that okay? As a princess, shouldn't you be worried about 1 million citizens? Yes. That's why we must get Nami better as soon as possible. Vivi said firmly. Well said, Vivi. I'm falling for you again. Sanji also smiled at Vivi. You really have courage. Zoro praised. Clearly, Vivi's words and actions had impressed the entire Straw Hat crew. I'm really sorry, Nami said apologetically to Vivi. Don't push yourself, Nami. Vivi had the chance to comfort Nami when Luffy shouted from the side. Look, what is that? It turned out that a hurricane with a diameter of hundreds of meters had appeared on the sea ahead, and even from a distance, they could feel the power of the storm. Wait a second. That direction is... Vivi was shocked. It's the direction our ship was heading until just now. If we keep going, we'll definitely crash into it. Usopp said in fear. How dangerous. We really just saved our lives. Luffy, who wasn't afraid of anything, was also very shocked. Vivi stared at the hurricane, showing an expression of disbelief. This time she truly experienced Nami's sailing skills. Nami was not only a master navigator who relied on theory to predict the weather, but was also extremely sensitive to changes in weather. She could accurately capture any signs of wind and movement. She was practically born to be a navigator. If it weren't for Nami, we all would have died. Sudong pointed out, although Nami could be a bit greedy at times, as a navigator and a companion of the Straw Hats, she was very reliable at crucial moments. All right, let's go find a doctor. Luffy and the others naturally did their utmost to find a doctor first. Before searching for a doctor, Sudong used a magical bag given to him by the system to take out some modern medication, ibuprofen, to relieve pain and reduce fever. Sanji prepared some light food suitable for Nami in the kitchen. Vivi, being a girl, carefully took care of Nami. Sudong stayed on the deck, watching the record pointer, directing Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and others as soon as the ship showed any signs of deviation. They persisted for a while, but Nami's condition showed no signs of improvement. Although they had modern medicine, Nami had been bitten by an ancient bug, and that kind of toxin was not something Sudong could neutralize. At that moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Zoro, holding a telescope, said, Hey, is someone standing on the sea? What? Usopp immediately replied, How is that possible? Don't joke around. How could someone stand on the sea? Luffy said the same. Sharingan, activate. Without hesitation, Sudong activated his Sharingan. With the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, he didn't have to worry about chakra consumption, and the Tsutomu Sharingan wouldn't put any physical strain on him. Sudong really saw a strangely dressed person standing on the sea. The person's outfit resembled that of a circus clown. He carried a bow on his back and a quiver of arrows, but none of that mattered. What mattered was that, in the freezing cold, this person was standing motionless on the sea. It really is a person, Sudong said. Luffy and Usopp rubbed their eyes, and the person on the sea was staring at them with a blank expression. It's really cold today, the person suddenly said. Yeah, it's pretty cold. Extremely cold. Is it? the mysterious figure actually responded to them. Sudong sensed something was off. Get ready for battle. Just as Sudong realized this, the entire Mary began to slide backward. A huge submarine surfaced from beneath the feet of the person, and this submarine was several times larger than the Mary, making the Mary look very insignificant. What is that? A watermelon? Luffy and the others held onto the railing of the ship tightly, unsure of what this suddenly appeared thing was. Is that thing a ship? Zoro asked. In any case, these people shouldn't be good, Sudong said. No way. Could be Baroque works? How could they find us on a vast sea? Usopp speculated. At this moment, the ship in front of them slowly raised a hippopotamus emblem and also hoisted a pirate flag. Oh no, it's actually pirates, Usopp exclaimed. How impressive. Luffy was also surprised at that moment. It's really happening while we're all busy. Zoro, too, felt a bit helpless. After all, there were injured people on board. If this guy really dares to attack us, I definitely won't hold back, Sudong said calmly, his eyes revealing an infinite terror. The reason Sudong was so serious this time was naturally because Nami was on board. He truly regarded Nami as a partner. If anyone delayed Nami's treatment, Sudong would obliterate them. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp all swallowed hard. Even they felt a bit afraid. They had challenged Sudong countless times, and the outcome was always failure. Each time, Sudong defeated them without being too serious. If Sudong fought seriously and with all his strength, just how strong would he be? Are there still survivors on the ship across from us? Although Luffy is the nominal captain, the strongest among the Straw Hat crew is Sudong. At this moment, a crazy laughter came from the opposite side. Waha! Surprised, aren't you? This is the large submarine surprise sailing ship, the White Iron King. The voice was loud and arrogant. On the deck of the White Iron King, a group of pirates was standing neatly. These pirates looked well-trained and fully equipped, with most holding rifles and a few carrying swords. It seems these people are not here for us. We just happened to run into them, Sudong analyzed. We're really unlucky, Usopp said with a bitter smile. Inside the cabin, Sanji heard the commotion, sensed something was wrong, and had already stepped out. As soon as he exited the cabin, Sanji saw everything around him. He leisurely lit a cigarette and asked, "What on earth is happening?" "We've been attacked," Luffy replied. At this moment, Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, and Sudong were already surrounded by multiple fully armed pirates, with several guns aimed at them, and Sanji, upon coming out, was naturally surrounded as well. The number of pirates was several times out of the Straw Hats, but apart from Usopp, none of them showed any panic on their faces. "Well, I guess that's how it is. Looking at the situation," Sanji said calmly. The lack of resistance from Sudong and Luffy puzzled the opposing pirates. "Are you really pirates? What a strange bunch. Have we captured 5 people? No pirate crew could possibly have only 4 members." The speaker, draped in hippopotamus skin, had a very bulky figure, resembling a potato. His upper body was clad in iron armor, and below his nose, it seemed he was also modified with steel. What was most shocking was that he was eating meat while swallowing a series of meat knives whole. The Straw Hats were all dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone chew and eat knives like that. "I see. I think I know who you are," Sudong said with a slight smile, letting out a cold laugh. "Oh, you know me?" the man asked. "Valpo, who ate the Bari Bari know me. You must want to go to Drum Island, right?" "Sugang Vito." Upon hearing Sudong's words, Valpo immediately burst into laughter. "Wow. You even know my name and where I want to go. Impressive. You wouldn't happen to have a permanent pointer to Drum Kingdom, would you?" Valpo asked. "No, but I want to give you a piece of advice," Sudong said. "Advice? What advice?" Valpo inquired. "I give you 3 seconds to get back to your ship, or don't blame me for taking action against you." Sudong maintained his smile, but it was clear he had murderous intent. "Are we going to fight?" Sanji and the others were also getting ready. As soon as Sudong made a move, they would be prepared to strike as well. However, Valpo laughed loudly again at that moment. "Waha, this is so funny. You say you want to fight? In the face of such overwhelming numbers? How ridiculous." Sudong, however, was not in the mood to joke with Valpo and began counting. 3. Waha. The enemies laughed together. 2. Sudong knew these people wouldn't just leave. Therefore, he had already placed his hand on his shura. "Get ready to fire." Valpo laughed. 1. You can all die. Sudong's voice fell. "Fire. Take them out." Valpo issued the attack order. In the next few seconds, an unforgettable scene unfolded for Valpo. Sudong suddenly disappeared from his spot, and on the Mary, a figure flashed quickly, his body gradually turning red. 1 person, 1 knife, shura in the world. Sudong began to dance on the Mary. As for Luffy and the others, They barely had time to counterattack before the enemies surrounding them had their lives taken by Sudong. Every second, at least 3 enemies would be killed by Sudong's Shura. Their bullets hardly harmed Sudong, who moved like a ghost. Lord Valpo, this person, we are no match for him. All the enemies were taken down before they could even scream. At that moment, even the Straw Hats found Sudong somewhat unfamiliar. Bloodthirsty, murderous, and destructive had almost become his trademarks. Valpo did not take any other actions. So Sudong continued to harvest the lives of Valpo's subordinates at an incredibly fast speed. It's over. After Sudong said this, he had already sheathed his Shura, and his whole body was stained red with blood. Even after reverting from Shura mode, he still appeared blood red. The deck of the Mary was now covered in the corpses of Valpo's men. Who exactly are you? Valpo was also stunned. He hadn't expected this young man to be so strong. I don't have time to deal with you, Valpo, so get lost. Sudong pulled back with one hand and then pushed forward violently, a demonic hand striking out from behind. That demonic palm surged toward Valpo with tremendous force. And Valpo didn't even have time to open his mouth before he was sent flying, disappearing into the vast sea. The Straw Hats were stunned, and the officers of the White Iron King were also taken aback. Incredible. Sanji grinned, seemingly understanding Sudong's rage. I see. It's for Nami, right? Well done. Zoro also smiled slightly. Ha ha. Usopp and Luffy both burst into laughter. After clearing the bodies, the White Iron King did not linger. Their captain Valpo was a DevilFruit user, and falling into the sea would mean certain death, so they fled the scene with all their might. After easily dealing with this group, the crew looked at Sudong and asked, Prophet, who exactly is that guy? You might not believe it, but that guy's a king, Sudong said. What? What kind of king? How did he end up as a pirate? Is it like Vivi, with some unspeakable secret? Everyone asked curiously. You're overthinking it. This guy is purely a scoundrel. If I'd killed him, the enemies on the White Iron King might have attacked us too. Although we're not afraid, it would waste time and could delay Nami's condition. So I just sent him flying. Sudong then shifted the topic. However, seeing this guy means we're not far from Drum Kingdom. What is that? Everyone looked at Sudong in confusion. Sudong then explained, it's the closest winter island to us, and it has a very skilled doctor. That's great, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, but then immediately asked, but Winter Island? What is that? In meteorology, the islands on the Grand Line are divided into 4 types. Summer islands, spring islands, autumn islands, and winter islands, and each island has its own 4 seasons. In other words, at least one must adapt to the 16 stages of weather changes, from summer on Summer Island to winter on East Island. Of course, there are many completely unclassifiable islands and unknown climates as well. The one explaining this is not Sudong, but Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, who is also an undercover agent in Baroque works and often travels the Grand Line. So naturally, Sudong must be clearer about it. So that's it. The Grand Line exists because there are so many different islands at the same time. That's why the oceans in between have such bizarre climates. Usopp also understood this. Therefore, if the climate is stable, it means it's close to the island. After Vivi finished her explanation, Sudong immediately made arrangements. From now on, Sanji and I will take turns keeping watch at night. Everyone else will follow the usual routine. No problem. Sanji responded enthusiastically, as he wanted to help the ladies. Sudong still felt that Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp were very unreliable when it came to nighttime watch. Zoro was likely to fall asleep, and Usopp and Luffy might forget to check the log pointers due to carelessness. Vivi would take care of Nami, and the only ones capable of taking on such an important task were Sanji and Sudong. Thus, the Mary sailed on the sea for several days, and Nami's condition worsened, until one day, the weather finally stabilized, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. One morning, Sanji finally spotted an island through the telescope. Wow, I see the island. This news quickly spread throughout the ship. The island looked snow-covered, clearly indicating it was a winter island. Is this Magnetic Drum Island? Will there be a doctor? Luffy asked excitedly. Of course, there was hope for Nami's recovery. Sudong finally smiled. Magnetic Drum Island was right in front of them. Luffy, we agreed beforehand that we're not going for an adventure this time. After Nami sees the doctor, we must leave immediately. Sanji reminded, not forgetting that Vivi was still carrying a lot on her shoulders. Since there's snow, will there be snow monsters? How many people do we need to go ashore? Usopp began to speculate. Let's prepare for landing, Sanji said. Sudong recalled the plot carefully and then said, if we want to go ashore, it's best to take down the Jolly Roger. Huh? Why is that? Everyone was puzzled. Is this island not welcoming to pirates? Usopp asked. Yes. Pirates have left painful memories on this island. So it's better. Sudong's words were interrupted by Luffy. Don't take it down. We're not like other pirates. They should understand us. We're just here to treat an illness. If we talk nicely, they should listen. Luffy's response was naive, but also reflected his stubbornness. The pirate flag couldn't just be taken down. How could they do that if they wanted to be Pirate King? All right, you're the captain, so we'll do as you say. But if there's trouble, Luffy, I believe you can handle it. Of course, Luffy was very confident. He understood Sudong's desire to save Nami. However, being a Pirate King was his life creed, so he wouldn't easily take down the flag on his ship. Sudong had actually anticipated that Luffy would choose this, but he still wanted to give it a try. Before them, Magnetic Drum Island had several gigantic tower-like structures. The Mary sailed into the river mouth and soon reached its source. So, who will go ashore to find a doctor? Everyone asked each other. I'll go. Sanji raised his hand. I'll go. Luffy naturally raised his hand as well. Then I'll go too. Sudong, being more reliable and steady, would solve the problem faster by going. However, at that moment, a voice rang out from the surroundings. That's far enough, pirates. Immediately, people filled both sides, all armed and seemingly well prepared. The Straw Hats glanced around and understood. Looks like this is the trouble Sudong mentioned, Sanji whispered. At this moment, a leader stepped forward and warned, Pirates, listen up. Leave this place immediately. We're here to find a doctor, Luffy said. There's a sick person on board, Vivi added. However, the people around immediately responded, we won't fall for that, despicable pirates. This is our island, and you can't set foot here. Hurry up and raise anchor and get out of here, or we'll blow up your ship too. Sanji sighed. They really are ruthless. This is our first meeting. Yet they clearly hate pirates. Don't talk back. At this moment, someone shot at Sanji. Wait, Sanji. Vivi rushed to stop the furious Sanji, just as a gunshot rang out. A bullet came flying at high speed. Whoosh. Just in time, Sudong had already prepared to protect Vivi. He jumped and stood behind her and Sanji. Yes. Sudong used his body to shield Vivi and Sanji. Immediately after, Sudong fell to the ground. Luffy was furious. Zoro was ready to draw his sword. And Sanji was itching to strike. It's just a bullet. It won't hurt me. Sudong slowly got up, his black wings spreading out. And a bullet was slowly absorbed into the black wings before falling to the ground. The leader of the ability user on the riverbank was also startled. He knew that ability users were not easy to deal with. Wait, since you won't let us land, can you please call a doctor for us? At this moment, Vivi unexpectedly knelt on the ground and pleaded with them. Our companion is suffering from a serious illness. Please help us. I beg you. Vivi's actions moved Sudong deeply. Being able to lower herself and kneel before strangers who might harm them was something even ordinary people couldn't do, let alone Vivi as a princess. If we defeat them, what will happen to Nami? Vivi asked, and for a moment, Luffy didn't know how to respond. Then, unexpectedly, Luffy also turned and knelt on the deck, saying, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Please call a doctor. Please save our companion. We have no ill intentions. We are just a group of children chasing the sea, called pirates. But we are actually adventurers pursuing our dreams. We're all good people on the ship. Please. Sudong's words still had some effect. I'll take you to the village. Follow me. Seeing that the leader agreed, the crew all smiled. Soon, they landed on the snow-covered Magnetic Drum Island. The ground was thick with snow, and the trees were piled high with snow. As a winter island, the environment was indeed very harsh. As they walked, the leader said, Let me give you a piece of advice. There is only one witch doctor in our country. Which doctor? Everyone was a bit confused. What is that? What a strange country. By the way, what country is this? Sanji mumbled. This country doesn't have a name for now, the leader said, as if something had triggered his memories. A nameless country. Does such a place even exist? Vivi also felt it was a bit hard to believe. Sudong casually said, maybe their previous king was a jerk. Everyone was very scared and worried that Sudong's words would provoke strong dissatisfaction from these people. However, not only did these people not show any dissatisfaction, but instead remained silent, as if they tacitly agreed with Sudong's words. Just then, Usopp screamed in fear, a bear. Everyone, hurry and play dead. Sure enough, Sudong saw a huge bear slowly approaching the crowd. That's a hiking bear, it's not dangerous. Don't forget the mountain etiquette. You should bow to it, the leader said. Then, everyone obediently bowed. After walking in the snow for a while, they finally arrived at their village under the guidance of that person. This is our village, Big Horn, the leader said. The village is quite nice, with quite a few animals, and most of the buildings are made of bricks and tiles. Although it's not big, it gives everyone a sense of warmth beneath the white snow. It seems that strange animals are wandering around. Truly, this is the land of snow. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed. Sanji said to Nami, Miss Nami, we've arrived at a village where people live. Is a village. Originally, it should have been Sanji carrying Nami, but Sudong was afraid that Sanji would take the opportunity to take advantage of her, so he naturally carried Nami himself. The leader said to his subordinates, All right, everyone. You've worked hard. Everyone except the watchman can go back. It turns out these people are all residents of the island. These residents still seem to not fully trust the Straw Hat crew, and they all asked, But are you okay alone? These people are pirates after all. They probably won't harm us. This is my intuition developed over many years. Please trust me, the leader said with great certainty. Since Mr. Dalton has said so, fine. Looking at their demeanor, it seems they won't take any action. The next matters are up to you. Please be careful, Mr. Dalton. If anything happens, just call us. The residents bid farewell to Dalton and then left one by one, armed. Thank you for your trust in us, Mr. Dalton. Sudong recalled the leader's name and naturally expressed his gratitude repeatedly. No need to be polite. You all should come to my house first, Dalton said. After that, the surrounding residents began to say they would vote for Dalton in the election, but Dalton quickly refused, saying he was a deeply sinful person. Sudong wasn't very familiar with the plot of Drum Island. He only knew that the previous ruler here was Wapple, who had eaten the munch fruit. Forget it. I will find out soon enough. Sudong didn't think too much and followed Dalton into his house. After putting Nami on the bed, covering her with a quilt, and lighting the fireplace in the house, Dalton began to speak. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Dalton, and I am currently the captain of the island's guard. Please forgive our rude behavior. May I ask you a question? Dalton said. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Dalton looked at Vivi and said, You must be mistaken. Vivi, fearing her identity would be exposed, naturally denied it. Rather than that, could you please tell me about the witch? I just checked Nami's temperature, and it has reached 42 degrees. Vivi quickly changed the subject. 42 degrees? A high fever. Dalton was also shocked. If it gets any higher, she will die. This is the last of the fever-reducing medicine. Sudong's magical bag doesn't have an endless supply, and at this moment, only the last of the antipyretics remains. After giving Nami some medicine, she felt a little better, but the situation was still serious. Sanji and the others were anxious, so we want to know, where exactly is that witch? The witch? You can see a few mountains from this window, right? Dalton said. Yes, so those are mountains? Sudong was also a bit surprised. The towering white objects were peaks. Those peaks are called drum peaks. Can you see the castle on the highest peak in the middle? Dalton asked. Yes, I can see it. Sudong vaguely saw the shape of the castle. That castle is currently uninhabited, and the only doctor in this country, Dr. Kureha, lives in that castle. Known as the witch, Dalton said. What? Why is it so far away? Quickly call her. We have a patient in urgent need. Sanji also felt very unlucky. It seems there's no way to contact the witch directly, right? If there were, Mr. Dalton would have done so long ago. Sudong pondered for a moment and then said, Yes, we have no way to contact her. Dalton nodded regretfully. Is she really a doctor? What kind of person is she? Sanji also found the witch a bit unbelievable. Although her medical skills are beyond doubt, she's a rather eccentric old lady. And she's nearly 140 years old. Dalton said, 140 years old. Everyone was shocked. Sudong knew that this witch was Chopper's master, and he was aware that she was not young. However, it was still the first time he learned that she was 140 years old. No wonder this old lady always asks others if they want to know her secret to staying young. Sudong couldn't help but think. What do people in this country do if they get sick or injured? Princess Vivi inquired. Sometimes she gets in the mood and comes down from the mountain, finds the sick, treats them, and then takes away everything she likes from the patient's home as payment, Dalton said. What a nasty old lady. Usopp criticized while drinking tea. She's just like a pirate. Luffy also complained. But how would such an old lady come down from Witch Mountain? Vivi's question hit the nail on the head. Dalton immediately replied. There is a rumor that a mouse witness saw her coming down on a sled during a moonlit night, which is why she is called the witch. Moreover, some say she lives with a strange creature that has never been seen before. Upon hearing this, Usopp immediately said in fear, I knew it. Look, there really are monsters. It must be a snow monster. I said there would be snow monsters here. She is indeed the only doctor here, but also a woman people do not want to be involved with. We can only wait for her next trip down the mountain, Dalton said. No. Sudong shook his head. Nami can't hold on anymore, and we have no idea when this witch will come down. I will go find the witch. At least, I can get there faster than you. After Sudong finished speaking, he used his DevilFruit ability, and his wings slowly unfolded behind him. Everyone looked at Sudong's wings and suddenly thought, yes, Sudong can fly. With that, carrying Nami, they should be able to reach the castle even faster. Princess Vivi also showed a smile. However, wouldn't that be too much of a burden for Miss Nami? She already had a fever, and if they went there, wouldn't it get worse? Sudong, if you can get there and convince the doctor, can't you just come down? Sudong thought about it. But seeing Nami in so much pain, he still said, don't worry, I'll hold Nami and reach the castle at the fastest speed. Some of the doctor's potions are in the castle, and treating her there will be better, I believe. Sudong's insistence was effective, and everyone finally agreed. At a critical moment, it turned out they had to rely on the vice captain. Nami was saved. Sanji was also very happy. Sudong, I'm counting on you, Nami. Luffy also knew that Sudong was a DevilFruit user who had the ability to fly, and at this critical moment, he entrusted Nami's life to Sudong. Dalton, upon seeing Sudong's wings, was also slightly surprised. He was also a user of abilities. However, he felt a sense of superiority over Sudong. Since you can fly, then these difficulties and dangers are nothing to you. Dalton then added, the witch has a strange temper, so be mentally prepared. Got it. Since Sudong was going to spread his wings and fly, he could only hold Nami tightly. He could feel the heat radiating from Nami's body, indicating that she was really seriously ill. All right, let's go. Sudong then used his DevilFruit power, and a pair of wings immediately extended from his back. Sudong then soared into the sky, flying towards the highest peak of Magnet Drum Mountain in the center. Since Sudong was flying directly, it made things much easier. On one hand, he didn't have to expend too much physical strength, and on the other hand, he didn't have to deal with the aggressive rabbit army, Laboon. In what felt like no time at all, Sudong had already reached the entrance of the castle. Looking at the castle covered in white snow, Sudong didn't have the mood to admire it, and dashed inside while holding Nami. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but Sudong felt Nami holding him even tighter. Nami, hold on. Sudong then entered the castle and shouted loudly, Doctor! Doctor! Huh? Someone has come? At that moment, an old woman with a face full of wrinkles finally appeared in the castle. Please save her. She was bitten by a bug from the ancient island. Sudong said nervously. At this point, he didn't know how serious Nami's condition was. Ancient island? Chopper, hurry. After the witch finished speaking, a very tall person took Nami and placed her on a bed. Immediately after, the two ignored Sudong. Ancient island bugs? Chopper, can you tell what her condition is? The witch asked. Caskia. The huge figure said. That's right, Caskia. This little girl is up to you to take care of. I need to talk to this gentleman. The witch said slowly as she walked in front of Sudong. Let's go and chat. Don't disturb Chopper from saving this little girl. Sudong nodded and followed the witch to the castle's reception room. As soon as they arrived at the reception room and sat down, the witch raised her wine bottle and took a gulp. Impressive. You must be a user of abilities, the witch asked. Oh, why do you say that? Sudong asked curiously. Magnet Drum Mountain is the highest peak in this country and is the habitat of the rabbit Laboon. It's hard for ordinary people to get close. There are hardly any snowflakes on your body. It looks like you flew up here. Maybe you are a fruit user? The witch asked with a smile. You've seen through me. The older ginger is, the spicier it is. Sudong's words pleased the witch, and she immediately asked, Old? The witch almost changed her expression. But Sudong quickly responded, You are very young. That's right. Hey, kid, do you want to know my secret to being young and beautiful? Sudong immediately shook his head and said he wasn't interested. How boring. Don't worry, Chopper will cure that girl. But I'm curious about one thing. She should have a high fever, but for some reason, she doesn't. Did any of you give her medicine? The witch asked. Yes. She had a persistent fever, so we had to give her some antipyretic and analgesic medicine, Sudong said. A wise choice, but it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. It seems that none of you here are real doctors, right? Pirates, sir? The witch easily saw through Sudong's identity. It seems you've guessed my identity, but why do you still want to save Nami? Sugang vi dol. Hee. Not all pirates deserve to die. The fact that you carried this girl named Nami here to get her treated shows that you are someone who cherishes your companions. The witch then said, Don't call me you or your. Those who don't know will think I'm old. Just call me Dr. Kureha. 3 vertical lines appeared on Sudong's forehead. This, which is 140 years old and still not old? But Sudong only thought about it in his heart. He didn't dare to say it. Then, Dr. Kureha and Sudong discussed Nami's condition. After a while, the sound of something breaking came from the room. Nami? Sudong and the witch both rushed in to see that Nami had already woken up. At that moment, a very shy little figure stood on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it had a blue nose, was wearing a hat with an X on it, and had 2 horns, looking very cute. It exposed most of its body and looked very nervous and scared. Chopper? Dr. Kureha looked at Chopper and then focused her attention on Nami. Dr. Kureha, Sudong, saw that Nami was feeling much better, and his previously anxious heart finally relaxed. As for Chopper, he was so nervous and scared that he temporarily hid. Thank you, XuCang. Thanks to you, my condition has improved a lot. Nami immediately tried to get up, but was stopped by Dr. Kureha and Sudong. Little girl, don't be too anxious. Otherwise, it's not you who will get sick and die. Dr. Kureha's face suddenly became very scary. Your companions care about you. You mustn't leave now. Sudong also advised. Nami, wait a moment. Your condition isn't stable yet. By the way, what was that talking reindeer just now? Nami asked. Then, Dr. Kureha shared Chopper's information with the two, and Sudong then said, Dr. Kureha, we are in a hurry. Could you come with us to see? This way, you can take care of Nami. Yes, that's a good idea. Nami was also very worried about Vivi's kingdom. That's impossible. You want me to be a pirate? That's a waste of my prime years. I have no interest in the sea, Dr. Kureha said. Then I wonder if Chopper is willing to become our companion? Sudong asked. Although I feel very embarrassed to seek treatment from you, and also want to poach your crew members, we really need a doctor on our ship. Sudong looked very sincere. There is no such thing as poaching. Chopper is not my subordinate. But if you really want to invite Chopper, just ask him directly. I don't mind. Nurse Kureha said. In that case, thank you. I will take the initiative to find Chopper. As soon as Sudong turned around, he found Chopper hiding at the door behind him. Chopper ran out looking very angry and said, I won't go with pirates. You idiot. No way. I'm sorry. Chopper, thank you for treating Nami, Sudong said gratefully. Nami also looked at Chopper and thanked him actively. I know you treated me. Thank you so much. I'm not happy at all. You idiot. Chopper jumped up and danced, but his words were insincere. Do you want to come aboard our ship? That way I won't have to continue recovering here, Nami said with a kind smile. No. I'm a reindeer. How can I stay with humans? Besides, seeing me, aren't you scared? I'm clearly a reindeer. I can talk, walk on two legs, and I have a blue nose, Chopper retorted. Sudong knew that after Chopper ate the human fruit, he was first rejected by the reindeer herd and later treated as a monster by humans when he wanted to become one, which must have left him with a shadow. Not at all. It's very normal. Chopper, a reindeer who ate the human fruit. Not only is it not scary, but it's also very cute and respectable. Sudong gave Nami a glance, and the clever Nami, although she didn't know what Sudong was planning, also started to praise Chopper. Chopper, as long as you're on our ship, the crew will feel at ease. We all need you. You're a respectable doctor. What Nami said was also heartfelt. Chopper, who was not good at hiding his emotions, was naturally very happy. Don't you think I'm scared? Sudong asked in return. Why do you ask that? Chopper found it a bit strange. I'm also a person who ate a DevilFruit. Look at me, Sudong said, then transformed into a demon, causing a terrifying pressure that startled Kureha, Chopper, and Nami. I'm not scared. If you're not afraid of me, I have no reason to be afraid of you. Although Chopper was scared inside, he still didn't choose to reject Sudong, which made Sudong see the caring, considerate, and kind side of Chopper. Since you are willing to see me as an equal, I will treat you equally. Sudong then retracted his demon wings and returned to normal. However, I'm not interested in pirates and have never thought about finding any companions. At this moment, Chopper once again refused Sudong. The word companions held a very complex meaning for Chopper that you don't know. Only one person has opened his heart. Nurse Kureha took advantage of Chopper going out to tell Nami and Sudong about Chopper's story and the quack Dr. Hiraluk's story. The gist of the story is that Wapol expelled all the doctors, and only Kureha and Hiraluk remained in the entire Drum Kingdom. Hiraluk's medical skills were quite poor. After being treated, many people's conditions worsened. However, he accidentally encountered Chopper, who had been shot and was lying in the snow. Chopper attacked Hiraluk, but Hiraluk was still willing to open up to Chopper. In the following days, Hiraluk lived with Chopper and named him Tony Chopper. However, one day, Hiraluk drove Chopper away. It turned out that Hiraluk was dying and wanted to do something big, to make the cherry blossoms bloom all over the Drum Kingdom. To save Hiraluk, Chopper went through great hardships to find a mushroom that could possibly save him and decided to become a doctor. After Hiraluk entrusted Chopper to Kureha, he received news from Wapol, who claimed all his doctors were sick and no one could treat him. Naively, Hiraluk went to the castle and fell into a trap. However, Hiraluk had long since come to terms with life and death and ultimately blew himself up. In the end, Chopper was determined to become a doctor who could heal even the country's diseases. When the story reached this point, Sudong and Nami fully understood Chopper's past. At this time, Chopper suddenly burst in and anxiously said, Nurse Kureha? Nurse Kureha? Sudong and the others looked through the window and saw a group of uninvited guests. Nurse Kureha, it's bad. Wapol is back. Chopper said. Is that so? Kureha did not show any signs of panic. Huh. Where did the flag of the Drum Kingdom go? Wapple saw the flag at the top of the castle, which was actually a cherry blossom pirate flag, and felt very puzzled. That thing, I burned a long time ago. Nurse Kureha, Sudong, and Chopper walked out. Oh, so it's you, Dr. Kureha, the last survivor of the doctor hunt. Wapple said to Kureha, this castle no longer belongs to you. This is not a place for you little brats. Get out of this country. The Drum Kingdom has perished. Kureha faced Wapple and his men without any fear. What did you say? Wapple frowned. Hey, you're still alive? Sudong spoke, and Wapple finally noticed him. It's you. Wapple and his subordinates were greatly surprised. That's right, it's me. I spared your life last time. But I didn't expect you to return to Drum Island. Sudong calmly stared at Wapple. An enemy of Wapple's level made Sudong feel too lazy to act. Kill him for me. This time, I want to avenge last time. Wapple, whether out of courage or foolishness, actually charged at Sudong with his subordinates. Avenge? Nurse Kureha was also quite puzzled. She wasn't sure when Sudong had offended Wapple. Sudong then smiled, a very frightening smile. No matter how many times you charge at me, you will suffer a crushing defeat. As Sudong's words fell, a huge black shadow appeared behind him, which was a semi-transparent, semi-solid demon arm. Boom! Sudong slammed down heavily, causing the entire drum peak to tremble violently. Ah! Wapple screamed in pain, unable to control his trembling body, and finally collapsed on the spot. Sudong's demon wings spread out, and in the next second, he appeared right in front of Wapple. Get lost! Sudong struck out with his palm, directly hitting Wapple and his subordinates head-on. Due to the immense impact, Wapple and his subordinates flew away like cannonballs. So powerful! Nurse Kureha exclaimed in amazement. She could guess that Sudong was a DevilFruit user, but she didn't expect his strength to be this terrifying. Chopper was also silent. Sudong's power shocked him as well. He was also a DevilFruit user, but the gap seemed to be quite large. Wapple and his subordinates disappeared from sight, and it was thought that the three of them would vanish for good. But unexpectedly, not long after, these three annoying guys crawled back in front of Sudong. Huh, what a powerful will. No matter how many times, the result will not change, and this time, I will kill you. Sudong's voice remained so calm, yet it gave a terrifying feeling. Wappo's subordinates were extremely panicked. Even they, who were usually dull, could feel the horrifying killing intent emanating from Sudong. You are being reckless. Wappo is His Majesty the King. You shouldn't be so disrespectful to His Majesty, who rules over the people of this island. One of Wappo's subordinates said. Mr. Wappo was forced to become a pirate due to certain reasons, and now he's coming back to be king again. Are you going to stop him? Another subordinate added. Sudong shook his head slightly and said, a king who has abandoned his own country, can he still be called a king? Besides, you underestimate pirates too much, don't you? Someone like you, who has become a pirate temporarily, doesn't sound like a real pirate. Sudong continued, you are unworthy of being a king, and you're also unworthy of being a pirate. I seem to understand a bit of Luffy's meaning now. Sudong had previously wanted to persuade Luffy to lower the pirate flag. Now it seemed that his approach was indeed too slick. Forget it. I am angry. Your name is Sudong, right? I will chew you into meat paste. At this moment, Wappo forcibly calmed himself down and continued, so, that traitorous old woman and the Straw Hat crew are here. As long as I eliminate them all, no one in this country will dare to resist my arrogance anymore. Truly, today will be a day worth celebrating for the restoration of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. As Wappo spoke, he fell into his own fantasy. That old woman. How dare she occupy this castle while we are away? So bold. She even raised a strange flag. Wappo dared not speak to Sudong, only glaring at Dr. Kureha and shouting. At this moment, Dr. Kureha smiled and said, I have turned this castle into Dr. Hiluluk's grave. I have no interest in this castle, but this reindeer insisted on hanging Dr. Hiluluk's flag there. At this time, Sudong saw the conviction in Chopper's eyes. Wappo, upon hearing Chopper's words, immediately burst into laughter. Wow, ha ha ha, how interesting. You dare to hang that quack doctor's flag on my sacred castle? Burn that tattered flag. Wappo commanded. I won't let you enter this castle. Chopper said as his entire body transformed from a reindeer into a standing human form. Lord Wappo, this guy is... Right, he's that idiot doctor's monster from back then. Wappo's subordinates said, looking at the person before them. They naturally remembered the past Chopper. That flag represents the doctor's conviction, so I will never let you take it away. Absolutely. Chopper declared earnestly. Sudong could see Chopper's feelings for the quack Dr. Hiluluk. Wappo laughed and said, don't hold back. Let's enter the city. Kill this guy. I think you won't be able to take another step forward. Have you forgotten my existence? Sudong said calmly. Walpo and his subordinates looked at Sudong before them, still somewhat fearful. Leave it to us. Walpo's subordinates gathered their courage, and one of them directly threw his explosive hair at Dr. Kureha. However, before that explosive hair could get close to Kureha, Sudong crushed it to powder with his devil hand. I say, you're really not taking me seriously, Sudong frowned, thinking that Walpo and the others really hadn't learned any lessons. Impossible. The static hairball didn't stick to you directly. What should we do now? Forget it. Just attack. Walpo's subordinate picked up a bow, an arrow, and shot a fire arrow directly at Sudong. Logically, Sudong would easily be ignited once the hairball stuck to him. However, they had not considered that Sudong could be immune to their attacks. Walpo charged out again, trying to chew the person in front of him. Sudong naturally would not let Walpo have his way. Bastard, challenging my limits again and again. Sudong had been reluctant to act for fear of changing the impending plot. But now, he no longer wanted to endure. This guy named Walpo was just too pushy. Since you love to eat, I will let you eat to your heart's content. Sudong's expression turned cold as he unleashed his DevilFruit powers, and he seemed to transform into a demon. Sudong directly transformed using the ability of his DevilFruit, which is similar to an animal-type ability, purely enhancing all of his capabilities. Horns grew from Sudong's head, huge wings spread out from his back, and his eyes unconsciously turned into the three-tomo Sharingan. Due to his Uzumaki and Uchiha bloodlines, the consumption of using the Sharingan was also very low for him. What kind of monster is this? Walpo was shocked at this moment. He knew Sudong was a fruit user, but he didn't expect that Sudong would be such a terrifying fruit user. This fruit ability seemed to be many times stronger than his own gum fruit. Do you have anything else to say? Sudong asked Walpo in front of him. I won't be scared. Walpo felt very uncertain inside. However, in order to reclaim his castle and country, he ultimately charged forward. Sudong saw Walpo charging recklessly and smiled, which was just as he wished. Sudong took a step forward, and in an instant, he disappeared, just like using the Marine 6 styles. In fact, Sudong's ultra-high-speed movement made it seem to everyone as if he had teleported. By the time Walpo and the others saw Sudong, he had already appeared beside them and swung his fist at them. What? This is impossible? Zulfust. Before Walpo and his subordinates could be surprised, they were already struck by Sudong's attack. Whoosh whoosh. The three were struck by Sudong's immense power, and their bodies immediately vanished from the spot, as if they had never existed. Is this over? Dr. Kureha and Chopper were both stunned at this moment. They had already realized Sudong's power, but they still couldn't believe that he was this strong. A single blow to take down Walpo was something they had never dared to imagine before. Yet now, it was happening right before their eyes. Just then Luffy, Usopp, Sanji, and the others climbed up from the mountain, along with Dalton and the villagers. When they learned that Sudong had easily dealt with Walpo and the others, they were also very shocked. When Luffy and Usopp saw Chopper, they naturally became very interested. After listening to Chopper's story, they couldn't help but invite him enthusiastically. Nami's illness also needed a doctor to take care of, and everyone unanimously decided to invite Chopper onto the ship. Everyone began to persuade him earnestly, and ultimately, with the help of the Straw Hat crew, they let the cherry blossoms drift on Magnetic Drum Island. In the end, just like in the original plot, Chopper agreed to set sail. After bidding farewell to Dalton and Nurse Kureha, Sudong led Nami, Chopper, and the others back to the Going Merry. At first, Chopper felt a bit out of place. However, with Luffy, Usopp, and the others, who were masters of creating a lively atmosphere, Chopper quickly blended into this big family. The Straw Hat crew finally gained another member. The Going Merry once again set sail on the ocean, heading towards Alabasta, traveling for an unknown amount of time. Sudong also successfully signed in again as he wished. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully left Magnetic Drum Island. Sign in successful. This time, you have obtained the bloodline of the Senju clan. The system's voice startled Sudong. The Senju clan bloodline? That's on par with the Uchiha bloodline. Will I be able to use Wood Release? Sudong asked. Now that you possess the Senju clan bloodline, you will naturally have the opportunity to awaken Wood Release in the future. However, your current power is still somewhat weak. You must constantly improve and train to awaken the powerful Wood Release, the system replied. I see, system. I remember that awakening the Sharingan and Wood Release gives me the chance to awaken the Rinnegan, right? Sudong inquired. Yes, host. Your Sharingan must at least reach Eternal Mangeki, and you must master Wood Release, which means developing 2 bloodlines. Only then is it possible to unlock the Rinnegan. The system answered in detail, making Sudong secretly happy. The Going Merry sailed normally on the ocean, while Sudong began developing ninjutsu and studying his Senju clan bloodline. Sudong discovered that he originally had the Uzumaki clan bloodline. After the system rewarded him with the Senju clan bloodline, his chakra increased significantly. The Uzumaki clan was originally a distant relative of the Senju clan, and now combined with the Uchiha. The three bloodlines mixed together elevated Sudong's chakra to the level of a tailed beast. Of course, Sudong refined and condensed his chakra to make it purer every day. Although his chakra would weaken a bit, it would become more refined and easier to use for ninjutsu. The ocean finally turned a deep blue, and the weather improved, indicating that they had clearly left the range of Winter Island. Sudong continued to enhance his abilities related to ninjutsu. Overall, Sudong's current combat methods can be divided into three types. The first is called Swordmaster. Sudong fights using his Zanpakuto, Shura. The second method can be understood as the combat style of the pirate world, which involves fighting using DevilFruits. The third method is the combat style from the Naruto world, using various Kekkei Genkai and ninjutsu. At present, Sudong's most powerful method is still the Swordmaster combat style, followed by the DevilFruit abilities, and lastly, ninjutsu. In other words, even though Sudong has the ability to use ninjutsu, he has never dared to use it because he didn't have any practical ninjutsu. Now, however, he had mastered the basic knowledge of ninjutsu from his previous sign-in, allowing him to study ninjutsu on his own. Sudong used a magical bag to obtain items like water balloons and rubber balls. It was clear that Sudong began to practice the spiral sphere diligently. Due to his long practice of chakra control, Sudong easily controlled his chakra to explode the water balloon in his hand. Subsequently, he continued to practice exploding the rubber ball. The rubber ball was not as simple as the water balloon, but with his chakra quantity and control, after a few failures, he succeeded directly. In the end, Sudong successfully condensed a blue chakra ball. Although it didn't maintain its size for long at first, it still made Sudong very happy. If Jiraiya and the fourth Hokage saw this scene, they would surely feel ashamed. Sudong only spent an afternoon mastering the most basic spiral sphere. The remaining step was to increase his chakra to make the spiral sphere larger. The larger the spiral sphere, the higher the demand for chakra control. After a few days of trying, Sudong finally managed to release the spiral sphere normally. With his super strong chakra and excellent chakra control ability, he could perform the spiral sphere instantaneously. Even so, Sudong continued to practice the spiral sphere, hoping to achieve the next breakthrough. One day, the crew on the ship began chatting. "Are we heading in the right direction?" Princess Vivi asked. "Yes, we are sailing in the correct direction and should reach Alabasta soon." Nami replied, while looking at the log pose. "I'll be back soon." Princess Vivi thought of her father. Luffy and Usopp were fishing on the ship and ended up catching a person. This person looked very strange, dressed in a swan costume, and had makeup that was somewhat androgynous. Everyone was astonished, but Sudong recognized this person immediately. "Mr. 2 Bentham." "Ah, I'm so sorry," Bentham said. "I can't believe I was saved by pirates I've never met before. I will never forget your kindness. Could I have a bowl of hot soup, please?" Bentham asked. The others replied, "We don't have anything either. That's why we're fishing." "You can't swim?" Luffy asked. "Yeah, because I ate a devil fruit," Bentham replied straightforwardly. "What kind of fruit?" Usopp asked with great interest. "Well," Bentham slowly stood up and said, "Since there's no rush before I get back on my ship, let me give you a little performance. This is my ability." Bentham then slapped Luffy away, and everyone immediately became alert, ready to fight. At that moment, Bentham's face transformed into Luffy's, and even his voice changed to match. "Huh? It's me." The crew on the ship was startled to see Bentham looking exactly like Luffy. Sudong scoffed at this ability, as he had learned the transformation technique from Naruto and could turn into others at any time. "Scared, huh? Just slap your face with your left hand, and you'll return to normal." After saying this, Bentham slapped his own face and reverted to his original appearance. "This is the ability of the fruit I ate, the clone fruit." Bentham seemed a bit proud. "The voice and physique will all become the same. How amazing!" Everyone exclaimed again. Soon, Bentham transformed into Usopp, Zoro, and Chopper. "If you touch your face with your right hand, you'll transform like this. I can mimic anyone." Bentham continued changing faces at the crew's request. Of course, there was one face that made Vivi very surprised and anxious. Bentham quickly blended in with everyone. And if it weren't for the fact that they were from two opposing factions, Sudong thought this guy was actually quite nice. Not long after, Bentham noticed a ship approaching in the distance. It was obvious that it was Mr. Tu Bon Clay's own ship. After a painful farewell, Bon Clay waved goodbye to everyone. "Let go, everyone," Bon Clay said. "Okay, Mr. Tu." Then the ship set sail. At this moment, everyone noticed the identity of this person. "What? This is Mr. Tu?" "Bon Clay is Mr. Tu," Vivi said. "Haven't you seen him before?" Luffy asked. "No, I haven't seen Mr. 3 or Mr. 1 and his partner. And I don't know their abilities," Vivi said, somewhat weakly collapsing onto the deck. "I've heard rumors about him, Mr. 2 is a tall ballet dancer who speaks in a feminine tone and loves to wear a swan coat with Pond Evening written on it." Everyone noticed that Vivi was acting strangely and asked, "What's wrong, Vivi?" "Just now, in the memory of his performance, I saw my father's face. The face of King Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta," she said, with a hint of pain. "If he were to transform into the king's appearance, he would definitely do a lot of bad things, right?" Zoro speculated. "Yes, this way he could incite the king's army and the rebels to fight together," Sudong added, understanding the situation. "I can't believe we let such a troublesome guy escape," Usopp said. "That person was actually the enemy?" Chopper also just realized. "Indeed. If he becomes our enemy, it would be very troublesome," Nami agreed. "If he discovers we're enemies, he will impersonate one of us using the memory from just now. In that case, we wouldn't be able to trust our companions." "However, just now Sanji and I were not imitated," Sudong said. Earlier, Sudong had deliberately blocked his face, so Mr. Tu Bon Clay did not capture his memory. At that moment, the sea suddenly became restless, and a gigantic monster emerged from the water. Having not eaten for a long time, Sanji, Luffy, and Zoro were all drooling, ready to tackle the huge creature in front of them. At this time, Sudong immediately said, "No, this thing is called a Sea King. We can't eat it." "Why not? We have nothing to eat." Luffy and the others complained in frustration. "Because this is a sacred creature of Alabasta," Vivi explained as she stepped forward, glancing gratefully at Sudong. "So that's how it is." Chopper was very curious about the unknown creature. When Luffy saw the food slip away, he began to cry, snot and tears flowing. "Don't worry, food will come soon," Vivi comforted Luffy. "I really can't with you guys." Sudong had no choice but to reach into his magical bag again and pulled out several large loaves of bread. "Wow, it's food." When Luffy saw the bread in Sudong's hands, he immediately became excited again and rushed over to grab the bread to start munching. "What is this thing?" Chopper asked curiously. "How could such a small bag hide such huge bread?" "This is my ability, but the items taken from this bag are limited. Not enough for all of us," Sudong explained, feeling his own stomach growl. Although he was strong, he would still starve if there was no food. "Vivi, the wind direction and climate seem to have stabilized," Nami said as she looked around. "Yes, we've entered the climate seas of Alabasta. The appearance of the sea confirms that," Vivi said, feeling quite happy. After all, the sooner they reached Alabasta, the sooner they could save their kingdom. "Those things behind us are also evidence of approaching Alabasta, right?" Zoro suddenly said. "Huh." The Straw Hats immediately turned to look at Zoro. The previously peaceful sea was now filled with many ships. "When did so many ships appear?" Luffy exclaimed in surprise. "The flags and ships all bore the mark of Baroque works. It seems our movements have been detected by them." Sudong squinted, sensing something. "Have the company employees begun to assemble?" "Those are probably the subordinates of the billionaires and high-ranking agents." Vivi, who had been an undercover agent, immediately recognized these individuals' backgrounds. "In other words, the enemy will have at least 200 people, and they are the elite 200 from Baroque Works. Completely different from those bounty hunters from Whiskey Peak," Vivi said seriously, knowing these people's strength. "Don't worry, these people are definitely not our opponents," Sudong said confidently, as no one capable of defeating him had yet appeared. "Yes, these are just small fries. No need to rush," Zoro said, fully aware of Sudong's strength and confident himself, unlike Usopp, who was already preparing to ambush the enemies with a cannon. "Exactly. If we misidentify the real target, we're done for," Sanji said. "Our numbers are few," Sanji added. The group then each took out their armbands and tied them to their left wrists. "This time, the opponent is too mysterious. We must tie this on," Zoro said. "I see. As long as we confirm this, we won't doubt our companions." Nami thought it was a good idea too. They all wrapped the armbands around their wrists. "What should I do?" Chopper looked at Sudong and asked. Sudong thought for a moment and said, "Just do what you can as a partner." "Got it." Chopper nodded obediently. At that moment, Luffy shouted, "I see the island." Sudong immediately turned to look in the direction the Mary was sailing. Sure enough, a large island with golden deserts appeared before them. Below the sprawling desert, there seemed to be a town. "We have arrived at Alabasta. Let's dock at that town called Rorona. We must hide the ship immediately, Princess Vivi said. Great. From now on, no matter what happens, this on our left arms is the mark of our companions, Luffy said, and everyone brought their left hands together. All right, let's go, Luffy said excitedly. Let's go. Sudong nodded. We're finally here, so we don't have to worry so much, right? But saying that doesn't help. Do you have a way to stop the rebellion? Nami comforted Vivi and then asked. Vivi replied, there is a way, but I can't guarantee it will succeed. It will definitely succeed, Sudong said, unlike Luffy, who was too weak from hunger, and he continued to encourage Vivi. Although it may seem a bit premature to say this, thank you. Vivi looked sincerely at Sudong and expressed her gratitude. Wait until Alabasta is completely peaceful. Then thank me. Sudong smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Soon, the Mary had arrived near the town of Narahara in the Alabasta Kingdom. After everyone secured the ship, Nami began to speak. Listen up, everyone. For this operation, please do not act on instinct. Yes, Miss Nami, Sanji responded. The one who should have heard that is no longer here, Zoro said, feeling quite speechless. It's time to eat. Luffy had already run off in the blink of an eye. Sudong looked at the already vanished Luffy and felt a bit helpless. As another captain, Sudong could only say, don't worry, we'll run into him sooner or later. We'll decide what to do then. Sigh, it can only be this way. Nami nodded in agreement, feeling quite speechless. Hey look, what's that? Everyone turned around to see a ship marked with Mr. 3 Foot. Is that guy still alive? Nami was also very surprised, remembering how Sudong had sent him flying. That ship seems to be powered by the melt fruit, Vivi said. This is troublesome. He already recognizes us, Zoro said. It's fine. I have a good plan. Usopp then shares his method with everyone. Although Sudong personally felt it was unnecessary, he eventually agreed. Sanji and Chopper stayed outside, while everyone else hid under a cloth, moving stealthily to reduce the chances of being exposed. Indeed, no one noticed them, and they arrived at an abandoned house. It seems like no one noticed us, Usopp said. Not noticing us would be a miracle. Vivi was somewhat satisfied. Vivi, here we can avoid attention for a while, Sanji said. However, Vivi seemed a bit lost in thought at that moment. What's wrong? Sanji asked. It's nothing. I'm sorry. I just feel a bit relieved. At least it seems peaceful on the streets, Vivi replied. Although I can't say I'm completely at ease, perhaps there's still time, she added. Yeah, this town looks very peaceful, Nami agreed. Hey, Vivi, you mentioned you had a way to stop the rebellion. What are you planning to do next? We should act sooner if there's still time, Zoro inquired. Seeing this, Sudong immediately said, You're right, don't forget our strength. Vivi shook her head slightly and said, While that's true, we only agreed to get me to Alabasta. You're really something, still saying that, Nami said, lightly hitting Vivi's head with her fist. We all came here together. How could we ignore your situation now? Exactly, Vivi, don't say such outsider things, Usopp added. Also, I think both Captain Sudong and I have a strong interest in the 7 warlords, Zoro smiled slightly. That comment was unnecessary, Nami said, looking at Zoro with some exasperation. Anyway, don't think about it, Nami said, looking at Vivi. Everyone else, besides me, is being chased. That's just how it is. Sanji appeared unhurried. Besides, if your country is destroyed, then the reward for sending you back will be gone, right? Nami said with a sly smile. Watching the argument among everyone, Vivi felt very moved and finally sincerely said, Thank you. Then, Vivi began to share her plan. To the northwest of this city, there's an oasis called Yuba, which is the base of the rebel army. I want to go there to stop the uprising. But to reach Yuba, we have to cross the desert. So we need to gather food and water here, she added, seeming somewhat worried if Mr. 3 was also in the city. You don't need to worry about that. My appearance hasn't been revealed, Sanji said. Yeah, because he hasn't really met them, Zoro noted. Speaking of which, Chopper is the same. That's great, because we need to buy a lot of stuff. I'm counting on you, Sanji said to Chopper. Got it. Chopper nodded obediently. To avoid exposing everyone, they handed the list of necessary items to Sanji and Chopper, while Sudong stayed behind to guard everyone. As for Luffy, he had long since disappeared. Hey Vivi, is Yuba really the headquarters of the rebel army? Sudong asked Vivi. Yes, after I left Alabasta, Yuba has been the headquarters of the rebel army. Vivi confirmed with certainty. In that case, let's head to Yuba. Sudong decided to follow Vivi's original plan, even though he knew Yuba had been swallowed by the desert. After all, there wasn't much to lose. Time passed quickly, and soon they could see Sanji and Chopper returning. Sanji and Chopper brought back a lot of food and water, and Sudong and the others were already hungry and thirsty, so they started eating and drinking. Sanji also bought dance costumes for Nami and Vivi. Although they were beautiful, they didn't provide sun protection, So Sanji ultimately gave the two girls normal desert attire. All right, we have everything we need prepared. Next we'll set off. Crossing the desert to Yuba, Sudong said. Vivi then added, I want to save my country, so I would like to request your help once again. Everyone, please lend me a hand. Huh, of course. You finally said it. Although they didn't know what would happen, they decided to move forward together. Okay. The companions raised their left hands, filled with fighting spirit. Don't you think we're missing someone? Usopp awkwardly said. Luffy, everyone couldn't help but complain. Well, we already have local clothing, so we don't have to worry about being discovered by the enemy. Let's search for Luffy's whereabouts quietly. Sudong, as another captain, had to issue this very reasonable command. The group began their search for Luffy in the market, but saying they were looking for Luffy was actually just aimlessly wandering. Sudong knew Luffy wasn't in the market at all. However, although Sudong and Zoro didn't find Luffy, they saw an unexpected person. That guy? Sudong. Do you know him? Zoro asked Sudong beside him. You recognize that mark too? It seems he is also looking for Luffy. Sudong immediately recognized the person's identity. It seems I wasn't mistaken. Why is this guy looking for Luffy? Is he going to kill him? Zoro asked curiously. The captain of the second division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, shouldn't want to kill his own brother, right? Sudong said, walking up without hesitation and patting the person's shoulder. The person before them was shirtless, with a well-proportioned, muscular body, carrying a backpack, wearing beads around his neck, and a bright orange hat on his head. Of course, the most eye-catching detail was the white beard emblem on his back. Hey there, I heard you were looking for Luffy? Sudong smoothly placed his hand on Ace's shoulder. Ace turned around and asked, Oh, it seems you know him, don't you? Sudong smiled and said, You unreliable little brother. As soon as you got to Alabasta, you were shouting about wanting to eat. And then you just ran off without a trace. Where's the demeanor of a captain? Sudong's words conveyed a lot of information, and Ace, upon hearing them, also smiled and turned around. So you're Luffy's friend? Huh? I'm sorry. My brother has caused trouble for you all. My name is Ace. Brother? Everyone in the Straw Hat crew, except Sudong, was stunned. Ace was easygoing and loved making friends, and his personality was somewhat similar to Luffy's. Sudong directly led his friends and Ace to a nearby restaurant. Since he knew Ace's identity, he had to treat him to a good meal. On the way to the restaurant, Sudong also saw an old friend. Yes, it was the Navy officer, Tashigi, whom he had seen in Road Town. Sudong clearly noticed that Zoro's demeanor changed when he saw this woman. Just then, he saw Smoker, who looked quite imposing with 2 cigars in his mouth. At that moment, Smoker had one hand gripping a pirate and threw him to the ground. Some small fry dared to act tough in front of me, so I took care of them. Colonel, even in a faraway country, your hatred for pirates remains unchanged. Tashigi said, If you have time to waste talking, you might as well hand these guys over to the royal army of this country, Smoker replied. So far, there seems to be no news of Straw Hat Luffy and the demon Sudong landing in this country. But don't let your guard down. They will definitely appear here, Smoker said. As Sudong walked toward the restaurant, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. What the hell is the demon Sudong? Do you know those Navy officers? Ace asked as they walked. Yeah, it's a hassle. The Navy colonel from Road Town has been chasing us relentlessly, Sudong said without much concern, just quickening his pace to reach the restaurant sooner. Could it be that he has been chasing us all the way from Road Town to here? That's too persistent, Nami said, feeling a bit speechless. Just at that moment, where on earth did that guy Luffy go? Zoro also felt a bit helpless. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Sudong didn't care about the money and let Ace indulge in a feast. Ace then chatted happily with the Straw Hats, and he was quite interested in Luffy's adventures. Normally, one would get more excited while eating and chatting, but a shocking scene occurred. Ace, while eating, fell asleep. Ace and Luffy really are similar. Sudong sat speechlessly beside him. However, after a while, Ace actually woke up again and resumed chatting and eating. Just when Ace and Sudong were about to continue their conversation over drinks and food, an unexpected guest arrived. Sudong used his DevilFruit disguise to dress just like the local residents, and his companions also changed their clothes to avoid being recognized. You really have guts, daring to eat openly in front of everyone, said Smoker, the second division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, poor Gasti Ace. As soon as the people around heard about the Whitebeard Pirates, they were immediately shocked. What? That guy is actually a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? Wait, I've seen the emblem on his back. That's the emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates. Why is he here? Sudong, what exactly is the Whitebeard Pirates? Nami quietly asked Sudong, and the rest of the crew looked at him with great curiosity. Sudong had no choice but to explain. The Grand Line is divided into the first half and the second half. The 3 major powers in the second half are the Navy headquarters, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors, as the name suggests, are the sea emperors ruling over the world, one of which is the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, and Ace is the captain of the 2nd division of the Whitebeard pirates. The strength of the 4 emperors' pirate crews can stand toe-to-toe with the Navy headquarters. Highlighting the power of the 4 emperors, Sudong briefly educated them, and the crew finally understood the significance of the Whitebeard pirates and the man before them. What is a famous pirate doing in this country? Smoker asked. I'm looking for someone, my brother, Ace said with a grin as he looked at Smoker. At that moment, the atmosphere became very tense. Pirates and the Navy have always been in opposition, and a battle seemed inevitable. What should we do? Zoro asked. Ace is on our side, right? We should at least help him. Usopp said. Don't worry. Ace is very strong. Even Crocodile wouldn't be his match, Sudong said. Not helping Ace. Ace then looked at Smoker and asked, what should I do? Behave and get captured, Smoker replied. I refuse. I can't do that. Well, to be honest, I'm not really interested in your bounty right now, Smoker said. Then just let me go, Ace said with a cheeky smile. That's not possible. I'm the Navy. And as long as you're a pirate, that's absolutely not allowed. Smoker had already activated his smoke fruit ability, with one hand enveloped in smoke. What a boring reason. Then let's have some fun, Ace said, getting into the spirit of it, when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Gum Gum Rocket. Following that, an unknown object burst through the door and crashed heavily into Smoker's body. Dodge. Sudong spread his wings and quickly took his companions out of the way of Luffy's indiscriminate attack. However, Smoker's body unfortunately collided with Ace. Oh no, it's the restaurant. Now we can eat. Luffy was quite happy, but was very slow to react to what had just happened. Uncle, time to eat, Luffy said eagerly. You guys are also here. Luffy quickly noticed his companions. Hey Luffy. The crew looked at Luffy, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Luffy was eating heartily, while a drop of sweat dripped from Sudong's forehead. This guy must be quite a character. Ace and Smoker then returned to the restaurant, and they almost simultaneously spotted Luffy. Straw Hat Kid. Smoker rushed over as soon as he saw Luffy and said, You really made me look for you. Straw Hat Kid, you actually came to Alabasta. The demon Sudong must have come too, right? However, Luffy was too busy eating to pay Smoker any mind. Then Luffy suddenly remembered, oh, Sudong is over here. He pointed at Sudong and then quickly ran outside. Sudong, so you were hiding nearby all along. Smoker finally noticed Sudong. That idiot Luffy. Sudong was speechless. Straw Hat Kid, don't run. Although Smoker saw XuCang's, he decided in an instant to chase after Luffy first. He feared that Luffy would run away and believed he did not have a guaranteed chance of defeating XuCang's. Hey, it's me, Luffy. Ace shouted as he ran out of the restaurant. In the blink of an eye, Luffy, Ace, and Smoker all ran out, leaving no one to pay attention to XuCang's and the others. By the way, is he really Luffy's brother? Nami asked. Yeah, XuCang's nodded. But why is he in the Grand Line? Although Zoro knew that Ace was a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he still didn't understand why he was here. Ace left East Blue 3 years earlier than Luffy, and his goal was also the One Piece. After XuCang's finished speaking, everyone finally understood his words. Can we settle the bill? The boss looked at XuCang's when he saw everyone had run away. Though XuCang's felt quite helpless and was not short on money, he had to settle the bill for Luffy, Ace, and the others. Hurry up and chase them. After XuCang's said this, the partners nodded and left the restaurant together. What followed was a chase. Smoker chased after Luffy, Ace chased after Smoker, and XuCang's and the others chased after Ace. Das Bones, urgently gather the Navy. Conduct a thorough search of the entire city. Find the Straw Hat crew. The Straw Hat Kid and the demon XuCang's have already appeared. Smoker ordered while pursuing Luffy. Yes, Das Bones replied and immediately prepared to convey the orders. Everything happening in front of them was naturally witnessed by many civilians, who couldn't help but watch the excitement. It's a conflict between ability users. So cool. White Snake. Smoker questioned while chasing Luffy. Straw Hat Kid, what is your purpose in coming to this country? I'm just here to take down a guy named Crocodile. Luffy explained while running. What? Crocodile? What do you have to do with Crocodile? Before Smoker could ask more, Luffy had already fallen from the rooftop. At this moment, the streets were already in chaos, and a large number of Navy personnel rushed in, immediately going crazy and starting to pursue the Straw Hat crew. What should we do now? Vivi asked urgently. There's no other way. We have to go back to the ship, Nami said. Meanwhile, Smoker had already caught up with Luffy. White Fist. A fist surrounded by white smoke was about to hit Luffy when another voice rang out. Flame. A massive fire erupted, and the flames collided with the smoke, canceling each other out. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Is it you? Smoker asked, only to hear Ace coolly say, stop it. Although you're smoke, I'm fire. If we rely on our abilities, there won't be a clear winner. Ace. It's Ace. You ate a devil fruit. Luffy finally realized that the person helping him was his brother Ace. This guy's reaction is really slow. XuCang shook his head. Yeah, I ate the Mera no Mi. Ace said, another Logia type? XuCang remarked. At this time, a Navy soldier said, Colonel Smoker, we've surrounded them. Seeing the situation was urgent, Ace said, it seems this isn't a good time for a reunion. You all should escape. I'll hold them off. I'll catch up with you later. So hurry. XuCang then said, everyone, hurry up and go. Leave it to Ace. No problem. Everyone quickly ran towards the Going Merry. Ace blocked Smoker and a large number of Navy personnel. In any case, let's leave it to Ace to cover our retreat. We need to get back to the ship immediately, XuCang said. But I really didn't expect to see Ace here. Luffy said happily. Soon, the Straw Hat crew arrived at the Going Merry, loaded the food, water, and necessities they had purchased onto the ship, and prepared to leave this place of troubles as quickly as possible. We finally reached an island, and now we have to set sail again? Chopper looked at Vivi and asked. Yes, we only came to this city to procure necessary supplies. Next, we need to sail upstream towards the inland of Alabasta, Vivi replied. The next city we're headed to is the Green City, Alabasta, Princess Vivi said. Alabasta? Everyone dropped anchor and prepared to set sail, only to realize that one person seemed to be missing. Where's Luffy? That guy must have run off again. XuCang was already too tired to complain. Luffy was just too unreliable. However, after thinking about it, since Ace would reunite with Luffy, XuCang wasn't too worried. Let's just go. Ace and Luffy should meet up, and they will find a way to catch up, XuCang said. After he finished speaking, everyone believed in XuCang's judgment, and they really set sail. Is this really okay? We set sail without waiting for Luffy? The kind-hearted Chopper asked. The port will soon be surrounded by the Navy. We have to hide the ship somewhere, Nami said. There should be a relatively concealed bay ahead, Vivi said. Let's wait for the heat to pass, and then look for Luffy, Sanji also suggested. Seriously, it's all that guy's fault that we keep getting into this mess, Usopp complained. He really is an unreliable captain. XuCang completely disagreed. Zoro criticized Luffy while praising XuCang. XuCang smiled and said, I actually think an unreliable captain is more interesting. Just a little while later. Found it. It's Luffy. We found Luffy. Nami, holding a telescope, clearly saw Luffy by the seaside. That's right, that silly look, Sanji commented. Soon, Luffy stretched his hand out long, grabbed onto the ship, and then, utilizing the elasticity of his rubber body, propelled himself onto the ship, accidentally injuring Chopper and Sanji in the process. You idiot. Can't you reflect on yourself at all? Sanji grabbed Luffy, having never seen such a captain. Hey, Luffy, can you have a bit of awareness as a captain? Nami also said, in the future, be a bit more reliable. You still have companions. XuCang began to educate Luffy. Sorry. By the way, where's Ace? Luffy then started boasting, and unexpectedly, Ace instantly appeared on the Going Merry. I say, who do you think you can beat? Ace asked very coolly. Seeing Ace, Luffy excitedly introduced Ace. These are the partners I just mentioned. This is XuCang, the other captain on the ship. Only these few partners, and there's even another captain? That's impressive. My brother is in your care. Ace said. As fellow partners, they humbly replied, not at all. This kid is really uncultured. You all find him troublesome, right? The partners once again gave face and said, not at all. Ace also politely said, please take care of me. Everyone then realized that although they were brothers, Ace was exceptionally polite, which was quite different from Luffy. Look, isn't Ace interesting? Ha ha ha. Luffy kept praising Ace, and it was clear that he really liked him. However, just as everyone was about to continue chatting, an unexpected event occurred. Baroque Works? Sudong noticed that the sails of the nearby ships were all marked with the Baroque logo and said, these are the billionaires from Baroque Works, Vivi said. At this moment, shouts could be heard from the opposite ship. Fire Fist Ace. Demon, XuCang, Haki Luffy. Don't think you can escape from our grasp. Let us show you the strength of the billionaires from Baroque Works. The members of Baroque Works seemed completely oblivious to the gap in strength and shouted recklessly. Demon, XuCang. Upon hearing the title given to Sudong, everyone couldn't help but chuckle, almost bursting into laughter. Really, what an ugly name. Sudong shook his head. At this time, Ace spoke. Luffy, leave these guys to me. Immediately, Ace slid down the rope from the ship. What is he going to do? Usopp asked, looking at such a small boat. Let us see the strength of the 2nd Division commander of the White-Beard Pirates. Zoro said with great anticipation. Ace. Sudong knew Ace was strong, but he had never truly witnessed it, and was quite looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Ace was quickly heading towards a massive Baroque works ship on a small boat that could only accommodate him. "You're here, Fire Fist Ace." The other side didn't realize the danger that was approaching and felt as if their scheme had succeeded. "If you have the ability to get past these 5 ships, then try it," the enemy said proudly. At this moment, Ace remained calm, then suddenly leaped into the air. Immediately, flames began to blaze all over his body. Knock him into the sea. These agents were well aware of the drawback of DevilFruits, which was that they would turn the user into a landlubber. As long as they could knock the user into the sea, they would be victorious. However, things were not that simple. Ace nimbly jumped through the gap between 2 ships, then with one hand pulled back sharply, shouting, "Fire Fist." The flames in Ace's hand instantly transformed into a massive fireball capable of engulfing the ship. The Fire Fist immediately consumed the Baroque works ship. No one expected that Ace could defeat the enemy with just one strike. The Straw Hats were all stunned. So impressive. Usopp and the others couldn't help but praise. Even Sudong nodded and said, "Yes, such strength is worthy of admiration." After Ace returned to the ship, the Mary continued its normal course, and everyone warmly welcomed Ace, starting a feast on board. "Congratulations to Ace for becoming our comrade." Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper began to toast. Sudong, seeing this scene, couldn't be bothered. Ace had truly acted as Whitebeard's son, so it was naturally unlikely for him to join the Straw Hat Pirates. As expected, Ace quickly clarified, "Who said I wanted to become your partner?" "Well, just for the good wine, don't mind it." Everyone was just in a good mood and casually found a reason to celebrate. "Ace, do you really not want to be my partner?" Luffy asked again. "I'm hunting a man named Blackbeard," Ace said as he downed his drink. "Blackbeard?" Everyone was quite unfamiliar with Blackbeard. Thatch, Sudong, having seen the anime, naturally knew about Blackbeard. Ace noticed that Sudong seemed to know a bit about Blackbeard and was slightly surprised, then turned to ask, "It seems you know about Blackbeard?" Sudong nodded and said, "Actually, I know a little, similar to you. Blackbeard killed Thatch and took the Yami no Mi. What Whitebeard can't tolerate the most is the killing of his own crew. So, you plan to capture him, right?" Sudong asked back. "Yes, that's right. He was originally a member of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, my subordinate. But he committed an unforgivable crime on the ship, killing his own crew. Therefore, as the captain, I must find him and deal with him," Ace said. "That being said, Ace, have you considered why Blackbeard desperately sought the Yami no Mi?" "No matter his reasons, killing comrades is unforgivable," Ace replied. "Yes, what I mean is, you should at least consider the gap in strength between you two. Perhaps you are not his match." Sudong's words made Ace in front of him a bit impatient. "Thank you for your advice, but as captain, if I can't deal with even a mistake-prone subordinate, I wouldn't have the face to seek out old man Whitebeard," Ace said. "Well, alright, in any case, if you really meet him, be careful. This guy has the ability to nullify the powers of DevilFruit users." Sudong's reminder stuck with Ace. "Speaking of which, the reason I came to this country is that I received information about seeing him in Yuba." Ace changed the subject. "So, our destination is the same, right?" Nami realized, then took out the map of Alabasta. Vivi then said, "Now this ship has entered the Sandora River, and we need to land in Almar, then go upstream to here." "Yuba, because the leader of the rebel army is in Yuba." "I see. So the next destination is Yuba." Ace also understood. "It seems we will be traveling together for a while." Nami felt much more at ease seeing Ace, since he is Luffy's brother, of course. A warm welcome is in order. Usopp also greatly admired strong people. "Ha ha ha. Let us enjoy our time together, Ace." Luffy joyfully raised his wooden cup and started to drink with everyone. As time passed, everyone returned to their respective duties. Sudong was still practicing ninjutsu in the cabin, while others were playing around out of boredom. Vivi suddenly stopped the ship and handed over the written message she prepared in advance to the speedy runner, who temporarily left the group to run to the king's palace at the fastest speed. After the small interlude, the ship quickly reached its destination, a docking point near Almar. Finally entering the desert, it's bound to be very hot. I heard the temperature can reach 50 degrees during the day. Nami and Vivi changed from their dancer outfits to normal clothes. In response, Vivi provided a reasonable explanation. Exposing too much skin in the desert can be eroded by the intense sunlight. Sanji was very unwilling and started rolling on the ground. Everyone had changed into proper hiking gear for the desert, while Sudong had perfectly wrapped himself in a demon suit, showing minimal fear of the sun's rays. The demon suit could only be worn by one person. Otherwise, Sudong would have let the women on the ship wear it. After all, a gentleman must maintain his demeanor, and, as the captain, he had the obligation to take care of his crew. He couldn't be like Luffy, As they landed, they suddenly saw small creatures emerging from the sea. What are those? Zoro was also very curious. Roar. The creature in front raised its arm aggressively. But didn't he seem like it was preparing to attack? Is it a turtle? Is it a seal? In the end, it was Vivi who recognized the creature. It's a kung fu manatee. Chopper, who is fluent in animal languages, translated. If you want to come ashore, try to defeat me. If you're scared, go back to the other side, coward. That's what it said, Chopper explained. Being called a coward by a tutorial animal, I can't stay silent. I'm going in. Usopp charged forward, but was knocked out in less than 3 seconds. Usopp. Vivi hurried, but couldn't stop Usopp in time. The kung fu manatee was quite strong. Meanwhile, Luffy had already defeated the kung fu manatee, which immediately bowed and its eyes began to sparkle. If you lose, you have to become that person's disciple. That's the rule of the kung fu manatee, Vivi explained. Truly a martial arts faction, Zoro commented. Soon, a group of kung fu manatees surrounded Luffy, who immediately started training them. Go for it. Yes, just like that. That's it. Exactly. And like this. The kung fu manatees began to throw punches aggressively, though it was unclear if the training was effective. When Luffy thought they were ready, he said, All right, let's head to Yuba. Wait for me. Zoro said in disbelief. Are you really taking them with you? It turned out that behind Luffy, there was a neat line of kung fu manatees following him. This won't do, Luffy. Nami said. Yeah, manatees can't cross the desert, Vivi added. That's right, they're manatees and rely on the sea to survive. They would die in the desert, Sudong reminded them. Chopper then pulled out some meat and gave it to the manatees. Finally, the manatees waved goodbye to the Straw Hat crew with tears in their eyes. Seriously, even a kung fu manatee is so sentimental. Sudong was too lazy to comment. Ever since joining the Straw Hats, strange things kept happening, and he couldn't do anything about it. Goodbye, Luffy waved, and everyone moved towards Yuba. I say, Luffy, do you even understand the current situation? Nami asked. Since they wanted to follow us, why not bring them along? Luffy thought it was perfectly normal. With so many of them, they wouldn't be able to enter any city anyway. Okay? That's just stupid. If Chopper hadn't convinced them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Nami said, They kept saying they wanted to come along. If it weren't for the food we gave them, they would have really followed us, Chopper chimed in. It's all your fault. We lost a huge amount of food. Sanji, as the cook, always kept track of food supplies and was now complaining too. As they walked for a while, they soon arrived in a new location. In front of them, besides the endless yellow sand, there was an abandoned city, seemingly buried under the sand, with ruins everywhere. Is this Yuba? Luffy and the others asked. No, this is Alabasta, Vivi said. It used to be called the Green City. Green City? Looking at this city, you will understand what the Baroque Works organization did to this country and what suffering the people of Alabasta endured. After Vivi finished speaking, they set off again, heading for Yuba. Alabasta was just a deserted town west of Alabasta. Everywhere you look, it's all the same, with ruins buried under the sand. There's nothing here, Luffy said as he walked. Yes, although it's now a ruined city. Not long ago, it was a lush and vibrant city, Vivi said. It looks like it hasn't changed, as if it's an ancient desert ruin that has been abandoned for 1,000 years. Sudong remarked as he looked at the surrounding buildings. It wasn't like this before. While it didn't rain much here, by storing the little water they had, they managed to barely keep the city alive. However, for nearly 3 years, not a drop of rain has fallen on this country. Vivi said, What? No rain for 3 years? Is it really that long? Everyone was very surprised. 3 years without rain would naturally be a devastating blow for a desert country. Even if it hasn't rained, can't we divert water from that big river? Usopp and Zoro asked. The answer lies ahead. After Vivi said this, she continued walking forward. Not a single drop of rain has fallen, making this one of the most unprecedented events in Alabasta's thousands of years of history. But here, only one area has experienced more rain than before, and that is the capital, Alyabarna, Vivi said with concern. That's where the king's palace is located. And everyone thought it was the king's miracle, until one day, that incident happened. Vivi said, when unloading the cargo, they discovered a large quantity of dance powder. What is that? Everyone asked. It's a powder that calls the rain. Because it can summon rain, people joyfully dance when it rains. Therefore, it's called dance powder, but causes drought in neighboring countries. In other words, dance powder works by taking the small clouds that were originally meant to become rain clouds and artificially making them grow rapidly to create rainfall. Oh, so it means they stole the natural rain from neighboring countries. Everyone finally understood, except for Luffy. The world government has banned the production and possession of dance powder globally. And when a large quantity of dance powder was transported to the port city, it stopped raining in all areas of Alabasta except for the city where the king lives. Vivi said sadly. The slow-witted Luffy immediately said, "Hey, isn't that your father's fault, Vivi? You idiot. That was a setup." Sanji started to hit Luffy in disbelief. How could Vivi's father do something like that? How could he? Vivi said, "Of course, my father knows nothing about this matter." But at the same time, a large quantity of dance powder was discovered being transported into the palace. Even the palace was affected. Zoro said flatly, "It's obvious that this was done by Baroque works. This way, people would no longer trust King Cobra," Sudong said. "That's right." Vivi nodded. Everyone was talking and walking, and they had already reached the side of the once thriving canal. Before them lay a riverbed of a canal that had once brought water from the St. Dora River into the city. This canal had been destroyed, and without it, Green Branch City could no longer ensure its water supply. Even though the people prayed and waited, the next drop of rain never came. Vivi felt extremely complicated. As a princess, she was unable to save the city of her country, which pained her. Everything was part of Crocodile's scheme. It goes without saying that everyone understood that these were all the actions of Crocodile. Soon after, war broke out, and exhausted people fled from the conflict, seeking water, heading towards other oases. The city was abandoned like this, and then Green Branch City dried up. Vivi suddenly stopped and said calmly, at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, raising dust and sand. Just then, everyone heard sound. What? Is it a human voice? Could it be the pursuers from the Baroque works? No, it must be the sound of the wind, Ace speculated. I think it's a human voice, Luffy said. It's coming from all directions. What do you think, brother? Sudong? Usopp was very frightened. There's no danger. It's just the wind blowing through the city and reacting with the ruins, Ace said seriously. The city of Almar seems to be crying. Vivi was also moved. Suddenly, a small tornado appeared before them, mixed with sand and dust, sweeping towards the crowd. Everyone bowed their heads and braced themselves against it. What's with the wind? It seems like someone is down. I didn't expect there to be someone here. This time, everyone clearly heard the human voice, so they all ran towards that direction. However, when they arrived, they found that it was just a long-dead skeleton blown to the ground by the wind. Vivi couldn't hold back any longer, squatting down and saying, "What wrong did my father's people in this city commit, being born in the land of sand, while struggling against nature? They have made the lives of those who fight to survive a complete mess. Why? Does that guy have a right to do this? Why?" Meanwhile, he claims the title of warlord and presents himself as a hero of the people. That man deceived this country, and not a single person noticed. I will never forgive that man. Vivi was somewhat on the verge of a breakdown, but at that moment, an overly dramatic Luffy punched and shattered a building. What? Sudong initially did not expect Luffy to be so emotionally charged, but soon understood his feelings. Vivi, let's hurry up. I can't hold it in anymore. Let's go. To Yuba. Everyone was particularly motivated. Yuba, that's where the rebel army is, right? Nami confirmed again. Yes, I plan to convince the leader of the rebel army. Vivi said confidently. Convince? Zoro was taken aback, a bit confused. The disasters in Alabasta were all caused by Crocodile. I want to reveal the truth and stop more innocent blood from being shed. Vivi was filled with confidence for some reason. Sudong thought for a long time, but still decided not to inform everyone of the facts he knew. On one hand, Sudong couldn't guarantee whether the storyline would remain the same. On the other hand, he was afraid that changing everyone's path would alter the subsequent plot. By that time, even Sudong would not be able to control the future development. Let's go. Sudong ultimately followed behind his companions, protecting everyone's safety, and everyone set off in the direction of Yuba. Although Alabasta is a huge island, it is the largest among the islands they had previously landed on. The journey from Almar to Yuba can be said to be extremely arduous. Sudong couldn't use his fruit powers to fly everyone over, so they had to make their way step by step. The sun was scorching hot, beating down on everyone, quickly causing them to sweat profusely. Once the sweat started, it couldn't be stopped, and when everyone adapted to the sunlight and temperature, there was no sweat left to shed. I'm dying from the heat. I can't even sweat anymore, Luffy said, tired and holding a stick, lacking the earlier vigor. Stop shouting, Luffy. Isn't that making it hotter? Nami waved her hand to advise. Zoro was pulling Chopper along, seemingly not too affected. Chopper, being a reindeer, was born in Winter Island and naturally had a hard time adapting to the high temperatures of the desert. However, others were quite accustomed to the heat. Hey, little brother, are you one of the captains too? You're also a DevilFruit user, right? Ace chatted with Sudong as they walked. Yeah, I'm a user of the DevilFruit. Even in the Grand Line, such fruits are rare. Sudong said somewhat proudly. Oh, The DevilFruit? This is the first time I've heard of it. But what type is it? Zoan? Logia? Or Paramecia? Ace asked with great interest. Technically, my fruit doesn't need to be specifically classified. It has characteristics from each type. It can elementalize, enhance my overall abilities, and grant me superhuman abilities. But if I had to classify it, the most accurate would be Zoan. Mythical type? After all, the power of the fruit derived from the essence of demons has never appeared across the seas, XuCang's said more and more exaggeratedly, to the point that even Ace found it hard to believe. However, what XuCang's said was indeed the truth. Haha, I wonder if you'd be willing to join the Whitebeard pirates? Ace looked at XuCang's, who was momentarily taken aback but quickly returned to normal. My ambitions are much broader than that. I'll stick with Luffy, haha. XuCang's effectively declined Ace's offer. Ha, I knew you would say that. If there's a chance, let me see your abilities, Ace said with a smile, purely out of interest. XuCang's smiled back at Ace and said, definitely. But for now, let us focus on the journey. To be honest, XuCang's also very much wanted to spar with Ace. With Ace possessing the Logia flame fruit, he was undoubtedly the strongest person XuCang's had encountered aside from Mihawk. However, during the previous encounter with Mihawk, XuCang's had used his swordsmanship. If he had the chance to fight Ace, he would definitely choose to use the power of the DevilFruit to duel with Ace. As they walked, they heard Usopp's complaints. What's going on here? I thought the desert would be flatter than this. Vivi immediately explained, because this is an ancient desert with a long history. Some of the larger sand dunes even exceed 300 meters. 300 meters? No wonder it feels like a mountain. Usopp finally understood. It's so uncomfortable. So hot. Luffy was disregarding his water consumption, drinking rather recklessly. Luffy, you can only take a sip. Just hold that much in your mouth, Vivi reminded. As a result, Luffy, who has the power of the gum fruit, took a huge gulp. Naturally, he was met with the whipping of the crowd. Thus, everyone slowly made their way to Yuba. By nightfall, they set up tents, lit a campfire, and began barbecuing. It looked so delicious. Luffy stared at the meat, drooling. Don't touch it. Sanji forbade. What's the big deal? So stingy. Everyone shivered as they huddled by the campfire for warmth. Nami couldn't help but ask what's going on. It was so hot during the day. Vivi explained, in this sunless desert, the daytime is unbearably hot. But at night, it can drop below zero, becoming extremely cold. And there are many unexpected dangers in the desert. Except for Chopper, the rest of the crew felt very cold. Of course, Ace, being a user of the flame fruit, was naturally not afraid of the cold, and XuCang's had relatively good endurance. As a user of the DevilFruit, he could easily cope with harsh environments. At this time, Luffy began to mess around with his companions again. Seeing this, Vivi walked over to Ace and XuCang's and started chatting. Luffy, didn't he seem like a captain at all? Shouldn't he, a pirate captain, be respected by his crew? It was the same during the day, but he just drank a bit more water and caused such a scene. But as I spent more time with them, I gradually understood. That's just how Luffy is. Ace said, he hasn't changed at all since childhood. Don't be fooled by his demeanor. But there are always people around him. My brother is one of those incredibly charming guys. Oh, so you knew all along? Vivi said with a smile. Of course, I've known him for a long time. Ace replied with a faint smile. But thank you. You were worried about whether I cared, right? Yeah, but I think too much. Vivi, didn't expect Ace to understand Luffy so well. And just like that, everyone fell asleep. Only XuCang's remained awake, sitting on a tall rock not far away, seemingly waiting for something. After a while, a person leaped up. You're here? XuCang's asked lightly. Yes, I can roughly guess what you want to do. The speaker was naturally Ace, Luffy's brother. Truly Ace, Luffy's brother, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. XuCang's words were a compliment. XuCang's then turned to Ace. It turned out that throughout the day, Ace had hinted to XuCang's numerous times that they could spar when everyone had free time. Experts in the pirate world often spar to improve their strength. Especially Ace, who was extremely interested in XuCang's DevilFruit abilities. So how about it? Ace asked. Ace's meaning was very straightforward. Do you want to have a spar? Of course, otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. There's a bit of distance between them, so it wouldn't disturb the others. Let me see how strong you are, Ace. After XuCang's finished speaking, his expression became serious. This opponent was not an ordinary pirate, but a great pirate. Ace, in other words, the biological son of Pirate King Joel D. Roger, and the godson of Whitebeard. Are you ready? Let's start. As Ace's voice fell, flames erupted from his hands. To be safe, Ace didn't unleash his full power, but made a probing attack. In case anything unexpected happened, he could still recover. XuCang's, however, seemed unconcerned. Ace, you don't have to hold back. I can block your attack. Immediately after, Sudong activated his DevilFruit abilities, and a demonic shadow immediately emerged from behind him. This was the first time Ace had seen such a magical ability, and even he was momentarily taken aback. For some reason, he felt a very terrifying sensation from Sudong. Since that's the case, Fire Fist, seeing that Sudong wasn't joking, Ace no longer held back, launching a massive Fire Fist towards Sudong. Sudong, on the other hand, unfurled his demonic wings. No matter how scorching the flames were, Sudong could withstand them. Watching as Sudong blocked his full force attack with just a pair of wings, Ace was somewhat unsettled. Impossible. This is too exaggerated. My attack. It didn't work? Ace saw that his ranged attack had no effect and quickly rushed to Sudong's side, starting to punch and kick. However, as Sudong had said before, his DevilFruit possessed characteristics of 3 elements, allowing him to elementalize. Ace's hands passed right through Sudong's body, as if Sudong had used a kaleidoscope's kamui to become intangible. Elementalization? Natural type? Yes. What I said before was no joke. After Sudong finished speaking, he also threw a punch, at which point his hand passed through Ace's body. Clearly, Ace's natural type ability protected him from harm as well. Indeed, it was difficult to determine a victor between natural types. Ace ultimately stopped and didn't continue fighting Sudong. Sudong saw this, and although the fight wasn't satisfying, he couldn't say much. In a natural type battle, since he didn't possess Haki, and both of them were elementalized, it was impossible to determine a winner, just like Smoker and Ace. Let us leave it at this. It's hard to determine a winner. Wait until you master Haki, and then we can talk. You're very strong. Really, have you considered joining the Whitebeard Pirates? With your strength, I think you could be a captain of a crew. Ace invited Sudong once more. Sudong smiled and said, forget it. I still have to help Luffy become the Pirate King. After Sudong declined Ace, although the sky was still dark, everyone had already woken up. Luffy, feeling very bored, caught a scorpion, and because it was highly poisonous, he was scolded by Vivi. At this moment, Chopper said seriously, something is coming. Looking far away, Sudong saw that a sandstorm seemed to be approaching, and it didn't look like a simple sandstorm. Sandstorm. Sudong immediately reminded everyone. Vivi quickly confirmed, a sandstorm. Is it really a sandstorm? Everyone, quickly take shelter under the shadow of the rocks. Vivi reacted quickly. Since everyone hadn't seen the sandstorm, they were all confused. What is going on? There's a storm. A desert storm is coming. As soon as Vivi finished speaking, the surroundings were swept up by the sandstorm. Everyone desperately grabbed anything they could hold onto to prevent being blown away by the sandstorm. Here it comes again. Why are there always storms in the desert? Luffy couldn't help but complain. The storm was very fierce. Even the tents they had set up were mercilessly blown away. I forgot to tell you, the desert storm is one of the killers in the desert. Vivi was feeling quite tense at this moment, having become accustomed to the harsh environment of Alabasta. She naturally understood the terror of sandstorms. Sudong spread his demon wings as much as possible, wrapping everyone beneath them to form something resembling an egg. After an unknown amount of time, Sudong felt that there seemed to be no sounds outside, and only then did he exert effort to stretch and shake his wings. Countless grains of sand shook off from Sudong's wings, creating a giant pit centered around him. Everything around seemed to have been buried. If it weren't for Sudong, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Everyone unanimously thought so, and once again, the crew felt a strong sense of security from Captain Sudong. Thus, while overcoming the harsh conditions of the desert, they continued their journey toward Yuba. Not long after, Luffy started shouting for a pirate bento. After some coaxing, Vivi reluctantly agreed to find the next rock and rest there. Soon, they indeed spotted some rocks ahead, and Luffy naturally dashed forward like a madman. However, he quickly ran back, shouting loudly, "There are so many injured birds that can't move. Chopper." Upon hearing that animals were injured, Chopper rushed to follow Luffy toward the rocks. Vivi found it strange and immediately asked, "Luffy, are those birds?" Following this, Vivi and everyone quickly arrived at the previous location, only to discover that all their luggage was gone. It was true. There really were many nearly dead birds here just a moment ago. I'm sorry, I should have said earlier. The deceiving birds trick travelers and are the desert thieves that steal luggage, Vivi said somewhat embarrassedly. What? The birds pretended to be injured. Isn't that fraud? Usopp couldn't help but exclaim. Exactly. Is this a scam? Did I get scammed? Luffy realized it later and naturally couldn't avoid being scolded by his companions. Sanji grabbed Luffy and said, "Luffy, just saying, I got scammed doesn't make it okay. That was 3 days worth of travel supplies. They were stolen by birds in this vast desert. How can we cross the desert without water and food? But there's nothing we can do. We got scammed, Luffy said without any remorse. Your brain is even worse than a bird's, Sanji scolded. What did you say? Luffy and Sanji started arguing again. At that moment, Sudong said, wait, not everyone's luggage was stolen. He then took out his magical bag, which was the first time he openly displayed it to everyone. Since the magical bag was a gift from the system, it could always return to Sudong's possession, and he never left it behind. Is it your all-powerful bag? Yes. Although the items I can retrieve from it are limited, it's at least enough for us to survive. So for now, let's calm down and think about how to get our luggage back. Sudong remained very calm and rational. However, Sanji and Luffy were still fighting. Forget it. At times like this, let them have their fight, Ace said. That's true, Sudong nodded. The two of them were not backing down, so it was normal for them to have a fight. Let us sit and rest for a while. The irritation is all because of the heat, Ace suggested. Yeah, since we still have food for now, let's forget about this, Zoro said, maintaining a good attitude. All right, we have no choice but to do this, Usopp nodded. At that moment, everyone saw a group of large white birds stopping between the two rows of rocks. These big birds were thoroughly enjoying the food and water from their luggage. Seeing this, Luffy naturally charged out without hesitation. Luffy, don't chase after them, Vivi reminded. However, Luffy didn't listen and just disappeared from sight. That guy probably won't come back, right? Sudong asked. Everyone nodded in agreement. After a while, they still hadn't seen Luffy and began to discuss. Seriously, he has clearly directionally challenged, yet he ran out, Nami complained. Moreover, there are many desert killers that Luffy doesn't know about, Vivi concurred. What if he fainted from hunger? Sanji also couldn't help but worry about Luffy. Really? What do we do with him? Zoro added. What everyone said was indeed possible. He was truly an untrustworthy captain, Sudong chuckled. Ace, seeing this, also proactively apologized. Sorry, my little brother is causing you trouble. Just after he spoke, the ground shook from a hole in the desert, and no one knew what was happening. What's going on? The earth is shaking. Is it another sandstorm? No, that's Luffy, Usopp exclaimed. Why is that guy riding on a camel? Vivi also couldn't make sense of it. And what is chasing him? Everyone saw an unknown object rushing after Luffy. I can't see clearly. It seems like there is something in the sand? Zoro asked. As Luffy got closer, suddenly, that creature popped up. So big. A gigantic purple-skinned monster appeared in front of everyone. What is that thing? Everyone was stunned. That was the desert purple-skinned lizard, one of the largest reptiles that inhabit the desert. It usually hides in the sand and possesses sharp claws and fangs. Very few people can catch it. A crisis had arrived. Because it's so big, it usually swallows its prey whole, Vivi said. That guy really is a trouble magnet, Ace said with a relaxed expression, speaking without fear. Forget about the camel, Sanji said. Where did that guy come from? Why does he always get into such trouble? Zoro couldn't help but complain. Isn't that normal? Sudong said indifferently. That was just Luffy's nature, and there was truly no way around it. Following that, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro all took action, easily taking down the huge purple lizard. However, the situation wasn't over. Another giant purple lizard appeared behind them. Why is there another one? Nami exclaimed in horror. I forgot to mention, desert lizards usually hunt in pairs, Vivi explained. You should have said that earlier, Usopp said awkwardly. Ace, Donji. Everyone saw the monster open its massive jaws, preparing to swallow Ace, and couldn't help but shout. Save it, there's no need to worry about that guy. Sudong had no intention of helping Ace, which made everyone even more anxious. Then Ace casually said, what? Do you want to play with me too? All right. I really can't do anything with you. Ace then jumped handsomely into the air, landing right in front of the desert lizard, which promptly swallowed Ace whole. However, immediately after that, the giant lizard faced its own consequences. The blazing flames instantly cooked the giant lizard. No matter how heat-resistant it was, it could only turn into a cooked dish at that moment. Ace fell to the ground, leaving everyone speechless in shock. Right? This guy's strength is indeed impressive. Sudong smiled, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Thus, everyone happily gathered materials on the spot, using the hot rocks as natural grills and the lizard meat to make skewers, relishing in their meal. Afterward, they inquired about the camel. Ultimately, the lecherous camel would only allow women to ride it, so Vivi and Nami took their place on the camel while the others continued on foot. This meant they had to rush to reach Yuba to persuade the rebel army. Let's go, eyelashes. Nami and Vivi rode the camel, dashing ahead. The rest of the group trudged behind, step by step, not knowing how long they had walked, crossing countless ancient deserts again. Nami and Vivi had now vanished from sight. and Luffy began to hallucinate. Of course, this was because he had eaten a desert cactus, which is a hallucinogenic substance. After consuming it, Luffy started acting crazy. Despite Usopp's repeated attempts to persuade him, Luffy still refused to listen. In the end, Chopper had no choice but to use anesthetics to put Luffy to sleep. Sudong looked around and asked, Nami and Vivi are fine, but where is Ace? He's completely missing. They had become completely separated, and even the footprints had vanished. Usopp, feeling quite awkward, said at this moment. After walking for a while, strange sounds emerged from their surroundings. What is that? Sudong frowned and asked. That sound is quite strange. Over there. What came into view was a huge pirate ship. Usopp, using a telescope, discovered that Nami and Vivi had been captured on the deck. Nami, Vivi, and the camel were all captured. Luffy crazily charged towards the pirate ship, and Sudong said, Let's go, we should board together. Then, the Straw Hat crew rushed towards the pirate ship sailing in the desert. Sudong was the fastest, and in an instant, he had already reached the deck. XuCang's, please save us. Vivi and Nami, seeing Sudong, were naturally overjoyed. At that moment, a big bearded man with a grin appeared before Sudong, and the two exchanged a glance without saying a word. In our sand pirate Barbaru crew, there is a saying, in the desert, aside from companions, anything that can move can be eaten. Sudong knew that these sand pirates were not bad people. So he said, It seems you guys are short on food. Let's eat together. Sudong then took out a large bag of food from his magical pouch. Shocking the pirates. They couldn't believe Sudong could pull out such a big bag of food from such a small pouch. However, when they tried to take something, they couldn't get anything. With the food, everyone became friends instead, as the pirates' personalities were surprisingly straightforward. I am a captain of the Sand Pirate Barbara crew, Lasha. You must be Sudong, right? I apologize for being rough with your companions. After all, everyone is hungry. The self-proclaimed Lasha said politely. It's okay, it's normal. Sudong then said, Since I've provided you all with food, can you help me with a favor? What? Take us to Yuba? Sudong asked. That's impossible. The sand's flow has been changing recently. We can take you part of the way, but to reach Yuba, you will have to rely on yourselves, Lasha replied. Then let's do that. Sudong nodded. What about Ace? He hasn't caught up yet. Luffy exclaimed. This is simple, Sudong said, then raised one hand into the air, palm facing upward, and soon a black energy began to form in his hand. The energy eventually condensed into an egg-sized orb, shooting into the sky. Immediately, a huge sound erupted in the sky, and Sudong's surroundings were filled with a devil-like shadow. This move of Sudong's had no offensive power. It was merely a special signal flare, and Ace, who had fought with Sudong, would naturally come over upon seeing the flare. Sure enough, after waiting for less than a while, Ace finally reunited with Sudong, Luffy, and the others. Everyone boarded the pirate ship and traveled at a faster speed for a while, until the flow of sand changed. Sudong and the others disembarked from the ship. Once again, everyone began their journey on foot towards Yuba. The weather remained as hot as ever, and when they reached a rocky area, they stopped to rest and eat. Luffy and the others started messing around again, only to see a piece of meat suddenly fly up. Sudong took a closer look and discovered that there was a string attached to the meat. He could vaguely hear someone talking. Luffy and Sudong rushed over, and Sudong saw two children sneaking bites of the piece of meat. Is it good? Chibu, we haven't eaten for 10 days. We have to eat slowly, said the older brother among the two children. We can finally eat meat. Here you go, brother, said the younger brother. Even if it's really bad. I've never eaten it before, the older brother said happily. So you came from the Badlands. At this moment, Ace and Sudong appeared before the two children. The two children immediately jumped in shock. Who are you? We won't give you back your stuff. The two children looked both nervous and frightened. If you dare to move, be careful for your life. The older child finally raised the gun in his hand. Sudong and Ace exchanged smiles, and in the next second, the child's gun appeared in Sudong's hand. I said, this isn't something a child should be playing with, right? Sudong said, yeah, good kids should brush their teeth and go to bed quickly. Ace echoed. These two guys, so impressive. The two children couldn't help but exclaim. Sudong's companions then caught up, and Usopp asked, who are they? The young boy, seeing how impressive Sudong was, immediately knelt in the sand and pleaded, you're so powerful. I have a favor to ask of you. There's a man I hope you can find and capture. If you can catch him, I'll give you 1 million berries as a reward. 1 million berries? Nami naturally became interested upon hearing about money. Right now, I can't provide the money, but when I grow up, I will definitely pay you. Please help me find this man. The boy took out a photo which showed a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, holding a pitchfork, looking quite smug. Who is this? Sudong couldn't quite remember this part of the plot, only vaguely recalling that it was originally Ace's responsibility to help these two kids. My brother and I have been chasing that man all the way from the Badlands. He is Scorpion, a bounty hunter, the boy said. A bounty hunter? Zoro showed some interest in this. Why are you chasing a bounty hunter? Nami also asked curiously. This person, I just happened to have something to discuss with him. Ace, who was next to me, said after seeing the person in the photo. I heard there's a man in Yuba who defeated Blackbeard, and that's Scorpion. The reason I went to Yuba is to meet this man. Huh? Defeated Blackbeard? Everyone looked a bit surprised. Are you kidding? The current Blackbeard shouldn't be someone an ordinary uncle can defeat. Sudong clearly didn't believe it either. He knew how powerful Blackbeard was. Who knows? Such things can only be understood after meeting in person, Ace said. Ace? You said your name is Ace? Could it be you? Fire Fist Ace? The boys immediately asked after hearing Ace's name. It seems someone is coming. Sudong and Ace looked up, and sure enough, a bird and two people appeared before everyone. Sitting behind the bird was Luffy, and in front was the Scorpion Man they had just seen in the photo. Upon seeing the Scorpion Man, Sudong immediately recalled. So that's how it is. After all that, it seems like a comedic character. The Scorpion Man in front of them, upon seeing Ace, actually started shouting. There you are. Fire Fist Ace. I am Scorpion. I am an indomitable hero, and I traveled thousands of miles to challenge you. Let us have a fair life and death battle. Everyone looked at the uncle in front of them and the suddenly appearing Luffy with a face full of awkwardness. Sudong clearly saw the fear written all over the Scorpion uncle's face. I'm really sorry. Running into me is your bad luck. Your heroic deeds that echo across the sea end here today. Sudong forced himself to suppress a laugh and quietly stepped aside. He couldn't quite understand what was happening. I'm coming. Fire Fist Ace. At this moment, the Scorpion Man finally charged out. He then raised a cannon in his hand, and when he fired it, a large net came out, looking like it would capture Ace. Unexpectedly, Ace calmly activated his DevilFruit powers. Ace's whole body turned into a ball of flames, and the net was instantly blown away by the soaring flames. In the end, the scalding net instead ensnared the Scorpion uncle, causing him to fall to the ground, rolling around and crying out in pain. At this point, Sudong was already 100% sure that the person in front of him was a comedic character. Bobo, get the fire extinguisher cannon. The Scorpion uncle shouted, and the strange bird next to him picked up something with its beak. The Scorpion uncle quickly assembled this thing and explained, this is a compressed cannon filled with fire extinguisher. This way, I can shoot the compressed fire extinguisher into your body. The Scorpion Man then started firing again. However, with Ace's skills, he naturally wouldn't fall for such a comedic character's tricks. Ace nimbly dodged every attack from the Scorpion uncle, and with just a light punch, he hit the Scorpion uncle in the abdomen. The Scorpion uncle clutched his stomach and painfully fell onto the sand. Now, it wasn't just Sudong who noticed. Even Usopp and the others realized. This guy is simply no match at all. Ace then said, although I guessed it, your claim of defeating Blackbeard is false, right? You figured that as long as you mentioned Blackbeard's name, I would show up, right? Ace asked. That's right. This battle plan is not bad, right? The Scorpion uncle struggled to get up, grabbing a handful of sand and said, now it's a draw, but from now on, I will get serious. Then, a dramatic scene unfolded as the boy shouted loudly, that's enough. Don't hit him anymore. Dad, Dad. Luffy also felt a bit confused. Dad? Everyone had many question marks. Dad, how could you possibly win against Fire Fist Ace? The two children ran to the Scorpion uncle's side. You? When did you leave Badlands? The Scorpion uncle asked. We came to pick you up, the children said. Stop talking nonsense. Dad is now the #1 bounty hunter in the world. Dual Guns Danny and Harabatru are all begging for mercy at my feet, the Scorpion uncle said. This is your plan, right? The children countered. You figured it out, huh? That's right. I'm just a useless dad who can only brag. But there is one thing that is true. No matter how small a person is, as long as they have determination, they can challenge the world's #1 hero. I just want to convey this principle to you. I want you to see the greatness of dreams. The Scorpion uncle stroked his children's heads and said with conviction, a man's heart must burn with dreams. Even if you have to endure every day, you must never give up. You must face everything bravely. Live every day with a smile. As long as you keep challenging the impossible, no matter what kind of life it is, it will be paradise. Even if I have to bet my life. I want to tell you this principle. That's right. As long as you dare to stand up and face it, you can pave the way. You better watch closely. This is my indomitable soul. Don't worry. I won't lose. As long as my heart burns with great dreams. While saying this, the Scorpion Uncle stood up again and shouted, "Bobo, bring out the anti-tank rocket launcher." The strange bird then handed this weapon to the Scorpion Uncle. The Scorpion Uncle locked on Ace again and said, "Fire Fist Ace. This is the final blow." At the same time, the Scorpion Uncle lit the fuse. Just then, the children tightly hugged the Scorpion Uncle and, with tears in their eyes, said, "I understand now. The principle you've always wanted to tell us. We also want to stand up bravely and face everything. We will strive to live every day. As long as Dad is here, we can muster the courage. I'm sorry. We said some useless things. I actually don't care about the food. As long as Dad is here, I'm happy enough. We love Dad. We really love Dad." Sudong, Luffy, and Ace all understood the situation clearly at this point. They initially thought this was a comedic character, but unexpectedly, behind the humor was the Scorpion Uncle's endless love for his children. Finally, the Scorpion Uncle tossed the anti-tank rocket launcher aside and embraced his children. But at that moment, the anti-tank rocket launcher unexpectedly fired a rocket. The rocket exploded, destroying the massive rock above. The rock shattered and fell heavily. In a critical moment, Luffy intended to act, but Ace shouted, "Get down," and unleashed a fire fist that sent the shattered rocks flying away. At the same time, he propelled the large rocks backward. Sudong also didn't idle, spreading his enormous demon wings to protect many people. After a cloud of dust settled, everyone looked at each other, and not a single person was injured. Meanwhile, the Scorpion Man had used his body to shield his children from the falling rocks. The Scorpion Man looked at his children, held them in his arms, and said, "Thank you for coming to pick up this useless old dad. Let's go back to the bad place." The crying children responded with a soft mm, and the Scorpion Man took Bobo and his children away from the crowd. Sudong's heart was still heavy. In the world of pirates, even a random comedic character has his own story. Therefore, every choice and every unintentional action could potentially impact someone's life in this world. As the sky turned golden, Ace was also preparing to leave Alabasta. He had packed his bags and was ready to return the way he came. "Are you really going?" Ace, Chopper asked. "Yeah, since Blackbeard isn't in Alabasta, I have no reason to stay in this country," Ace replied. "I see." Luffy nodded. "Where are you going next?" Sanji asked. "According to what the Scorpion said, it seems someone saw that guy in the west. I want to check it out. By the way, Luffy, take this," Ace said as he tossed a piece of paper to Luffy. "Luffy, keep holding on to it. This piece of paper will ensure we meet again," Ace added. Luffy didn't understand the significance of the life paper, so Sudong quickly explained it to him. "Don't you want it?" Ace asked with a smile. "Ido, Ido." Luffy nodded obediently. "With such a troublemaking little brother, I worry as an older brother. You must be at your wit's end with him, right? But please take care of him, especially you, Captain Sudong." Ace knew that Sudong was the most mature and powerful person in the entire pirate crew. And since Sudong was also another captain, he naturally greeted him. "Don't worry," Sudong nodded. He would protect his own companions. "Luffy, the next time we meet will be at the peak of the pirates. You have to climb to the top," Ace instructed. "Okay," Luffy replied energetically. Then, with a glance back, Ace disappeared, leaving only a trace of the setting sun. "He's gone," Zoro said. "Fire Fist Ace," Sanji remarked. "We'll definitely meet again," Luffy said with great anticipation. "I hope when we meet again, you won't be dead." Sudong had long warned Ace about Blackbeard's strength, but whether Ace took it to heart, Sudong didn't know. Sudong could only hope Ace would be careful when dealing with Blackbeard. That night, everyone continued toward Yuba, and at noon, during the hottest part of the day, Luffy went a bit crazy again. It might have been the heat, or perhaps he ate some hallucinogenic plants. To take care of Luffy and the heat-sensitive Chopper, the group had to rely on Zoro, who still had decent stamina, and the most responsible captain, Sudong. As a result, Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, and Sudong strayed from the group and got separated again. After walking for a while, Sudong spotted what seemed to be a rock not far ahead. Before Sudong could say anything, Luffy had already acted. Using the elasticity of his rubber fruit, Luffy grabbed the rock and launched himself toward it, causing Zoro and Sudong to be knocked over. "Wow, huh, so cool, so cool." Luffy laughed triumphantly. Zoro, of course, was furious and wanted to chop Luffy up. Sudong knew Luffy's character and could only remain silent. "By the way, where's Chopper?" Luffy asked, then found Chopper lying in the sand. "Oomph." Zoro was so angry that he placed his sword against Luffy's neck. Luffy quickly apologized. "I'm sorry." Zoro then intended to sit down, but unexpectedly, when he sat on the ground, a large hole appeared beneath him. Zoro fell in instantly. Seeing Zoro fall, Luffy naturally grabbed onto the edge and propelled himself in after him. Here? Could it be? Sudong wasn't sure, but with his DevilFruit powers. He easily made his way into the cave. The surroundings seemed like an ancient, collapsed palace. Having such a massive structure underground was clearly quite bizarre. Sudong quickly spotted a huge stone tablet in the center, marked with strange writing. Is this the history text? Unfortunately, I can't understand it, Sudong said. History text? What's that? Zoro and Luffy asked simultaneously. Just then, Chopper also fell from above, looking around in confusion. It's actually a stone tablet recording past history. The writing on it was inscribed by later generations. No one can destroy this kind of stone tablet, and now, only one person in the world can understand it. Sudong et Lai. Huh? One person? Who is it? Luffy and Chopper asked curiously. That person is none other than Nico Robin, Crocodile's partner, Sudong replied. Is it her? Did you forget what I said before? Robin joined Baroque Works simply because she couldn't find a place elsewhere. Although Robin and Sudong are currently on opposing sides, Sudong harbors no ill will towards her. Robin has a very painful past, and even though she is stooped to darkness, she still helps Luffy and ultimately becomes a companion, which says a lot. After a while, Zoro said, I'm getting used to it. If you look closely, doesn't this look like a giant egg? Zoro remarked. And it's artificial, Chopper added. This must be an ancient ruin, according to what Sudong said. These should be ancient texts. However, it feels like someone could hide it away, Chopper observed closely, which impressed Sudong and Zoro. Though I don't know who did it. They sure worked hard. But in any case, it's none of my business and I'm not interested. What we need to do now is get out of here quickly. How do we get back up? Zoro raised the most important question. Leave it to me, Sudong said as he grabbed Luffy with his left hand. Luffy stretched his body, while Zoro and Chopper held onto him. Sudong spread his devil wings, then leaped upward, effortlessly sweeping aside the sand above with his wings. Sudong easily rescued his companions. We're finally out. Zoro and Chopper both acknowledged Sudong from the bottom of their hearts at critical moments. This captain was the most reliable. Of course, Luffy was also indispensable as the spiritual symbol of the team. Sudong didn't just walk away. He generated a spiral sphere with one hand and pressed it against the rock. With a loud boom, the rock was transformed into a whirlpool shape. This should be enough, Sudong thought, wanting to leave a mark here. Ancient ruins could easily be covered by sand again, but this mark would never disappear. And so, Sudong, Zoro, Luffy, and Chopper set off on their journey to find their companions and head to Yuba. Due to Sudong's limited stamina, carrying 3 people while flying was not a long-term solution, so they chose to walk to save energy. As the sky gradually darkened and the weather became cooler, Luffy became lively again. While walking, Chopper suddenly said, "The wind has changed direction. I seem to smell something." Yes, that's right. It's Nami's perfume scent coming from this direction. With Chopper's keen nose, Sudong and Zoro naturally pulled Luffy towards the correct direction. Before long, Sudong finally saw Nami and Vivi riding a camel. Accompanied by Sanji and Usopp, they finally reunited. After exchanging pleasantries, as they had only been apart for a few hours and nothing significant had happened, they continued on their way to Yuba. Chopper asked about the life paper. By the way, Luffy, what exactly is that thing your brother gave you? Sudong replied that it was life paper. Without thinking, Luffy said he didn't seem to understand at all. It was life paper. Everyone knew asking Luffy was pointless. So they looked at Sudong and asked Sudong, what is that? Nami inquired. Sudong cleared his throat and explained, life paper is something from the Grand Line. Generally, it's given to you by someone very close to you. Life paper is like a permanent record pointer. It will continuously point towards that person's direction. Previously, Ace said he would go west, right? Look, if you place the life paper on your palm, it will keep moving westward little by little. Sudong thought he had explained it clearly, but unexpectedly Luffy asked, if it moves little by little, when will the paper reach that person's side? Isn't that too slow? The others gave Luffy a good beating, complaining, Luffy, are you even listening? The life paper tells you that person's direction. Sanji then asks, so, what happens to the life paper if that person dies? A gust of sand blew by, and Sudong said, the life paper shrinks when the owner weakens, and it returns to its original size when the owner recovers. If that person dies, the life paper will slowly turn to ashes and cease to exist. Ace won't die easily, right, Sudong? Luffy asked. Of course, Sudong said, though he didn't truly believe it. If everything developed as in the original story, Ace's death was almost inevitable. All right, everyone, after we pass that rock, we won't be far from Yuba. Let's hurry. Princess Vivi said, looking ahead. Okay. Hearing that they were about to reach Yuba, everyone was full of energy. Really? Are we almost there? Yes. Yuba, we're almost there. And so, Everyone walked towards Yuba with anticipation, while Sudong had a bad feeling. That night, they faced another sandstorm, but Sudong used his devil powers to protect everyone. There seems to be lights ahead. Vivi pointed into the distance. Have we reached Yuba? There's too much sand. I can't see clearly. When the sand finally settled, Vivi felt something was off. Oh no, the city seems a bit strange. It's a sandstorm. The city must have been attacked. In the distance, Yuba was shrouded in a sandstorm, trees were torn apart, and the city looked like ruins. However, Yuba's situation was much better than Alabastus. It was clear that not long ago, people still lived there. But Vivi found it hard to believe. How could this happen? This place doesn't differ much from Alabasta, Zoro said honestly. Where's the water? Luffy was nearly dying of thirst. Isn't this an oasis, Vivi? Sanji also voiced his doubts. Sudong's bad feeling turned out to be true. Yuba had indeed become a wasteland. There is too much sand, causing the ground level to rise. And the oasis has been swallowed up, Vivi said with regret. Suddenly, a noise came from nearby. It was a man with a shovel, clearing the riverbed. You travelers, right? A journey through the desert must be exhausting. I'm really sorry this city is run dry. But you can rest well. There are inns everywhere. That's the best part of the city. The man speaking was a bearded uncle who continued digging as he talked. Excuse me. I heard the rebel army is in this city. What do you want with the rebel army? The uncle's demeanor changed immediately upon hearing rebel army. After much explanation from everyone, the uncle finally revealed the truth. Those guys are no longer here, he said. What? Everyone showed extremely surprised expressions, completely caught off guard. Except for Sudong, who already knew the rebel army had left. How could this happen? Vivi, who had traveled tirelessly to stop the rebels, never expected this would be the outcome. The sandstorm just attacked this city, but this isn't something that just started. Ever since it has been sun-scorched for 3 years and has run dry, this city has frequently suffered sandstorms, being swallowed little by little, turning the former oasis into what it is today. Supplies have also ceased to circulate in this city because it can no longer sustain a prolonged war against the rebels. So the rebel army has moved their base to Kartlia, the uncle explained. As for Kartlia, it's an oasis not far from Roa. Perhaps if Sudong had reminded Vivi from the start, they wouldn't have gone the wrong way, and they might have even met the rebel leader directly. At that time, stopping the war wouldn't have been impossible. However, for various reasons, Sudong chose to conceal the truth, which was naturally for his own reasons. While speaking, everyone mentioned Vivi's name, and the uncle immediately reacted differently. Vivi? Did you just call her Vivi? The uncle slowly walked over. You are Vivi, right? You're still alive. That's great. It's me. Don't you recognize me? No wonder, I've lost a bit of weight. Uncle Dor. Vivi found it hard to believe. The once plump father of her close friend Koza, Dor, had become this thin. As for Koza's identity, he was naturally the leader of the rebel army. It's hard to imagine that the uncle before them was once a robust man. Uncle Dor said, Vivi, I believe in His Majesty the King. He would never betray the country, right? At this point, Uncle Dor was in tears. Rebellion is simply foolish. Those silly kids. It's only been 3 years without rain. So what? I believe in His Majesty the King, and most of the citizens do too. I used to support them nationwide, but no matter what I said, it was useless. I still couldn't stop the rebellion. Their strength is nearly at its limit. They should make a decisive move in the next attack. They've been pushed to a dead end. They had long since made up their minds to die. Please, Vivi, hurry and stop those foolish boys. Dado pleaded. Vivi gently handed Dado a towel and comforted him. Uncle Dado, don't worry, I will definitely stop the rebellion. Thank you, Vivi. Dado shed tears once again. As it was getting late, everyone decided to stay in Yuba for the night. After a long journey, everyone was exhausted. Of course, the companions were as usual, initially playing around recklessly, but eventually, after their fun, they fell asleep. Sudong wasn't that tired, with his super DevilFruit. He seemed not to rely on rest as much. Sudong pushed the door open, and it was already deep into the night. However, he still heard a rustling sound nearby. He discovered it was Uncle Dado, taking advantage of the cooler night to continue digging. Uncle Dado, you are really working hard, Sudong said. Dado looked up and saw it was Vivi's companion, Sudong, and replied, that kid keeps shouting for water. I will soon reach the damp layer. Thank you for your hard work. Let me help you, Sudong said without hesitation and immediately began to help Dado dig down further. XuCang's, being a young man with boundless stamina, coupled with his special ability, dug quite deep in no time. Eventually, Sudong felt that his hands were already soaked. He initially thought it was from digging too hard, causing his fingers to bleed, but upon closer inspection, he realized they had reached the damp layer. Water! Great! Water! Sudong and Dado were both very excited. not because they had dug out water, but because this represented a glimmer of hope for Yuba's revival. Then, Sudong accompanied Uncle Dado to distill and extract pure water, and they chatted about Crocodile and Vivi, and soon the sky brightened. Dado gave the water to Luffy as a small gift. Eventually, everyone left Yuba, planning to return the same way to go to Kateria. At this moment, Luffy sat still, intending to give up. Vivi asked, "What's wrong, Luffy?" "I'm done," Luffy said directly. "Done?" Nami felt a bit strange. "What do you mean, Luffy?" Vivi asked. "Hey, Luffy, we don't have time to mess around here. Get up," Usopp said. "Aren't we supposed to go back?" Chopper also felt puzzled. "Yeah, shouldn't we return? We need to go to Kateria to stop the rebel army. If the millions of people in this country start some fierce conflict, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is for Vivi. All right, let's go," Sanji said, somewhat bluntly pulling Luffy. However, Luffy pushed Sanji away, indicating his refusal. Everyone had no choice but to turn their gazes to Sudong. Luffy wanted to say something, and at that moment, Sudong revealed a long-hidden truth. "I'm sorry. I think I understand Luffy's point. If that's the case, I'm done too. I'm sorry. I knew the rebel army was in Kateria all along, but didn't tell Vivi." Sudong's expression was very serious, even surprising Luffy, who quickly asked in confusion, "You knew all along? Why didn't you say anything?" "Luffy, I think our goals are the same. Let's defeat Crocodile," Sudong and Luffy said in unison. No one expected that at this moment. The two captains would reach a consensus in spirit and will. Luffy then said, "I see. Now I can understand. I think so too. Even if we stop the rebel army, can we stop Crocodile? Even if we reach Kateria, there's nothing we can do because we are pirates. It might be better not to go," Luffy said. "Yes, the drought, civil war, and chaos in Alabasta are all Crocodile's doing. Therefore, defeating him and eliminating his minions, the Baroque works, is the fundamental issue," Sudong explained briefly. The attitudes of the group changed instantly. The words of the two captains were piercingly clear, and I finally understood. Sanji and Usopp both nodded. "You hope that no one dies in this battle. The citizens, and all of us. Our enemy is the 7 warlords of the sea. This is clearly a riot war involving millions of people. Yet you still think everyone should be safe. Don't you think that's too naive?" The originally naive Luffy this time questioned Vivi instead. "Luffy, you should consider Vivi's feelings a bit." Nami wanted to persuade him, but was stopped by Sanji. "Miss Nami, wait." Sudong remained silent. He knew that Luffy and Vivi would definitely need one side to convince the other, and his opinion aligned with Luffy's. "What's wrong? I don't want anyone to die. What's wrong with that?" Vivi didn't compromise and questioned Luffy fiercely. "Everyone has to die eventually," Luffy said expressionlessly. Vivi slapped Luffy away and shouted, "Shut up. Don't say such things. If you say it again, I won't forgive you. Aren't we trying to prevent this from happening? It's not the rebel army's fault, nor the king's army, nor the citizens of this country. Why must someone die? It's clearly Crocodile's fault." Vivi's words were not wrong. At this moment, Luffy stood up and countered. "Then why are you gambling with your life? Just look at this country and you'll know what you should do. Your one life is not enough to gamble," Luffy said as he continued to take hits. "Then what should I bet with? I have no other capital left to gamble with." Vivi suddenly calmed down, her expression extremely sad. At this moment, Luffy shouted, "At least we should bet our lives too. Aren't we partners?" Vivi burst into tears. After watching the whole development of the story, Sudong realized that Luffy was simply trying to tell Vivi not to forget the strength of their partnership. Vivi had never considered directly defeating Crocodile because she knew how powerful he was and didn't want anyone to die because of it. Therefore, she would never actively push Sudong and the others towards Crocodile to die. Luffy's outburst completely moved Vivi's heart, and Sudong could feel Luffy's charismatic personality. This infectious energy made Sudong understand, once again, that there are things more important than strength. Vivi was crying, while Luffy put on a straw hat and asked, "Tell me, where is Crocodile?" At this moment, Vivi had also made up her mind to use the power of her companions to defeat Crocodile. Vivi looked at her companions and said, "Luffy and Sudong are right. I have made up my mind. Let us go to Crocodile." "Indeed, that's the quickest shortcut," Nami echoed. "So we don't have to take such a troublesome detour." Zoro understood quickly. "Where the hell is Crocodile?" Sanji asked. Vivi immediately unfolded the map of the Alabasta kingdom that she had with her. "This is the capital, Alyabarna, ruled by my father. The rebel army is currently planning to attack Alyabarna here. That means we have to defeat Crocodile before that," Sanji said. "Crocodile's location is here, in Rain Base," Vivi explained again. "Rain Base?" Usopp repeated curiously. "It takes about a day's journey to get there if we head north from here," Vivi said. "All right, then let's set off." Let's defeat Crocodile together. After Sudong said that, everyone sailed north once again. Along the way, they chatted about Rain Base and Crocodile. After about a day of travel, they were finally close to Rain Base. In the distance to the north, there was a relatively large city, which felt different from the previous ones. That must be Rain Base up ahead, Sudong asked. Yes, we can already see it, Vivi replied. We've arrived. Usopp sighed in relief. All right, let's go and knock Crocodile out. Luffy was full of enthusiasm. By the way, hasn't Baroque Works noticed our arrival here? Zoro asked. They probably already know. We also ran into Mr. 2, so let's assume we've been exposed. That would be correct, Nami said. What does that mean? Luffy asked, a bit slow on the uptake. It means we can't move freely in Rain Base. If they discover us, Crocodile could use all means to deal with us, Usopp said, exasperated with Luffy for needing everything explained. Sudong said, as expected, Crocodile's focus is now on inciting war. To him, we should just be small mice. I think we don't need to hide our identities. We can confront him head-on. However, don't forget that the Navy is also chasing us. That smoker must be waiting for us in Rain Base. Sudong's words made the others anxious, but he was right. The Smokeman smoker was already waiting in a nearby restaurant. No way. Those guys are back again. How annoying. Everyone was quite displeased with the Navy. How can we avoid being discovered by them? While they were discussing this, they realized that Luffy and Usopp had already disappeared. Where are they? Sudong asked awkwardly. They went to buy water, Nami said. Great, we better hide quickly. Those two are definitely going to get us in trouble. Sudong guessed correctly again. Luffy and Usopp had encountered Smoker and Tashigi at the restaurant, and then they ran out, being chased by the Navy. The crucial part was that Luffy and Usopp ran towards their companions, which resulted in everyone being nearly exposed. Meanwhile, the agents of Baroque Works and Rain Base had naturally already discovered their presence. Hey, we've been discovered. Why don't we just run straight towards Crocodile? Sudong suggested. Yeah, let's go take him down. Luffy agreed enthusiastically. You can see that building with the crocodile roof over there, right? That's the casino Crocodile runs. Rain Dinner. Vivi pointed to the impressive building ahead. So that's where Crocodile is. Luffy and Sudong quickly sped up. To distract the Navy, the group chose to split up and escape. Sudong had bad luck. He avoided the Navy, but was surrounded by the Baroque Works agents, the Million Elders. This is awkward. I have to take care of you first, Sudong said as he looked at the enemies in front of him, his eyes narrowed. And with a sudden burst, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was next to the closest Million Elder. Meanwhile, a strange sound came from Sudong's right hand, where a blue glowing sphere had formed. Yes, it was the Rasengan. While using the body flicker technique, Sudong had also condensed a Rasengan. This was his first time using it in actual combat. Despite its small size, thanks to his Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki bloodline, this Rasengan had tremendous power. What is this? The Million Elder in front of him hadn't reacted, yet when Sudong launched the blue sphere at him. Then came a series of continuous whoosh sounds as the Rasengan blasted the agent's body upwards. Huh! Sudong exerted force with his arm, completely sending out the Rasengan, and the numerous Million Elders before him were swept away like a tide. This move had such great power in the pirate world. Sudong was pleasantly surprised. If he could use the Rasengan more smoothly in combat in the future, his battles would become even more impressive. Over here, just as Sudong was secretly pleased, he heard shouting from the Navy. He looked around and found that his companions had scattered. So he set his sights on the casino where Crocodile was, Rain Dinner. Sudong hurried over and saw Usopp and Nami, who were also evading capture. "XuCang's, are you okay? You must be fine," Nami said nonchalantly, then added as she ran, "Did you see? The entrance to Rain Dinner is right in the center of the lake. Haven't the others arrived yet?" Nami asked as she reached the entrance. Just then, several Baroque Works enemies raised rifles and aimed at the three. "Get lost." Zoro suddenly appeared and kicked the goons away. "Zoro? Aren't you supposed to be with Vivi?" Nami asked, puzzled. "Yeah, hasn't she arrived yet?" Zoro had chosen to hold the rear for Vivi, but unfortunately, she hadn't made it. "She might have already gone in," Usopp said. "Then let's hurry and get inside," Nami said. Just then, Sudong saw Luffy seemingly being chased by someone. Without thinking, Sudong knew it had to be Smoker, the Logia user he currently couldn't defeat. "Let's go." Everyone rushed inside. Luffy shouted as he ran, unable to stop. Seeing this, everyone exerted themselves to run towards the interior of Rain Dinner. "Crocodile, I'm gonna knock you out," Luffy shouted as he ran, full of ambition. "You all stop right there." The Baroque Works goons were hot on their heels, firing their guns. As Sudong turned around, he slashed out with his sword, taking down several agents in front of him. Then he noticed Smoker was still in pursuit. What a hassle, Sudong thought, but he didn't dwell on it and kept rushing into rain dinner with Luffy and the others. After pushing open the door, they found that there were still many people inside rain dinner, with various gambling and entertainment machines around. Everyone seems very relaxed, as if they are not affected by the civil war at all. As soon as Luffy walked in, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Crocodile, get out here!" However, the people here showed no interest in Luffy, nor in what he said. They were just there to have fun and win money. "I traveled thousands of miles to take you down," Luffy shouted again, but no one around responded to him. His companions quickly stopped him. "If you keep yelling like that, how is he ever going to come out?" Nami complained. "He's a national hero. Do you want to make enemies of all the customers in the store?" Usopp said. "Yeah. The people here don't care about anything except for money," Sudong added. "What should we do then?" Luffy asked anxiously, clearly eager to confront Crocodile. "Shouldn't we find Vivi first?" "If Vivi isn't here, you won't even know who Crocodile is," Sudong pointed out. "But where is Vivi?" Luffy, Usopp, and Nami all shouted together, "Vivi, where are you and Crocodile?" Sudong slapped his forehead, feeling speechless. He thought this group of companions was hopeless. However, their actions caught the attention of the manager, who immediately reported it to the assistant manager. The assistant manager casually said, "Just call the guards. Don't make a fuss over such a small matter." Seeing that there was no response around, Luffy asked Sudong, "What's going on? Can't find Crocodile, and can't find Vivi? What's happening?" Before Sudong could answer, Smoker had already caught up. "Got you. Straw Hat Kid, daring to run around. It's the Smoke Man. Everyone run," Luffy shouted and started to flee with his companions. The appearance of pirates and marines in the casino naturally disturbed its tranquility, and the casino's guards rushed out. However, at the level of the guards, they couldn't even stop Nami, let alone Sudong and Luffy. The guards were knocked aside like paper dolls. At that moment, the assistant manager of the rain banquet saw the manager and said, "Not good, manager, a group of strange people is causing a disturbance." The manager was, of course, Nico Robin. Following Crocodile's orders, Robin said, "Yes, please take them to the VIP room." "Huh?" The assistant manager wanted to say something, but Robin directly told him, "This is an order from Boss Crocodile." In the end, the assistant manager had people clear a path to the VIP room. Seeing this, Luffy and the others rushed in without hesitation. While running, Sudong and Luffy noticed that the path split into two directions. One side marked VIP and the other marked pirates. Knowing that both situations were similar, Sudong directly walked with Luffy towards the path marked pirates. The result was predictable. Everyone fell into this silly trap. After Sudong landed, he found that they were already deep inside this cage. He touched the cage and felt a strange sensation. However, this feeling seemed to have no effect on Sudong. "So this is a cage made of sea prism stone?" Meanwhile, Luffy praised the trap instead. "What a clever trap," Luffy exclaimed. "Yeah, it can't be helped," Usopp echoed, "because that way it won't seem particularly foolish. It's clearly a trap that could have been avoided, right?" Nami couldn't help but retort. "What now, Sudong?" Nami thought of Sudong first in this crisis. "More importantly, I haven't been able to use my strength since just now," Luffy said, grabbing the cage. The power of his gum fruit was naturally suppressed. Just then, Smoker swung his weapon and attacked Luffy. Sudong immediately drew his Zanpakuto and blocked Smoker's attack with the sheath. "Smoker, we're on the same boat now. You might as well save your energy and think about how to escape," Sudong said. Luffy couldn't help but ask, "What the heck just happened? I feel completely weak, like I've fallen into water." Sudong explained, "This cage is made of the same material as the weapon in Smoke Man's hand, possessing the properties of sea prism stone, which can suppress DevilFruit users." "I see. So that's why Luffy got weaker when he touched it?" Zoro finally understood. "The prison bars at Marine headquarters are made of this stuff to prevent DevilFruit users from escaping," Smoker said. "So can this cage be destroyed?" Nami asked. "If it could be destroyed, I would have left here long ago," Smoker replied. "It's to ensure that you can never run rampant on the seas again." Without saying a word, it seemed they were about to fight. Sudong said, "Save it. Rather than fighting among ourselves, we should think about how to deal with Crocodile." As soon as Sudong finished speaking, a voice rang out, "Yes, that's right. You should think carefully. Are you partners heading to the underworld? Or should you get along well?" It was Crocodile. Smoker looked towards the source of the voice. "What?" Luffy was also taken aback. A figure sitting not far away slowly turned around, revealing a face that looked distinctly villainous. Crocodile showed a very sinister smile. He had a stitched line below his nose and an earring on his right earlobe. Dressed in a coat, he appeared relaxed. "This guy is the warlord of the sea." "Crocodile?" Zoro asked rhetorically. "He has a face even more disgusting than I imagined," Smoker commented. When Crocodile heard Smoker's evaluation, he said, "You really are just like the rumors say, a wild dog, Mr. Smoker. It seems you haven't considered me one of your own for a long time, but you're right. Smoker, just let you die unexpectedly. You've worked hard to fight against this little pirate, Straw Hat Kid. I'll report this to the government. I don't know why you came back to this country. After all, it must be your own decision. The government wouldn't send you here. They trust me, as a warlord of the sea. So, it was true. I finally met you, Sand Crocodile." Sudong felt no fear at this moment, as it wasn't his first time facing a warlord of the sea. Instead, he felt somewhat excited. "Are you Crocodile?" Luffy shouted angrily upon seeing Crocodile. "You bastard. Let's settle this once and for all." Luffy accidentally touched the bars and immediately collapsed to the ground. "Luffy, I warned you that DevilFruit users can't touch the bars," Sudong said. Seeing this, Crocodile immediately said, "Straw Hat Kid Luffy, Devilman Sudong, it's impressive that you managed to get here. I'll take my time to deal with you. So wait a moment, because the main guest hasn't arrived yet." "Main guest?" Nami asked in response. "Now, my partner has gone to pick him up," Crocodile said. "Crocodile, do you really think you can trap me with such a low-level fence?" Sudong replied with a faint smile, looking at Crocodile. "Oh, you mean you can escape?" Crocodile said, showing no concern. "I know you're a DevilFruit user, so deep down you must understand that you can't escape, right? After all, once a DevilFruit user fell into his trap, there was basically no chance of escape." However, Sudong coldly laughed and said, "Then watch closely." Sudong placed his hand on the fence, and his body showed no signs of weakness or fatigue, which surprised the surrounding companions. What is going on? Smoker was also puzzled. Clearly, Sudong was a DevilFruit user, as their previous battle had proven. Yet now, Sudong was obviously unaffected by the Sea Prism stone fence. Crocodile was also very shocked. Such a situation had never occurred before. However, Crocodile quickly said, "I see. Could it be that the information was wrong? You're not a DevilFruit user at all? Oh, then take a look at this." Sudong then activated his fruit, and his entire form suddenly changed. Enormous black wings sprouted from his back, clearly indicating he was using his DevilFruit ability. Everyone was at a loss for words. But now everyone could understand that Sudong's DevilFruit was even unaffected by the sea and Sea Prism Stone. Do you think transforming like this will help you escape your fate of death? Crocodile naturally did not believe in Sudong's strength. In Crocodile's eyes, Sudong and Luffy were merely small pirates. Then let's wait and see," Sudong said before exploding in anger, addressing Smoker. "Smoker, we are here to defeat Crocodile. The Navy and we pirates are at odds, but for now, we must cooperate temporarily. Let's have a ceasefire. What do you say? Either we fight here and let Crocodile benefit, or we work together to break out." Sudong looked at Smoker. Smoker was silent for a moment before finally saying, "All right, we'll let you go this time. But next time, got it, next time if you want to capture us, feel free." Sudong understood that Smoker had agreed to this cooperation. Sudong then prepared to break the fence and escape. However, at that moment, a voice made Sudong pause. "Crocodile, I will kill you." It turned out that Princess Vivi had appeared in this VIP room. "Welcome, the Princess of Alabasta, Vivi. No, it's Miss Wednesday. Thanks to you, you could evade our assassins and come here," Crocodile said with great ease. "Of course I came. No matter where you are, I want you dead. If Mr. Zero hadn't come to this country, Alabasta could have remained peaceful forever." Vivi charged directly at Crocodile in her impulsiveness. However, Crocodile appeared completely unconcerned. Peacock Chainsaw. Vivi's attack struck Crocodile. Immediately after, Crocodile's head disappeared. Useless, Smoker stated the truth. Smoker's body instantly turned to sand and then flew towards Vivi. "Has your breath run out? Since you live in this country, you should know my sand fruits ability," Crocodile said as he appeared behind Vivi using sand, covering her mouth with his hand and threatening. "Do you want to become a mummy?" Luffy and the others looked on in shock. He turned into sand. "Damn it, let Vivi go. Be careful, or I will knock you away." Luffy continued to shout. "Sit down. It's just the right time for a party, right?" Crocodile did not do anything to Vivi, but instead asked Robin beside him. Robin looked at the clock and said, "Yes, it's already past 12 o'clock. The Paradise War is about to begin." "Paradise va? What is that?" Everyone was unsure about what Crocodile was plotting. Ha ha ha. Crocodile couldn't help but laugh as he finally said, "The one to die is this boring country. Miss Wednesday, I want Alabasta to disappear from this earth. I want the surviving citizens to fall in their painful struggles, swallowed by eternal darkness. The Paradise War has begun." Ha ha. Crocodile then began his endless laughter again. Vivi immediately raised her head and asked, "What are your intentions for Alabasta? Do Do you want me to tell you what type of person I despise the most? Those who pretend to think for the citizens, but are actually selfish hypocrites, Crocodile said. Are you trying to kill my father? How can you do this? Vivi said, her emotions running high. Don't scream like that. I have no intention of doing so. He is not worth my effort to kill. I want Cobra to experience an even more brutal humiliation than death. Crocodile said calmly. An even more brutal humiliation than death? Usopp repeated. Vivi's face naturally turned very ugly. Ha ha. As a princess, you can't show such a face, Crocodile laughed wickedly. I'm asking you again, what exactly is the Paradise War? Tell me quickly, Vivi asked urgently again. Do you even understand your current position? What a brave princess you are. Well, since the war has already started, I will tell you. It's the plan to end this country, the Paradise War. Crocodile then revealed his plan to lure Cobra and the royal army into battle. Nami couldn't help but say, what a sinister operation. So do you like it? The operation you participated in midway has now borne fruit. If you listen carefully, you should be able to hear Alabasta's cries of despair, right? However, everyone thought the same. They needed to protect Alabasta. Protect Alabasta. Protect Alabasta. Crocodile couldn't help but laugh again. Stop talking. How can you do such an outrageous thing? Vivi was already a bit on the verge of collapse. Ha ha ha. It's truly tragic. The thought of considering the country actually leads to its destruction. At this point, Luffy was filled with rage and finally couldn't hold back as he charged towards the fence. Sudong, aren't you not afraid of this thing? Quickly smash it. I can't take it anymore. I want to knock Crocodile away. Seeing that things had developed to this point, Sudong felt there was no need to wait any longer. I understand, everyone step back a bit. Although Sudong's movements were small, at this moment, no one could underestimate him. His companions knew that the other captain, Sudong, seemed to be able to predict everything and was also the strongest presence on the ship. Miracles had happened to him more than once. Stop joking. Even if you're not affected by the Sea Prism Stone, the hardness of this fence cannot be underestimated. How long do you think it took me to do these things? Whether it's inciting the public for destruction or acting as the king's army, do you know why I'm willing to go to such lengths to obtain this country? Crocodile asked. Ancient weapons, Pluton. Sudong revealed what Crocodile most wanted to know. At the same time, the Azura in Sudong's hand had already struck out. This time, Sudong was completely unrestrained, unleashing all his power in a single slash. Sudong's strike could rival that of Mihawk at that time. And we all know that Mihawk can unleash the strongest slash in the world. A red slash appeared, instantly cutting through the barriers in front of him. And not only that, everything around was also severed. As the room shattered, the lake water outside the banquet rushed in, along with a number of banana crocodiles. Crocodile's body was also cut in half, and everything around became fragmented. As Sudong broke the cage, Zoro held onto Luffy, Usopp held onto Vivi, and Sudong held onto Nami. Sudong saw that Smoker and Robin were both trapped in the water, so he kicked Smoker over to Zoro. Immediately, Sudong became the biggest winner in life. With Nami in his left arm and Robin in his right, he swam up from the lake. He placed the drowning people by the roadside, and eventually, everyone slowly began to wake up. Sudong handed Nami over to Usopp and Zoro, then jumped onto a rooftop, placing Robin beside him. Why did you save me? Robin, still a bit dazed, looked at Sudong. Sudong replied, by the way, on the way to Yuba, I found a historical text that you might be interested in. I made a mark outside using a spiral, so you should be able to find it. After that, Sudong disappeared from the spot without a trace. Unexpectedly, when Sudong returned to his companions, he found that they had already been surrounded by the Navy. Before Sudong could say anything, Sanji suddenly arrived and rescued everyone. Smoker also took this opportunity to deliberately let Sudong, Luffy, and the others go. Colonel, aren't you going to chase them? A Marine asked. We can't catch up, don't pursue them. Hurry and call for backup. Smoker ultimately let everyone go, and there was a faint sense that he wanted to help Luffy and Sudong. What should we do now? What about Crocodile? Due to the overwhelming power of Sudong's earlier strike, no one knew exactly what had happened to Crocodile. That guy definitely isn't dead. However, the urgent matter is to go stop the final showdown between the King's army and the rebel army, Sudong said. Yes, we need to head to Alabasta immediately. Vivi also agreed wholeheartedly. The third update. But how are we supposed to get to Albana? Even if we hurry over now, we one team make it in time. Everyone started to feel frustrated, but at that moment, Chopper arrived just in time. Not only that, but Chopper also brought a friend to the crab. The crab friend is a giant crab. How amazing! This is a hermit crab. Hermit crabs usually hide in the sand and are called the magical crab. Vivi was very happy to say, this guy runs pretty fast. Zoro just saw how fast the hermit crab was coming. Everyone, let's hurry. All right, let us go. Chopper cracked the reins, and the giant crab quickly started moving eastward. The plan was to head east to the Sandora River and then cross the river to enter Albana from the west. The hermit crab moved at an extremely fast speed, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, at that moment, a golden hook suddenly floated up mysteriously, connected by sand behind it, clearly the ability of Crocodile. The golden hook rushed toward Vivi's direction and easily hooked her up. Everyone was startled. Stop, Chopper. Usopp called to stop the hermit crab, and seeing this, Luffy immediately grabbed Vivi back. It's that guy. Luffy then grabbed the golden hook and flew along with it. Leave it to me alone. You all go immediately, Luffy said. Make sure to escort Vivi home safely. Sudong realized that Luffy intended to face Crocodile alone. Let us go, Chopper. Let us head towards Albana. Sudong had no choice. Since Luffy was not present, he had to take on the responsibility of leading the team. Okay, I got it. Chopper then cracked the reins again, and the hermit crab continued to move at high speed. Hey, are we leaving Luffy behind? Usopp was still a bit worried about Luffy. Don't worry, at this point, we have to trust Luffy. After Sudong finished speaking, he immediately made a hand sign. Would clone technique. Immediately, a person identical to Sudong appeared in place. The clone then jumped off the hermit crab. What is this? What the hell? Everyone was startled. The person in front of them looked exactly like Sudong. This is my newly awakened ability, which can create a clone. Although it's a clone, its strength is exactly the same as mine. I'll leave Wood Clone behind, in case something special happens to Luffy. My clone should be able to rescue him quickly. Sudong thought very thoughtfully, and everyone naturally praised him. Is it really okay? Vivi still looked worried in the direction of Luffy. It's fine. If the king's army and the rebel army meet head-on, this country, the Alabasta Kingdom, will disappear. If the only hope to stop all of this is you, then no matter what happens, you must survive. Zoro advised. No matter what happens to any of us in the future, why is Vivi still feeling guilty? Vivi, you started the war. You declared war on this unidentified organization. But don't think you are fighting alone anymore. Sanji said. Vivi, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm here too. Usopp cheered. At this moment, Vivi shouted loudly, Luffy, we will be waiting for you in Albana. Okay, Luffy responded, and then saw Sudong's appearance. Sudong, didn't you leave? Why are you back? Luffy was very confused and was about to blame Sudong. I'm not Sudong. I'm Sudong's with clone. You can think of me as Sudong, but I'm not the main body of Sudong. Luffy was somewhat speechless. He couldn't understand what Sudong was saying. However, two figures appeared before him, Crocodile and Nico Robin. At this time, both Crocodile and Robin looked a bit disheveled, as Sudong's previous attack had caused them to fall into the water. Seems like we called Vivi to escape. Robin said, no matter how they escape, the agents have already gathered in Albana. You should hurry to contact them. Crocodile said, I didn't expect, Sudong, your swordsmanship to be so superb. I really underestimated you before. Crocodile said, and you, Straw Hat Kid Luffy, actually chose to stay and deal with me? I don't know whether to call you courageous or foolish. Crocodile said. At this moment, Luffy said, that guy, clearly weak, yet thinking of saving everyone he sees, is in so much pain because he can't give anything up, hoping that no one dies in the rebellion. No one must die? You really know how to talk. That naive peace idiot. It's because she doesn't know what real battle is like. You think so too, right? Crocodile said. But that guy, as long as you are there, she will fight you to the death, so I must resolve you here. Luffy roared, his expression changing a bit. Ha, so boring. It seems the hopeless idiot is you. This is a good example. I've seen many people sacrifice themselves for being overly affectionate with others. Crocodile said. Then aren't you an idiot too? Luffy said. Nico Robin couldn't help but laugh. What is so funny? Do you want to die too, Nico Robin? Crocodile said. If you want to, go ahead, and didn't we agree not to call me that name? Robin said while walking. Where are you going? Crocodile asked. I'm going to Albana first. Robin said. Wait, useless woman. All right. Crocodile then threw a sandglass near Luffy and said, I'll give you 3 minutes. After that, I'll have fun with Sudong. Crocodile now considered Sudong to be the strongest. However, your strength is just swordsmanship, right? But you don't even have a sword. How are you going to fight me? Crocodile looked at Sudong's wood clone and said, although Sudong's wood clone has the same strength as Sudong, it doesn't mean that everything is a perfect copy. Sudong's Zanpakuto cannot be duplicated by the clone technique. Therefore, Crocodile felt that Sudong shouldn't be that formidable. Your opponent is me. Crocodile. Sudong. Leave it to me. Luffy said. Okay. The wood clone of Sudong was not there to fight Crocodile. Its mission was to ensure Luffy could survive. Alright, since that's the case, let us finish off the Straw Hat Kid in 3 minutes. If it goes over, I'll lose my patience. Now let us begin. The first wave of sand and dust was raging around, and Luffy stared at Crocodile in front of him. Although Sudong's wooden clone had only been unlocked not long ago, it was used quite perfectly. It was precisely because of Sudong's perfect release that the duration of the wooden clone could be infinitely extended. At this moment, Sudong left the field to Luffy and vanished without a trace. Alright, let's not waste any more time, Straw Hat Kid. Crocodile fixed his gaze on Luffy and then charged at him. As for Sudong, he had arrived behind Robin. What brings you here, Mr. Sudong? Robin quickly noticed Sudong behind her, and he had no intention of hiding. Sudong smiled slightly and said, Miss Robin, I believe you wouldn't just leave like this. Would you? Perhaps you'll save Luffy's life when he falls. Robin was slightly surprised, but her expression remained calm. Why do you think so? We are, after all, on opposing sides, right? Sudong shook his head and replied, No, we are on the same side. How so? Robin was quite interested in the mysterious young man in front of her. He had saved her life before, told her about the poneglyphs, and even mentioned the king of the underworld, all of which piqued Robin's curiosity. Your goal is the poneglyphs, and despite being in Baroque works, you are merely trying to evade the pursuit of the Navy and the world government. Therefore, you don't want others to know your identity as Nico Robin. The more Sudong spoke, the more surprised Robin became. You can't be. Robin looked at Sudong with a hint of fear, her gaze suddenly evasive. Don't worry. I'm not CP9. I'm not a dog of the world government. Sudong's words expressed disdain for the world government and the Navy, which eased Robin's doubts a little. How do you know about CP9? Robin asked again, What do you know? Tell me everything. It's just the two of us here. I need to understand you to decide whether to kill you. Robin's words carried a hint of threat. However, Sudong didn't care at all and said, What you see of Sudong is just a clone. My main body is currently heading to Alabasta with my companions. However, I can represent the will of Sudong himself and possess his powerful strength. It's not so easy to kill me. Besides, we are fighting on the same front. Robin fell silent, as she had already heard too many surprising things. Robin, Crocodile can't protect you much longer. The Straw Hat Pirates will defeat him. And then where will you go? You don't belong here. You belong to the world. As the last historian of O'Hara, I hope you can join our crew. Although I don't know what the Void Century is, I hope you can discover it. When Sudong mentioned O'Hara and the Void Century, Robin was already in a panic. Who are you? Robin was at a loss for words to describe her feelings at that moment. I am your ally, a strong and trustworthy ally. However, I know you won't go to Alabasta to see the poneglyph, and I won't stop you. In fact, I will support you, which is why I told you where I know the poneglyph is. With me here, Luffy won't die. So you can go to Yuba to search for that poneglyph before heading to Alabasta. Just leave this to me. Of course, there's no need to rush your decision, because Crocodile hasn't been defeated yet. Sudong smiled elegantly and then turned to head towards Luffy and Crocodile, thinking that 3 minutes should be about enough. Robin stood there for a long time, still in shock. When that guy said those words, it sounded like it was a matter of course. Why is he so confident? His strength is great, but can he really defeat Crocodile? Robin wanted to say something more, but Sudong had already disappeared from her sight. When Sudong reappeared, Crocodile had already knocked Luffy down. You boastful rookie, just how many of you are there? Crocodile knocked Luffy to the ground, and a fierce sandstorm raged around them. Yuba will perish, dying in that final sandstorm. Then the rebel army will become even angrier, right? That kind of outdated thinking of considering others will lead the entire country to destruction. Crocodile's figure looked very bloody under the setting sun. You too, Straw Hat Kid Luffy. If you could discard those boring emotions, you might live a little longer. Before Crocodile could finish his words, Luffy grabbed his wrist. Are you still alive? Crocodile then tossed Luffy into the depression of the desert. Luffy was in great pain, sinking into the sand. You look like you're in a lot of pain, but you'll feel better soon. Hee. After Crocodile said this, Luffy was pulled deep into the sand. At that moment, a whoosh was heard. A figure flashed, and Sudong appeared, holding Luffy behind Crocodile. What? Zolfust? I didn't even see it clearly. Crocodile turned his head and saw that the newcomer was Sudong. The demon man, Sudong? Are you here to die too? No matter what, the outcome will be the same. You two will die here. I don't have time to play with you, come on. Crocodile was shocked, but still very arrogant. Sudong's lips curled up. He specialized in dealing with arrogant enemies. Sorry, Sudong, I don't have any strength left, Luffy said weakly. No worries, just rest here. Sudong took out a little water and handed it to Luffy. Then in an instant, he appeared behind Crocodile again. What is this? Crocodile couldn't help but ask. This ability to teleport caught him off guard. Do you know how little Lee defeated my arrow? Sudong asked. What? Crocodile didn't understand Sudong's meaning. I'll let you experience it. Sudong disappeared in a whoosh. Here we go again. Crocodile gritted his teeth and turned around, thinking Sudong would appear behind him again. However, this time it was different. Sudong instantly appeared in front of Crocodile, and then he punched out, this punch mixed with the power of the DevilFruit. With a shadow of a demon faintly appearing on his skin, just like Dante unleashing his powers in Devil May Cry. Bang! Crocodile was punched in the stomach. But he smiled proudly and said, "It's useless. My fruit ability is unbeatable." Unbeatable? Are you kidding? The second update. Oof. So stubborn. Crocodile's body partially turned to sand. He planned to use his sand powers to bind Sudong tightly, but something unexpected happened. Sudong suddenly appeared behind Crocodile and threw another punch. With a loud boom, Crocodile's head exploded. But of course, he was fine. He just hadn't managed to catch Sudong, who had vanished once again. Sudong kept flashing in and out, each time turning Crocodile into sand before flashing away again. 3 minutes had already passed, yet Sudong was still full of energy, while Crocodile was in a sorry state. Although he could use the powers of the Sand fruit to be immune to all damage, Crocodile was still seething with anger. Bastard! Bastard! Crocodile was getting angry. You bastard! If you have the ability, don't run. Dare to take my attack. Boom! Sudong once again punched Crocodile's head to pieces. Alright, since you're so confident in your attacks, I'll take the risk. Sudong then stopped his high-speed movement and stood still, waiting for Crocodile's attack. Desert Sword. Crocodile raised his arm high, completely turning to sand, and then slammed it down heavily. Boom! The sand in front of him was split in two, demonstrating the power of Crocodile's move, capable of splitting gold and stone. However, Sudong didn't believe it. A dark aura surged around him, and his eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, making him look even more imposing. Sudong's devil wings blocked in front of him. Huh, this guy is dead for sure. Crocodile was naturally full of confidence. No one had ever been able to block this move. However, just when Crocodile thought he would kill Sudong, an unexpected scene unfolded. The devil wings actually blocked his ultimate move. How is this possible? This can't be. No one has ever survived after being hit by this move. With that damn wing, it actually blocked it? Crocodile's heart was filled with disbelief. How could a dignified warlord, a great pirate of the sea, encounter such a freak? What kind of fruit is this? Although Crocodile knew Sudong was called a demon, he had never figured out why others refer to him that way. Sudong said, "You want to know? Sorry, there is no such fruit on this earth, yet I obtained it. This is a super devil fruit, the fruit of the origin of demons. You probably don't even understand the meaning of the existence of a devil fruit, right? Forget it. A small pirate like you only wants to know about the weak ancient weapon, Pluto. As for the super devil fruit, just forget it." Sudong was actually just talking nonsense. He didn't know the definition of devil fruits at all. He was just trying to show off and intimidate Crocodile. An ancient weapon like Pluto, capable of destroying country? You actually call it weak? How ignorant you are. Although Crocodile said this, he immediately followed up, "Demon Kid, what exactly is this super devil fruit?" Huh, why should I tell you? I already said, you small pirate are not worthy to know. This is something even GOLD Roger couldn't figure out. Sudong started boasting again, while Crocodile was getting more and more frustrated. "If you have the ability, then withstand all my attacks." Crocodile then took out his hand that didn't have the golden hook and slammed it on the ground, saying, "Erosion rebirth." Instantly, the lifeless desert was stripped of its right to exist once more. A massive pit formed around them, and Sudong had no choice but to dodge. Crocodile's hand could absorb moisture, causing the surrounding moisture to vanish completely. If Sudong got caught, he would naturally be finished. Huh! Seeing Sudong choose to jump in midair, Crocodile was overjoyed because he couldn't dodge in the air. "You're dead, Sudong." Crocodile grinned, and his hand quickly gathered a sandstorm and hurled it at Sudong. At that moment, Sudong began to form hand seals. "This ninjutsu is something I've imitated for a long time. Crocodile, you're the first to taste this move." After completing the seals, Sudong declared, "Water style, great waterfall technique." Normally, creating water in the desert would be a naive thing to do. However, in Naruto, a true water style master can create water shockwaves to attack opponents even in a dry environment. Sudong possessed the bloodlines of Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki, with a chakra level comparable to a human-tailed beast. This move, which Sudong learned from watching anime as a child, was the perfect counter to Crocodile. Just when Crocodile's sandstorm was about to finish Sudong off, water suddenly appeared out of nowhere beside him. The water collided with the sandstorm, and for some reason, the sandstorm began to dissipate. Crocodile was dumbfounded, staring at everything before him, unsure of what to say. This guy can create water out of thin air. And what Crocodile feared most was naturally water. As long as Crocodile's body came into contact with water, he couldn't turn to sand, which meant the sand fruit would temporarily be ineffective. Sudong's great waterfall technique not only dispersed the sandstorm, but also knocked Crocodile away with immense force. However, unfortunately for Sudong, the waterfall he created was composed of water vapor, lacking the energy of the ocean, so it couldn't become a true nemesis for Crocodile. But just imagine, what if he encountered a pirate on the sea? No matter how strong the pirate, a single ocean waterfall would finish them all, and ability users would be easily dealt with by Sudong. After realizing this, Sudong understood his cleverness. My goodness, I almost overlooked such a powerful ability. It seems I need to develop towards becoming like Neptune in the future. The system seemed to have heard Sudong's voice and immediately responded, "Hello, host." You can actually choose the direction of rewards. If you want rewards in a specific area, you can let me know. What? Sudong immediately asked. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. The current reward status is random. In other words, rewards from One Piece, Dragon Ball, Naruto, and Bleach will all appear. If you like the abilities from Naruto, you can set it to Naruto rewards. If you prefer the abilities from One Piece, you can set it to One Piece. Of course, you can also set both, and then you will get 2 random rewards. System, you're a bit late to inform me. The third update left Sudong speechless. To be honest, he really didn't know how to choose. After all, the power gaps in these worlds were quite large. In the Dragon Ball world, they could destroy a planet or even a universe at any moment. If that were to be applied to this world, who knows what would happen? Sudong expressed his thoughts. In the end, he decided to temporarily position himself within the worlds of One Piece and Naruto. However, just as Sudong was busy communicating with the system, he discovered that after using water release, he couldn't find Crocodile no matter what. Wait a minute, what's going on with that guy? I broke his ability. He shouldn't be able to use the sand fruit's powers, so why has he disappeared? Sudong asked. At that moment, the system once again chimed in late. Host, just now someone saved him with a bunch of hands. I saw you chatting happily with me, so I naturally didn't interrupt, the system said. Sudong was also speechless. System, that guy's a warlord, an enemy. You saw him and didn't tell me? Are you kidding me? Sudong originally wanted to chase down Crocodile. As long as he took down Crocodile, the mission in Alabasta would be complete. The conflict between the Royal Army and the Rebel Army, he believed his other companions and Vivi could handle. However, that would go against Sudong's original intention. The reason Sudong left his wooden clone here was to rescue Luffy. And Crocodile not dying at Sudong's hands was also due to an unspoken understanding between Sudong and Robin. Sudong was waiting for Robin to enter the royal tomb of Alabasta to take a look at the historical text. If they used normal means, King Cobra would definitely not let them in, and that would cause trouble. Crocodile, I want to knock him away, Luffy boldly declared, clearly having just been beaten by Crocodile and nearly dying. After recovering, he wanted to single-handedly search for Crocodile again. At that moment, after drinking Sudong's water, Luffy's body immediately recovered a lot. Sudong, what's up? You didn't kill that guy, did you? Or did you incapacitate him? Luffy then angrily said, that guy can only be knocked away by me. Don't you dare steal my thunder. Sudong could only smile wryly and say, Luffy, you think too highly of me. That's a warlord, Crocodile, who has a Logia-type fruit. Ordinary people can't defeat him, but this guy has a huge flaw. Let me think. Luffy's mind began to race, and then he said, oh, I see. It's blood? No, it's water, right? Just now I saw your technique. It brought a lot of water and washed him away. That guy didn't seem to turn into annoying sand. Sudong didn't expect the single-celled organism Luffy to have grown, and he nodded, saying exactly, my chakra is almost used up. After all, it was my first ninjutsu, and I still haven't mastered it completely. Next, take this water bag, I'll get some more water. Then, you run west with all your might, and I'll do my best to take you further. Sudong talked for a long time, but Luffy returned to his previous state, not understanding anything. However, that wasn't very important. Luffy just needed to understand that Sudong would summon water again. Hey, why did you disappear? Why can you summon water? If you can really summon water, then this country is saved. Luffy said happily, you're right, so we need to set off. Stop the Baroque Works mission and defeat Crocodile. That guy must have already headed towards Alyabarna, Sudong said seriously. There was no time to discuss other issues with Luffy. Okay, let us go. I'm going to knock Crocodile away. Luffy became serious again. At this moment, Sudong gathered his chakra, formed seals, and once again used ninjutsu, saying, water release, great waterfall technique. This time, the amount of water that appeared out of nowhere wasn't as much. Even if Sudong had more chakra, he couldn't extract more water. However, the water he created was sufficient for Luffy to reach Alvida. Wow, Sudong, you're amazing. Although I didn't understand what you meant, you're really you, right? Leave the next things to me. You have to protect everyone well, Luffy said energetically. Sudong's wooden clone said, then grabbed Luffy. Hey, what are you doing? Luffy didn't understand Sudong's intentions. Sudong then smiled and said, next, it's my full power. You probably haven't experienced this before, right? Get ready. I'm going to take you flying, Luffy. Sudong then started running like the wind, and after completing a run-up, he spread his enormous demon wings and began to flap them. His entire body then shot off at high speed towards the east, towards the St. Dora River. It was unclear how much time passed, but Sudong said, we've arrived here. My chakra, in other words, my energy, isn't enough anymore. From here to Alvida, it's all up to you. Whoosh. XuCang's thou di sapipa, giving Luffy a significant buffer time, allowing him to land smoothly. Meanwhile, Sudong's wooden clone turned into a piece of wood and vanished into the desert. At that moment, Sudong, who was moving with the moving crab and everyone else, smiled and said, don't worry, Luffy isn't dead, and Crocodile knows my strength now. Huh? Everyone looked at Sudong and asked, how do you know this time? Sudong replied, when my clone disappears, all its memories are transmitted back to me. Alvida is right ahead. Baroque Works must have made full preparations, Vivi said at this time. It seems we need to come up with a plan. Their target should be Vivi, right? Zoro said. Yes, Princess Vivi is a friend of the rebel Kosa and also a princess, so both sides should listen to her. Sudong said, but it won't be that simple, right? Sudong, you also said that both camps of Baroque agents stirring things up, right? Sanji said, then isn't that impossible to stop? Usopp said, looking worried. Alvida has 4 gates. Baroque Works' enemies should be at the East Gate, West Gate, and South Gate blocking us. Why don't we come up with a way to sneak through? Vivi seemed to have an idea. Let us do it this way. Sudong shared his plan with everyone. Everyone looked at Sudong with approval and said, great, let us do it. As Sudong said, this is truly a brilliant plan. The first approach regarding Sudong naturally involved utilizing cloaks, employing a deception tactic in pairs with his companions. They headed towards the East Gate, West Gate, and South Gate respectively. This way, the agents of the Baroque Works would face 2 opponents. All the members of Baroque guessed wrong. The person in front of them was not Princess Vivi at all. As for Sudong himself, he was following closely behind Vivi, protecting her. Knowing that Vivi was the target of the enemies, Sudong naturally prioritized her safety. Thank you, everyone. Vivi looked at Alvida, then prayed for a moment, and immediately turned to Sudong, saying, Sudong, thank you. We have to hurry. The rebel army has arrived. All right, you go ahead, and I'll just follow you. Sudong replied, then silently trailed behind Vivi. Vivi rode her Karu duck, quickly charging forward. The Straw Hat crew aimed to make Baroque Works think they were going to find a royal army. However, Vivi's current goal was not to find the king, but to stop the rebel army led by Kosa. I'm gonna stop them. If I fail, then everything we've done before will be in vain, Vivi said. At this moment, the royal army, consisting of the city guards, was preparing to defend against the rebel army, which numbered as high as 2 million, an extraordinarily large force. Vivi finally reached the must-pass road to the royal city, waiting for the rebel army. XuCang, I'll take it from here. You must not intervene, Vivi repeatedly reminded him, fearing that Sudong might do something to protect her. Don't worry, I won't. But if you can't persuade them, I won't hesitate to act, though I won't take their lives, Sudong assured her repeatedly, which finally satisfied Vivi. Dust suddenly rose, and they could see a dense crowd of people and camels, with the ground beginning to tremble. Please listen to me, Chief, Vivi thought anxiously. Sudong stood quietly beside her, feeling somewhat inconspicuous. At this moment, he had to obey Vivi's wishes. Everyone don't spread out. Break through the South City Gate. Then open the main gate from the inside. Get ready, Kosa commanded, riding his camel at lightning speed, followed by thousands of troops, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Stop, rebel army. This battle is orchestrated by others. Vivi spread her arms, trying to halt the advance of the rebels. Please, let me say a few words. Vivi shouted loudly, but no one was willing to listen to her. Just then, a cannonball was fired from an unknown direction. Sudong naturally knew that this cannonball was fired by a Baroque spy from the royal army. Put away your little schemes. Sudong dashed forward, drawing his shura. He then swiftly swung his shura, cutting the cannonball in half. Kosa saw Vivi in front of him and immediately waved his hand, signaling his troops to stop. Of course, there were many Baroque spies among the rebels, and they began to attack Sudong and Vivi. Damn it, I haven't given the order yet. Kosa's words were interrupted as he watched a figure elegantly dance through the bullets. The bullets passed by Sudong, and after dodging, he could use his godlike swordsmanship to slice the bullets in half. Cutting a cannonball was understandable, but being able to cut bullets in half, especially modern rifle bullets, was shocking. Who are you? State your name. Kosa inquired immediately upon seeing someone obstructing his army. Kosa, you should recognize me. You know Princess Vivi, right? Before attacking the royal army, please listen to her, Sudong said. Seeing that Kosa and Vivi had met, Sudong remained vigilant. He knew both sides had Baroque spies, and one wrong move could cost Vivi her life. Therefore, Sudong spread his wings and shielded Vivi. Dodo, Vivi. Kosa naturally knew his father's name and would not forget the name of his friend. Stop, Kosa. This war is orchestrated by others. The one truly benefiting from this is Crocodile. The king has gone missing. The king you see is an agent of Baroque works who possesses a DevilFruit. The leader of this organization is Crocodile, aiming to deplete our strength and take control of Alabasta. Vivi urgently conveyed everything she knew to Kosa. Kosa was equally shocked. So, we were deceived? Could it be that the drought in Alabasta was also caused by Crocodile? Kosa asked anxiously, although he initially wanted to doubt Vivi. Her risking her life to stop him said it all. Moreover, Kosa felt that everything was too coincidental. No weapons, yet suddenly we have weapons? The royal army was originally far stronger than us, yet they suddenly rebelled and became our enemies? Why has Alabasta been drought-stricken for so long? If all of this is coincidence, it really does not make sense. At this moment, Kosa was in a dilemma, feeling torn. Just then, a shocking scene unfolded. Kosa was suddenly knocked to the ground by an attack from the royal army. Sudong, having to protect Vivi, could not also protect Kosa. However, this was the catalyst. Upon seeing their leader knocked down, the rebel army was incited once again. Attack the royal city of Albana. Avenge our leader Kosa. Yes, revenge. Revenge. These troops had been prepared to stop, but at this moment, their inner hatred was stirred once more. Sudong gritted his teeth in anger for the first time. These Baroque agents were truly insidious. Crocodile, it seems you're determined to incite both sides to fight. If that's the case, I'll make sure your wish remains unfulfilled once again. Your expression will surely be interesting. Sudong thought to himself. At this time, Vivi also shed tears. She never expected that despite her desperate efforts to stop it, it would still lead to such a result. Countless rebels charged once again towards Sudong and Vivi. For our country, no king. This is the final battle. What to do? Chief, Vivi shouted hoarsely, but no one could hear her. Leave it to me, Vivi. Don't worry, I won't hurt them. Sudong drew his shura once more and then slashed out. As the second version of Azura emerged, a red light suddenly flashed. The previously dry air around was once again filled with the smell of blood. This time, Sudong kept his promise. Although he drew Azura, he did not kill anyone. Instead, he swung in front of him. Immediately, a red sword energy surged out. Ultimately, the sword energy struck about a meter in front of the rebel army. With a loud rumble, the ground suddenly began to tremble. What was happening? Was it an earthquake? Look, what is that? Both the royal army and the rebel army were extremely shocked as they stared at the place where Sudong's sword energy had struck. That spot had turned into a bottomless abyss, and no one knew how deep it was. Yes, with one stroke from Sudong, a deep pit appeared around him, stretching long like a rift and at least 2 meters wide. No one expected Sudong's slash to be so powerful, stopping the advancing rebel army with just one move. Someone from the Baroque works in the rebel army immediately shouted, "Find a way to get over. Prepare ladders or something. If that doesn't work, we can go around." However, seeing Sudong's action, the rebel army became less impulsive. They all thought, if they angered this person in front of them, everyone might be killed by his sword. The royal army had no reason to attack, as the rebel army could not approach at all. As for the rebel army, before they could think of a solution, they could only remain where they were. Since you don't want to listen to Vivi's words, let's do it my way. Sudong then grabbed Vivi and planned to run towards the city of Albana. The war was now unavoidable, and Sudong could not kill everyone. It was also quite difficult to find those Baroque agents alone. To be honest, Sudong could only take Vivi back to the royal palace for the time being. At that moment, Usopp suddenly appeared in front of Sudong and Vivi, saying, "Vivi, hurry up, I have a horse. Get on. If we don't hurry, the rebellion will get worse. Quick," Usopp urged. However, seeing this unusual situation, Vivi immediately became suspicious. "Usopp, prove it to me." "What? Do you suspect me?" "Look." Usopp showed his left hand, and indeed there was that bandage. "Not right." Even after seeing the bandage, Vivi still didn't believe it. She then looked at Sudong. "Yes, he is not." Sudong nodded. It's important to know that before wrapping the bandage, everyone had a cross mark on their wrists, which was a double mark. If it was only a single mark, it could be easily seen through by others. Therefore, Usopp did not show the mark inside, which clearly indicated he was fake. Sure enough, the Usopp in front of them instantly changed his face and became the Mr. 2 they had seen before, Bon Clay. Why was he exposed? It should have been perfect. Little Zero reported that everyone had the same mark. Mr. 2 said with a playful smile. "Mr. 2, hello, we are considered half-friends, right? You remember we saved your life, right? Are you not going to repay this kindness?" Sudong knew that Mr. 2 valued friendship very much, so he directly used moral coercion. "So it's you, the demon Sudong. You tricked me so badly. Of course, I can let you go, but I want to say, my goal is to take down Princess Vivi. Princess Vivi, this desert is your grave." Mr. 2 straightforwardly launched an attack without any hesitation. Sudong grabbed Vivi and Kuro, and with a flash, they disappeared, reappearing right in front of the royal city gate. "Zulfust, but I won't let you escape." The human-animal sprint. Mr. 2 chased after them with all his might. With Sudong's help, Kuro Duck temporarily gained the ability to fly, soaring up to the cliff and shaking off Mr. 2. But Mr. 2 was not an ordinary foe and immediately chased after them again. As they charged towards the Alvida palace, Kuro Duck heroically stayed behind to block Mr. 2. Soon after, Kuro Duck's troops and Sanji arrived to provide support, allowing Kuro Duck and Vivi to be saved. "Let's go. Vivi, you still have your things to do, right? I'll leave this to me." Sanji decided to take over to deal with Mr. 2, while Sudong continued to take Vivi with an umbrella to the palace. Now that King Cobra had gone missing, he was naturally captured by Baroque agents. Sudong wanted to save him without disrupting the plot and find the captain of the guard to inform him of the conspiracy behind the war. The Baroque agents had already arrived, and the war had begun. Crocodile and Robin seemed to have reached the palace as well. Vivi found Jaga and told him everything. Suddenly, sand surged in, eventually condensing into a human shape. "This is really troublesome. Such a good battle was unexpectedly disrupted by you, Sudong, and Miss Wednesday." Crocodile looked very tired at this moment, clearly having been injured during the fight against Sudong's wooden clone. Crocodile. After seeing Crocodile in front of her, Vivi noticed he was holding King Cobra. "Your Majesty," Jaga shouted. "Father." Vivi was also very worried about her father's life. "I say, Crocodile, your strength isn't that great. What do you plan to do now?" Sudong looked at Crocodile with a relaxed demeanor. "Huh, do you think winning once by luck means anything?" Crocodile did not show any fear towards Sudong. "Winning once means I can win 1,000 times, but it's agreed that the one who defeats you is Luffy. As the captain, I have to give that opportunity to him," Sudong said nonchalantly, his words filled with disdain for Crocodile's strength. "Heh, that Straw Hat Kid? He's a rare newcomer, but he's not qualified to deal with me. Not long ago, Crocodile almost killed Luffy. If it weren't for Sudong saving Luffy, he would have been done for. Stop bragging. You are no match for Luffy. What you rely on is just the ability of a Logia fruit." Sudong said, "Huh. As long as he appears again, I will completely kill him and won't give you any time to save him." Crocodile's expression was very frightening, seemingly serious this time. "If I'm not mistaken, you're afraid of water, right? As long as I can use the move that defeated you, no matter how strong you are, I will instantly kill you." The third update might have shocked Crocodile with Sudong's words, and at this moment, Crocodile was also somewhat silent. Soon, the sound of roaring could be heard from outside the palace. "It seems the rebel army has entered the city," Sudong speculated. Although Sudong's previous move was quite flashy, it could only temporarily block the rebel army's advance. The purpose of the Baroque Works agents was to incite a fight between both sides. Therefore, they provoked each other, and it didn't take long for them to think of a way to rush through that place. The royal army fought desperately, but it was clear that the pressure was mounting. "Sudong, even if you can defeat me, you cannot destroy this country," Crocodile said with a smug smile. "As long as I can defeat you, I can save his country," Sudong said firmly. "Oomph." Crocodile snorted coldly. Vivi looked at Cobra in front of her and said sadly, "Father, I'm sorry, Vivi, I wasted the opportunity you fought so hard to create," Cobra said. "Really? Is this all there is to the conversation between a father and daughter who haven't seen each other for a long time?" Crocodile seemed to care little about Sudong at this moment, because Cobra's life was in his hands. As long as Sudong dared to act recklessly, he would kill the king. On the surface, Sudong appeared to be cautious, but in reality, he was stalling for time. He planned to wait for Cobra to bring everyone over before taking action against Crocodile. "Miss Wednesday, I have no intention of letting you two live. The fall of the kingdom naturally means the fall of the royal family, right? But before the throne changes hands, I have something I must ask you, the current king." Crocodile slowly walked in front of King Cobra. "That is my greatest purpose. Cobra, where is the Pluton?" Crocodile asked. Upon hearing the word Pluton, Cobra's expression changed dramatically, seemingly shocked by the mention of it. This indicated that Cobra was aware of what Pluton was. "You bastard, how do you know this name?" Cobra inquired. "What exactly is Pluton?" "I've heard this name before." Sudong had also mentioned it. Vivi glanced at Sudong, who slowly shook his head, indicating that he would not reveal anything for now. Seeing that Sudong had no intention of taking action, Vivi believed that he had his own plan. So she also remained still. Pluton is said to be an ancient weapon with the power to wipe out an entire island with a single shot. It is the most evil ancient weapon in the world, said to be sleeping in some corner of this country, Crocodile briefly explained. Vivi was indeed confused. An ancient weapon exists in this country? Did father already know about this? Gaia also said, could it be a secret inherited along with the throne? My initial purpose was it. As long as I have it, I can build the strongest military nation here, Crocodile stated. Just for this. Everyone found Crocodile's actions somewhat unbelievable. Once I have this, even if I want to bring those pirates under my umbrella, it will be easy. Strengthening my power. One day, I will obtain a force that surpasses the world government, creating a dreamlike country, Crocodile said fervently. The world government would never allow such a thing, Cobra stated. Exactly, that's why I need it, the powerful Pluton, Crocodile replied. Although I don't know where you heard this name, even I don't know where it is. Nor can I be sure that it exists in some corner of this country, Cobra said. I see, it seems you aren't lying. I had considered this possibility before. I also understand that this thing might really not exist. At this moment, Sudong spoke up. No, this thing exists. Cobra found it somewhat strange. Sudong and Vivi looked at him, not knowing what he intended to do. Go on, it seems you know something? Crocodile asked. The three ancient weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, Uranus. I know the whereabouts of two, but I just don't want to tell you. What can you do about it? Sudong said, teasing Crocodile, but not revealing any information, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Bastard, it seems you really want to die. Crocodile was becoming increasingly furious. But he still took a breath and said, forget it. Anyway, you all will die. Whether it's the rebel army or the royal army. They will all be blown to bits by powerful cannonballs. All of you will die. It's a bomb with a 5-kilometer diameter. The view from here should be a sea of flames, right? The war will end, but it will be on my terms, Crocodile said. You really don't value human life at all. I want to punch you, Sudong said. Why? Why can you bear to do such things? What have they done to deserve this? Vivi shouted angrily at Crocodile. So boring. Crocodile ignored Vivi and turned to ask Cobra. Where is the location of the historical texts? How do you know about this? Vivi asked. If I tell you this place, it won't matter. I'll take you there. Cobra ultimately compromised for some reason. Princess Vivi, I can't take it anymore. At this moment, the wolf Gaia drew his sword. Crocodile immediately turned to sand, and dealing with Gaia, Crocodile would likely be ruthless. Therefore, Sudong directly clasped his hands together, and soon, a wooden clone was created. The wooden clone stood in front of Gaia, while Sudong instantly appeared in front of Crocodile. Sand Croc, don't act recklessly, or I won't be as merciful as before, Sudong said. Everyone was shocked by what they were witnessing, especially Crocodile. Demon Kid, what's going on? Why have you become two? Is this your fruit ability? Creating water out of thin air, being able to clone yourself, possessing devil-like abilities, and having extremely fast movement speed. How many abilities do you actually have? In other words, who exactly are you? Crocodile finally voiced all his doubts. None of your business. Sudong faced the warlord without any fear. Just then, Sudong received a system notification. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. For staying in Alabasta for a long time, you are rewarded with a practical ninjutsu gift pack. What the heck? Now of all times? Yes, right now, the system replied. The first notification from the system immediately startled Sudong. Why is it happening at this moment? System, before it was after reaching a place that you rewarded me. Then it was after leaving the island. And now? You're giving rewards directly in the middle of my battle? Sudong couldn't help but complain. Oh, I see. It seems you're not very satisfied with my service. And I 1T reward you? The system immediately replied. Don't. No. Since you've already given it, I'll 1T say anything. Sudong looked at Crocodile in front of him and said, Anyway, Crocodile wouldn't dare to act recklessly now. Let me see what ninjutsu you've sent. Sudong then carefully browsed through the items the system had sent and found that this ninjutsu gift pack was indeed very practical, containing some commonly used 5-element ninjutsu, such as water surge and water barrier. Of course, the most important one was a technique from Nagato called the Dragon and Tiger Free technique. Although this technique was a detection ninjutsu, it could make it rain over a radius of several kilometers. These rains, although created using chakra, were full of vitality. Sudong already knew how to utilize this technique. Crocodile knew Sudong was not easy to deal with, but seeing that Sudong had no intention of saving Cobra, he was momentarily at a loss about what to do. Should I take action? At this moment, Robin asked Crocodile to clarify his stance. Crocodile just shook his head slightly and said, You can never be his match, but that wolf Gaka, I'll leave him to you to deal with. Oomph. I will never let myself be slaughtered. Gaka, seeing that their target had turned into himself, immediately said fiercely, then transformed into wolf form. Yes, Gaka was the owner of the dog fruit, wolf form, and his Zoan-type abilities could enhance himself. Gaka charged a Crocodile. However, he directly passed through Crocodile's body. Don't forget, Crocodile is the owner of the Sansan fruit, although he is also a fruit user. The advantages of the Logia type are greater than those of the Zoan type. Sudong naturally wouldn't let his allies die at Crocodile's hands. Just as Sudong was about to start forming seals, a figure appeared here. It was Kusha, who had just recovered from the attack. Kusha was taken aback when he saw this scene. What's going on? I originally planned to persuade the royal army, but even the king is about to be taken down by the national hero. Kusha was now very confused. Although the rebel army had some advantages, Kusha also sensed an unusual aura in this battle. It seemed that his attack was also prearranged by someone else. This is truly an unbelievable sight. Kusha was beginning to believe that the mastermind was Crocodile. Crocodile no longer hid himself and burst into laughter. Things just got interesting. It was a fierce battle, and unexpectedly, the leaders of both sides met again. It seemed this war had turned into a slaughter fest of a lizard with its head twisted off. You seem confused, but that's a natural reaction. It's simple. Just exhaust your imagination to conjure the worst possible scenario in your mind. Robin, who was still in a darkened state, said, Kusha finally confirmed one thing. This country had been brought into war by himself, and it was all planned by someone else. Vivi, who exactly took away the rain from this country? Kusha confirmed again. It was me. Kusha, what you mistakenly thought was done by the king was all a trap set by my company. You've been quite entertaining in the past 2 years. The royal family and the royal army have been played around by us. Ha! If you had known this fact, you could have died a bit faster. Crocodile mocked Kusha. Cobra shouted, Don't listen to his nonsense. Kusha, you still have things to accomplish. Do your best to save the citizens. There's less than half an hour before the square in front of the palace is blown up. Cobra informed Kusha about the bombs in the square. Naturally, Kusha planned to inform his subordinates about the bombs in the square with all his strength. Sudong saw this and immediately stopped him. Why are you stopping me? Kusha retorted. Vivi, you speak. Sudong looked at Vivi, knowing that her judgment was the same as his. Kusha, what you're doing will cause panic among the people below, and then the war will become even more unavoidable, right? Vivi's actions surprised Crocodile as well. What a wise choice. The task you need to do was set from the very beginning, to stop this premeditated rebellion, and only you can do it. Vivi said sadly. Originally a war that could have been avoided ended up developing into this situation, but now if efforts are made to stop it, there is indeed hope. Do you think I would let you leave here so easily? Crocodile then directly launched an attack at Kusha. At that moment, Wolf Gaka, transformed, blocked Crocodile's golden hook attack. I am Gaka, the guardian of Alabasta. I will never let you harm them. Gaka said with a strong sense of belief. As long as I have not breathed my last, I will fight. The wolf said desperately. This is called foolishness. Crocodile was very indifferent to this. You all go do what you want. I can hold him off for a few more minutes. Wolf Gaka said with effort. And then, Kusha really walked out of the palace, addressing the people below. Hurry up and do as Vivi said. We are no longer pursuing survival and victory. We want to stop this war. The royal army below was somewhat taken aback. At this moment, Kusha raised his weapon and said, I will notify the rebels that this war is meaningless, and tell them we have no reason to continue fighting. To stop the unnecessary bloodshed, please raise the white flag. At this time, the rebel army's attacks were becoming increasingly fierce, charging toward the clock tower and entering the nearby square, almost to the palace square. Prepare for attack. However, when they arrived, they found that the royal army had raised the white flag. A leader was also taken aback at this scene. A white flag? The royal army has already raised the white flag of surrender? At this time, they noticed that Kush's leader was actually present among the royal army. The second update. Mr. Kosha? Is it really Mr. Kosha? Why is Mr. Kosha here? The rebel army was filled with confusion. Kosha desperately shouted, "The war is over. Calm down, whole team. Put down your weapons." The king's army has no desire to fight anymore. At this moment, Vivi was also praying, "Please stop." Sudong then said, Kosha was previously attacked by Baroque works, and there are already undercover agents infiltrating both the king's army and the rebel army. If the Baroque works agents in the king's army suddenly launch an attack now, I think the war will be inevitable, right? What? Kosha, Donji. At this moment, Vivi felt that she was still too naive. Is it true, Mr. Kosha? The soldiers of the rebel army asked. The battle has already. Just at that moment, Kosha was indeed hit. The attacker was naturally an agent of Crocodile who had been placed in the king's army. What followed was predictable. The rebel army, which originally had no reason to fight, changed again because their leader was struck. Kosha desperately tried to speak, but inexplicably, a sandstorm began to swirl around. No one could hear what Kosha was saying. Sudong said to Vivi, "Crocodile, I've already guessed this trick. You go save him. XuCang, please." Vivi said with tears in her eyes. "Don't worry. I will protect Princess Vivi and His Majesty the King." At this moment, the Wolf Jack also confidently said, "It's okay. My wood clone will go back to save Kosha." Sudong's wood clone had already disappeared from spot. Kosha certainly wouldn't die so easily. When Sudong saw Kosha, he immediately used healing techniques to treat him. Meanwhile, the Baroque works agents incited the battle to resume. The war, which should have stopped, started again. "You've tried very hard, but no one can hear your voice anymore," Robin said to Cobra beside her. "What about you? Sudong, what will you do next?" Robin was looking forward to Sudong's actions in her heart. "Was it you who did this? This sandstorm?" "Crocodile." Vivi glared at Crocodile. "It's not over yet. As long as we can stop the bombardment in 15 minutes, we can reduce the casualties." Vivi seemed to reignite her hope. "If we do that, we can stop the rebellion. Wake up, princess. Your idealism is both ugly and unrealistic. The so-called ideals can only be spoken by those with strength, and you do not have that qualification." Crocodile looked at Vivi and said. At this moment, Sudong was guarding Vivi's side, and Crocodile, who understood Sudong's strength, did not dare to be too reckless. "Although it's ugly, I will not abandon my ideals. How could someone like you understand? I am the princess of this country. I will never yield to you." Vivi was very strong at this moment, and Sudong was also inspired by her strength. "What an unlovable woman," Crocodile said. "I will not give up. I want to save this country," Vivi declared. "There are 15 minutes left until the bombardment in the square, and the reinforcements of the rebel army will continue to gather here. You don't even know your own fate, yet you keep running to the explosion zone. If you had just informed the King's army about the explosion, even if panic ensued, at least thousands of lives could have been saved. Your naive idea of wanting to save everything will ultimately lead to the death of your beloved people," Crocodile said to Vivi with some pride. "All along, every guy has been so ridiculous. You bastards of this country, thank you for your hard work in our company's 2 years of espionage work. In the end, you've managed to stop nothing, talking about stopping the rebellion, saving the kingdom. It's precisely because of playing along with your boring ideals that innocent victims keep appearing. Let me tell you, you cannot save the entire country, princess. Go to hell." Crocodile directly launched an attack on Sudong and Vivi. Sand swept towards Sudong. "Vivi, I told you, I will protect you." "Crocodile, such a weak opponent. I said I would leave him for Luffy. Don't worry, the bombs here will not explode, and the war will stop." When Sudong said this, he didn't seem too serious, but it gave the feeling that it would definitely be a fact. Shing! Sudong's hand seals were incredibly fast, completed in just a few seconds. Then he said, "Water release. Water barrier." Sudong's water barrier was not just a single surface. Like the second Hokage, it was a 360-degree defensive ninjutsu. That blue-white water wall suddenly appeared out of thin air, shocking everyone present. This actually created what seemed to be an endless water wall out of nowhere. Is this also a power of the DevilFruit? It's really shocking. The DevilFruit probably wouldn't have such an ability. Even Robin was silent at this moment. wanting to see how far Sudong could go. Crocodile initially wanted to use the sand to push Vivi down from the palace. However, because of Sudong's water barrier, the sand couldn't attack Sudong at all. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. While maintaining the water barrier, Sudong also used the water dragon bullet, locking on a crocodile with a Sharingan. And a water dragon shot out like a cannonball. The water transformed into the shape of a dragon, looking quite terrifying. Logically, Sudong shouldn't have learned the ninjutsu from a ninja gift bag so quickly. However, because it was granted by the system, Sudong instantly comprehended it and could use it skillfully. Crocodile naturally wouldn't sit still. Facing the water dragon bullet, he chose to turn into sand and desperately dodged. Sudong wouldn't let Crocodile escape so easily, instead continuing to control the water dragon to attack Crocodile. Crocodile. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky, and Crocodile looked up in shock. Straw Hat Kid? This guy should have been taken down by me. It must be that demon Sudong. What did he use to save him? Sudong, why are you doing this? What is the reason for repeatedly blocking me? Is it for some ridiculous friendship? Crocodile was both indignant and trying to dodge Sudong's water dragon, feeling very frustrated. Luffy, I kept my promise and didn't take down Crocodile. I left him for you. Sudong shouted to Luffy in the sky. Luffy was in the sky thanks to the help of the vice captain of the kingdom's guard, Bell, who was a Zoan-type bird-fruit, falcon model user. Great. Thank you. Sudong, I'm about to explode. Everyone has already been defeated, and my voice can't reach anyone anymore. What are we going to do? If this continues, the country will. At this moment, Vivi was heartbroken, not knowing what to do. Don't worry, didn't you forget? Luffy is here. Luffy will defeat Crocodile, and my wooden clone will go clear all the bombs. Don't worry. Sudong has plenty of ways to save this country. As a partner, we can hear your voice. Sudong said to Vivi very seriously. At this moment, Sudong truly regarded Vivi as a trustworthy companion on the ship. Vivi also chose to believe Sudong and trust her companions. At this time, Luffy was full of energy, carrying a large wooden barrel, and said, I won't lose again, bastard. Crocodile finally escaped Sudong's water dragon bullet. Sudong wanted to clear the way for Luffy, but although Sudong consumed some chakra, he pushed Crocodile to the brink of desperation. You bastard, I will turn you into a dry corpse, Crocodile said. Your wish won't come true, and your next opponent is not me, but Luffy. I told you, you can't beat Luffy, so in my eyes, whether you're a warlord or not, you're just a minor character. I already fought to a standstill with Hawkeye Mihawk before entering the Grand Line. Back then, I was able to match him. What about you now? Do you think I've used swordsmanship against you? After saying this, Sudong walked to Luffy's side and patted him, saying, Be careful. I will be watching your battle from the side. Okay, Luffy said enthusiastically. At this moment, Crocodile was trying hard to recall Sudong's words. Fighting that guy to a standstill means his strength is the strongest swordsman in the world. How is that possible? He's just a kid. But this guy seems to have not even touched the sword at his waist when dealing with me. What am I thinking? I am Crocodile, and I just need to focus on taking down the Straw Hat Kid. Crocodile then fixed his gaze on Luffy. At this time, the Straw Hat crew also appeared together. Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Nami, and Zoro. Sudong looked at everyone and gave a thumbs up. You all did great. Everyone is safe. That's wonderful. At this moment, Vivi also felt a bit better. What's the situation now? Vivi? Nami looked at Sudong, then at Vivi, and asked while observing the surrounding battle. Sudong then said, Let me give a brief explanation. After Sudong finished explaining, everyone understood. What did you say? The square will be bombarded in 10 minutes. Usopp was shocked. Yes, the bombardment time is 4:30, Vivi said. 4:30? There's only 10 minutes left. Nami looked at the clock tower and said, If the shells hit, no one within a diameter of 5,000 meters will survive. That's what Crocodile said, Vivi explained. So that means both the King's army and the rebel army will be wiped out, Chopper added. That sand crocodile is really annoying. Sanji said, So do we need to find the bombardier? Zoro asked. Exactly. Our mission isn't over yet. There are 2 tasks waiting for us to complete. One is called the War Stopping Plan, and the other is the Bomb Stopping Plan. Sudong noticed that while he was talking, his companions were quietly listening, which made him feel the weight on his shoulders. Finding the bombardier, stopping the bombardment, and also stopping this war and bringing rain to the area, leave that to me. Sudong's words surprised his companions. Rain? Usopp said in disbelief. Captain, don't joke around. This is about many lives. I believe Sudong. Everyone nodded at Sudong, and Usopp nodded too. We only have 10 minutes. How can we find the bombardier? The companions asked. Leave it to me. Alabasta needs rain. Sudong directly formed seals and used a ninjutsu. Immediately, the sky became overcast, and then rain began to fall slowly around them. XuCang's technique, regardless of how dry this place was a detection ninjutsu, and the rain filled with Senju chakra was more vibrant. The fighting rebel army and the king's army also stopped at this moment. Because Alabasta hadn't rained for a long time, even Alyabarna had been dry for a long time. My God, it's really raining. Captain Sudong, I admire you so much. You're my idol. That ninjutsu is so cool. The companions couldn't help but praise Sudong. Sudong said, this technique is something I just learned. I'm really sorry. If I had learned it earlier, I could have saved Yuba. But speaking of which, after solving things here, I might still save Yuba. Seeing Sudong create a miracle, Vivi's tears flowed down. Thank you, Sudong. I don't even know what to say. Don't forget what we're doing now, Sudong reminded, then slightly relaxed his brow and said, over there, there's a bombardier. 3 o'clock direction. Over there. And here. Sudong pointed out many directions in succession, and then Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, Nami, and others rushed to the places Sudong indicated. And they indeed found the hidden positions of the bombardiers. What a hidden position, thanks to Sudong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to find these bombardiers in 10 minutes. Nami and the others thought. And here. When Nagato easily discovered Jiraiya infiltrating the land of rain with this technique, Sudong used it to find those hidden bombardiers. I can't find them. If I do, I will let you know, but I estimate there are still bombardiers. Sudong had eliminated most of the bombardiers, but there were still a few who hadn't been detected because they hadn't touched the rain. Please, everyone, stop. At this moment, Vivi saw that the rebel army and the king's army had stopped fighting. She then began her speech, while Sudong stood by to protect Vivi from any sneaky attacks. Sudong's wooden clones were also fully deployed, and the number of bombardiers was decreasing rapidly, and the confidence of his companions was growing. Almost there, Sudong thought. In the first update, Sudong was searching for the position of the cannon operators. At this special moment, Dasky led the navy to the vicinity. At that time, Luffy was battling Crocodile, and Robin took the opportunity to capture King Cobra, preparing to follow him to someplace. Don't worry about me. At 4:30, there will be cannon fire in the square, and everyone will die then. You should hurry and help stop it, Cobra said to Dasky. However, Dasky ultimately decided to save the king first. Robin easily took down the group of Navy soldiers who had no advantage. Soon after, Dasky faced Robin. Meanwhile, Sudong and the Straw Hat crew continued to search for the remaining cannon operators. I've done my best, but I really can't find anyone anymore. Sudong felt that there were no hidden individuals left in his dragon and tiger free technique, and others also didn't find any other cannon operators. However, Sudong knew that although there were no cannon operators, there was still a possibility of bombs or something similar. So everyone continued to search layer by layer. As for the royal army and the rebels, they had been pacified by Princess Vivi and also began searching for cannon operators. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. The battle between Luffy and Crocodile momentarily came to a halt. Although Luffy was strong, Crocodile was a warlord of the sea. He used his hands to grab Luffy and absorb his moisture, causing Luffy to drop helplessly onto the sandy ground. However, don't forget that Sudong's dragon and tiger-free technique was still in operation. In other words, as long as there was water, Luffy would not die. Soon, Luffy completely recovered. That was close. I thought I was going to die. Sudong saved my life again. What about Crocodile? I saw him turn to sand and fly off that way, Sudong said. I will never let you escape. You Crocodile? Luffy gritted his teeth, planning to chase after him. At this time, Sudong's main body had also followed Robin and Cobra to the royal tomb. Sudong and Robin had a subtle relationship at this moment, which was to not disturb each other. This should be it, right? The royal tomb, where the remains of past kings sleep. Where's the historical text? Robin asked. At this moment, Cobra walked to a statue of the sea and easily opened a mechanism. Immediately, a hidden staircase appeared. The historical text is deep underground here. Most people don't even know of its existence, Cobra said. Then Cobra asked Mr. Sudong, are you friend or foe? Sudong followed behind Robin and had no intention of intervening, just following silently. Now that Cobra had asked about him, Sudong replied, Your Majesty, I am Vivi's friend, and naturally, I am also your friend. However, I have agreed with Luffy that Crocodile needs to be defeated by him, so I currently have no reason to take action. But I will not let anyone else kill you, so don't worry. Sudong's words made Cobra even more confused, completely unaware of Sudong's motives. Sudong naturally did not explain. Seeing that Sudong had no intention of stopping her, Robin also did not say much. The reason Crocodile hasn't killed me is also because I have the ability to read historical texts. You have no crime, Robin expressed her stance. Subsequently, Sudong, Robin, and Cobra entered the main hall. It's right inside this door, Cobra said. Sudong and Robin pushed open the inner door and indeed saw what they wanted to see. In front of them was a massive stone tablet with some inscriptions on it. Sudong naturally couldn't understand these words. They were all ancient texts. Does it have what you want to see? Cobra asked. Robin was carefully reading the historical text. Is there nothing else? Is this everything this country has hidden? Robin inquired. Are you not satisfied? I have kept my promise, Cobra replied. Yes, Robin nodded. At this moment, Crocodile walked in. Truly the highest state secret of the nation. No matter how hard you try to find it, if you don't know the mechanism within, you can't enter here, Crocodile said. Then Crocodile saw Sudong. Why are you here, you guy? Nico Robin. Why don't you kill him? Crocodile asked. This guy's just too strong. I can't kill him, Robin said. Instead of focusing on me, why not see if you found what you want? Sudong's words made sense, and Crocodile immediately asked Robin beside him. Is this the historical text? Nico Robin. I feel a strange feeling. Have you deciphered it? Crocodile inquired. Robin nodded. Great, then read it to me, Crocodile said. He did not fear Sudong for now because he knew there would be a battle with Sudong. It would be a fight to the death. Robin then began. The Kahira government of Alabasta. This is in the year 239 of the Sky history. Robin recounted a lot, but none of it was what Crocodile wanted to know. What are you telling me this for? I want to know the location of the Pluton. Crocodile said eagerly. There is no record of that here. This only records history, Robin replied calmly. Really? Crocodile clearly found it hard to believe. Robin then said, the term Pluton has never appeared. At this moment, even King Cobra was stunned for a moment. Sudong knew that Robin must be lying. I see, what a pity. Although you are an excellent partner, I will still have to kill you here, Crocodile suddenly said, his eyes devoid of any pity. What? Robin looked at Crocodile in disbelief, not expecting him to change his mind so quickly. For years ago, the agreement we reached has been fulfilled here. The conditions you proposed were that as long as I brought you to the location of the historical text, you would transfer information about the weapons to me. During your 4 years in Baroque works, both your intellect and command ability were outstanding. That was enough for me. You could be considered a woman of value. But in the end, you failed to keep the pact. This country's historical text does not record any clues about Pluton. Or did you never intend to tell me from the very beginning, even if there were records? Crocodile was genuinely furious, questioning Robin. Crocodile looked at Robin and said blandly, I won't be angry with you. Do you know why, Nico Robin? How foolish. We have cooperated for 4 years. I have long known you would do this. As he spoke, Robin threw a test tube of water, then used the powers of the flower fruit to grab Crocodile from behind. Immediately after, she planned to finish off Crocodile in one go. However, the person in front of him is one of the 7 warlords. As a user of the Sansan fruit, Crocodile instantly transformed into sand and disappeared. Whoosh! Robin did not expect Crocodile to be so fast. He had already appeared behind her and pierced her body with his golden hook. Nico Robin, I don't hate you because I never trusted anyone from the very beginning. As Crocodile's words fell, Robin slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, Sudong swiftly used his instant body technique to embrace Robin. Oof. I already learned from Cobra's reaction whether the King of Hell truly exists. Even without relying on any historical texts, I will find him with my own power. This country falling into my hands is just a matter of time. Crocodile then fixed his gaze on Sudong. Boom. At this moment, the king's tomb began to shake rapidly. What's happening? It shouldn't be time for the cannon fire yet. Crocodile looked around, slightly flustered. King Cobra said, it's nothing. I just removed a small pillar from this underground sanctuary. The center of everything has lost its balance and is about to collapse. You will all sleep here forever with me. I bet on the name of the 12th king of the Nefertari royal family that I will not hand over this sand country to you. King Cobra intended to make a stand with his death, sacrificing himself for the peace of the entire country. Mr. Sudong, I'm sorry, I might get you killed here. Cobra said. Sudong shook his head nonchalantly and said, don't worry, dying isn't that simple. I still need to wait for Luffy to come and defeat Crocodile. Sudong then couldn't help but complain, Luffy is such a slowpoke. If it weren't for him, you would have been dead long ago, Crocodile. Do you know that? After Sudong finished speaking, Crocodile sneered, Straw Hat Kid Luffy? That guy is completely dead this time. He absolutely cannot come back to life. If you're counting on him, I'd advise you to give up. I know you are strong. To be honest, you are indeed a decent opponent. Today, let's see who can walk out of here. Crocodile displayed an intent to fight. You can't kill me, Cobra. As long as I turn all the rock plates into sand, I can escape, while you will be buried in this abandoned palace. Ha ha ha. You are just sending yourselves to your deaths. Crocodile laughed. Sudong then looked at Robin in his arms and began to heal her using his healing palm technique. Because Sudong possessed the bloodline and cells of the Senju clan, his vitality was astonishing, and the chakra of his healing palm technique also carried a strong life force. Thus, Robin immediately felt much better. Why are you saving me like this? Robin weakly asked. I see potential in you. You should be our crewmate. I said long ago, only my ship is suitable for you. Sudong smiled and once again created a wooden clone to continue treating Robin, while his main body kept an eye on Crocodile to prevent him from doing anything out of line. In less than 3 minutes, everyone, all who obstruct me, will disappear in an instant. In that moment, this land will become a new nation. Crocodile, at this point, was still dreaming his grand dream. Sudong's wooden clone received a message from Vivi. There's a place that cannot be seen from the outside. If there is another place, it must be there. I can't think of any other place. As Vivi said this, Sudong knew it was right, because they had searched everywhere else and there was no more suitable place. It's right there. Vivi pointed in that direction as she spoke. Follow me. Sudong wanted to get to a place that was very simple. After using his DevilFruit powers, he flew up. Due to the urgency of time, Sudong did not bother to enter in a civilized way and directly condensed a Rasengan, blasting down the wall of the hidden area. Sure enough, there was indeed an enemy from Baroque works in front of him. Without saying a word, Sudong took him down, only to find that although the gunner was eliminated, the bomb had not stopped. I see, this guy set time bomb. Crocodile is truly insidious. He wants us all dead, not even sparing his own subordinates. Sudong couldn't help but curse. Beside him, Vivi anxiously asked, what do we do? Even if we take out the gunner, the bomb will still explode. Is all this worth it? At this moment, Vivi was also unsure of what to do, as the time until the bomb exploded was getting closer. And Sudong was very anxious. But in a moment of urgency, he thought of a brilliant idea. Who am I? I'm Sudong. I'm someone with a golden finger. Sudong then immediately used one of his ninjutsu techniques. Wood release, wood pillar wall. This technique could only be performed by someone who had awakened the wood release of the Senju clan. Although it was a defensive ninjutsu, it could play a significant role at this moment. The wooden wall completely wrapped around the area near the bomb. And then Sudong grabbed Vivi's hand and quickly ran outside. After Sudong ran out, he joined his hands together again, pouring a large amount of chakra into his ninjutsu. In just a moment, the wood pillar wall transformed into a super wood pillar wall. I've done my best. Even if Deidara self-destructs, he won't be able to destroy this level of wood pillar wall defense. Sudong was extremely confident in his wood release. With preparations almost complete, on the other side at the king's tomb, Luffy finally arrived just in time. He punched through the wall in front of him and appeared in everyone's sight. Crocodile was taken aback. He did not expect that the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, whom he had personally killed, was once again standing alive in front of him. How is this possible? You brat. I caught up to you, Crocodile. Luffy said. The third round. Straw Hat Kid. Why? Why do you keep standing up against me after I've killed you so many times? At this moment, Crocodile's mindset had completely shattered. Speak up, Straw Hat Kid. Not only Crocodile, but even King Cobra was surprised and asked, how can he still be alive and come here? Who exactly is he? XuCang's. Luffy looked at the unscathed Crocodile and turned to Sudong, saying, thank you. You've left this guy for me once again. Sorry for being late. It's fine. This kind of guy is better left for you to defeat. If I intervene, it would be too much of a bully for him, Sudong replied. I'll take care of Robin and Cobra. You handle your battle. I believe you can knock him away. Sudong smiled, having no doubts about Luffy's abilities. After all, he is the protagonist of this manga about the Pirate King. Moreover, in the original story, he eventually defeated Crocodile. Okay, Sudong's actions naturally aligned with Luffy's intentions, allowing Luffy to focus wholeheartedly on fighting Crocodile. Water is Crocodile's weakness. Although Robin was severely injured, she still exerted all her strength to say this. Don't worry. He already knows about it. Sudong nodded. Robin also slightly nodded, while Sudong's wooden clone continued to treat Robin, as she had sustained heavy injuries that couldn't be healed quickly. Speak up. How many times do I need to kill you before you give up? Crocodile's mindset was about to collapse. Because you haven't returned what you took from me, Luffy said. Why I took from you? Money? Fame? Trust? Life? Reign? Ha ha ha. How do you want me to return it to you? I've taken countless things. Crocodile said crazily. It's the country. The country? You really are a joker. I'm just about to officially take it from you by becoming the king of this land and ruling it. Luffy declared. When we came to this island, it was no longer a country, it belonged to her. If this truly were her country, she should be able to smile even more happily. Luffy charged at Crocodile. Even if you have an impressive aura, without water, what can you do? Crocodile relied on his natural abilities, confident that as a Logia user, he feared nothing. However, what he didn't expect was that Luffy kicked him away. Was siebed. Without water, how could you kick me? This guy can't have already mastered Haki, right? At this moment, Crocodile was stunned and didn't make any other moves. Crocodile. Luffy once again landed a punch on Crocodile. As a warlord of the sea, Crocodile was instantly sent flying, crashing against the wall. You bastard, are you saying blood? Crocodile finally noticed Luffy, who was now dripping blood from both hands. Even without liquid, using blood could render Crocodile's elemental transformation ineffective. Sudong hadn't expected that the originally rough Luffy could notice this detail. Blood can also solidify sand, right? Luffy said. Ha ha ha. Rain the palace. Then to this underground sanctuary, you've been to hell twice, and you still dare to challenge me. Let me repay your stubbornness. You bastard. Luffy didn't care about anything else and kicked Crocodile. Crocodile took down his golden hook, revealing what was inside. As a pirate, it seems you really want to defeat me no matter what. Then I'll recognize you as a thorn in my side. Crocodile finally decided to get serious. What is that? Luffy asked. It's a poison needle. Is that so? As a capable pirate, it seems you understand that battles between pirates are life and death struggles. There is no such thing as being despicable or not. If the top explodes, this place will collapse in an instant, right? This is the last time. Let us settle this. At this moment, Crocodile was also ready to resolve everything with Luffy. Although Sudong said he wouldn't intervene, Crocodile still felt wary of him. After all, Sudong's displayed power was truly dazzling. Aside from the strong abilities of the Sand fruit, all Crocodile had left was his poison needle, which melted the rock upon contact. Crocodile looked at Luffy with some pride, while Luffy looked at Crocodile with some caution. After all, Luffy had just learned about all of Crocodile's abilities. However, Luffy wasn't afraid. He used a rubber pistol and, utilizing the elasticity of rubber, sent Crocodile flying. In just a few exchanges, Luffy had gained the upper hand, which shocked King Cobra greatly. Who exactly is this guy? How can he be this strong? It feels like the crocodile in front of me isn't the same as before. Stabbed, buried alive, drained. Even if you've experienced all this and stood up again, you still can't withstand it. The outcome is already decided. The poison will soon spread throughout your body, Crocodile said. You don't understand anything, Luffy said. You say I don't understand anything? Crocodile's anger was reignited. Rubber machine gun. Luffy charged at Crocodile again. Don't you understand? The poison has entered your wound. Your body is nearly paralyzed. Whether you win or lose, you will be buried beneath the sanctuary. This country shouldn't have what you want, right? What can you gain by dying for unrelated people's goals? Just one or two companions. As long as you don't care about them. You bring trouble upon yourself. You're really a bunch of fools, Crocodile said naturally. So, I say you don't understand. At this moment, Luffy, having accidentally been pricked by the poison needle, was already poisoned and his body was beginning to numb. He desperately stood up and said, Vivi. The guy clearly said he didn't want anyone to die. Yet he always thinks of sacrificing his life to save others first. If we do nothing, she will die. She will be killed by you. Luffy said, what a stubborn guy. So I told you to throw away this troublesome burden. Crocodile said, I don't want her to die. Aren't we partners? Luffy continued, so as long as she hasn't given up on her country, we won't stop fighting. When Sudong heard this, it seemed something awakened in his heart. Luffy, what a fool. But having such a foolish person as a partner is still pretty good. Don't you think, Robin? At this moment, Robin had already recovered a lot, and she smiled, saying, what an interesting pirate. You all are really interesting. The first to speak was Sudong, who looked at Robin with some confusion and asked, what do you mean? Is it interesting? Yes. It must be fun to become your partner, Robin replied. So what do you mean? Sudong looked at Robin with great anticipation. Yes, Crocodile has been defeated, and I have no other place to go, so I have to join your ship and become your partner, Robin said. I'm not that unwilling. But I don't know if your companions will accept me, Robin added. The companions on their ship had already learned about Robin's background in advance, so they understood why Sudong favored Robin, and accepting her had long been agreed upon by everyone. Don't worry, everyone will accept you, and there will be more historical texts on the journey ahead. I hope you can achieve your goals, Sudong said with a gentle smile. Robin felt a warmth from Sudong's smile, a warmth that came from a companion. Do you really believe that the Straw Hat Kid can defeat Crocodile? King Cobra asked Sudong, knowing the strength of Crocodile, but also understanding the power of the Straw Hat Kid. It was still hard to tell what the outcome would be, and he didn't understand why Sudong was so confident that Luffy would win. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Luffy is our captain and will definitely defeat Crocodile, Sudong replied. At this moment, Crocodile, slightly puzzled, said, "Why hasn't the bomb exploded yet? It's strange. Although I wanted it to be launched right at the center of the square, since it was fired from above, the casualty rate should be about the same. There should only be a difference of a few seconds. An explosion is certain." "Ha! You may not know, but we found all the gunners. Even that time bomb has been found," Sudong said with a faint smile. "Found by you? How is that possible? But if I had to say, it might be possible, but what will you do? How will you extinguish those bombs? They are timed and extremely powerful." Crocodile, still immersed in his own world, was waiting for the bomb to explode and kill countless warriors in Alabasta. "What should we do?" King Cobra looked at Sudong again, fully aware of the consequences after the bomb exploded, and he was still very uncertain. "Don't worry, my wooden clones have handled everything," Sudong said without any concern. 10 seconds passed, 20 seconds passed, half a minute passed. At this moment, there was no feeling of any explosion. It wasn't that the bomb hadn't exploded, but rather Sudong had used wooden walls to minimize the damage from the bomb. Even Deidara's self-detonation could be blocked, let alone this level of explosion. How is this possible? Why? There's no feeling of explosion at all. What have you done? Sudong, after a while, confirming that there would be no more explosions, Crocodile couldn't help but complain. As for Luffy, he was once again knocked down by Crocodile. At this moment, Crocodile's gaze was once again fixed on Sudong. "I say, this country will definitely be mine no matter what, even if I use all methods," Crocodile said fervently. "Sudong, no matter what I do, you must stop me. You arrogant guy. Although you have some strength, you never take me seriously. I've had enough. Let's settle this. I will crush you." Just as Crocodile was about to make a move, he saw Luffy's hand twitch again. Then, Luffy once again stood up, panting heavily. Luffy seemed a bit weak. He still hadn't recovered from the poison damage he had previously sustained. When Crocodile saw Luffy stand up again, he was nearly driven mad. Every time he knocked Luffy down, Luffy could get back up again and again, which was driving Crocodile to the brink of collapse. Sudong's explanation could only be the protagonist's halo. "You can't defeat me," Luffy said to Crocodile. After all that effort, is that all you have to say?" Crocodile mocked Luffy, seeing him as a cornered dog about to die, with no basis for his bluster. "I'm going to be the Pirate King," Luffy shouted his golden phrase again. Crocodile grinned and said, "Listen well, kid, only those with a deep understanding of this sea would dare to say such words lightly. I should have said that there are plenty of rookies like you in this sea, and as you come to understand this sea better, you will no longer have such dreams." Crocodile suddenly charged at Luffy, swinging his poisonous needle again. At that moment, Luffy became surprisingly agile, easily stepping on Crocodile's golden hook and breaking that poisonous needle. "I am the man who will surpass you," Luffy said seriously. Then, Luffy suddenly threw a punch, heavily striking Crocodile, who spewed blood, and the power of the Sansan fruit was almost rendered useless. Luffy then kicked Crocodile away and followed up with another heavy strike, with Crocodile taking a one-sided beating, and the tomb of the king began to collapse. "Should we stay here?" King Cobra said. "This place is about to collapse. Don't worry. I will escape before it collapses. I want to see Luffy defeat Crocodile with my own eyes," Sudong said, filled with confidence in Luffy. Cobra and Robin said nothing more and carefully watched the battle before them. Luffy grabbed Crocodile's clothes and pulled him close. Crocodile thought in disbelief. The scorpion's poison should have taken effect. Why does this kid still have such strength? "You unknown little brat. Do you know who I am?" Crocodile charged in for a strike, and Luffy ducked and said, "No matter who you are, I will surpass you." Luffy kicked Crocodile away, and Crocodile in mid-air said from above, "You will go to the afterlife along with this temple." Heavy sandstorm. As he spoke, a massive sandstorm formed in Crocodile's hand, and he hurled it at Luffy, destroying everything around. Luffy took a deep breath. Then Crocodile said, "Desert, diamond cutter." In the second act, Luffy twisted himself into a shape like a twisted donut, then exhaled, and suddenly he flew up like Superman. Rubber, storm, desert diamond blade. Luffy and Crocodile unleashed their most powerful techniques, and their attacks collided, but Luffy's attack passed through the desert diamond blade. It shot straight up, extending infinitely, and ultimately, the rubber storm unleashed a series of relentless punches on Crocodile. The temple was on the verge of complete collapse, and Crocodile was defeated by Luffy. At this moment, Sudong said, "Follow me." Immediately, he grabbed King Cobra with his left hand and Nico Robin with his right, and in an instant, they flew into the sky. They made it out. How is this possible? There are still many rock walls between them and the ground. Cobra didn't expect Luffy to be so strong, nor did he anticipate Sudong's speed to be this incredible. It was his first time experiencing Alabasta from the sky, and Cobra felt a surge of excitement. Quick, save the Straw Hat Kid, Cobra called out when he saw Luffy in the air. Leave it to me. Robin used her flower fruit ability to grab Luffy and bring him to a safe place. Meanwhile, the rain began to pour harder, as the long-awaited rain finally fell after Crocodile was defeated. Even without using the Dragon Tiger Free technique, Alabasta returned to normal. Vivi was stunned to see Crocodile defeated, and as she reflected on the events that had unfolded, she couldn't help but feel emotional. Luffy had accomplished what he promised himself, to defeat Crocodile. This thing that seemed completely impossible had happened right before Vivi's eyes. We won. Usopp and the others realized that Luffy had defeated Crocodile. The royal army and the rebels had already given up fighting. Sudong's wooden clones were not idle. Using his perception, he captured many Baroque works agents. Sudong didn't let a single one of these troublemakers escape. Of course, the captain of the royal guard, Ikaram, also appeared at a critical moment, holding a child whom Sudong recognized as the only witness to Mr. Two's transformation into the king. After the child explained the sequence of events to everyone, they finally understood they had been used. Sudong's wooden clone also healed Koza, and as the leader of the rebels, Koza ultimately announced the end of the war. The truth came to light. The real mastermind behind everything was Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea, who had been seen as a hero. King Cobra expressed his gratitude to Sudong and his companions, while Sudong carried Luffy to join his friends. Vivi, the king, and Koza went to give a speech, while Sudong and the others headed to the palace, planning to feast. This war had lasted a long time, and it had been a while since Sudong and the others arrived in Alabasta. In the end, Crocodile was captured by the Navy, stripped of his title as a warlord and all special powers. Daz Bones knew that the Straw Hat Pirates had done the right thing, so he didn't continue to attack them. Even Smoker, the cigarette-loving Marine, helped Sudong and the others during this incident, leading the Navy to withdraw. The entire Alabasta was enveloped in excitement. It wasn't just the end of the war, but the long-awaited rain had finally come, allowing them to survive. For everyone, it was something to celebrate. Once everything returned to normal, the Straw Hat crew began preparing to set sail, purchasing food and living necessities, and Luffy finally woke up. The reason Luffy woke up so quickly was closely related to Sudong, due to Sudong's previous acquisition of an immunity to poison. He used the system as help to transfuse some of his blood to Luffy, allowing him to instantly overcome Crocodile's scorpion poison. Soon after, Ikaram's wife appeared, looking almost identical to him. She pushed a cart filled with fruits, and Luffy instantly devoured everything, leaving his friends astonished. Before long, various staple foods and meats were served, and the Straw Hat glutton began to eat heartily, with everyone indulging without restraint. They lost track of time before finally finishing the meal. Then, the king invited everyone to the bathhouse. It was quite impressive for a drought-stricken country to have one, and everyone hadn't bathed in a long time. That night, the crew quietly discussed leaving. When Sudong was departing, he accidentally overheard a conversation between Ikaram and the wolf, Gaka. Should we inform them? Their reputation has become too famous. Roronoa Zoro, 60 million berries, Monkey D, Luffy, 100 million berries, and the demon Sudong, with a bounty as high as 300 million berries. Someone at the Marine headquarters will definitely take action, right? There's no turning back for them on this path. Ikaram was nervous, intending to kindly inform everyone. However, when he arrived at their room, he found that everyone had already vanished. As Sudong flew towards the Mary, he thought to himself, what is going on? Why is my bounty so high? Luffy's bounty for defeating a warlord is only 100 million berries. So why do I have 300 million? Is it really that exaggerated? Sudong couldn't figure it out and didn't worry too much. After all, a high bounty also indicated that he was valued by the Navy. Sudong quickly returned to the Mary, using his abilities. Meanwhile, his companions also boarded the Mary riding the Speedy Duck. Goodbye. Say hi to Vivi and Uncle Curly for us. Luffy and the others waved farewell to the Speedy Duck. Spotting Mr. Two on the ship, Mr. Two had protected the Mary to help everyone, which surprised them. Do you know what state this island is in now? Mr. Two asked. It's completely surrounded by Navy ships. Why did you help us? Why? Everyone inquired. Because we are friends. Mr. Two replied with a smile. They then once again enjoyed each other's company. But at that moment, Sudong noticed a Navy ship had spotted them. Azura/. Without a second thought, Sudong drew his sword upon seeing the Navy's ship, but instead of striking the Navy warship, he slightly adjusted his aim. Immediately, the Navy ship began to rock violently, and the surrounding waters were stirred up by Sudong. Take this opportunity. Let us move quickly. After Sudong finished speaking, everyone took the helm and prepared to break through the Navy's blockade. The number of our companion navy is indeed quite large, and it took the Mary to break through the encirclement during the early morning hours. By this time, the sky had brightened, and we could hear Vivi giving a speech about her adventure stories. Just when the story reached its most critical point, Vivi still couldn't see the Mary and her companions. At that moment, the Mary finally appeared, and everyone had their backs to Vivi, raising their left hands high with an X mark on their arms, the symbol of their friendship. On the shore, Kuro and Vivi also raised their left arms, which bore the same X mark. No matter what happens in the future, as long as we see this symbol, we are companions. Vivi seemed to hear Luffy's words from the past again. Set sail, Luffy shouted with all his might, and the Mary began to move toward the next island indicated by the log pointer. Originally, there were countless Navy ships surrounding them, and they were about to catch the Straw Hat crew when Mr. Two Swan's ship suddenly burst out, taking countless attacks to cover the Straw Hat's escape. A girl with pink hair was watching from across the sea, focusing on Sudong. When Sudong saw the beautiful Navy in front of him, he confirmed her identity. So it's Tina, the one with the prison fruit? Sudong said nothing and used the wind to quickly escape the Navy's blockade. The Navy wanted to chase after them, and Sudong immediately began to form seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball shot toward the Navy ships, and those who didn't know might have thought Sudong had eaten the flame fruit. In this world, even if one eats a devil fruit, they can only use one ability, and the abilities Sudong displayed had exceeded everyone's understanding. Those who were not familiar with him had no idea what fruit he had eaten. It seemed they had finally left the island. Good job. At that moment, Robin suddenly walked out from the cabin. Everyone was a bit surprised. What's going on? Why are you here? Although Zoro knew Robin's background, he didn't know Sudong had invited her to join as a companion. The others were also surprised. When did you get on the ship? They asked. I've always been here. I was supposed to be killed by Crocodile, but Sudong saved me and invited me to become a companion. The Baroque works no longer exists, and Crocodile has been captured, so I have nowhere else to go, and in the end, I agreed. Robin attributed everything to Sudong. Sudong then said, "Don't worry. Robin is not a bad person. I think we've discussed this before. From this moment on, Robin is our companion. No matter what happens, she will be our companion." Luffy, what do you think? Zoro asked. Me? It's fine. Having one more companion is good. Don't worry. She's not a bad person. Luffy easily trusted Robin. Sanji, of course, had no resistance to beautiful women and welcomed all attractive females. Plus, with Sudong's agreement, everyone didn't refuse much and ultimately accepted the fact that Robin had become a companion. Although their relationship hadn't reached the point of going through thick and thin together, it had become harmonious. Robin catered to their interests, bringing out gems from Crocodile, and Nami was instantly captivated. It could be said that Robin easily infiltrated the Straw Hat crew. However, Sudong still had a private conversation with Robin, not because Sudong wanted to talk, but because Robin wanted to. Captain Sudong, I hope that if one day, when my life is at stake, you can choose not to save me and go as far away as possible, Robin said very seriously to Sudong. Sudong didn't expect Robin to make such a request. To make such a request means that Robin has already regarded Luffy and the others as her companions. Why? Why say that? What are you afraid of? Sudong asked. My companions will not have a good ending. I think since you know my past, you should know that to survive, I've had to deal with various villains. But the final outcomes have not been good. The Navy and the world government want me dead, and it will definitely implicate you. Robin said seriously. If you don't agree, I will leave when I reach the next place. Robin said. Sudong thought for a moment and then replied, Robin, I know you better than anyone. How well? Robin retorted. At least I know that Sabo is your first friend. At least I know the events of O'Hara very clearly. At least I have a rough idea of what the world government is hiding during the blank 100 years. Sudong's words hit Robin's heart instantly. Sometimes I really wonder if you were a spy for the world government. How could you know so much? Robin was also unable to let go for a long time. The partners on the ship call me a prophet or a seer. I don't have the ability to foresee the future, but I can probably know what will happen, and I know that those warships were not destroyed by you. It was Akiji who destroyed them to see if his friend Sabo's choice was correct. Kazan is a person full of justice. Well, back to the previous topic. Will you agree? After going in circles, Robin returned to her topic. Those people in the past might abandon you or betray you after knowing your identity. But don't underestimate everyone on this ship. We can die, we can be defeated, but we will absolutely not abandon our companions. Sudong said, even if you're captured by the Navy, even if we have to fight the 3 admirals, the Navy admiral, facing the entire CP organization and millions of Navy soldiers, we will go to rescue you without hesitation. This is our attitude towards companions, isn't it, Luffy? At this moment, Sudong pulled the door, and Luffy fell in from the doorway, as he had been eavesdropping on Sudong's speech. Ha. I just came to look for food and accidentally heard your conversation, but Sudong is right. We will definitely not abandon our companions, Luffy said with a smile and determination. All right. At this moment, Robin had nothing more to say, but felt very touched. Looking at the noisy companions on the ship, Robin felt a long-lost feeling, the feeling of true companions being together. Do you know about Skypiea, Robin? Our next stop is there. There are historical texts and also words left by Roger. Sudong made another prophecy. Skypiea? Upon hearing about Skypiea and the historical texts, Robin naturally became interested and walked into the cabin, starting to flip through books in search of information about Skypiea. Not long after Sudong and Robin discussed the Sky Island, something unknown fell from the sky. Those objects plunged into the water around the Mary, making a loud splash. Soon, everyone was in shock, as a massive ship fell from above. This ship was so enormous that it starkly contrasted with the small Mary. Hold on tight. Grab the ship, Zoro reminded everyone. The Mary began to sway violently. What is happening? Oh my god, Nami couldn't help but exclaim. No one had anticipated that such a large ship would fall from the sky. This must be a dream. It has to be a dream, Usopp said, unwilling to accept reality, and Chopper echoed him. However, Sanji looked up and said again, hey, something else is falling. Quick, steer away, Nami warned. With waves this big, that's impossible, Sanji retorted. At that moment, Sudong spoke up. Leave the steering to me. You all focus on stabilizing the Mary. He quickly grabbed the helm, turned it sharply to the left, and the ship changed direction, avoiding the falling debris above. Although everyone felt much safer, the wreckage continued to rain down from the sky, and it was unclear how long it took before the sky finally stopped dropping debris. The Mary settled down. Everyone began to discuss. Why did the ship fall from the sky? Luffy asked, bewildered. That's so strange, Sanji agreed. But there's nothing up there, Zoro expressed his curiosity. Seriously, what kind of place is the Grand Line? Unexpected things keep happening. Now a ship falls from the sky. Usopp clung to Chopper, terrified. Nami was staring intently at the log pose on her wrist, frozen in place. What's wrong, Nami? Sanji asked. The log pose is broken. It's just pointing up and not moving, Nami replied. No, I think it must be attracted by a stronger magnetic island, since the pointer is fixed on above, Robin suggested. Maybe there's an island in the sky, a sky island, so it's normal for ships to fall from there, right? Sudong added to Robin's words, directly informing his companions, which immediately caused a stir. What? A sky island? Is there such an island? Floating in the air? How amazing. The most interested person was, of course, Luffy. He was always drawn to such adventures. Did the ship and the bones fall from there? Usopp asked fearfully. But there's nothing up there like an island, Zoro doubted. Robin, why don't you tell us about the Sky Island? Sudong looked at Robin. Well, to be precise, it should be the sea that floats, Robin explained. The sea. Oh, Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy became interested. Wow, so that means the sea floats in the sky, and there's an island, right? Great. I want to see it now, Luffy said excitedly. Steer the ship. Full speed ahead, Usopp said, very excited. To be honest, I've never seen a sky island and don't know much about it, Robin admitted. Exactly, this is impossible. How can an island and the sea float in the sky? The log pose must be broken. Nami still expressed her doubt. No, Navigator Nami, you shouldn't be thinking about what's wrong with the log pose, but rather how to get to the sky. Robin firmly believed in the existence of the Sky Island. Since there are some records of the Sky Island, Robin could confirm its existence. After all, as a scholar, she knew something about it. No matter how bizarre the situation or how great the crisis the ship was caught in, one must never doubt the log pose in hand. It is a rule of navigation. In this sea, the first thing to question is the common sense in your head. The direction indicated by the log pose must lead to an island. Robin educated Nami, which could be seen as a warning, as Robin had traveled through the Grand Line before. Sudong looked at Nami, who was still staring at the log pose, and encouraged her. What Robin said is correct. The Sky Island must exist. However, there are not many ways to get up there, so most people cannot reach it. Nature is very mysterious. Anything can happen. trust the log pose, and keep moving forward. Sudong cheered Nami up, and she finally nodded. At that moment, there was a skeleton on the deck and Robin, surprisingly unafraid, opened the coffin and pieced together the shattered skeleton parts, ultimately restoring a head. This hole must have been made by someone. This is a surgical scar. It should be called trepanation, right, doctor? Robin asked. Yes, in the past, when people treated brain tumors, they would make a hole in the skull. But that must have been a long time ago, Chopper said. Yeah, this person must have died about 200 years ago, probably around 30 years old, and likely died of illness during the voyage. Compared to other bones, his teeth are relatively intact. Since it was coated with tar, this burial custom is specific to certain regions of the South Sea. Based on the historical timeline, this ship should belong to a past expedition team. Robin then flipped through a book and quickly found it, saying, got it. It's the ship of the Bliss Kingdom in the South Sea, the St. Bliss, which set sail 208 years ago. Everyone discussed. It looks exactly like the previous ship. So, that ship seems to have this emblem too. This ship has been drifting in the sky for 200 years, Robin analyzed. Nami then deeply felt Robin's prowess and said, I didn't expect you could analyze so much just from the bones. Although the corpse can't talk, the information it carries can't escape. If it was an expedition team, there should be various evidence and records left behind, Robin said. But the ship has sunk to the bottom of the sea. Nami then saw Luffy and Usopp already starting to salvage something. Hey, everyone, I found something amazing. Luffy excitedly spread out what he had in his hands. It turned out to be a map of the Sky Island. Sky Island? Does this mean it really exists? Of course. Do you not believe what I said? Sudong smiled slightly, thinking that Nami still trusted herself too much. Awesome. This means the Sky Island really exists. That's the Island of Dreams. Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper joyfully jumped up and down. But don't get too carried away. This only indicates the possibility. Nami, although now convinced, still hesitated to confirm. The second update. If that large sailing ship just now can reach the Sky Island, there must be a way for us to get there too. Nami said, but that ship is already sunk. Usopp replied, if it sank, then let's fish it up. Nami said, all right. Luffy and Usopp immediately picked up their nets, ready to salvage. Chopper weakly asked, what does salvage mean? It means to fish up the sunken ship, but that ship might be impossible because it's too big. Robin replied with a smile. However, as long as we find the navigation log, the sailing record should be fine, right? Since we can find a map to the Sky Island, we should be able to find that kind of thing too, Sudong said. But it's not that simple. Robin said, at this time, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro were all wearing specially made diving barrel suits. They were called that because their appearance resembled large wooden barrels, and this diving suit was Usopp's new invention. Don't worry, my design will definitely not go wrong. Usopp was very confident in his invention. Good luck, I'll pray for you, Nami said. Soon after, the three slowly submerged into the water. Although Sudong knew there was no danger in the sea, he still preferred to stay on the ship. Shortly after the three were lowered, they could hear a series of haunting voices. Salvaged. Salvaged. What the hell is that? Sudong asked. Who knows? Usopp also felt very strange. On the deck of the giant ship stood rows of people, and the leader shouted for a while. Sudong quickly learned that this person was the Ape King, who specialized in salvage work for the ape pirate crew. Who are you? This is my territory. The ape said. We're just passing through here. Sudong said modestly. Passing through? Then leave quickly. All the sunken ships in this sea area belong to me. You haven't made a move, have you? Don't whisper. Answer my question quickly. The Ape King shouted. Nami quickly came up with an idea and said, excuse me, can we ask you a question? I was the one who asked first. Forget it, just ask your question. The ape said, are you salvage crew members? Nami asked, what? Ship ape? It seems I really have some ape-like demeanor. Oh, I'm so sorry. The ape probably didn't hear well and mistakenly thought she was complimenting him. Can you show us your salvage skills? Nami said, I see. You think salvage is a rare thing, right? No problem. Let me show you. The ape said happily. Nami quietly said, let's act according to the situation. Sudong admired Nami's clever idea in his heart. Hurry, prepare the salvage basket. Let's start salvaging. The Ape King then began the salvage operation. Their ship was originally used for salvage, so they tightly wrapped the ship that had fallen earlier, and then used air to lift the massive ship up. Just as the ship was about to come out, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sea. A shadow so massive that it emerged directly from the water. Before them was an enormous turtle. What is this thing? Is this land? I can't see any devil. This must be a dream. Usopp said. A dream? Really? Chopper said. This thing should be a creature, right? Sudong was also unsure after all. He didn't remember all the plot details clearly. They won't all be eaten, right? The air tube is still in its mouth. Robin reminded. It seems to be a giant turtle. How can it be such a huge turtle? Sudong didn't have much impression of the giant turtle before him. Since the turtle swallowed the air tube, as it moved, the ship could only be dragged along by the turtle, and ultimately Nami decided to cut the air tube. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Right after that, Luffy was thrown onto the deck, and Sanji and Zoro also appeared on the deck saying, "Hurry, set sail. Get out of here. That guy is troublesome. In short, hurry and leave this turtle." Usopp said, "Turtle? I'm talking about the ape. The turtle must be some kind of sea beast." Sanji said, "Luffy was having a good chat with him, and then saw us looking for something on the ship, and suddenly got angry." Zoro said, "It's just like an angry gorilla." Sanji commented, "Oh, where's this?" Luffy woke up. "Luffy, come help. Let's get out of this damned place together." At the critical moment, Sudong took charge, and everyone planned to work together to move toward another place. "Wait, you guys. Stealing my treasure on my territory. Do you think you can escape?" The ape appeared on the Mary and shouted at everyone in anger. "Treasure? Is there treasure?" After hearing about the treasure, Nami seemed to turn into a different person. "Yes, there is plenty." Luffy laughed. "Oh no. If this guy gets angry on the ship," Sanji was also prepared to face him. But just then, everyone was shocked again, because at that moment, the sky suddenly turned black and daytime turned into night. 5 shadows appeared before them, and these were not ordinary shadows. They were enormous, had wings, and seemed to be holding spears. They seemed to be watching everyone, and then they raised their spears and suddenly thrust them down. Sudong and the Straw Hat crew were naturally going crazy. Everyone worked hard to control the Mary to escape at the fastest speed. After a while, the sky became bright again. It was simply unbelievable, so big it was hard to believe. In a place like the Grand Line, there are indeed continuous strange occurrences. Today is no exception. First, a giant ship fell from the sky, Zoro said. Then the log pointer pointed to the sky. Nami said. Then a strange ape came to salvage the ship, Usopp said. Then they encountered a turtle that could swallow an entire ship, Chopper said. Then it suddenly turned to night, Robin said. Finally, a monster appeared that was dozens of times larger than the giant race. Luffy said, "Yeah, even I was scared." The Ape King said, "Get out." Everyone kicked the Ape King away in unison. Sudong, do you know what that monster was? When everyone was confused, they came back to ask Captain Sudong, and everyone was curious about that black shadow. It seems those things have wings. It should be the people from the Sky Island, right? I personally estimate that what we saw was just a shadow. Because of the light issue, the human shadow was stretched and enlarged. In reality, it's nothing serious. The third update. Is it true? Since that's the case, why are you all running so fast? Fear is contagious. If you're all so scared, I naturally have to lead you away from the sea of suffering. What Sudong said wasn't actually wrong. Soon, everyone's attention shifted to the things just salvaged, but unfortunately, aside from some scrap metal that didn't find any navigation logs or anything like that. Shouldn't we be finding intelligence instead? If we head to Sky Island, we might end up like that ship just now. Information is a matter of life and death. What did you all bring back? Rusty swords, tableware, live octopus. I want diaries, nautical charts, and such. Nami was furious because she didn't find what she needed. But Sudong naturally escaped unscathed since he didn't go into the sea. Here you go. This is what I got from the gorilla ship just now. You can use it for now. Robin had secretly taken a permanent record pointer from the other ship while everyone was distracted. Gaia? Nami felt a bit unfamiliar with this name. Sudong immediately walked over and said, "Now I think I understand. To reach Sky Island, we must go to Gaia and wait for the preparation from above. However, we are moving towards Sky Island following our own record pointer. Gaia? Great. Then let's head to Gaia at full speed." Luffy raised his hands high, looking quite excited. Soon after, the Going Merry began sailing towards Gaia. After all this time, the Merry finally seemed to be on the right course. That island called Gaia shouldn't be too far, right? Sanji asked. Yes, the weather has been stable since just now. So we should have entered the island's climatic sea area, Nami said. So, Gaia Island must be a spring island, right? Luffy said expectantly. The weather is so warm and comfortable. At that moment, Chopper was basking in the sun, lounging on the deck, looking very content. Spring is indeed a great season. Even the seagulls seemed quite comfortable. Just as Chopper finished speaking, a seagull fell onto the ship, dead. It seemed there was a sharpshooter who hit them from a distance. Sudong thought hard but couldn't figure out who the sharpshooter could be. Usopp? Unlikely. His dad? Also impossible here. However, soon, the crew on the Mary could see a small town not far ahead. The town was bustling with activity, making everyone very excited. Don't you guys think this looks like a vacation resort? Usopp asked. A vacation resort? Chopper was also very excited. Let's go, Mary. Luffy was practically bursting with anticipation. It really does have a leisurely vibe, Nami said. But we need to hold back. This place is a gathering spot for pirates, Sudong said. Is that true? Usopp then saw countless pirate flags fluttering in the wind. As expected, as Sudong said, this town seemed to be full of pirates. Is it just my imagination? Or are there really so many pirate ships docked here? Seriously, how could pirate ships be so openly docked in a harbor? Nami looked doubtful, but quickly chose to believe Sudong again. What kind of town is this? Everyone couldn't help but start complaining. Thus, Luffy, Zoro, and Sudong disembarked from the pirate ship, while the others stayed on board out of concern. Do you think these three can come back without causing trouble? Nami asked. Of course not. Besides, this town looks really shady. It's not just unlikely, it's definitely impossible. Usopp said, this won't do. Nami then followed them. While walking down the street, a drunk man fell off his horse. Excuse me, can you help me up? The man said drunkenly. Luffy and Zoro helped him back onto his horse, and the man wanted to give them apples from his basket. Sudong and Zoro didn't take any, but Luffy casually grabbed one and took a bite. Shortly after, they heard rumors of someone who died after eating an apple. You're so lucky. If it were going to explode, it would have already done so on the first bite. The drunk man said as he rode away. Nami then blamed Luffy again. Do you know you almost died just now? That's a common occurrence. Luffy said, not taking it seriously. You big-headed idiot. Nami was exasperated with Luffy. Let's go. Let's not get involved in things that don't concern us. We should quickly find information about going to Sky Island. Everyone was willing to listen to Sudong's words. Soon, they arrived at a very peculiar villa, but it was completely empty. Guests, you can't do this to me. Suddenly, someone ran out and said, because this tropical hotel has been entirely booked by Mr. Bellamy and his group, regular guests are not allowed in. So this is a hotel, Zoro finally realized. If Mr. Bellamy finds out, it will be serious. Please hurry and leave. The receptionist was naturally afraid of Bellamy's wrath. He was somewhat famous and held a high status in this Gaia Devil Valley town. What? Can't we even come and take a look? Luffy pouted. Who is this Bellamy? Nami also felt quite displeased. Just a little pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million. Sudong didn't think much of this person. Hey, what's going on? At that moment, a man and a woman walked in through the door. Where did these dirty little brats come from, not knowing their place? The man said, do you know how much we spent to book this place? The woman shouted angrily. Sorry, sir, get lost, brats. Luffy asked, can I knock this guy away? No. Nami didn't want to cause trouble. The man named Sachi's and the woman exchanged smiles. You want to knock me away? This kid is quite interesting, but you look shabby. Take this and buy some nice clothes for your ship. Sachi's threw money on the ground, and the woman beside him mocked. Sachi's, what a waste. Why give money to someone like this? Exactly, it would be better to throw it in the stinky gutter. They were just mocking everyone. Can I take it? Luffy innocently asked, not understanding that they were trying to humiliate him. Let's go, this is really annoying. Nami pulled Luffy toward the exit, while Sudong stayed behind. Why aren't you leaving, brat? Can't bear to part with our charity? Ha ha ha. Sudong maintained a blank expression as he looked at the two, eventually smiling slightly. Are you trying to provoke me, bastard? Aren't you leaving? Sachi's and the woman frowned. Seeing the situation was off, Nami prepared to come back and persuade Sudong. Who is Sudong? As soon as he crossed into this world, he was subjected to endless humiliation. Even the 7 warlords, Crocodile, ultimately became his defeated subordinate. The 2 individuals before him, relying on Bellamy, provoked him, and Sudong naturally could not tolerate it, nor did he need to. Do you want to die? Sudong said. Huh, what do you mean? Kid, are you going to make a move against me? Don't you see what you are? Although Sachi's felt something was off, he was used to being arrogant and blurted out those words. Sudong finally moved. He opened his left and right hands, and in an instant, a spiraling sphere with a blue glow appeared in his palms. What? Sachi's and the others had never seen such a thing and were naturally taken aback. Sudong's speed was quick by the time they saw the spiraling sphere. It had already struck their abdomen. With a loud boom, the 2 of them flew backward like cannonballs. They crashed heavily into the villa, clearly suffering serious injuries. The shopkeeper looked at Sudong in shock, and then seemed to remember something, nervously saying, It's over. It's over. Lord Bellamy will definitely take revenge for them. Sir, you should leave here quickly. Seeing that his anger had dissipated and the shopkeeper was quite concerned for him, Sudong naturally did not say anything further. You think you can leave so easily? A voice suddenly came from inside the villa. Sudong focused his gaze and discovered that the entire villa was actually filled with Bellamy's lackeys. Do you have anything else to say? Sudong said, still calm. This is your bounty notice. It says 30 million berries. I'll make sure Bellamy has a good talk with you. The lackeys seemed to have no intention of fighting. Sudong nodded and said, let him come at me. Knowing that these people must have miscounted a zero, Sudong said no more. Thus, Sudong followed Nami. Nami, Zoro, and the others were seething with anger. Unable to do anything about it, they went to a tavern to drown their sorrows in alcohol. I'm so furious. Nami fumed. It's really unfortunate, but this Magic Valley town can be said to be a town composed of pirates who throw money around like dirt, the tavern owner said. So poor pirates can't come here, right? Nami said angrily. It seems your anger hasn't subsided. Here, this drink is on me. The tavern owner kindly prepared a drink for Nami. These people are ruthless. If you take everything to heart, you won't last long in this town. The best way is to avoid provoking them, the tavern owner advised. Actually, I think there's another way to directly avoid trouble, Sudong said. What? Everyone asked. That is to defeat the most ruthless pirate in this town. By then, no one will look down on us. Sudong's point was valid. But if they kept provoking trouble, he didn't know how long it would take to gather information about going Sky Island. That makes sense. But it still feels really bad here, Nami said, feeling very low. Huh. The fact that you can think like that proves you're a normal person. But unfortunately, normal people are a rare breed in this town. If you stay here for 4 days, you can store enough records. Before getting into trouble, it's best to leave quickly, the tavern owner reminded. 4 days? I can't even stay for 2 days, Nami remarked. However, she noticed Sudong was staring intently at Luffy. Nami turned to look and found that there was another person beside Luffy. Luffy and the black-haired man simultaneously bit into a cherry pie and said, this cherry pie is so delicious, so terrible. Then they raised their drinks and downed them, saying, why is this drink so good, bad? Is something wrong with your taste buds? I think it's your brain that's the problem, the tavern owner said. Anyway, I'm not a chef, so it doesn't matter what you say. Sudong looked at the black-haired man with facial hair before him and instantly recognized his identity. Looks like just like the original plot. I ran into you. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, Sudong thought to himself. Luffy said to the owner, hey, uncle, I want to buy 50 portions of meat to take back as a gift. Blackbeard said, boss, I want to buy 51 portions of cherry pie. Wait, I want to change it to 52 portions. Sorry, make my pie 53 portions. The two bickered for a while, glaring at each other and shouting, are you trying to go against me on purpose? How can you guys argue about this? Zoro remarked from the side. Luffy, don't forget the promise you made to me, and we don't have money to buy that much meat to take back. We aren't here to shop. Nami said, are you a pirate? Blackbeard asked with a sinister smile. Yes, that's right, Luffy replied. What's your bounty? Blackbeard asked. Before Luffy could finish answering, Sudong stepped in first. My bounty is 300 million berries. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, you should be hunting for those strong ones, right? I must be correct. Sudong's words instantly attracted Blackbeard's attention. You say your head is worth 300 million? What a joke. A liar. However, the fact that you recognize my identity really surprised me. Blackbeard chuckled. Blackbeard? Zoro and Nami were somewhat surprised. Wasn't Ace after Blackbeard? All right. Fighting is not allowed in my establishment. Here's your meat, and here's your cherry pie. Take them and leave immediately. The owner promptly intervened to stop the imminent fight. Blackbeard did not say much more and took the cherry pie and walked out. However, as Blackbeard left, another person entered the tavern. Is the demon Sudong in this tavern? A rough voice came through. A man with golden hair, who looked like trouble, appeared. The surrounding customers were very scared. Bellamy. Bellamy arrogantly said, are you the demon Sudong with a bounty of 30 million? What do you want with me? Sudong asked. The surrounding customers began to discuss. Did you hear? That kid actually has a bounty of 30 million. The second update? No way. That little brat? Is it true? Sudong originally looked like a teenager, so he didn't seem like someone with a bounty of 30 million. Who is this guy? Luffy also felt a bit strange. The person in front of him didn't look like someone here to chat. Give me the most expensive drink in the bar and get this little brat something he likes too. Bellamy crossed his arms, looking very arrogant, while Sudong shook his head slightly. This clueless guy still wants to follow Don Quixote Doflamingo? Sudong didn't like Doflamingo, but he had to admit that Doflamingo was a smart person. He controlled the underworld and became a king, ruling a country, a success after Crocodile. Such a person had too many followers like Bellamy, but Doflamingo didn't care about Bellamy at all. Then, a group of Bellamy's lackeys barged in from outside the bar, their aggressive demeanor quickly driving everyone out. The lackeys were very eager. They couldn't wait to see how Bellamy would torment Sudong. Sudong handed his drink to Luffy, who, upon seeing this, asked, aren't you going to drink? Then I'll have it. Didn't expect this guy to be quite nice. Just then, Bellamy made his move, throwing a heavy punch at Luffy. Sudong thought this guy would attack him, but unexpectedly he was so malicious, hitting whoever was drinking. Bellamy's attack was sudden, but Sudong had long been prepared, and with his impressive speed, he instantly grabbed Bellamy's wrist. "Sorry, my friend doesn't need a back rub," Sudong mocked, then threw Bellamy outside the tavern without any damage to the place. The customers in the tavern and Bellamy's lackeys were all stunned, not expecting Bellamy to hit a wall this time. However, they still maintained their smiles because they knew Sudong's actions would only lead to a more tragic end for him. "What's going on? Is this guy going to give me a back rub too? What nice guy." Luffy was still in a daze. "Luffy, how slow can your reaction be?" "But since it's Sudong, I guess I don't need to step in," Zoro said, instinctively having drawn his sword but now putting it away. "Sudong, don't fight back. We haven't gotten any information yet," Nami said. "You can't get any information here," Sudong said confidently. The people in front of him didn't believe in the existence of Sky Island. Even being beaten wouldn't change that fact. Nami then asked, "How do you get to Sky Island?" Immediately, the entire tavern burst into laughter. They laughed like fools. "Did you hear that? She wants to go to Sky Island?" "Spare me. Ha ha ha. What's so funny?" "But the log pose clearly points to the sky." Nami said, "Ha ha ha. The log pose clearly points to the sky. Ha ha ha. The log pose is so easily broken. Ha ha ha. You guys are killing me. Even though I'm outside, I can't hear you. How can you believe in such old legends? Islands in the sky. Ha ha ha. What era are you people from?" At this moment, Bellamy walked in again. The mysteries of the strange currents in the Grand Line have proven this point one after another. The knock-up stream is one of them. "It seems you guys have never even heard of it, right?" Bellamy continued. "Ships swallowed by the knock-up stream are pushed into the air and then dropped directly into the sea. Uninformed ancient navigators saw ships falling from the sky and imagined that there must be an island in the sky, claiming that there must be another world up there. How foolish. Every phenomenon has its cause. Your dreams have now all been unraveled. You lost to me. I originally wanted to test you and have you join the New Era's crew, but it turns out you were just delusional." Bellamy said seriously, "Listen up. The era of pirates chasing treasure dreams is over. The land of gold, the Emerald City, the great treasure One Piece, is just a trick played on fools chasing treasure dreams, causing them to overlook immediate benefits. Even those who are stronger than anyone else and dominate the sea have been toyed with to death by a fantasy that doesn't exist. The dead fools are still talked about by others, saying how lucky that guy is to live in his dreams. This is simply a mockery of a stray dog. Seeing fools chasing treasure dreams just annoys me." Bellamy charged at Sudong again. Originally, Bellamy should have attacked Luffy, but now he was attacking Sudong. Sudong easily blocked Bellamy's attack again and turned to Nami, saying, "See that, Nami? These people don't believe in the existence of Sky Island because they've never been there. They don't believe in that place, and such people are the most hopeless." "Are you talking about me? Ridiculous. It's because there are people like you among pirates that the level of pirates like us has been lowered. Get out. Get out of this town." Bellamy's lackeys started to heckle as well. Nami, give me a minute." After Sudong said this, in the next second, he kicked Bellamy outside the door again and was ready to step out of the tavern. At this moment, Sudong felt more like a bully. However, just then, Luffy grabbed Sudong's arm. "Huh?" Sudong asked curiously, "What is it?" "Sudong, Zoro, please, we absolutely cannot fight," Luffy said, his eyes filled with determination. Sudong knew Luffy was serious. "Understood." Sudong nodded and stood still, no longer fighting back. However, even though he wouldn't fight back, Sudong wouldn't be easily harmed either. His defenses were already strong, and with the enhancement from his fruit ability, it could be said that Sudong, Luffy, and Zoro were being hit unilaterally, and Sudong suffered almost no damage. Why? You guys still don't understand the meaning of what Luffy is doing? Sudong already understood Luffy's meaning to some extent. Defeating them was easy, but using force to make others submit was not the way. Others had their own will. Even if they won against Bellamy and the others, they would still say that Sky Island does not exist. Therefore, Bellamy insulted everyone in various ways. What Sudong admired about Luffy was that he never missed a fight that needed to be fought and never fought a fight that shouldn't be fought. Forget it. Forget it, a nobody kid is worth 30 million. I thought he was someone powerful, but I'm utterly disappointed. I've never seen such a coward. The third update is not over yet. Bellamy took a sip of his drink and spat it out at everyone. Get them out of here, they are just too annoying. Ha ha ha. Look at that fool. Enduring all kinds of humiliation, Bellamy's lackey said, following these pirates who can't keep up with the new era won't lead to success. Why not let me buy you, woman? Nami couldn't take it anymore and turned around to say, sorry, but but I don't think much of your kind of low-tier pirate crew. Same here. Ha ha ha. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. It turned out this group of people were all big fools. This woman is pretty impressive. Get those three out of here quickly. While there's still breath left, you scum. Bellamy said to Nami. Sudong, possessing the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, naturally wouldn't be easily knocked down. After leaving the tavern, Sudong stood up and picked up Zoro. A voice outside the door came again. The Sky Island does indeed exist. The speaker was Blackbeard, who was currently enjoying a cherry pie that the tavern owner had just given him. Ha! The cherry pie here is indeed the best. Blackbeard laughed while eating. He said to Nami, what are you so upset about? They won that fight just now. You have quite the spirit when you insult people. You're a brave woman. Ha! Zoro and Luffy then stood up as well. After all, they were all experts, and getting beaten wouldn't be a big deal. What those guys said about the new era is complete nonsense. The era of pirates chasing dreams is not over. Haha. Dreams never end. Blackbeard shouted loudly as he smashed a bottle on the ground. Right? Blackbeard said, looking at Luffy and the others. There were still many people around, and they couldn't help but laugh and discuss. Hey, why are you so excited all of a sudden? What do you mean by dreams? Isn't enduring others' insult a joyful thing? Wahaha. Blackbeard laughed. Does this guy have a problem with his head? Everyone couldn't help but mock Blackbeard. Let the foolish guy laugh. Trying to stand tall will encounter unreasonable provocations. Right? Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed like a wise man. To be honest, Blackbeard and the Straw Hat crew had no grudges at this point. After all, Ace hadn't been captured yet. I hope you all make it to Sky Island. Blackbeard said as he walked away while drinking. Luffy? Sudong glanced at Luffy. I'm fine, let us go. Luffy, Zoro, XuCang's, and Nami returned to the Going Merry. As soon as they got back on the Merry, everyone noticed their injuries, and Chopper immediately treated them. Sudong's injuries were the lightest, and had already healed on their own. What on earth happened to you guys? Usopp and the others asked. We got beaten up by pirates, but it's all in the past. It's fine now. Luffy said with a smile. You may be fine, but I'm still angry. What the heck? It's really infuriating. Nami said angrily. A man should fight back against those who come looking for trouble. No, we should blow the whole town and its people away. Nami said furiously. What did you say earlier? Zoro was a bit speechless. That was then. If you bring it up again, I'll hit you. Nami's anger couldn't be contained. Why is someone who is completely unscathed so furious? Usopp expressed his confusion. It's normal for partners to get beaten and humiliated, right? Sudong said. By the way, did you hear any news about Sky Island? Chopper asked. Who knows about that kind of ghost thing? Nami's expression suddenly became very scary. As soon as I mentioned Sky Island, everyone in the store burst into laughter, as if I said something very funny. What is so funny about it? At this moment, Robin also returned, holding the thing she bought and said, Why is it so lively? What's got you all so excited? Where have you been, Robin? Luffy asked. I went to buy clothes and also to gather information about Sky Island, Robin said. Yeah, it's all because of you, Robin, because you mentioned Sky Island. We ended up in this mess. If there really is no Sky Island, I'll kick you to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Nami was still very angry. Speaking of which, Sky Island does exist. We just didn't ask the right people. Sudong said. So who should we ask? Nami was quite speechless. However, Robin handed a map to Sudong, who then showed it to Luffy and the others. What is this? A treasure map? This should just be a regular map, right? Where is it from? Usopp asked. It's right here. The little town on the left side of the map is the Magic Valley town where we are now. On the opposite side. Do you see the X mark to the east? I heard an eccentric old man lives there who is not accepted by the people of Gaia Island. Robin said. Eccentric old man? Everyone asked curiously. His name is Montblanc Coreja, a person who was expelled for talking about dreams. He should be able to talk to us. After Robin finished speaking, she went into the cabin. Sudong then asked Nami for the previous Sky Island map, and after comparing it, he said, Do you see? The maps of Sky Island and Gaia overlap. Do you know what this means? Sky Island should have been part of Gaia a long time ago. That Bellamy guy must have mentioned the knock-up stream during the day, right? I can make this assumption that the sudden emergence of the knock-up stream beneath the island sent a part of Gaia Island into the sky, ultimately forming Sky Island. Sudong shared his analysis based on the plot he knew in the map. Wow, now that you mention it, it really makes sense. Let us quickly find that eccentric old man. It seems that finding him will give us a way to get to Sky Island. Sudong managed to clarify everyone has thoughts. Soon, the Going Merry set off towards the other side of Gaia, with the destination being the eccentric old man's location. However, not long after sailing, everyone saw some strange things. It was a huge ship and the captain of this ship looked like a gorilla. We are the Gorilla Pirate Crew, the kings of underwater exploration. The name of Lord Gorilla is well known, so you better not provoke our big boss. The small fry on the ship said, It's fine. It seems you guys are also pirates, right? Then you should know that the warlord Crocodile has been captured. When it comes to strength, I'm not inferior to him. Who knows? One day, I might take his place. I've been eagerly waiting for this. Sudong thought, this guy really dares to brag. The first thing to say about my special talent is that I haven't cut my hair for 25 years since I was born. How about that? Are you shocked? Said the Gorilla King. Sudong looked closely, and indeed, the Gorilla King had very long hair. But what does that prove? Sudong expressed his doubts. You little brat. You dare to disrespect the big boss. The crew members condemned. Forget it, really, your answer is quite shocking. You better listen. If you force your way through my angry sea, it will be a sea of blood, the Gorilla King warned. Although the Gorilla King said this, none of the Straw Hat crew members were afraid of him. Luffy directly said, It doesn't matter, we're going to a place and we plan to go there now. The Gorilla King angrily said, This sea area is under my control. If you want to pass, leave some money for the passage. What nonsense. What you said sounds just like that previous human ape king. Usopp also noticed the clue. Human ape? What do you mean by human ape? The Gorilla King suddenly asked. Him? We just kicked him away, Luffy said nonchalantly. Hearing this, the Gorilla King was naturally furious. What? You dare to treat my brother like this? The enemy of the human ape is my enemy. Luffy immediately said, Hey, wait a minute, we just kicked him away. We didn't do anything to him. But the Gorilla King had already started preparing to attack. Sonic Wave. Destructive Roar. Sudong immediately reminded, Prepare for battle. I didn't expect this guy to be so good to his brother. At this moment, the Gorilla King shouted, and it was obvious that the sound wave was coming from him. However, since the sound wave came from that direction, unexpectedly, the Gorilla King ended up shattering the wooden planks on his own ship's deck. The entire ship was being ravaged, and if this continued, the Gorilla King's ship would fall apart. What are they doing? Sanji asked, somewhat confused. But that sound is really powerful. It can destroy the ship just with sound, Luffy said in surprise. Sudong felt like he was completely wasting his emotions. Damn it, another comedic character. According to the comedic character immortality law, this person in front of me is probably not going to die. Hey, don't just stand there. Hurry up and move forward now. Nami urged. Yes, Sanji said enthusiastically. Oh, Nami is no longer a devil, Luffy said happily. However, soon everyone felt something was wrong, because the opponent's sound wave could still reach them, ultimately affecting the Mary. Wow, not good. It can indeed affect us. The crack we just barely fixed has opened up again. Stop messing around. Our ship is already very broken. If we stay any longer, it will definitely break apart, Usopp said worriedly. At this moment, Nami was not idle, and immediately said, Quickly move the ship to a place without sound waves. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Sudong immediately formed seals and used his wind release ninjutsu, creating a large amount of wind around them. Using this wind, the Straw Hat crew quickly sped off in another direction. Thus, they gradually avoided the Gorilla King's attack. They finally arrived at a peaceful sea area. Usopp and the others started repairing the Mary again. While hammering nails, he complained, Seriously, that bastard gorilla is infuriating. The ship is even more broken. Upon closer inspection, when did this ship become so shabby? It's time to replace it, right? Zoro said. Why are you saying that too? You heartless guy. Usopp had a deep emotional attachment to this ship, surpassing everyone else on board, and naturally couldn't help but complain. You should know how we got this ship. Usopp said. I know, Usopp, but complaining now won't help. The Going Merry is our important partner. Let's work hard and repair it no matter what. Luffy's words were very touching, but the next second, Luffy accidentally smashed one part of the Mary with a hammer. Luffy, are you going to fix it or smash it? Usopp yelled angrily. At this moment, Sudong, Robin, and Nami were discussing the next plan together. After leaving Magic Valley Town, turn eastward, and we'll reach the spot marked with an X on the map. Where is that? What was it called? Nami asked. Mont Blanc Coreja, Robin answered. That dreamer lives there, right? Nami confirmed. At this moment, a small castle with a majestic palace-like atmosphere appeared before everyone. Amazing. This is simply a castle. That guy named Mont Blanc Coreja is really wealthy. Luffy, Usopp, and the others were all very excited. What a nice way to put it, dreamer. He's just a show-off. Sanji and Zoro had already seen through the truth. Once they got off the ship, they indeed saw that the castle they just saw was merely a facade. What? It's just a facade? The Real house is only half. The rest is all plywood. What a stingy man. This also explains his ancestor's identity, Sudong said calmly. I really can't understand what you're saying. Nami increasingly felt that Sudong's words were intriguing. What kind of dream did he praise to be exiled? Nami asked Robin. I don't know the details either. It seems that Guy said that there's a huge pile of gold buried on this island, Kaya. Upon hearing gold, Nami instantly became even more curious. Gold? Is it the gold buried by those great pirates? Nami asked. I don't know about that. Robin shook her head. It seems to be a place called Gold Country. That person in the tavern also mentioned it, Sudong said. Naturally, Nami was overly excited. Nami found an old book that said The Great Liar Rolando. This book has a nice title. It should be interesting, right? Usopp said curiously. This book? It's a very famous story in the North Sea, although it's a fairy tale. The main character Rolando really existed, Sanji said. Then, Nami read the story aloud for everyone. Poor liar, he died just like that, never becoming a brave warrior of the sea. Nami looked at Usopp, obviously dissing him. Hey, don't look at me like that. And don't add that tone randomly, okay? Usopp complained. Just then, Luffy suddenly fell into the water, and a man appeared before everyone. Who are you? So bold. How dare you barge into someone else's home? The second update. This sea area is all my territory. The speaker was bare-chested, looking very capable. Hurry, pull Luffy up. Sanji desperately rushed into the water. You came for the gold, right? The man immediately tried to stop Sanji. At this moment, Sudong made his move, using no special techniques. With just his physical skills, he managed to temporarily entangle the man in front of him, whose attacks were fierce. However, Sudong was able to evade all the attacks, which surprised the man. Sudong already knew the identity of the man before him, but chose not to reveal it. Just as the man was preparing to attack again, he suddenly fell to the ground in great pain. Luffy was also pulled up, and everyone decided to treat this man's injuries first. After placing the man on the bed, Chopper diagnosed him and realized that he had decompression sickness. Decompression sickness? Everyone found this illness a bit strange. Yes, divers sometimes get this sickness, but it normally wouldn't become a chronic disease when coming up from a seabed to the surface due to insufficient decompression. A certain element that was originally dissolved in the blood cannot remain dissolved and forms bubbles under such conditions. These bubbles expand in the blood vessels and outside of them, damaging the blood flow and muscles and joints. Chopper explained carefully. Although it was complicated, it should be the case. Luffy agreed. Sudong also knew about this illness in the real world, naturally nodding in agreement. This uncle must have not waited for the bubbles to disappear from his body and dove into the sea every day. Chopper said, but why is she trying so hard? Nami wondered. I don't know, but it's very dangerous. In different situations, decompression sickness can be fatal. After Chopper finished speaking, he and the others continued to take care of the man. Not long after, suddenly two people burst in from outside. As the saying goes, frenemies meet. These two were naturally the comical Monkey Mountain brothers, the ape and the gorilla. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill our boss? The gorilla and the ape asked urgently. What are you talking about? We're taking care of this sick uncle. Get out of the way. Luffy said, idiot. They wouldn't listen to you. Don't forget they're wild animals. Usopp was very anxious. To everyone's surprise, the gorilla and the ape started crying and said, you're really good people. I can't believe they actually believed it. While taking care of the man, Sudong and the others also chatted with these two quirky brothers. Do you live here too? Sudong asked. Of course. Because the boss's house is originally the base of our Monkey Mountain United Army. But we usually sleep on the ship. This place is too small for the two of us. It's because you two are too big, but if the giant uncle saw you too, he'd probably think you look like a lump of earwax. Huh. Luffy always says something funny, and to his surprise, the Monkey Mountain brothers didn't mind. Instead, they became more familiar with everyone, which left Usopp puzzled. After chatting for a while, Chopper came out and said, hey, the uncle is awake. Awake? Sudong and Luffy went inside. As soon as they entered, Luffy asked, Uncle Diamond, I have something to ask you. The uncle took a puff of smoke and said, sorry to trouble you. I thought you were also treasure hunting fools looking for gold. What do you want to ask me? The uncle said, Uncle, we really want to go to Sky Island. Can you tell us how to get there? Luffy said directly, Sky Island? Hee-ha. You really believe in Sky Island? Uncle Diamond burst into laughter, and Nami instantly became furious, ready to attack. Usopp quickly stopped her and said, don't do that. P.S. A patient. Is there really no Sky Island, Uncle? Luffy asked again. I don't know, but I know someone who firmly believes in the existence of Sky Island. However, that person became the world-famous big liar, and his descendants can never hold their heads up high. After hearing this, Luffy immediately turned to Usopp. It's not me. Then Uncle Diamond said, People from the North Sea should have heard of this ancient fairy tale, the big liar Rolando. I believe you're the descendant of Rolando, right? Sudong directly hit the key point. That's right. He is my grandfather's grandfather. I don't even know how far back. In short, it's a very distant relationship. We're so far removed that I probably don't have that Gaia's blood in me. At that time, the Mont Blanc family was expelled and live a life of not being able to hold their heads up, and even now, they are still being scorned. But no one in our family hates him, Uncle Diamond said. Why? Chopper asked. Because Rolando was more honest than anyone else. But in the picture, Rolando said one last thing before he died. I understand now. Those mountains of gold have sunk to the bottom of the sea, and he was drawn looking foolish. But in fact, he died in tears and hatred because he believed until his death that the island he took the king to was the golden island he had seen before. Therefore, he could not convince himself that it was just a fantasy. He insisted that it was due to geological changes that caused the gold to sink to the bottom of the sea. However, anyone would feel he was just making excuses, and in the end, Rolando was beheaded in front of the crowd and left the name of the big liar. Uncle Diamond said, I understand. Uncle, you are determined to go to sea to find gold to clear the Mont Blanc family's name. Usopp said. Upon hearing this, Uncle Diamond immediately aimed a gun at Usopp and shot. Idiot. When did I ever say that? Usopp was so scared that he crouched down, narrowly dodging the bullet. No matter how honest and upright my ancestor was, no matter how great an adventurer he was, it has nothing to do with me. Just because I have a bit of blood relation to that idiot, I'm scolded by strangers. Can you understand the grievance of child? I grew up in that kind of environment. Uncle Diamond vented. Everyone knew that Uncle Diamond must have suffered a lot of scorn and patiently waited for him to calm down. Yes, during these 400 years, countless people have gone to sea to find evidence to redeem the Mont Blanc family's infamous name. But in the end, they all went missing. I have always been ashamed to have such a family. So I ran away from home and became a pirate. Uncle Diamond said. So the uncle is a pirate. Luffy just understood. Actually, I didn't want to become a pirate that much. The reason is simple. I just wanted to escape Rolando's curse. Unconsciously, I became the captain of a pirate crew, fulfilling my wish to enter the Grand Line and starting my daily adventures. Unexpectedly, 10 years ago, our ship came to this island by chance. The third uncle with a diamond shape continued to tell, among the Mont Blanc family. The one who hates Roland the most is me. Yet, I am the only one who reached this island, which looks just like the illustrations in the storybook. There is not a single piece of evidence proving that the land of gold ever existed. I not only feel that this is fate, but I can no longer escape it. They left because they didn't want to waste time searching for the land of gold, whether it exists or not. I'm not trying to prove Roland's innocence. This is a duel between that man who disrupted my life and me. Before I die, I want to clarify things. After the diamond-shaped uncle finished explaining, Usopp listened while crying, saying, What a man. But how did the apes end up with you? Luffy asked. This must be a man's underwater adventure. A passionate story told through fists. Usopp was filled with fantasies about this story. However, awkwardly, the diamond-shaped uncle said directly, They're just little fans of the storybook. With a simple reason. Nami also felt awkward. It was about 5 or 6 years ago, right? They heard about me and came to find me on their own. They said there was definitely Roland's gold here. The diamond-shaped uncle said earnestly, The waters of this generation are very deep. Diving in the dark, cold sea makes one feel even lonelier. Day after day, I dove alone in that freezing sea until one day, they stubbornly entered my life, insisting on being my subordinates, making a fuss in front of me every day. 2 silly fools, but frankly, they saved me. You can understand that, right? The diamond-shaped uncle asked. Boo-hoo. I understand very much. That's right. Like-minded friends are the strongest support. Usopp was once again moved by these stories. What an easy person to cry. Sudong listened beside him, looking at Usopp, feeling quite awkward. No. What I want to ask is, how we get to Sky Island, Uncle? Luffy asked again. You're really impatient. Didn't I just say? The only one who can endorse Sky Island is that big liar Roland. Once you get involved with that guy, you'll become a laughingstock like me. The diamond-shaped uncle flipped through a book. I'm sure that Roland must have been Sky Island. Sudong confirmed this matter, knowing the plot. He naturally knew that the land of gold and Sky Island existed. It's a pity that although you are sure, there is no record in the book. Is this a sailing log? Could it be from Roland himself? Nami was very excited. That's right. Read that page to everyone. The diamond-shaped uncle said. Awesome. This is a log from 400 years ago. In the year 1120 of the Sea Circle calendar, on June 21st, clear weather, departed for the prosperous town of Villa. Following the recorded pointer, the ship set off from the harbor and headed straight northeast. Today, during the day, I bought a strange thing from a passing selling ship. It's a small boat called a waiba, shaped very much like a snowboard. It can sail even on windless days. It's a really marvelous little boat. But I still can't grasp the knack of controlling it and can't handle it well. Now it has become a means of entertainment for the crew. How interesting. I want this. However, its power source seems to be something that only Sky Island would have. I heard there are many such strange things up in the sky. Since we mentioned Sky Island, I can't help but recall the lively sky fish my explorer friend showed me. That was a truly amazing fish that surprised me. Although it is an unknown territory for our ship, as a sailor, I really hope that one day I can go to Sky Island and see it. Mont Blanc Roland. After Nami finished reading this line, she excitedly said, "He mentioned Sky Sea, just like what Robin and Sudong said. Moreover, in his time, it seemed very natural to talk about Sky Island. It really exists. That's great." Everyone was extremely excited after confirming that Sky Island does exist from the sailing log. At this time, the diamond-shaped uncle went out to look for the apes and gorillas, and soon called everyone outside. "Is there something, uncle?" Everyone asked in confusion. "I will now tell you all the information I know about Sky Island. I can't guarantee its authenticity, believe it or not. It's up to you." The diamond-shaped uncle then said, "In some parts of these waters, very strange phenomena sometimes occur, where it is clearly still daytime, but suddenly enveloped in darkness." "That's right. We encountered that." Luffy raised his hand and said, "Exactly. After the night came, monsters appeared right after, but Sudong said that was just a shadow." Usopp said, "That kind of huge monster has many different legends so far, but let's not talk about that for now. As for the truth behind the sudden arrival of night, simply put, it is due to a thick layer of cloud shadows." The diamond-shaped uncle said. Once the topic reached clouds, Nami naturally began to discuss it. That kind of black is definitely not something that can be caused by just dark clouds. It's called a cumulonimbus cloud, not an ordinary nimbostratus cloud. It forms at high altitudes. No matter how thick it piles up, it won't produce airflow and 1T turn into rain. So once there is cumulonimbus cloud coverage above, sunlight cannot penetrate through the layers of clouds, turning even the brightest day into night. Another theory is that some say cumulonimbus clouds are a type of cloud fossil that has not changed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, continuously drifting in the high sky. The diamond-shaped uncle's words were interrupted by Nami. "How is that possible? What kind of cloud wouldn't produce airflow, no matter how thick it is?" I said, "Believe it or not, I'm not forcing you to accept this explanation. Its mystery has indeed not been solved. Listen carefully. So I speculate that if Sky Island really exists, the only possibility is up there." The diamond-shaped uncle said, "I got it. We need to go above the clouds. All hands prepare to set sail. Head full speed towards the clouds." "Thank you for telling us, uncle." Luffy got excited. Sudong was quite speechless. How could a ship possibly sail upwards? If I'm not mistaken, to get to the clouds, we'll need to rely on the knock-up stream, right? Sudong, disregarding Luffy, said directly, "Oh, surprising. I didn't expect you to know of its existence. However, this thing is deadly. Just following that current is like catching a ride on a favorable wind to the sky. Understand?" The diamond-shaped uncle said. "But most of the sayings I've heard are that the ship will fall halfway and be smashed to pieces." Nami, as the navigator, naturally had to think about everyone's safety. Generally speaking, that's the case, but as long as you grasp the right timing, it'll be fine. The right timing? The first update. However, will the situation really be as simple as I said, being pushed up by the ocean current? In short, it is not the leisurely sky journey that you can imagine. The upward ocean current, in essence, is a disaster, a natural killer that should be avoided at all costs, said Uncle Rhombus. So what exactly is the principle that allows that ocean current to shoot straight up into the sky? We have never heard of such a thing until now, Nami said. Yeah, the companions nodded in agreement. Uncle Rhombus then explained. The mysterious ocean current that brings forth that monster remains unsolved to this day. Because no one is foolish enough to stake their life to investigate it. There is, however, a conclusion. In that sea area, there is a huge cavity deeper than the seabed, and the nearby cold seawater flows into that cavity, where the geothermal heat from the seabed generates tremendous steam power. This causes an underwater eruption, strong enough to burst the seawater, forming the upward ocean current, which is the explosive eruption of the skyward current. The duration is about 1 minute, during which that ocean current will continue to rise. Nami immediately asked, "A water column lasting 1 minute? How large is the scale of that eruption?" Uncle Rhombus replied, "The eruption point varies each time, with a frequency of 5 times a month. So if we fall, will we be smashed to pieces?" Usopp asked anxiously. "Who knows? It is foolish to explain a spectacular natural phenomenon with words and logic." So what you mean is that even if we catch that ocean current that occurs 5 times a month, we might not even reach the Sky Island? Usopp asked again. That's right. If it doesn't succeed, it's all over. There's nothing to catch the ship in high altitude. Once we fall from the sky into the sea, everyone will be buried at the bottom of the ocean, said Uncle Rhombus. At this point, Sudong spoke up. Actually, everyone doesn't need to think too much about this. If you want to go to the Sky Island, you have to take certain risks. Besides, don't forget, I can fly. Even if the ship crashes down, I will do my best to ensure you reach the sea safely. However, the Mary will be destroyed, Sudong said seriously. Usopp immediately panicked and then said, all right, even our strongest Sudong isn't sure. We should all give up on the Sky Island. It's really too forced. Ha ha. Luffy found it very interesting after hearing this. Usopp sensed the situation was not right and quickly advised. What the uncle means is that if you're not lucky enough to be a super lucky person, then there is no need to go at all. It's okay, let's go. Luffy showed no fear at all. Usopp felt heartbroken for the Mary. After previous experiences, it had become worn out. If it suffers another strong ocean current impact, whether it can hold up is a question. Uncle Rhombus, understanding Usopp's concerns, said, indeed, considering speed, weight, and strength, given the condition of that ship, it would probably disintegrate as soon as the seawater bursts. However, you don't need to worry about this. The gorilla and orangutan will go out to sea with you for protection. But of course, the ship must be reinforced beforehand. Uncle Rhombus knew that besides Usopp, everyone else was determined to go to the Sky Island. Don't forget, we only have 1 day left to stay on this Gaia island. After 1 day, the log pointer will point to the direction of the next island. Understood? Nami reminded. Exactly. There is simply no time. And besides, Uncle, you're not a prophet. You don't know when the upward ocean current will coincide with the appearance of the Kijima cloud next time. Whether it will be a few days later, no, a few months later, or even years later. Usopp said this on purpose, not wanting everyone to go to the Sky Island. Unexpectedly, Uncle Rhombus said, it should be tomorrow afternoon. If you want to go, hurry up and prepare. How could it be so coincidental? Usopp couldn't help but complain. What's wrong? If you don't want to go, then don't go, said Uncle Rhombus. Usopp then pointed at Uncle Rhombus and said, are you lying? It's just too strange. We just met today, and you're being overly friendly, right? Moreover, I really want to go to the Sky Island. This is a great opportunity to verify whether the legend is true or not, and it just happens to be tomorrow. Bruce, you even called people to help us reinforce the ship and go out to sea for protection. What's the catch? Sudong knew that Usopp was saying this for the sake of the Mary, and naturally did not stop him. What the big liar Roland's descendants say. It's a miracle if you can believe it. Usopp's words sounded somewhat heavy. Unexpectedly, Uncle Rhombus took a puff of smoke and said, 1 day after the phenomenon of day turning to night appeared in that Gaia area, the Kijima cloud appeared in the southern sky. According to the frequency of 5 times a month, the activity day of the upward ocean current is likely to be tomorrow. That ocean current occurs in the southern sea area around here. Although I can't be 100% sure, the probability of it happening tomorrow is really high. I am really glad to meet you dream-chasing fools in my lifetime. Let us go. Let us have dinner together. Tonight, let us rest well in my place. Uncle Rhombus gave a very detailed explanation, and in the end, Usopp could only let out a sigh of disappointment. Luffy and the other companions entered the house excitedly, while Sudong walked over and patted Usopp's shoulder. Usopp, I can understand your wish for the Mary to be safe. I know it's a gift from Miss Gaia. But don't forget, she gave it to you hoping to help you and your companions achieve your dreams faster. She has been our comrade for so long. Don't worry, we will do the reinforcement work seriously. Sudong's warm words made Usopp feel much better. Thank you, Sudong. Usopp nodded and said nothing. Nami also walked over and said, it seems that if we want to go to the sky, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. But in the end, it still depends on luck. Nami, am I foolish and cowardly again? Usopp asked, and also confused. I understand you. Go apologize to the uncle. Hearing Nami say this, Usopp naturally cried while apologizing to Uncle Rhombus. That night was a carefree night. The gorilla, orangutan, and the companions on the ship feasted on meat and drank wine, and those who couldn't drink had delicious beverages. In the right eye of the skeleton I saw gold. Uncle Rhombus said, fueled by alcohol. This was a sentence written with tears by Roland before he passed away. The second update. Those are the tearful words spoken by Rolando just before his death, seeing gold in the right eye of the skeleton. It was on that day that Rolando was executed. However, after I arrived in Gaia, I still couldn't grasp the meaning of this phrase. In the right eye of the skeleton, what this guy wanted to hint at. Could it be some ancient city Or was it because he was facing death himself? But the blank pages that followed contained no words. That's why we dived into the sea, because our dreams lie beneath the waves, Uncle Diamond said while drinking. I'm afraid the right eye of the skeleton is the location of the golden city of Shambhala. Sudong revealed the truth, which of course was recognized by Uncle Diamond. Immediately afterwards, Uncle Diamond shared the story he knew with everyone. The log from May 21st, 1122, upon reaching that island, we heard a wonderful bird call from the forest, as well as a very large, truly enormous bell ringing. It was a giant golden bell made of pure gold. Its sound spread across the land and resonated through the clouds. It was as if the ancient capital of the past was boasting about its former prosperity, witnessing the long-cultivated civilization of the vast sea, ultimately unable to withstand the ever-changing tides of fate. This not only made us, who had lived for decades and had long since seen through everything, feel a heavy silence in our hearts. We stood there until the sound of the bell faded away. Uncle Diamond, fueled by alcohol, eagerly shared Rolando's sailing log, and the monkey and the gorilla, as little fans of Mont Blanc, naturally shouted Mont Blanc's name loudly. Then, Uncle Diamond took out the golden bell he had treasured. We found 3 such items at the bottom of the sea, although they weren't large. What? So the land of gold really exists? Luffy exclaimed. This little bit of gold can't be considered evidence, right? Ordinary ruins could yield this amount of gold too, said the Gorilla King. Robin, being an expert, immediately said, but this is enough to prove that this sea area indeed nurtured a civilization, right? These ingots were specially crafted products made to divide gold into small pieces, and later developed into items used for trade. That's right, and there's also the wonderful bird call mentioned in the preface. Take it out, Uncle Diamond said. The Gorilla King and the Monkey King then took out the long-treasured golden bird. Not only Nami, but even Sudong's eyes lit up. This one is even larger than the golden bell just now. So beautiful. Nami said, could the golden bell and the golden bird be symbolic totems of ancient Gaia Island? Sanji also couldn't help but speculate. I don't know about that, but I think they might be part of some kind of figurative object. This bird is called the Nan Jian bird, and this species still survives on this island, Uncle Diamond explained. Is this bird rare? Luffy asked. Just like the log mentioned, said the Monkey King. I heard about the Nan Jian bird when I was a sailor. However, upon mentioning the Nan Jian bird, the Monkey King, the Gorilla King, and Uncle Diamond suddenly seemed to think of something and shouted, Not good. What's wrong, Uncle? Luffy asked, puzzled. Hurry and catch that bird back now, immediately. Uncle Diamond said, That bird? Why? Everyone didn't understand what Uncle Diamond meant. Listen, the ocean current you will head towards tomorrow is directly south of this cape. Do you know how to get there? Uncle Diamond asked. Of course, we just sail south, Luffy answered without thinking. But this is the Grand Line. Once you are out at sea, you won't know east from west. Nami also realized, right, this time the target isn't an island, but the ocean current. So the law pointer won't be useful. How can we head straight south? Sudong naturally understood, so we need to catch the Nan Jian bird. This bird is called the guide bird. It flies straight south. That's its nature. Uncle Diamond nodded. Exactly. Some animals in nature have a correct magnet in their bodies, allowing them to determine their position. Ha ha ha. So that means Zoro is even worse than an animal. Ha ha. Luffy laughed. Do you have the right to criticize others? Zoro retorted. The Nan Jian bird is the best among them. No matter how vast the land or sea, its body will point out the correct direction. In short, without this bird, there's no point in mentioning anything, let alone reaching the Sky Island. You won't even have the chance to reach the ocean current below. Uncle Diamond said. The companions were naturally stunned. Why didn't you mention such an important thing until now? Stop rambling. All of you go find the Nan Jian bird. During this time, we will help you reinforce this broken ship. Think about it. There's no time for a celebration tonight. Listen carefully before dawn. At least one Nan Jian bird must be caught. Otherwise, we won't be able to set off. As Uncle Diamond spoke, he threw the tools for capturing the guide bird to Sudong and the others. Sudong kept an eye on this time. Wood clone technique. After using the wood clone, 2 of his clones appeared beside him. My 2 wood clones will go with you to find the guide bird. My main body will stay here to help repair the Mary. This way we can save some time, Sudong said. I've heard that some people on the sea who have eaten devil fruits gain magical abilities. You must be one of those people who have eaten the fruit. How amazing, Uncle Diamond said in surprise. To be honest, this is not my fruit ability. It's just a talent I possess, Sudong explained. Uncle Diamond then said, All right, you stay with us to repair this ship. Next, 2 wood clones accompanied Luffy and the others into the forest to search for the guide bird, while Sudong's main body worked with Uncle Diamond and the others to fix the Mary. Sudong could feel that although the Mary was damaged, at least the keel was not in major trouble. However, no matter how much it was repaired after the impact of the sky currents and leaving the Sky Island, the Mary probably wouldn't hold up for long. Sudong recalled the battle between Luffy and Usopp in the original story, feeling that he was somewhat unavoidable. In the forest, everyone suddenly heard a strange call. They then split up to act, but it wasn't long before Sudong grew tired of commenting on his companions. Luffy was busy catching a stag beetle, Usopp, Sanji, and Nami encountered a spider centipede, and Zoro accidentally fell into a mud pit. Sudong then sent one wood clone to rescue him, while the other followed Robin toward the direction of the guide bird. In the third update, don't forget that although Sudong is not a perception-type ninja, he is still very sensitive to changes in his surroundings. Sudong easily spotted the guiding bird in the tree. However, this guiding bird had malicious intentions. It was knocking down the beehive on the branches to use against Sudong. But Sudong wouldn't be bullied by a swarm of bees and a bird. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Sudong quickly formed hand seals, and this time the surrounding water elements were much more abundant. Therefore, the power of the water dragon bullet was significantly stronger. Before the buzzing bees could reach Sudong, they were dispersed by his water dragon bullet. The guiding bird, very cunningly, saw that Sudong seemed to possess some special ability and immediately flapped its wings to fly deeper into the forest. Sudong saw this and charged after it. He was determined to catch this bird before dawn. On the other hand, in the location where Uncle Diamond was, a group of pirates appeared. These pirates looked fierce and intimidating, and Sudong immediately recognized the leader among them. Little brother, I told you not to provoke our brothers. You wouldn't be trying to rob gold under the cover of night, would you? You little dwarfs should hurry back home. Don't mess with us. We have things to do, said the Gorilla Mountain brothers, looking at the aggressive pirates. Ha ha ha. Are you the gate monkeys? I didn't expect to see you here. Demon Sudong and Pirate Kalikai, I didn't expect you to dare come here after being taught a lesson at the tavern. And you, I heard the tragic story of your Mont Blanc family at the tavern. It's really touching. But robbing the treasures that others fought for has its own flavor. Bellamy took off his pirate coat, seemingly preparing to fight. I'll just tell you how everyone calls me. Hyena Bellamy, haha. Bellamy's words naturally angered everyone present. Since you've come looking for trouble, don't blame us for being merciless. Don't underestimate our Gorilla Mountain United Army, said the Gorilla King and the Ape King. At this moment, Sudong spoke up. Wait. Sudong extended a hand to stop the Gorilla Mountain brothers. What's the matter? Everyone was puzzled about what Sudong was planning. This guy must be scared. He was beaten badly by us. Bellamy began to mock Sudong again. Leave these scraps to me, Sudong said. Ha 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 ha. Bellamy and his minions laughed uncontrollably, as if they had heard something even more ridiculous than the Sky Island. Go ahead and laugh, because soon you won't even have time to react, Sudong said. This guy is really interesting. He clearly doesn't dare to fight us, yet is so tough. Truly fearless. In that case, you guys deal with him. Bellamy thought Sudong was weak and naturally had no interest in him. Ha ha ha. Bellamy's lackeys then rushed in, planning to quickly take care of Sudong. However, this time, it wouldn't be so simple. The last time Sudong didn't resist was for a reason, and this time, with Bellamy coming right to him, there was no reason not to fight back. Whoosh! Sudong exerted a bit of force, and the ground beneath him suddenly crumbled. He vanished like the wind, and when he reappeared, his eyes had transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. Do you want to dance too? Sudong skillfully dodged all the attacks in the crowd. Using only his most basic martial arts, he had easily knocked down quite a few people. With the Sharingan, Sudong had the ability to predict his opponent's attacks, and his speed far exceeded theirs. In just a few seconds, Sudong had knocked all the minions to the ground. At this moment, Sudong once again stood still, gazing at Bellamy. Behind him came a chorus of gasps. Impressive. I didn't expect this little brother to be so powerful. The speaker was Uncle Diamond. During their previous standoff, Uncle Diamond had already sensed Sudong's exceptional skills, and now he was witnessing Sudong's strength firsthand. Wow, so many people taken down in just a few seconds. Impressive. The Gorilla Mountain brothers praised, feeling fortunate that they hadn't made an enemy of Sudong when they didn't know him. I didn't expect you had some skills, but no matter how powerful you are, in front of me, you'll only end up begging for mercy. The most exciting show of the night is about to start. Spring Sniper. At this moment, Bellamy exerted force with his legs, and then his feet transformed into springs, propelling him toward Sudong's abdomen. Bang! Sudong was knocked to the ground. So it turns out you look good, but are useless. I thought you were strong. Ha ha ha. Bellamy mocked Sudong again. What? Little brother, are you alright? We're gonna help. At this moment, Uncle Diamond and the Gorilla Mountain brothers were ready to assist, but to their surprise, Sudong stood up unharmed. Don't intervene. I just wanted to test this guy's strength. At this level, my body wouldn't even be scratched, let alone my clothes. Sudong was clearly not boasting. After taking Bellamy's attack head-on, he truly had no injuries. Just luck. My attack isn't over. Bellamy sneered, then used his powerful jumping ability to leap again, of course, still aiming at Sudong. This time, it wouldn't be so easy, Sudong thought to himself. When Bellamy charged at him, Sudong simply sidestepped slightly to dodge Bellamy's impact. Bellamy clearly wouldn't give up easily and charged at Sudong repeatedly. However, Sudong's Sharingan had long predicted Bellamy's attacks, and his speed was not something an ordinary person could match. Sudong continued to dodge the attacks effortlessly. Impossible. Why can't I hit him no matter how fast my attacks are? Bellamy began to doubt himself. At that moment, Sudong grew tired of dodging and kicked directly toward the direction Bellamy was charging from. Sudong's speed was fast, and his predictions were extremely accurate, so he precisely kicked Bellamy in the head. Bellamy was struck by Sudong's blow and the recoil from his own attack, instantly collapsing to the ground in a disheveled state. Impossible. My spring fruit can't lose to anyone. What's happening? Bellamy was now somewhat dazed. Even though he had only taken one hit, that hit had nearly cost him his life. I will show you the true power of the spring fruit. Bellamy's eyes changed, and he struggled to stand up, looking at Sudong. I'm waiting for you, Sudong replied calmly. With his scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, Sudong appeared even more terrifying than Bellamy. After Bellamy struggled to stand up, his aura clearly became much stronger, completely shedding the nonchalant demeanor he had at the beginning, indicating that he was prepared for a serious fight. However, on the contrary, Sudong remained unchanged. Aside from activating his three-tomo Sharingan, he displayed no other alterations. His expression one of indifference and coldness. Having fought against Crocodile, Fire Fist Ace, and even the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, Sudong knew that Bellamy was far from their level, so he didn't need to take him seriously. Spring Sniper. This time, Bellamy used his signature move again, quickly charging towards Sudong. At that moment, Sudong raised his index and middle fingers. As Bellamy sped towards him, his feet transformed into springs. However, the end result was that Bellamy passed right through Sudong's body, who vanished like a phantom. What was going on? Bellamy was taken aback. He had never seen anything so strange before. The people behind him, the king of the gorillas, the king of the apes, and Uncle Diamond, were also looking around. Even they didn't know where the real Sudong had gone. Stop looking, I'm behind you. Sudong appeared behind Bellamy, without him noticing, and with a very ordinary kick, he sent Bellamy tumbling to the ground. Who are you? Is this your DevilFruit ability? Bellamy asked in shock, his whole body stiffening slightly. Are you talking about the shadow clone technique? No, this is just the most ordinary ability I have, Sudong said, and the more nonchalant and calm he appeared, the more Bellamy found it hard to accept. Bellamy, who had been dominating the Mogul town, had never suffered such a loss. The self-proclaimed pirate of the new era would not allow Sudong to surpass him. Therefore, Bellamy stood up again, and even Sudong had to admire his perseverance. I don't believe it. I don't believe your ability can be used indefinitely. Even a well of water will eventually run dry. I will keep attacking until you can no longer use your ability. Bellamy once again transformed his feet into springs and launched himself at Sudong, landing a solid punch on him. This time, you can't escape. Haha. Bellamy was proud for a few seconds, but in the next moment, he was shocked again, because the demon Sudong in front of him had turned into a large wooden stake. Substitution technique, clone technique, these are the most basic ninja techniques, learned by 3-year-old children. However, you may never adapt to this combat style, because these are the techniques of ninjas, Sudong said. But you're right. No matter how abundant a well is, it can't provide water indefinitely. But what if the well leads to the sea? If it were nearly endless, could you destroy it? Sudong looked down at Bellamy. At that moment, Bellamy was a bit angry and shouted, Fight me with your true strength. Do you think I, Bellamy, am not worthy of you going all out? Sukang lauget? Are you joking? Even the 3 admirals of the navy, or the 4 emperors, may not be able to force me to use my full strength. Are you misunderstanding your own strength, or not understanding mine? After Sudong questioned Bellamy, his expression changed again, because Sudong had transformed into the likeness of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although Sudong had never seen Doflamingo, he still managed to make a lifelike imitation based on his memories from watching anime. Then Sudong mimicked Doflamingo's laugh. Fufufu, Bellamy, do you see who I am? Sudong just wanted to toy with Bellamy. Didon Kikso, da Flamingo. Bellamy looked at Sudong in disbelief. No, you're not him. You're the demon Sudong. What devil fruit did you eat? How many abilities do you have? Who on earth are you? Bellamy was starting to lose it. Sudong had effortlessly displayed 3 or more abilities in front of him, which indeed shattered his understanding. Yes, it's normal for you to have so many questions. Every person who has fought me doesn't know what abilities I possess. But don't forget the nickname others gave me. I am the super demon who has eaten the super devil fruit. Even in the devil fruit encyclopedia, my fruit S abilities 1 TB listed. And the abilities I just displayed are unrelated to it. Sudong raised his head and saw Bellamy's eyes filled with fighting spirit again, then said, all right, I understand. Since you insist on fighting me, I will fulfill this little wish of yours. Let everyone see the abilities of my devil fruit. Sudong knew that Uncle Diamond and the King of the Gorillas and the King of the Apes were very curious about his abilities. So he decided to show off a bit. Sudong's body then began to change, a layer of black shadow appearing over his skin. It was like Susanoo, but not as large, only covering his body. This is my first form, Sudong said. Sudong divided his transformation into several stages, similar to Luffy, but he classified them according to the changes in form. The black shadow over Sudong's body became denser, and eventually, the original shadow solidified, transforming him into a humanoid demon with massive wings sprouting from his back and horns growing from his head. He appeared colder and more bloodthirsty, and his 3-tomo Sharingan gazed at Bellamy, making him tremble all over. This is my second form, and it marks the beginning of my humanoid evolution. After demonstrating, Sudong shouted loudly, huh? Sudong originally still had human traits, but now he had completely transformed into a demon. At this moment, Sudong was like a demon, his body huge and his aura terrifying. Anyone unfamiliar with Sudong would definitely think he was a big bad guy. This is my third form, the complete form of the demon. In this form, I fear no elemental attacks. My defense, attack power, and speed will all increase a level. Do you think someone at your level can be my opponent? Ha ha ha. Sudong was starting to lose control. His third form was like a bloodthirsty beast, and even he found it hard to bear. My strongest form, fourth form. Sudong smiled slightly, and his entire being returned to the most normal state. But the only difference was that a layer of black mist surrounded Sudong, and there was also a mysterious mark on his forehead. The second transformation, aside from the surrounding black mist and the mark on his head, was Sudong's eyes, which had turned bright red. If one were to ask whether Sudong had any other differences at this moment, the answer would be no. This fourth form was actually quite familiar to everyone. It was a complete liberation of his super devil fruit ability, while simultaneously utilizing the initial release of his Azura form, resulting in a brand new state. However, the enemies Sudong faced at the moment were unable to handle even the first and second semi-demon and humanoid demon forms, let alone the third complete demon form and the fourth Azura demon form. Seeing everyone with their mouths agape, stunned, Sudong simply reverted back to his initial ordinary state. Are all devil fruit users this powerful? Uncle Diamond asked. Sudong shook his head naturally and said, of course not. This guy is a user of the superhuman spring fruit, and the Straw Hat Kid is also a user of the superhuman rubber fruit. But the strength of a fruit's ability varies not by the fruit itself, but by the person who wields it. Sudong said this while looking at Bellamy. At this moment, Bellamy was at a loss for words, although Sudong had only transformed and did not attack him. Just feeling Sudong's transformation and momentum was enough for Bellamy to understand that he would absolutely not be a match for Sudong. The strongest person Bellamy had ever seen did not have the same aura as Sudong had just shown. Seeing that he had intimidated Bellamy, Sudong was too lazy to make a move. This form was the first time Sudong had revealed it in previous battles. He had not displayed so much due to the overwhelming strength of his abilities. Not to mention, devil fruits can be developed and awakened. Just think about it. If Sudong used the awakened abilities of his fruit, coupled with the full release of Azura, adding his kaleidoscope Sharingan, or even the Rinnegan, at that time, no one would stand a chance against Sudong, at least among those he knew. How about it? Have you seen a true powerhouse? Sudong said, Bellamy, my bounty is 300 million, not 30 million. Make sure you see clearly before you pick a fight. Don't worry. I won't stoop to the level of a scared little pirate. So what do you plan to do now? Sudong did not continue to attack. As there was little point in doing so, Bellamy seemed to have lost his will to fight. Bellamy hesitated, appearing somewhat troubled. Finally, he mustered his courage and said, Sudong, I don't care how strong you are. I must give it my all before I leave. If not, just kill me now. Bellamy still held on to hope, possibly feeling that fleeing would be too cowardly. Sudong shook his head and said, "Fine, I'll give you 3 seconds. Spring jump." At this moment, Bellamy maximized his fruit ability, his hands and feet transforming into springs. He charged backward in the most arrogant and powerful manner before launching himself at Sudong. "Since that's the case, I'll use my ability to entertain you. Devil's Fist." Sudong could certainly dodge or evade, but that would serve little purpose. What he wanted to do was to smash Bellamy's arrogance with a single punch, a punch to shatter Bellamy's reckless ignorance and arrogance. Sudong only used the first form of the Devil's Fist, the shadow of his hand gradually enlarging until Sudong's fist met Bellamy's fist. The two seemed evenly matched. However, once their hands made contact, they each understood the other's true strength. "Huh, not bad. You really do have a bounty of several million berry," Sudong teased. Feeling no pressure at all. Was the power of the devil stronger, or was the power of the spring stronger? The answer was obvious. At this moment, Bellamy's face was no longer shocked or surprised. It was calm. He had already anticipated the outcome of this punch, and indeed, it was as he had expected. Sudong withdrew his hand, while Bellamy was sent crashing onto the ship. Sudong casually glanced at Bellamy's lackeys and said, "Get lost. Get up. Stop pretending. Don't cause trouble for those 3 in the future, or I will definitely not let you off." After Sudong finished speaking, Bellamy's lackeys hurriedly got up and swam back to the ship, ultimately fleeing with Bellamy in disgrace. These guys really ran fast. XuCang's and then Uncle Diamond and the Monkey Mountain brothers expressed their gratitude to him. After all, it was clear that these people had come to take the gold. "By the way, do you know about the Nana bird?" Uncle Diamond asked. Sudong shook his head and said, "If they found it, they should have come back. But I have no intel on my side right now. It seems there are some issues." Meanwhile, Sudong's wooden clone had finally spotted the Nanan bird deep within the forest, where the Nanan bird was acting quite arrogantly, hopping around. Chopper was translating beside it. It said, "You think you can catch me? Idiots. What? That stinky bird is just saying this to show off? Watch me." At this moment, Usopp raised his slingshot, planning to shoot it down. Just then, Robin appeared in time. Using her flower fruit ability, she grew 2 hands directly on the bird and easily caught it. Sudong's wooden clone had initially wanted to use some wood-release techniques to trap the bird but hesitated, fearing that his jutsu might be too powerful and harm the bird. "As long as we can see it, we can handle it," Robin said with a smile. "All right, since that's the case, let's head over first." Sudong's wooden clone then disappeared, while Sudong himself received the intel from the wooden clone. "Okay, we've caught the Nanan bird. Let's keep up the effort." Meanwhile, Sudong was not idle. He was reinforcing the Mary with the Monkey Mountain brothers and Uncle Diamond. Once the crew arrived, everyone tacitly began reinforcing the Mary together. By the time the sun fully rose, they had finally finished reinforcing, and after a short nap at Uncle's house, Sudong was woken up. "I've never been this tired before," Sudong thought as he got up early for the first time. Although not sleeping wasn't a big deal, he still felt tired. "It's definitely time to set sail. If we don't depart, we won't make it to Sky Island." The voice belonged to a woman. Sudong was startled awake, opening his eyes to see Robin. "Robin? I thought it was Usopp and the others calling me." "I'm sorry," Sudong apologized. "It's fine, get up quickly. By the way, you mentioned there was a poneglyph there?" Robin asked. "That's right. I'm sure there is," Sudong replied confidently, having read the original work. "The 3rd update, is it? That's great. This is also one of our goals this time." After Robin finished speaking, her face turned red and she went out. Sudong looked around and realized that he was not wearing a top. How embarrassing. Coughing, Sudong quickly put on his clothes. Everyone was already prepared. Even Luffy was quite reliable. When Sudong asked, he found out that Luffy had gone to catch Hercules' beetles early in the morning. What an energetic monster. Sudong thought to himself, unaware that others often thought the same about him. At this moment, the Mary had completely transformed after a night of reinforcement. The old Mary could be said to be a little goat, but now it was a cute little rooster. "Awesome. Is this the flying equipment of the Mary? It really seems like it can fly." Luffy was also astonished. "All right, time to set sail. Brothers." Usopp raised his hand and said. Then, King Kong and Gorilla King, leading their respective troops from the Monkey Mountain United Army, began to escort Luffy and Sudong's Golden Mary flying ship. At this moment, Uncle Diamond shouted loudly, "Monkey Mountain United Army, be sure not to let your guard down. Even if the sky falls, we must escort these guys to the end." The crew also shouted fiercely, "Okay, all right, set sail." After Luffy and Sudong announced the departure at the same time, everyone raised the anchor and set sail, heading straight south according to the direction indicated by the Southbird. At this time, Uncle Diamond said, "Little brother, we say goodbye here, but there is one thing you must understand." Huh? Luffy and Sudong both looked at the uncle in confusion. The Golden Bell and Sky Island. No one in the past has been able to prove they do not exist. Maybe someone will laugh at me and say this is a fabricated nonsense. But what's wrong with that? This is the romance of a man. Romance. That's right. Be careful not to fall from the sky. Uncle Diamond watched everyone leave. Uncle, there must be a golden bell in this world. Uncle Diamond, don't mess around. The partners finally watched Gaia getting further away and had already said goodbye. At this time, the Monkey Mountain brothers began to remind everyone incessantly. Listen up, it's 7 a.m. now. Based on our calculations, we'll reach the area near that current around 11 a.m. Just like Dad told you, the position of that upward current changes every time it erupts. So we must arrive early to have time to accurately detect its position, since we set off later than planned. After saying a lot, Luffy didn't listen seriously, and Sudong didn't want to either, because what the Gorilla King said had been said before. Repeating it now would annoy anyone. Finally, after discussing a bit, Sudong and the Monkey Mountain brothers decided to set off towards their destination with a relaxed mindset. After a while, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. Sudong already knew that accidents happening at sea were the least surprising things. "Captain, something's wrong," a little brother shouted from the side. "What's wrong?" "The night was coming from the southwest. It's a cumulonimbus cloud." "Really? What time is it now?" "It's 10 a.m., appearing earlier than scheduled." "This is bad. Does the Gorilla King have a plan?" Upon learning of the situation, the Gorilla King immediately asked the Gorilla King. The Gorilla King, not one to hesitate, immediately said, "The sea exploration team will be dispatched. Go underwater immediately to explore the position of the current." Yes, the exploration team then went underwater. Over here, the partners on the Mary naturally noticed something was off. "That's a cumulonimbus cloud," Nami said after looking at the dark clouds. The cumulonimbus cloud appeared earlier than we expected, but the position of the upward current has not been determined yet, Nami said. At this moment, the Gorilla King used sound waves to conduct some detection work. Reflecting sound waves confirmed. A large current appeared at 12 o'clock. A huge creature was detected at 9 o'clock. It should be a sea king. At 10 o'clock, there are waves going against the direction of the current, likely a massive whirlpool. Upon hearing that a whirlpool had appeared, the Gorilla King immediately reacted. "That's it. Turn the ship's helm to 10 o'clock. That's where the eruption will be. Move towards that whirlpool. We cannot retreat." At this time, due to various changes of the seabed, the ocean began to become unstable. The people on the Mary also found it hard to stand. The waves suddenly rose higher. Nami said, "The ship is going to sink." Usopp said in fear, "This is a precursor to the eruption. Everyone be careful." Sudong immediately reminded, "Navigator, what's the direction of the log pose?" Robin asked. Nami stared at her log pose and replied, "The needle is pointing steadily at that cloud." "Is Sky Island right there?" Usopp asked. "Sensitive to the weather." Nami immediately said, "The wind is blowing favorably now, and the cumulonimbus cloud is moving towards the center of the whirlpool." "Wait, what whirlpool? What whirlpool?" Luffy looked very puzzled, still not understanding the situation. "Brother, it seems this time we definitely can't be wrong." The Gorilla King said, "The scale of the eruption is also large. All conditions are met." The Gorilla King echoed, "Can we go to the sky?" Everyone's mood was nervous, excited, and scared at the same time. At this moment, a grappling hook suddenly flew over from the Monkey Mountain ship, which could temporarily secure the escort ship and the Mary, preventing the whirlpool from separating everyone. "Let the whirlpool's path take you. Follow the eddy. Once inside, just don't turn the helm, and you can reach the eye of the whirlpool smoothly," the Gorilla King reminded. "We're about to be swallowed," Usopp said in great fear. At this moment, the Mary was being attracted by the whirlpool, and everyone was afraid the ship would be swallowed. "Seriously, no one ever said the ship would be swallowed," Nami said worriedly. "Don't be afraid. I will protect Nami and Robin." Sanji said, "This is the first time I've seen such a large whirlpool." Robin was already imagining the ship being destroyed. "No, I won't go back. I'm not going to Sky Island." Usopp regretted now, but it was obviously too late. "Give it up, Usopp, it's too late," Zoro said. "Someone's heart has long flown to Sky Island." "Sky Island, here I come." At this moment, Luffy shouted like a madman. Sudong was closely watching his surroundings, preventing any unexpected occurrences. Suddenly, a giant Sea King appeared before them. But no matter how fierce the Sea King was, it was ultimately swallowed by the whirlpool into the darkness. At this moment, the Monkey Mountain brothers had also released the grappling hook. "All right, brothers. From here on out, it's every man for himself," the Monkey Mountain brothers said. "All right. Thank you for your escort." Luffy didn't worry at all about his situation, waving his hand enthusiastically to say goodbye to the Monkey Mountain brothers. The first update. Wait a minute. Spare me. I can't take it anymore. Spare me. It's just too terrifying. Come back. Bastard. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. At this moment, Usopp felt increasingly fearful. Although he knew it would be very dangerous from the beginning, he didn't expect it to be this dangerous. Even Nami complained. You guys never said there would be such a huge whirlpool. This is fraud. This is fraud. It's turned into night. We just got sucked into the whirlpool, Chopper said, also terrified. XuCang, hurry and persuade Luffy. Let's go back now. It's not too late to turn around. With such a big whirlpool, we will definitely be buried at the bottom of the sea. Sky Island is just a dream of a dream. Usopp was also preparing to grasp this last straw for survival. However, they had already come this far, and XuCang naturally wouldn't listen to Usopp's words and give up on this trip to Sky Island. Luffy clearly heard Usopp's words and immediately said, "A dream of a dream, that's true." When Nami saw that Luffy seemed to be relenting, she immediately said, "Yeah, Luffy, I also think we're pushing it too much this time." Unexpectedly, Luffy again said, "But that's an island of dreams. Missing out on such a great adventure would lead to a lifetime of regret." Luffy turned his head, and at this moment, he showed no fear at all. Instead, he was filled with excitement. XuCang naturally knew that Luffy would never give up on this trip to Sky Island. The ship shook again, and Zoro said, "Hey, while you're doing useless resistance, the ship is going to be swallowed by the whirlpool." A huge black whirlpool appeared near the ship, and the Mary quickly rushed towards the center of the whirlpool. "Quick, Nami, hurry and jump into my arms," Sanji excitedly said. Just at that moment, the entire ship plunged into the center of the whirlpool. "Oh my god, we're going to fall," Usopp exclaimed in terror. However, after the ship fell, the entire sea surprisingly returned to calm, something that caught everyone off guard. "It's gone? Why? What happened? How could such a big whirlpool disappear?" Everyone was a bit confused. Could it be that Uncle Rhombus and the others miscalculated? While everyone was puzzled, XuCang vaguely sensed that things were not that simple. Everything before him was just a moment of calm before the storm. "No, the underwater eruption has begun." Nami, the quickest to react, explained, the whirlpool, I temporarily disappeared from the seabed. No way. Just then, a voice once again attracted everyone's attention. "Stop. Huh?" Everyone looked in that direction. That person? XuCang. Luffy and Zoro exchanged glances and recognized the newcomer. "Finally caught up with you, Demon XuCang and Straw Hat Luffy. I thought you were bragging, but I didn't expect your bounty to be quite substantial." The newcomer was Blackbeard, who had already begun to form his own pirate crew, with his subordinates gathered on his ship. "That person? We met him in Magic Valley Town." Nami also recalled this person. "Who is he?" Sanji had no idea who Blackbeard was. "You little brat. 100 million berries for one, 300 million for the other. I'm here to collect your heads. Prepare yourselves." Blackbeard shouted loudly. His appearance made the Monkey King and the Gorilla King feel something was amiss. "Huh? Why did the weather over there darken?" Blackbeard also sensed something was wrong. "My head isn't worth 100 million berries." Luffy was quite slow to react, still stuck in the state of his previous bounty. "You really don't know. Your head is now worth 100 million berries. The announcement has come out. As for Demon XuCang, it's 300 million berries. And the bounty hunter Zoro, your head is 60 million berries." Blackbeard quickly informed his crew about these matters. "Wow, Zoro, you actually have a bounty of tens of millions. So that's it. It must be because of the Alabasta incident that the bounty jumped so much. It actually shot up to 100 million berries. XuCang should have been noticed by the Navy for his strength." Nami speculated to herself. 100 million berries. Awesome. Did you hear that? I'm 100 million berries. But XuCang, why are you 300 million berries? That's twice as much as me, Luffy said somewhat unwillingly. "It's 3 times. XuCang calls it. Wow. It's actually 3 times. This isn't fair. This isn't fair." Luffy felt a bit disappointed. "Mine is the most ridiculous. Only 60 million berries? This is even more unreasonable." Zoro was even less willing, thinking his bounty should be higher. Nami couldn't take it anymore and scolded, "You guys, what's so great about this to show off?" Just then, the Mary was suddenly lifted by the seawater, and as the water surged upwards, it naturally pushed Blackbeard's rather ordinary raft aside. "Everyone, hold on to the ship or hide in the cabin," Sanji reminded. "We're done for. We're going to fly." Usopp was so scared that tears were almost flowing out. The small Mary was just above the surging sea current, but due to the urgency of the situation, no one had time to jump into the cabin, and everyone clung to the ship's body. Everyone felt uncertain, including XuCang. Even he was experiencing such a thing for the first time. The seawater finally erupted, and the Mary was instantly swept away. Even the Monkey King and the Gorilla King were affected, let alone Blackbeard's raft, which was instantly pushed aside and shattered. What's going on? Usopp asked in fear. The ship is moving vertically along the water column. Sanji said, this is so much fun. Luffy, already excited, became even more exhilarated. What is the principle behind this? Usopp asked. It's the wind. Nami answered. Great. This must lead us to the sky. Charge, Golden Mary. Luffy shouted. Wait a minute. It probably won't be that smooth. Sanji said. What's wrong? Did we forget something? Luffy asked. The ship's body is starting to float. Sudong felt something was off and then said, we can't keep going like this. The whole ship will be thrown out. The consequences would be unimaginable. Usopp said. What should we do? All we can do is hold on tight. Usopp said weakly. What is that? Chopper exclaimed. It turned out that the huge Sea King that had just fallen from the sea current was coming down. See? If we fall like it, it's only a matter of time. Sanji said. What is the use of saying this now? We came up using the sea current. How do we go down using our own strength? Zoro retorted. This really is a disaster. Sanji was also at a loss. Wow, so many things are falling from above. They are all victims of the upward ocean currents. Chopper said fearfully as he looked at the sky. It's over. This time we're really done for. Falling into the sea from such a high place. We will definitely die. XuCang, remember to save me later. Usopp said in panic. Even XuCang couldn't turn the tide by himself in this situation. XuCang could use his wood clone to utilize his fruit ability, and then everyone could be saved. But what about the Mary? Fortunately, at this moment, Nami played to her strengths. Raise the sails immediately. Move quickly. This is the ocean, not an ordinary column of water, but a towering ocean current. And the wind blowing up from below is an updraft created by the explosion of geothermal heat and steam from the seabed. Since the targets are wind and sea, I have a way to navigate. If a stranger heard what Nami said, they would probably think she was bragging. But everyone who knew Nami's abilities naturally believed her 100. Leave it to me. XuCang, being the strongest, quickly raised the sails. I see, besides the towering ocean current, there's also wind. I overlooked that point. XuCang thought as he raised the sails. Who is the navigator of this ship? Nami asked. It's Miss Nami. Sanji replied with a lecherous grin. Although the others didn't respond, they all admired her deeply. Good. The wind is on the starboard side now. Turn the helm to the left immediately. Try to line the ship with the current. Nami instructed. Aye aye. Everyone was unusually obedient. This was a matter of life and death. Oh no, the ship is about to leave the water. It's going to capsize. We're going to fall. Chopper noticed something was wrong and immediately panicked to inform Nami. Think of something, Nami. At this moment, Nami calmly said, no, it's fine. Using the updraft, along with the wings of the Mary after its modifications, it's great to keep the ship balanced with the current. That way the ship will fly. Nami is truly a genius navigator. XuCang generously praised Nami. And what happened next was exactly what XuCang and Nami had in mind. The Mary flew up like that. Wow. It really flew up. Amazing. Our ship has taken to the sky. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Is this real? Usopp thought he was dreaming. Joe. Chopper looked shocked, while XuCang and Robin smiled faintly. Zoro was proud, and Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, said, Nami, you're amazing. I love you so much. As long as we ride this ocean current, we can fly as high as we want. Nami said, Nami, are we close to Sky Island? Luffy asked excitedly. Nami pointed at the cumulus clouds and said, if it really exists, it should be on the other side of that cloud. Above the clouds. What is up there? Let's charge towards the cumulus clouds. Sky Island, here I come. Luffy shouted in anticipation. Thus, everyone flew towards the sky with the towering ocean current, and after a while, the Mary had plunged into a sea of clouds. Since Sky Island might be on the other side of the clouds, everyone could only ride the current to the other side of the clouds. Wow, I can't breathe, Luffy couldn't help but say. After a moment, the Mary finally burst out of the sea of clouds. At this moment, the Mary's wings had broken and were lying peacefully on the clouds. On the deck, Nami was coughing and breathing, while everyone lay flat on the deck. Usopp was silent, whether out of fear or something else. Sanji, Chopper, Zoro, Robin, and the others were all panting heavily. What puzzled XuCang was that Luffy was still unusually excited. Everyone look outside the ship. Outside the ship, there were endless white clouds. It's a vast expanse of white. We must have reached the cloud layer closest to the sea, right? XuCang said. Clouds? Chopper showed a very surprised expression. On the clouds? But why don't we fall? Nami asked. Why not? Clouds can be sat on. Luffy said. Where can you sit? Everyone couldn't help but retort. Oh no, Usopp has no breath left. Chopper looked at Usopp. Hurry, think of a way to save him. Give him mouth to mouth. Sanji said, okay, I volunteer to give Nami mouth to mouth. Zoro scolded, idiot, let me do it. XuCang then pulled something out of his incredible bag. XuCang held this thing in front of Usopp, and after inhaling it, Usopp instantly woke up. What is that smell? Usopp. Chopper was naturally happy to see Usopp. All right. Where's this? Clouds? What? ISNT this clouds? There are too many clouds. What is this? Usopp suddenly became agitated. Nami observed for a moment, and then said, so, this is the so-called Sky Sea? In the sea of clouds in the Sky Sea, it seems to make some sense. However, I don't think this is our destination. Because this ISNT Sky Island, we should find a way to continue upwards. XuCang said, not. Nami also looked at the log pose on her wrist. XuCang is right. Look, the log pose is still pointing upwards. It seems this is just the middle of the cumulus clouds. Robin said, so we really should continue up, but the problem is how to get up? Chopper asked. I don't know that either, Robin said helplessly. I think, since the ship can float here, we should look for a way up. Maybe there's an entrance here that leads to Sky Island. Just hope it doesn't charge us a ticket. XuCang's sudden comment made Usopp laugh heartily. Going to Sky Island requires a ticket? This isn't a theme park. Huh. Usopp then, looking at the pure white sea of clouds, impulsively took off his jacket. Huh. First step. Captain Usopp is swimming. Usopp said, and Luffy and Chopper around him expressed their support. Hey, don't mess around. We don't know the situation. Don't act rashly. Sanji's warning was completely ignored by Usopp. The sea is just the sea. Usopp then jumped into the sea of clouds and began to swim. I envy Usopp, he can swim. Seems like so much fun. Luffy and Chopper were very envious. Zoro felt something was off and asked. He hasn't shown his face yet. I have a question. Is there a seabed in this place? Robin's question awakened everyone. The third update. Huh. Everyone finally reacted. Did that guy fall down from here? Zoro exclaimed. I told him not to act rashly. He's really an idiot. Sanji couldn't help but curse. Usopp. Luffy, worried about Usopp's safety, naturally stretched his arm out. Robin immediately said, try to stretch your hand further. But I can't see. I can only grab randomly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Robin then used her flower fruit ability, and eyes sprouted on Luffy's hand in an instant. Luffy stretched his hand beyond the clouds, and finally saw Usopp's figure, who had already fallen out of the clouds. Over there, Robin said, sixfold flower. Finally, Robin caught Usopp. All right, you can let go now. Great. Luffy then retracted his hand and ultimately pulled Usopp back. At the same time, Luffy also pulled back some monsters. Oh no, these guys want to eat Usopp. No. Nami and Chopper cried out in fear. What's there to be afraid of? Zoro drew his sword, and with a slash, the giant octopus in front of them disappeared into the sea of clouds. Sanji also kicked out and knocked down a monster that resembled an eel. Sudong didn't move, as he was too tired after just saving Usopp and the monsters. Sudong didn't think much of these monsters. Soon, the entire sea of clouds returned to calm. Just from a little movement, Zoro was already panting. This place really makes it hard to breathe. This thing grows quite peculiar. It doesn't really look like a fish. Sanji said, that octopus swelled up like a balloon. They must be living creatures. Luffy and Zoro said, I didn't expect there to be creatures in the clouds. I think it makes sense if we consider this cloud as the sea. What is this flat snake? Chopper asked. Flatfish. Flatfish are supposed to be flat. Luffy said. Usopp then shouted again, wow. So noisy. What's wrong with you this time, Usopp? Sanji was getting a bit impatient. I think there's something in my pants. Usopp pulled a fish out of his pants. He had bad luck today. Robin also awkwardly said, could this creature be the empty fish? The wonderful fish recorded in Rolando's journal? Their peculiar shapes must have evolved over time. So, they swell up like balloons or flatten out like boards. Zoro somewhat understood. Yes, it's to become lighter. The buoyancy of the seawater here is less than that of seawater on land, right? Robin said, no wonder their scales look like feathers and they have a carnivorous monster-like mouth. Nami understood. As a result, when they turned around, they found Luffy was eating fish. Let's fry it into fish fillets and see. Sanji had quickly cooked the freshly caught fish. Delicious, Luffy praised. Sudong shook his head, and after looking up, he seemed to discover something and immediately called out. There's a ship. Do you want to take a look? There are people. What? Where's the ship? But the smoke is also quite strange. After everyone came over and looked through the binoculars for a while, they only saw black smoke. Not good. Prepare for battle. Sudong clearly saw that the previous ship was destroyed by someone else, and then it seemed something was coming. What is it, a person? Someone is coming. Sanji and Zoro saw an object rushing towards them at high speed. Moreover, he was running on clouds. As soon as he finished speaking, the person jumped into the air, giving Sudong a chance to observe him closely. He held something resembling a rocket launcher in his right hand, a shield in his left hand, wore a mask, and seemed to have some device on his feet. "Hey, what do you want to do?" Sanji asked. "Eliminate." The man replied. "The newcomer doesn't mean well," Sudong said. "He's quite bold." Zoro said calmly. "What the hell is going on?" Luffy still hadn't figured out the situation. At this moment, the man had already charged onto the deck, kicking upward, and Sanji was instantly kicked onto the deck. After landing, the man jumped again, this time towards Zoro. Zoro prepared to fight, but was also kicked to the ground like Sanji. The strange man once again landed and charged towards Sudong. Oomph. Sudong quickly spread his wings, blocking them in front of himself. Unexpectedly, the man's strength was great. His kick caused the deck to slightly collapse. Of course, this also showcased Sudong's strong defense. The strange man failed with one strike and immediately jumped again, spinning several times before attacking Sudong once more. "Rubber, don't interfere, Luffy." Sudong hadn't finished speaking when Luffy's attack had already struck out. However, the man's speed was obviously faster. He changed direction and easily knocked Luffy down to the ground. "What's going on? You three can't even beat one." Nami couldn't help but complain. Sudong was naturally not included. "Little brat, do you want to compare speed or strength with me?" After Sudong's words fell, he also used his instant body technique. Sudong's instant body technique comes from a high-speed movement technique in the Naruto world. Basically, no one could keep up. The unfamiliar strange man's speed was fast, but that was due to the enhancement from the device on his feet. How fast he was on his own was still hard to say. The strange man and Sudong engaged in combat, and Sudong directly activated his Sharingan. Not only could he perfectly avoid the strange man's attacks, but he could also counterattack, making it quite impressive. The strange man ultimately jumped up, aiming the rocket launcher at the Mary, preparing to fire. "Ah, it's over." Chopper was startled. "With me here, there's no need to fear." Sudong was not worried about losing at all. Even if it was a nuclear bomb, Sudong could find a way to block it. At that moment, a voice came. "This ends here." A person riding a strange bird descended from the sky, stabbing at the strange man with a sword. The strange man used a shield to block the attack. However, this person's strength was evidently great. He instantly knocked the strange man flying. Afterward, this person landed on the deck. "What? Who is this again?" Nami was a bit overwhelmed. This trip to Sky Island was really too unlucky, right? The person introduced himself. "Well, I am the Sky Knight." "Did he run away?" The Sky Knight looked in the direction of the previous fight and muttered to himself. "Who exactly is that guy? And what are you doing, you three? Truly useless. Even with three of you working together, you were beaten up like this." Nami complained, then looked at Sudong and said, "At least Sudong is reliable. Don't blame them. We're in the sky, where the oxygen is thin. Just a little movement can lead to a lack of oxygen." "Then why are you fine?" Nami retorted. "Yeah? I don't know why Sudong has nothing to do." At this moment, a voice entered Sudong's mind. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's because of his system. The first message, system? Sudong almost forgot about the system. Ever since leaving Alabasta, the system hadn't appeared again. "It makes sense, since I have left Gaia. I guess it's about time for you to show up." Sudong was now communicating with his system through his mind. "By the way, you said I'm not affected by high altitudes? Is the system helping me?" Sudong asked. The system naturally responded affirmatively. "Saying that I'm helping you is less accurate than saying that your DevilFruit is helping you. However, speaking of which, your DevilFruit was also given to you by me, so saying that I'm helping you is not a problem." The system then said, "Come on, let us get down to business." "Business? Don't play dumb. I'm a god-level sign-in system. Since you've left Gaia, it's naturally time for rewards. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in. This time's sign-in reward is the armament Haki from the pirate world." Sudong seemed to sense an unusual aura. "System, are you sure? This time's reward is armament Haki?" Sudong was somewhat hesitant to confirm. Armament Haki is something Sudong would learn sooner or later. The system's rewards could actually be better, and Sudong didn't understand why the system was giving him armament Haki this time. The system then said, "Host, you should understand your DevilFruit, right? Super DevilFruit, unafraid of wind and rain. The previous immunity to toxins, and the fact that demons are not afraid of seawater, makes this DevilFruit ability incredibly powerful. But it has a bug, and this bug will cause the host to suffer greatly. That is, if the opponent is a Logia type. Your fruit's ability will still be ineffective. In other words, your attacks cannot hit an elemental Logia type user." The system's words still held some truth. Of course, You can't count Crocodile. His weakness is water. The system then added, understood, it seems you know that I might fight Enel in Sky Island. This guy is also a Logia-type user. However, he seems to be unlucky as he was countered by Luffy. XuCang's said to the system, yes, but today's reward is to give you the ability to fight against Logia types. Armament Haki. I know you have some understanding of armament Haki. However, this armament Haki is not what you think it is. The system said mysteriously. What? XuCang was somewhat confused, not fully understanding what the system was saying. No need to say so much. I will convey the reward, and you'll understand. However, you'd better practice this armament Haki in advance. Practice makes perfect. All right, I'm out of here. The system then fell silent. At this moment, XuCang felt a wonderful knowledge suddenly being transmitted into his mind. I didn't expect the armament Haki given to me by the system to be so profound. XuCang was somewhat stunned. He could only express the armament Haki he received as powerful. He didn't expect that it would be divided into 10 levels, something he hadn't thought of before. XuCang originally thought the system would directly reward him with armament Haki, but instead, it just gave him a manual. Oh well, I'll learn slowly. As long as I can practice the first level before encountering Enel, I'll have a way to defeat him. After XuCang figured it out, he focused his attention back on the present. All that had just happened was merely a moment. At this time, the Sky Knight asked, "Are you Blue Sea people?" Nami asked, "Blue Sea people, what does that mean? By the way, may I ask who you are?" "I just said I'm a Sky Knight." "Blue Sea people is what we call those who live below the clouds." The Sky Knight said, getting back to the point, "Did you come from the Blue Sea?" The Sky Knight asked again. "Yes." Luffy answered, "No wonder this place is the White Sea, 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea. And the upper layer of the White Sea is even 10,000 meters high. Generally, Blue Sea people would be unable to move when they get here." The Sky Knight explained, then looked at XuCang and said, "You're not a Blue Sea person, right? You don't seem to have any reaction." "I ate a special DevilFruit," XuCang said directly without hiding anything. No wonder. The Sky Knight didn't say much more. "By the way, may I ask why that person could run on the sea earlier?" Chopper asked with great interest. All right. I know you must have a mountain of questions, but let us get down to business and talk about some business first." The Sky Knight said. "What?" Everyone asked in confusion. "To be honest, I'm a professional mercenary. This sea is fraught with danger. Those who don't understand the battle situation in the sky either become victims of the guerrilla fighters or food for skyfish. So, as long as you blow the whistle for 5 million Ikes, I will come to rescue you." The Sky Knight said. Everyone didn't understand what Ikes meant, so they asked, "What are you talking about?" The Sky Knight thought everyone was complaining about the price and said, "My price is already very cheap. Don't haggle with me. I want to lower it by even 1 Ike. Don't make it difficult for me. I have to live too." Sanji said, "We don't know what Ikes means and what does blowing a whistle mean?" The Sky Knight showed a surprised expression. "Didn't you come down from the peak of the high-speed sky road? Then you must have passed by at least 1 or 2 islands, right?" "Old man, what language are you speaking?" Luffy completely didn't understand. "Wait a minute. From your tone, it seems there are other ways to get up to this sky sea?" Nami asked. "Also, you said there would be 1 or 2 islands along the way. Isn't there only 1 sky island?" Nami was trying to gather as much information as possible. The Sky Knight was shocked. "How did you get up here?" "We came up following the downward flowing current." Robin answered. "What? You came up along the monster current?" "I didn't expect there were such brave warriors these days." The Sky Knight was somewhat incredulous. "I knew that wasn't an ordinary channel. I knew it. We almost died. It's all your fault. Otherwise, we could have gathered intelligence and taken a safe route." Nami exploded at Luffy beside her. "You must have lost at least 1 crew member, right?" The Sky Knight asked. "No, we're all here." Luffy replied. "Taking other routes is not like this. Suppose 100 people go up to the sky. In the end, only a few would survive. Simply put, the success rate is very low. However, those who come up following the downward flowing current either all meet misfortune or all arrive safely. The result is either 0 or 100. The Sky Knight revealed the truth. The second update, but very few people dare to go all in like this, especially in recent years. Looking at it this way, everyone here must be navigators with both courage and strength, the Sky Knight praised. XuCang wanted to be modest, but unexpectedly, Usopp said proudly at this moment, "Ah, these guys rely on me." When they were crying and reluctant about their lives, it was thanks to my encouragement that everything went smoothly for me in sailing. "That's enough." Nami grabbed Usopp's face. "So what does the whistle signify?" XuCang immediately asked the question everyone wanted to know. "The so-called whistle means blowing this whistle." While speaking, the Sky Knight threw his whistle to the ground. "So no matter when and where, I will fly down from the sky to save you. Originally, my fee for a single operation is 5 million X, but this time consider it a gift for our meeting free of charge. The Sky Knight was already preparing to leave. Nami immediately shouted, "Wait a minute. May I ask your name?" "My name is Sky Knight, gone full. And this is my partner, Pierre." "Pierre," the strange bird shouted. "I forgot to mention, my partner Pierre, although he is a bird, has eaten the horse fruit. So he can transform into a winged horse." Gone full said, "What? Is it the legendary Pegasus?" Nami was very excited. "That's right. It's Pegasus." After Gone full finished speaking, the transformation ended. However, the appearance of the Pegasus was still the same as the strange bird, not very good looking. "What a huge gap," the companions all complained. "Warriors, I wish you good luck." After Gone full finished speaking, he left coolly. Of course, everyone couldn't help but complain a bit. In the end, this Sky Knight didn't get to the point at all, Robin said. "All right, he didn't say anything. So how do we get up there?" "Well, blow the whistle. Call that old man to ask." Luffy said, Wait a minute, Luffy. This is our talisman for emergencies. If you blow it now, what if that masked monster comes to attack again?" Usopp and Nami naturally stopped Luffy together. "In any case, let's set sail and continue forward." "Maybe. Just like Sudong said, there really is an entrance," Zoro said. Zoro said this not because he didn't trust Sudong, but because he trusted him very much. So far, everything Sudong has said has become a reality. Who knows if what Sudong said is a joke or serious? "Look over there, what is that?" Chopper looked in a direction. "Is it a cloud?" "It looks a lot like a waterfall," Robin said. "Let's go check it out," Sudong said. Then, everyone steered the Mary towards the direction of the waterfall. "Wait, stop. Nami saw a large mass of cloud blocking the way and naturally called for the Mary to stop. "What should we do? Since it's floating in the sky, it shouldn't be the same sea, right? What kind of cloud is that?" "If it's an ordinary cloud, there shouldn't be a problem moving forward," Nami said. "Let's touch it and see." Rubber gun. Luffy stretched out his arm and eventually bounced back. Luffy then jumped up as if he had discovered a new continent. "Wow, look, you can sit on it. You won't fall down. How is this possible? What is this?" "So interesting." Luffy started to play around. "So cool." Chopper was also very envious. "I want to play too." Usopp and Chopper then jumped up and the three began to play on clouds. "But if that's the case, we can't sail anymore," Nami said, feeling a bit troubled. "Let's see if there's another way to sail from above," Nami said to Luffy. "All right, Luffy, it looks like there's something over there," Usopp said. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy's attention was completely drawn over. "What is that? A door?" "Yes. Right under that waterfall cloud, there's a huge door," Luffy said. "A door? Could there be a man-made structure in this place? No matter what appears now. It wouldn't be surprising, especially in this sea." Sudong's words are really about to come true. There really will be a door to the upper White Sea. Everyone could only give Sudong a thumbs up. "I'll go up and scout the way for everyone," Sudong said, feeling idle, and then flew up to the top of the ship, loudly directing the ship's navigation. In no time, the ship circled to the waterfall. "Great. It seems we've made it around," Nami said as a man-made structure appeared before them, a huge door with Heaven's Gate written above the center. "Is it really a door? That waterfall cloud is really a waterfall. The cloud beneath it is also different from the previous one. It flows. Heaven's Gate? That's ominous. It feels like we're about to die," Usopp complained. "Who knows? Maybe we've already died," Zoro joked. "It's possible. Then this world would make sense," Sanji echoed. "Did we really die?" Chopper asked in horror. "Silly kid, how could that be?" Sudong rolled his eyes. "Heaven. This is so fun. So this is heaven. Who wants to die?" Luffy was overly excited, and Nami couldn't help but hit Luffy. "Look over there. It seems someone is coming out." Usopp pointed. Just as the Mary approached Heaven's Gate, a short old lady with a camera took a few pictures, and behind her were little angel wings. "Look, she has wings on her back. Is she an angel? Is that what angels look like?" "She looks like a sour plum," Luffy commented humorously. "This person collects entrance fees." Sudong repeated again. "No way." Many partners still didn't quite believe it. The old lady said directly, "I'm the inspector of Heaven's Gate, Amazon. Are you here for sightseeing or fighting?" Luffy said, "We want to go to Sky Island. The other side of this door should be Sky Island, right?" "And what do you mean by fighting?" Zoro asked. Amazon replied, "Actually, it doesn't matter which one. If you want to go to the upper level, please pay the entrance fee to heaven, 1 billion X per person. This is the law." Usopp shouted, "What? 1 billion X? This X thing has appeared again." Sanji said, "So, how much is that in berries?" Usopp asked. "But by the way, Sudong, you guessed it again. Yeah, this guy even got this right." The partners were not surprised for the first time, but every time Sudong guessed correctly, it still felt incredible. The third update. Speaking of which, one person needs 1 billion, and we have a total of 8 people. That's 80 billion. Robin quickly calculated the amount that the other party wanted. Is this how much money is needed to enter? Generally, does it require this much money to enter a country? This old lady is clearly trying to scam us. Before Usopp could finish speaking, Nami covered his mouth. Naturally, Nami was afraid that Usopp would offend them, and if they couldn't get in, it would be disastrous. What if it's just a hypothesis and we don't have the money? Nami asked. You can still go in, but if you don't go in, that's fine too. Because I'm neither a gatekeeper nor a soldier, I just want to ask you what you think, Amazon said. Seeing that no one was forcing them to pay, Luffy naturally said, then let's go. We're going to Skypiea. We don't have any money. Let us in, old lady. Usopp immediately chimed in when he saw an opportunity. Okay, do all 8 of you want to go in? Amazon asked. Yes, but how we get to Skypiea? Luffy inquired. At that moment, the Mary was seized by a pair of crab claws on either side. What is that? Everyone became very flustered. That's the specialty of the White Sea. The flying shrimp. After Amazon finished speaking, the flying shrimp grabbed the Mary and shot up towards the higher levels of the White Sea. Of course, the flying shrimp was heading up along the cloud path. Hold on tight. XuCang's. The speed is incredible. Wow, there is still a path above. Some of the crew were scared, some were excited, and some simply smiled calmly. This is unbelievable, Sanji said. The clouds seem to have turned into a road, Zoro remarked. This kind of thing definitely can't be naturally formed, Usopp said. This might be what they call the high-speed sky road, Sudong speculated. There's an exit. It looks like something is written above. Chopper shouted. Sudong looked up and saw a big sign that read, Island of the Gods, Skypiea. That's not an exit. That's an entrance. Luffy became even more excited. The clouds above were like a beam of light, and everyone showed excited expressions, including Sudong. Finally, the Mary burst through the clouds, and after the flying shrimp flung the Mary out, it returned to the high-speed sky road. The Mary landed on the clouds. Everything before them made everyone gasp in astonishment. It's an island. It's Skypiea. Luffy shouted. The sign just now said Country of the Gods, Robin recalled. Yes, it's exactly the same as the place names on the map Luffy found, Nami said. This means that the large sailing ship that suddenly fell from the sky in front of us really came here. They saw this kind of scenery 200 years ago too. Let's dock first. The adventure is just beginning, Sudong said. Going on an adventure will definitely be fun. Luffy jumped down. Is this soft, fluffy cloud underneath the island? After Usopp accidentally fell down, he found that he did not sink. I'm coming to Skypiea. Luffy and Usopp then ran off. I want to go too. Chopper naturally jumped down as well. I'm going to change my clothes. Nami also planned to go down. Sudong, where should we drop the anchor? Is there a seabed here? Zoro asked. Don't worry about it. It's fine, Sudong replied. The scenery here is really nice. Zoro couldn't help but praise. That's right. Look at those 3 idiots getting so excited. There's really no helping them. Wow. Sanji also took off his shoes and jumped down excitedly. Aren't you the same? Zoro couldn't help but retort. At this moment, Nami was pecked several times by the irritable guide bird, and she immediately apologized. I'm sorry. The guide bird then flew away. I forgot to let it go. Nami looked at Sudong with a bit of grievance. It seems like someone lives on this island. Staying here shouldn't be a problem for food and drink. As long as it works hard, it can fly back. It's a bird. Very convenient, Zoro said. By the way, where's the anchor? Nami asked. It's been thrown into the clouds, Zoro said. In my opinion, the fluffy clouds they mentioned are probably the foundation of this island, Zoro speculated. Sudong gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, I didn't expect you to think of that. So it seems that this place is like the sea floating with islands. I wonder if we hadn't been swept up, would we have ended up in the same place, Robin said. Anyway, seeing anything now, I won't find it strange. There have been too many unbelievable things from beginning to end. The only thing we can be sure of is that Skypiea is here, right? Nami also jumped into the clouds. Look, you can feel it with your body. There's no doubt about this reality. Come on, everyone, don't worry. Your feet can step on it. It's nothing serious. Nami laughed and ran off. Robin looked at Sudong and Zoro and asked, what about you two? I want to go down, Zoro nodded. Since we've already arrived, let's go down and take a look, but the historical text should be in Appiato, Sudong said. What place is that? Robin asked. It's considered a forbidden area of Skypiea, I guess. Anyway, let's go down first. Sudong then jumped down directly, and sure enough, the clouds were soft and fluffy, very interesting, and quite soothing, like sleeping on soft alpaca fur. The taste of adventure. Robin also smiled slightly. Sailing or landing is actually a kind of adventure. I never even thought about it before. Robin then also stepped down from the ship. After everyone landed on Angel Beach, they began to play with the clouds. Some were lying on the clouds, while others started to pile clouds into people. Nami saw a pavilion with 2 lounge chairs made of clouds. The people here must have the technology to process clouds, Nami speculated. The texture of this cloud is different from the previous one. It feels more like fur, Chopper said. It really is leisurely. It would be great to be able to vacation here. Sudong also wished to spend a week here, but unfortunately, they could only stay on Skypiea for 1 day. At this moment, Zoro found a little fox from somewhere, and then everyone heard the sound of a harp being played. Standing on top of the clouds was a very graceful woman. She was playing the harp, had small white wings on her back, and golden hair, looking nothing like a bad person. That's an angel, a real angel. Sanji's eyes were completely fixated. Belly button. The angel looked at everyone and said something that was hard to comprehend. Cece, come here. The angel called the little fox over, and it slowly walked over and said, Everyone, did you come from the blue sea? Yes, we flew up from below. Do you live in this place? Luffy asked. Yes. I am a resident here, the angel's sister said. At that moment, the angel lady slowly approached and said, Welcome to the Angel Beach of the Kingdom of God. Would you like to drink that? The angel was naturally asking Luffy, who thought he could just bite into the fruit. Luffy handed the thing to the angel, who said, The outer shell of this coconut is very tough. No matter how you bite it, it won't break. You have to get inside. The angel easily cut a small opening in the coconut with a knife, inserted a straw, and handed it to Luffy. Here you go. After Luffy took a sip, he exclaimed that it was so delicious it made his tongue curl. Hey, is it really that good? I want some too. It's so good. Usopp was very envious and took a sip himself. My name is Cornus, and this is the Cloud Fox here, named Cece. If you have any questions, I will do my best to assist you, Cornus said politely. Please listen to me. Your gaze has healed the burn in my heart. Sanji, who was originally full of pickup lines, was silenced by Nami. Step aside. Nami looked at Cornus and said kindly, That's great. We have a lot of questions. Overall, this place is just too incredible for us. Sure, feel free to ask anything, Cornus replied. Sudong and Zoro noticed someone approaching in the distance and said, It seems like someone is coming. Cornus glanced over and explained, That's my father. Cornus belly button. Father belly button. They greeted each other, and Cornus's father was riding a magical transportation device. What is that? What is that thing he's sitting on? Nami asked curiously. Are you talking about the Weiba? Cornus replied. It's called Weiba, but a better explanation is that it's a jet ski, except it's not on water, it's on clouds. Weiba? Nami repeated, seeming to have some impression of the term. I'm sorry, that was rude of me. I need to stop. Cornus's father said as he awkwardly crashed to the ground and asked everyone, Is there something you need? Zoro couldn't help but retort, You should take care of yourself first. Nami then looked at Luffy and asked, Luffy, did you bring that thing up from the seabed? Yes, of course I brought it, Luffy said while drinking. I see. That's the ship recorded in Rolando's log that can sail without wind, Nami realized. Cornus's father asked, Cornus, are they your friends? Yes, I just met them. They seem to be from the Blue Sea, Cornus replied. Is that so? You must be confused about many things now that you're here. I apologize for the shock the White Sea has caused you, Cornus's father said apologetically. Not at all, Usopp and the others said politely. Cornus's father then said, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Gaia. Sorry about that. Sudong also responded politely. Not all. We should be the ones apologizing. Sudong then gave a brief self-introduction. Father, did you catch any fish? Cornus asked. Yes, a great haul, Gaia said, then began inviting everyone, by the way. I wonder if you would like to come to my humble abode to try some local delicacies? Can we? I want to go. I want to go. Luffy, being the top foodie in the team, was naturally very interested in food. Are we going to make Sky Island cuisine? I want to help too. Sanji was also very interested in cooking. At this moment, Nami asked, Excuse me, this doesn't have sails and doesn't need paddling. So how can it sail on the sea? Cornus replied, Don't you know about DLL? At that moment, Luffy climbed onto the Weiba, tried to steer it, and immediately fell into the White Sea because he couldn't control it. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let that little brother use the Weiba, Gaia said. By the way, I wonder what happens to DevilFruit user in this sea. Maybe Luffy will float, Sanji said without worry. Not long after, Sudong saw Luffy slowly sinking into the sea of clouds. He sank, still not working, Zoro said calmly. This is bad. Only Chopper was anxious at this moment. Really, Sudong was speechless. At times like this, he could only rely on himself. Sudong spread his wings and flew into the sea of clouds. Then, using the properties of the fruit that made him not afraid of water, he freely floated in the sea of clouds. Soon, Sudong found the weak Luffy. Maybe it's because this cloud contains elements of the sea? Sudong finally grabbed Luffy and brought him out. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let a beginner use it. I'm sorry, Gaia apologized. The Weiba is designed to fully utilize the power of the wind. Its body is made particularly light. Even small waves can cause it to turn. If you're not familiar with the sea, this thing is very agile. I'm sorry, Gaia explained. I've been practicing since I was little, and I only learned to ride it recently, Cornus said. Is the Weiba that hard to ride? It takes about 10 years of training. However, at that moment, Nami had already mastered the Weiba skillfully. This thing is sensitive to the weather and waves. Therefore, when there's a shift in direction, she can quickly adapt to the opposite motion. She truly is a genius. Sudong couldn't help but praise her. Seeing Sudong praising her, Sanji, Luffy, and the others also began to compliment her. Wow, Nami, you're the best. So cool. Incredible. It's hard to believe. Gaia also found it hard to accept, as this thing was indeed difficult. How did she learn it? It's really hard. Luffy knew the difficulty of this thing, which is why he admired her. Riding something like this requires a certain skill. Luffy, you can't learn it. Nami was simply stating a fact. Luffy's expression changed, and he couldn't help but curse, "Stupid Nami. We're going to the uncle's house now. Hurry up and come down. Silly Nami. So uncool." Sanji couldn't help but curse. "You guys go ahead. Uncle, can I borrow the Weiba to ride for a while?" Nami asked. "Sure. Be careful on the way." Gaia, seeing someone using it so well for the first time, naturally didn't think too much about it. Nami, riding the Weiba, exclaimed, "I didn't expect there would really be a boat that doesn't require me to care about the wind direction and can go wherever I want. It feels like a dream. I wonder if it can be used on normal seas." Second update. "Hey, is that a construction site over there?" Usopp asked as he climbed to a high position. "That is a site specifically for mining and processing clouds," Gaia explained. "You can mine clouds?" Zoro also found it quite amazing. "You all came to the White Sea via the Cloud River, right?" Gaia asked. "The Cloud River refers to that winding sea route?" Zoro inquired. "That is a cloud canal artificially created using island clouds mined from here. The clouds in this natural environment can be divided into two types. The sea clouds that you came in from earlier and the island clouds, which are the soft, fluffy ones you can walk on," Gaia explained while leading everyone to his house. "Neither type is ordinary cloud," Zoro stated bluntly. "Yes. The difference lies in the condensation nuclei that create the clouds. If I remember correctly, you blue sea folks have a mineral called sea stone," Gaia said. Robin, who had been silent, immediately asked, "Sea stone? Is that related?" "Yes, it contains a type of keratin particle we call pyrobroin. When a volcanic eruption sends it into the sky, it changes density when it condenses with water vapor, forming sea clouds and island clouds." Gaia seemed to explain clearly, but unfortunately, everyone present couldn't understand him. In summary, the clouds here can be divided into three types: natural sea clouds, island clouds, and artificial clouds. "Please come in, this is my home." Gaia finally led everyone to his house. "So high. The view is amazing," Luffy exclaimed. "I can still see Nami's ship," Chopper also said excitedly. At this moment, Luffy looked out over the high vantage point, and Sanji asked, "Hey Luffy, what are you doing? Why does that guy Nami look so relaxed riding it?" "It's sinking." Luffy felt a bit unwilling. "So childish." Sanji hit Luffy. "That hurt. You made me bite my tongue." "Sanji," Luffy complained. "Uncle, where's the kitchen?" Sanji asked. "Yes, it's here." Next, Sanji went to the back kitchen to help the uncle cook Sky Island dishes. The others stayed in the living room. Robin asked, "Excuse me, Miss Cornus. You mentioned dial earlier. Could you explain a bit more clearly?" "Sure," Cornus replied. "Let me think about how to explain it best." At this time, Chopper was lazily sitting in a chair while Luffy picked up a shell. Cornus guided Luffy to speak into the shell, then press the top. Eventually, the sound just recorded. One magical thing, it can actually record sound. Both Zoro and Robin were surprised. Sudong remained very calm, as this kind of thing was no longer used in his time. "This shell is what you call dial?" Robin asked. "Yes, this is a sound dial." Cornus then explained. "It has recording and playback capabilities and is a shell found here in the White Sea." "But isn't there no seabed here? Where do these shells live?" Zoro asked. "In the shallow waters of the Cloud Sea. There are fish reefs," Cornus explained. "But I still don't understand how it powers the ship," Robin inquired again. "The power source for the ship comes from this." Cornus picked up another shell and said, although it looks a bit smaller. "Its principle is the same as the sound dial." Cornus held up the shell and then started blowing into it. "So it's a blower." Sudong also found it interesting. "This is called a wind dial. It can store wind and then release it naturally. As for how much wind it can store, that depends on the size of the wind dial itself. If you install the wind dial at the stern of the ship, you can start the ship, which is the ship you see," Cornus briefly explained, and everyone gained some understanding. I see, it relies on this to blow wind and move around. Usopp understood. It's great to ride the ship. Luffy was still feeling a bit unhappy. Actually, there are many other types, like ice blade types and skateboard types of vehicles, Cornus said. I'm just struggling to learn how to control the ship. I really want to ride it too. I envy that guy. It's rare that I already have one, Luffy said. You have a ship too? Cornus asked. The one I accidentally saw was all broken down. It's just something from 200 years ago. It can't move, Usopp said. That's not necessarily true, because the dial used back then was originally made from shell remnants. As long as the shell itself isn't damaged, its functionality can be said to be semi-permanent, Cornus explained. At this time, Robin pointed to another shell on the table and asked, Are there other types of shells? What is this? That one is called a lamp dial. There are also flame dials that store fire, fragrance dials that store scents, and image dials that can retain images, among various other types of shells. How interesting. So much fun. Chopper also saw a new world. In summary, our life in the sky is closely related to shells. Therefore, the culture of Sky Islands can be said to be a culture that coexists with shell energy, Angel Cornus said. Everyone was completely immersed in this fascinating world of shells. Sudong had not spoken much from the beginning. For him, although he had never seen these magical shells, many things could still be realized in his time. While everyone else was immersed in the surrounding world, Sudong slowly closed his eyes. Although only a few minutes had passed, he felt like he had spent a long time in the world arranged for him by the system. Don't forget the secret technique of Haki. When Sudong confirmed his learning, his mind was transported by the system to an empty room, where a huge monster appeared before him. The system told Sudong that only by defeating the monster in front of him could he advance his Haki to the next level. When he defeated 10 bosses, Sudong's Haki would completely return to its original form. Generally speaking, after a successful sign-in, the system would directly grant Sudong a certain ability. But now, he needed to come to this world himself and fight enemies, making it feel like playing a game and battling through a dungeon. At first, Sudong thought it would be very easy, but when he started fighting this monster, he realized that it was not so easy to defeat. The monster's skin was incredibly tough, it moved quickly, and more importantly, its attack power was astonishing. If Sudong was hit even once, it would be a tragic situation. Therefore, Sudong had already been fighting this monster for a little while. The monster was entirely black, clearly indicating that it was using Haki hardening. The third level of basic armament Haki, Spiral Sphere. Sudong used his teleportation to instantly appear in front of the armament Haki monster. Due to the monster's gigantic size, Sudong landed a hit. The spiral sphere heavily smashed into the monster's body. However, Sudong felt as if he had struck an iron wall. This guy is so tough. After his first attack failed, Sudong quickly teleported away. Sure enough, just as he moved, the monster used its hardened fist covered in armament Haki to strike down where Sudong had just been standing. This guy is fast and powerful. And the most critical factor is that his entire body is covered in armament Haki, making it impossible for even the spiral sphere to break through. Sudong had never encountered such a strong opponent before. Faced with an enemy who could use Haki, Sudong couldn't rely on elementalization to immune damage and had to think of ways to outmaneuver him. Sharingan. Sudong activated his Sharingan, successfully predicting the monster's attack. Sudong used the spiral sphere for the second time, this time utilizing his fruit ability to dive down from above with the wings of a demon, gathering an enormous spiral sphere in his hand. That's right, this is the super large-tailed spiral sphere, an extended version of the spiral sphere. This massive spiral sphere was like a spirit bomb from Dragon Ball. Even if it hit a tailed beast, it should deal considerable damage, let alone just an armament Haki monster. The blue light of the super large-tailed spiral sphere instantly engulfed the armament Haki monster in front of him. And Sudong could clearly feel that the sphere sent the monster flying. This attack landed solidly on his opponent. However, in the next moment, Sudong was shocked again. The armament Haki monster actually revived in another location. What is going on? Is this guy impossible to defeat? If that's the case, what's the point of fighting? Sudong complained as he drew his Shura. With a single draw of his sword, he slashed out a wave of black sword energy. This sword energy was sharper compared to the impact of the spiral sphere. In an instant, it sliced the armament Haki monster in front of him in half. This time, Sudong saw with his own eyes as the monster was cut into 2 pieces. However, what puzzled Sudong even more was that the monster appeared again. This time, there were not 1, but 2 monsters. What's going on? Every time I defeat one, it splits? What is the situation? At this rate, I can never defeat this guy. Sudong shook his head and said. The 2 monsters charged forward again, swinging their black arms towards Sudong. Demon's Fist. Sudong chose to meet force with force this time. Boom! The fists of the two monsters collided with Sudong's fist, creating a shockwave that spread out from his center, and Sudong could distinctly feel the pain in his fist. My goodness, these guys are too tough, right? Sudong faced two opponents. Although he didn't fall behind, he felt the difficulty of defeating them. At this moment, the system finally appeared. Host, what are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? Isn't this the secret technique you gave me? The first layer of armament Haki. Sudong replied. This is not just the first layer. It's the first, second, and third layers. The system explained. It seems you don't understand the rules here. The reason these monsters exist is to help you comprehend Haki. To leave this place, you must grasp armament Haki to a certain extent. Otherwise, you might never be able to leave. Additionally, time is frozen in this world. It can't be said how long it has been here, as only 3 seconds have passed in the outside world. In other words, the faster you comprehend, the quicker you can get out. If you can't comprehend, you'll have to stay here forever, the system stated. So I want to know, how do I defeat these guys? The first time, I blew one up, and the second time, I cut one down. Are these guys going to keep respawning endlessly? Sudong asked while dodging the attacks of the two armament Haki monsters. You broke the rules. Sword techniques and ninjutsu cannot be used. You must engage these guys in hand-to-hand combat. The more you comprehend, the more numerous they will become. But don't worry, the space here is infinite. So take your time. You can still use your fruit abilities. After saying this, the system vanished again. This guy. Sudong shook his head. Forget it. Since he doesn't want me to use it, then I won't. Sudong then closed his Sharingan and began to fight the two armament Haki monsters purely using his fruit abilities. Although Sudong didn't use his Sharingan, demons are inherently sensitive to their surroundings. As the two monsters attacked, Sudong didn't evade anymore, but directly released his second form. The first form is the Demon Shadow, and the second form is the Demon Transformation, where he retains his human shape but gains many demonic traits, like growing horns on his head. At this moment, Sudong began to clash directly with the monsters. Boom! Sudong knocked both of them to the ground with a single punch. In his first form, Sudong could only fight evenly with the two. Now, having used his second form, his powers were significantly enhanced with the demonic strength. Just then, the two monsters vanished. Suddenly, 10 monsters appeared in their place. 10? Phoenix. Bring on 100. It doesn't matter. Sudong recklessly unleashed his demonic power, maximizing the strength of his second form. Swish, swish, swish. Sudong moved like a phantom among the many monsters, easily knocking down the 10 armament Haki monsters. As Sudong expected, this time, the number of monsters increased again, and he had already lost count of how many there were, but he estimated it was several times more than before. 50? Keep fighting. With each battle, Sudong felt a sense of familiarity, and this time, that familiar feeling became even more pronounced. Haki. Sudong could feel that he was gradually comprehending Haki. He distinctly felt that his fists had become much harder than before. After all, the more armament Haki monsters he defeated, the more he comprehended. This time, using the faint Haki along with his demonic power, he easily knocked down 50 of them. Although he felt a bit tired, Sudong sensed a sense of achievement. Finally, he could attach armament Haki to his arms. At this moment, a dense swarm of armament Haki monsters appeared before Sudong. Already 100? Impressive. Truly worthy of being the host. Just take down these 100 and you'll be set. The system said mysteriously. 100, huh? Then bring on. Sudong slightly raised the corners of his mouth and charged forward. The difference between the first level armament Haki facing 10 enemies and 100 enemies is enormous, and Sudong became quite flustered. However, at this moment, Sudong was already able to use armament Haki normally. He covered his hands and feet with armament Haki and charged towards the 100 monsters at an extremely fast speed. Demon Impact. Now that Sudong had learned armament Haki, he could naturally combine his DevilFruit abilities with the hardening of armament Haki. The power of the DevilFruit alone had already made Sudong very strong. Not to mention that he now added armament Haki to it. I can feel my surging energy. This is not just the power of the DevilFruit, but a brand new energy. Is this Haki? It seems that no matter what kind of Haki it is, it mainly depends on whether the user is strong. If the user is strong, then the Haki will also become strong. Sudong felt that Haki was like a kind of aura that people have. The stronger the expert, the more exaggerated their Haki might be. Armament hardening. After Sudong covered himself with armament Haki, he began to use various powers of the devil. Demon Fist, Demon Claw, Demon Wings spread out. Sudong had never realized his abilities were so powerful. In just a short while, the 100 monsters in front of him had all been knocked down to the ground. So strong, Armament Haki is too strong. If it were before, even if I could take these people down, it would take a long time. Sudong couldn't help but admire his new ability. However, the matter was not over. At this moment, the system appeared again and said, "Congratulations, host, you have completed the entry test." Now, the last part of the entry test is practice. Although the 100 monsters have been defeated, you have not yet defeated their fusion version. System, what do you mean? Sudong was taken aback. Just the literal meaning. After the system finished speaking, the 100 armament Haki monsters that Sudong had just knocked down slowly got up. Their bodies seemed to attract each other, eventually merging into a super giant stone man. This super stone giant had an extremely terrifying and huge body that would astonish anyone who saw it. This system, are you kidding me? Is it never-ending? How long do you want me to fight? Sudong was somewhat speechless. He had already fought these armament Haki monsters for a long time. This is different. This is the last one. As long as you defeat him, your armament Haki will be considered complete at the beginner level. Don't forget, you are currently studying the armament Haki manual, and it is at the first, second, and third levels, the system said. Fine, since you're sure it's like this, then I will make one last effort. Sudong then focused on the super stone monster. The old rule, no ninjutsu, no swordsmanship, so Sudong once again used armament Haki. This time, Sudong pushed his armament Haki to the extreme. The hardening on his hands and feet became even harder. Sudong slowly walked up to the stone giant. The stone giant was not so gentle. Upon seeing Sudong, he immediately wrapped his entire body in armament Haki. Then, he swung his arm and began to attack Sudong. The giant's massive arm smashed down, instantly causing chaos. Boom! When he smashed to the ground, the entire surface instantly collapsed. Even Sudong found it hard to stand steady. Fly up. Sudong spread his wings and circled around the stone giant's body. Now, Sudong seized the opening after the stone giant's attack and charged forward. Due to the gradual evolution of Sudong's armament Haki, his defense had also become stronger. In this way, Sudong instantly knocked the stone giant down to the ground. Roar! The stone giant seemed extremely furious and punched towards Sudong. Sudong didn't expect the stone giant to be faster than before, and he immediately used his wings to defend. Who would have thought that the wings were not covered with armament Haki? Therefore, Sudong's wings suffered a devastating blow. This was the first time Sudong felt such pain. Being hit by such a terrifying giant, he naturally had no way to counter. Damn! Sudong accidentally took the hit, and the giant, feeling that Sudong was in trouble, naturally chased after him. Bastard! How dare you hurt me? Who am I? The one who has eaten the super DevilFruit. Sudong's entire body then underwent a transformation, instantly switching from his second form of the humanoid demon to the third demon form. Sudong had completely transformed into a demon. Armament hardening. Sugang sao det lao li. At this moment, his entire body was covered with armament Haki. Immediately after, Sudong rushed to the side of the stone giant at an incredibly fast speed. Get down! Sudong threw a punch, and this punch instantly generated a powerful shockwave. After the stone giant was hit by this shockwave, he actually fell to the ground. Oof. It's not over yet. Sudong then began to swing his arms repeatedly, unleashing countless shockwaves that began to bombard the stone giant in front of him. The stone giant was in immense pain, but had no way to fight back. At this moment, Sudong was dominating, unilaterally beating the stone giant to the point of having no power to resist. What could an armament Haki giant do? When faced with Sudong's terrifying indiscriminate attacks, he could only endure. Moreover, not everyone could withstand the level of attack Sudong was dishing out. In less than a while, the armament Haki giant lost balance again and fell to the ground. It was clearly visible that many piles of stones had appeared on the ground, which had fallen from the stone giant's body. The final attack. Sudong then disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the stone giant's face. Giant. Sudong struck with all his might. His entire body felt like a spear, seemingly exerting all its force. Puffed. A sound sliced through the air. Sudong had already pierced through the stone giant in front of him. The stone giant had never expected this and ultimately fell to the ground, his body scattering into small stones. Sudong's devil state quickly dissipated, returning to his original form. It's done. Sudong smiled slightly. Congratulations, host. You defeated the entire monster. You have successfully mastered the beginner level of armament Haki. Although it is beginner level, it is enough for you to handle most situations. Now, I will teleport you back to that world. Just a reminder, in that world, you are visiting a Pagaya's house. The system kindly reminded. I understand. Okay, teleport me. This time, it's definitely been worthwhile. However, I still feel like the time wasted was a bit long. As soon as Sudong's words fell, he reappeared back at Pagaya's house on Sky Island, while the others had no idea where Sudong had gone. At this time, Sanji had finished cooking, and when Sudong took a look, he was almost drooling. In front of him were various Sky Island dishes that would make anyone salivate. All right, it's done. This is a full meal made with Sky Island specialties and the heavenly fruits of the sea, Sanji said. Awesome. Chopper, Luffy, and the others immediately started digging in. Sudong had just fought a battle and was naturally starving, so he joined them in eating. So delicious. Usopp and the others were surprised to see Sudong eating without any decorum. What's going on? I've never seen Sudong eat like this with us before, Usopp complained. Previously, Sudong had always maintained his composure as the captain. However, this time, he couldn't care less. What is there to worry about? I'm just too hungry. Sukan ingot upso, but these shrimp are really delicious. I can't even describe it. Usopp was even more enthusiastic while eating. Sanji slowly walked to the balcony, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, "Where is Nami now? Isn't she at sea?" Luffy asked. "Nope," Sanji replied. "She must have gone off to play somewhere else." "Don't worry about her," Usopp said. At this moment, Konis looked a bit nervous and said, "Father, will there be a problem?" Pagaya also had a worried expression and said, "Konis, I have a bad feeling too. I'm afraid it might happen." "What? What's going on?" everyone asked. "In a land of the gods, there's a place that one cannot step into at any time. That land is right next to our island. If Enel comes, it won't take long," Konis said. "A place we can't step into? What kind of place is that?" Usopp asked. "It's a forbidden area. People call it that, the place where the gods reside, God's Island." "Appiato," Konis explained. Upon hearing about the gods, Luffy immediately asked, "Gods? Are there really gods? Do they live in that place we absolutely cannot step into?" "Yes," Konis confirmed. "The god you're talking about, is that the same god people speak of? Is there a god living on Sky Island?" Chopper inquired. "Yes. Our Sky Island is the so-called land of the gods, ruled by the omnipotent god, Enel," Konis explained. "Omnipotent god? Enel knows everything and controls everything in the world. Everything we do is under his watch, at any time, anywhere," Konis said. "At any time? Right now too?" Luffy asked in surprise. "Of course," Konis replied affirmatively. "Is that omnipotent god watching me now?" Chopper looked a bit anxious. "God?" Zoro drank a cup of tea, showing no other reaction. Sudong finally finished eating, stood up, and began to digest. He didn't want to say much about Enel. The guy was merely using the power of the rumble fruit to act tyrannically. "Sugang." "Zoro, do you not believe in the existence of gods?" Chopper asked weakly. "Who knows? Whether there are gods in this world has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter if there are gods, but I won't deny those who believe in them," Zoro said, then looked at Sudong and asked, "What about you?" "Sudong? Me? I think even if there are gods in this world, it can't be Enel. That guy's just a fool who ate a DevilFruit and gained great power." Sudong's words showed complete disrespect for that god. "You can't say that. The god might hear you," Konis quickly advised. "So, have you ever seen that omnipotent god who lives in Appiato?" Sanji immediately changed the subject. "No, how could that be? We cannot step into Appiato. Absolutely not. The Holy Land, Appiato, is a forbidden place," Konis said. However, at this moment, Luffy became excited upon hearing about the place they couldn't step into. "Really? A place we absolutely cannot step into?" Usopp noticed Luffy's unusual behavior and immediately advised, "Hey, Luffy, what are you thinking? You need to understand, they said that is a place you can't step into. It means you absolutely cannot go there." Luffy, however, was completely immersed in his excitement. "Oh, so there are places we can't go to?" "Huh." Luffy's expression was a true reflection of his thoughts. Everyone couldn't help but comment. "This guy definitely wants to go. But if it's a god, even if we break into his home, we will be forgiven, right? Gods are magnanimous, right?" Luffy asked. "Not at all. After all, breaking the god's rules is a desecration of the god," Usopp said. "Is that so?" "Whatever, it doesn't matter to me." Luffy completely disregarded everyone's warnings. Chopper looked at Luffy in shock and said, "So, even if the god doesn't forgive you, you still want to go in? Then, what kind of consequences would there be if we were to go to the forbidden place, Appiato?" Robin, who had heard Sudong mention Appiato before, naturally became interested when someone brought it up. "Well then," Konis hesitated to speak. "What will happen?" Everyone was eager to know. "Then you won't be able to come back alive. At least that's what the people here think," Pagaya said. "Can't come back." Everyone was surprised, especially since Nami was very likely to enter Appiato. "It's really worrisome. Miss Nami, I hope she hasn't gotten close to Appiato." Pagaya was very worried. Sanji was genuinely concerned about Nami, while Luffy was already packing his bag, ready to set off. "Let's go. Let's save Nami." Luffy looked happy. as if he just wanted to go on an adventure. After we finish this plate, we'll leave. Luffy planned to eat everything on his plate before leaving. Sanji scolded. Miss Nami is in danger, and you still have the mood to eat? What if something happens to Miss Nami? Hurry up. Let us go eat later. However, Luffy was still lost in his world of eating. Sudong, let us go with Miss Coney's. This guy will still be eating until the sun goes down. Let us go to Appiato, Sanji said. Coney's, however, was a bit hesitant, but we don't even know if she really went there. And what if we accidentally anger the omnipotent God Enel? The consequences would be unimaginable. God Enel looks so scary. Chopper also showed some fear. God Enel? A god? Zoro muttered. The third update. Luffy. Let's go. Sudong was direct and forceful, grabbing Luffy and rushing straight onto the Mary. After waiting for a while, Gaia also came over. Sorry, we're currently facing a headwind, and this wind direction will take a long time to get to Appiato. If this ship is also used as a power source like Bailai, it shouldn't be a big deal, my apologies. Sanji and the others asked, so how long will it take to get there? This question can only be answered by the wind, Gaia said. Is that so? Will it take a long time? Luffy asked. Uncle, is there a faster way to get there? Usopp asked. Who can change the wind direction? Everyone was a bit helpless. At this moment, Luffy, like a madman, took out the previously damaged Weiba and planned to drive it over. However, as soon as he took it out and sat on it, it sank. This idiot. Zoro and Sanji were powerless to comment on Luffy. Gaia saw the Weiba and then asked, Is this your old Weiba? If I can fix it, I'll help you out. Uncle, you can repair it? Luffy was surprised. I happen to be a ship technician. Then please help us fix it, Sudong said politely. After that, Uncle Gaia began to repair the Weiba, while the others had nothing to do and started stacking cloud people. Boom! Sanji, very worried about Nami, naturally kicked Usopp away. What are you doing? Nami is in crisis right now. However, during the repair of the Weiba, Sudong and the others noticed that many people seemed to be approaching nearby. Uncle, what is that? Luffy asked. That suspicious ship over there. Wait a moment. A voice came from the direction of the people not far away. Who are those guys? Luffy asked. Sudong was speechless. It turned out that these people were not walking over step by step, but were crawling on the ground. Why are those guys crawling? Sanji asked. I don't know. Maybe because they are perverts? Usopp's reasoning made Sudong want to laugh. Everyone, stop moving forward, the leader said. Finally, these crawling people stood up. Hello, Hazuo, belly button. What are these guys doing? Everyone couldn't help but ask. The leader glared and said, It's you, right? You are the 8 illegal entrants reported by the monitoring officer from Qinghai, right? You must accept divine punishment. Illegal entrants? What is that? Luffy didn't understand what was going on. Is it really like that? Gaia also asked in surprise. You have no room for explanation. We have already received photos taken by the monitoring officer of the Gate of Heaven, Amazon, using the imaging shell. The leader took out everyone's photos. How could this happen? Is there some misunderstanding? Captain McKinley? They don't look like bad people. Gaia naturally defended his companions. Illegal entry? Sanji also couldn't believe it. The entry fee seems to be 1 billion. We indeed haven't paid it. Robin recalled what happened before. But didn't that old lady say you could come in without paying? Usopp said. She did say that. Chopper also said so. This Captain McKinley didn't care about everyone's explanations and said, Useless. Don't make excuses anymore. Quickly admit your crimes. However, you don't need to panic too much. Illegal entry is only considered an 11th level crime under divine punishment. If you accept the penalty, you can immediately become safe tourists. Captain McKinley said, What? This should have been said earlier. It scared everyone for nothing. Tell me, what is the penalty? Sanji immediately felt it wasn't a big deal. Very simple. Just pay 10 times the entry fee, and if you pay it on the spot, your crimes can be wiped out immediately. 10 billion per person. So, for 8 people, it's 80 billion, Captain McKinley said. 80 billion. So how much is that in berry? Usopp asked. Berry, is that the common currency of Qinghai? If converted to berry, it's 10,000 equals 1 berry, Captain McKinley said. Let me think about how much that is. Usopp's math was poor, and he couldn't calculate it all. Robin immediately said, So 80 billion is equivalent to 8 million berry. Too expensive. Do you know how many tons of rice that could buy? Bastard. We worked hard to go to heaven. Why do we have to pay so much for the entry fee? Who can accept that? Sanji scolded. What are you talking about? When you entered, couldn't you just pay 800,000 berry? Captain McKinley said. That is still very expensive. Sanji clearly didn't want to pay. McKinley then said, Our White Beret Brigade is a direct unit of the priest. Resisting our unit will only make the punishment worse. Please be aware. Forget it. Don't mind them. Let us find Miss Nami quickly. I'm really worried. Maybe she's crying somewhere right now. Sanji turned around and started discussing with his companions. Yes, let us hurry. Luffy completely ignored McKinley, let alone Sudong, who wasn't he afraid of even gods. So, once the wind direction changes, we'll set off, no? We'll go find Nami, Luffy said excitedly again. Usopp knew that Luffy just wanted to go on an adventure, so he desperately advised everyone not to rush. While stabilizing the white berets and dragging Luffy, fearing that Luffy would anger the gods and bring trouble to everyone. However, things were not that simple. Captain McKinley first misunderstood Luffy for breaking the way Ba, and then guessed that this way Ba was stolen. Fortunately, Usopp arrived in time and saved the situation again. I really don't know why this guy Usopp is so afraid. Sudong and Zoro, Robin, and others were lying on the cloud-made sofa, very peaceful. Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy had nothing to do, so they went fishing. However, they accidentally caught a particularly large and aggressive fish. And seeing that this fish was about to charge at Cornus, Zoro naturally came to the rescue. After slashing down the fish, Captain McKinley said they violated the Environmental Protection Law, which is a 9th-level crime. Luffy was very interested in this fish and took a bite, and was then charged with theft. Zoro could no longer hold back and planned to draw his sword to cut down Captain McKinley, but was stopped by Usopp. His previous remarks had already constituted a crime of intimidation, and intimidation is a 7th-level crime. Captain McKinley was becoming increasingly overbearing. Why not just do nothing? Usopp had a flash of inspiration and then started to sleep with everyone. However, everyone's snoring led to an environmental destruction crime. This is a 6th-level crime. Unexpectedly, snoring is also illegal, which made Sudong's patience run out. At this moment, not to mention Luffy, even the very patient Sudong was eager to knock Captain McKinley of the Beret Brigade away. However, the most important thing after arriving at the Sky Island was still to defeat Enel. As for other matters, Sudong adhered to the principle of not provoking trouble, if possible. Just when Luffy could no longer hold back his temper, Nami returned riding the Wybra. Luffy, whatever you do, don't resist these people. But they're so annoying, Luffy said impatiently. Nami, quickly pay the 7 million illegal entry fine with your secret stash. Usopp said, great. I didn't know paying the fine was all it took. Although he said this, looking at Nami's expression, one could tell that he had completely different thoughts in mind. 7 million berries is too expensive. At that moment, Nami directly controlled the Wybra to crash into Captain McKinley's face, sending him flying. Oh no, hearing about such an unreasonable fine amount, Nami's excuse was also quite speechless. Thank for the Wybra, uncle. Nami exchanged the Wybra with Gaia. No problem, but you've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time, Gaia said. Everyone run. As long as we get involved with their god, it'll be a huge mess, Nami said. Sudong could sense that Nami had slightly encountered Appiato, witnessing the scene in the original work where those adventurers were directly struck dead by Enel's thunder. I want to ask, what crime would that be just now? Zoro asked. It might be obstruction of official duties, a 5th-level crime, Gaia replied. Great, only level 5. Usopp said somewhat relieved. Not good at all. If it's determined to be a 5th-level crime, you will be punished by Enel in the name of the god. With the punishment of cloud drifting, Cornus said. Cloud drifting? Everyone was curious about this strange punishment. What is that? Cloud drifting sounds like it might be comfortable, Luffy said. Not comfortable at all. It's a death sentence. Cornus's words shocked everyone. A death sentence? Zoro glanced at Captain McKinley, who seemed to be completely unconscious. But how can there be a death sentence in the land of gods? That seems unreasonable. It's true, there really is a death sentence. The so-called cloud drifting means putting the criminal and the ship together on an island in the clouds with no escape, drifting in the sky until they turn to bones. It's a capital punishment. Cornus explained. I see. No wonder the ship fell from the sky. Robin seemed to understand something. Robin, what are you talking about? Usopp asked. Wasn't there a large sailboat called the St. Brice that fell from the sky? That ship was likely subjected to this extreme punishment 200 years ago. Robin made her deduction. Usopp also recalled that ship and ended up swallowing nervously. At that moment, the Beret Brigade shouted, Hey, you guys, do you know what you did to our captain? Nami walked over slowly and said, I'm sorry, I just slipped a bit. What? Slipped a bit? The members of the Beret Brigade were naturally skeptical. No, how should I put it? It was an accident. Nami saw that these people were hard to trick, so she changed her story. It was like that. It could be considered an accident. An accident? You call that an accident? That's right, it was an accident. You all know that Wybra is very hard to ride, and today was my first time riding it. I really didn't control the steering well. I'm just too reckless. After all, beginners shouldn't force themselves, right? You all agree, don't you? Everyone watched Nami quietly perform, but no one said anything. After all, Nami also wanted to shake off this charge with everyone. However, Luffy bluntly said this guy was very skilled as soon as he got on the Wybra. It was unclear whether Luffy was truly clueless or still bothered by what had just happened, which is why he said that. I'm sorry. I think we should help Captain McKinley bandage his wounds first. I'm really sorry. Gaia temporarily helped diffuse the situation. All right, Captain McKinley. Then let's move him to my place to rest, Gaia said. Thank you for your assistance, Hazuo, bellybutton. The members of the Beret Brigade carried McKinley away, telling everyone to stay put. The funniest part was that even while carrying their captain, they still chose to crawl forward. Watching a group of men crawling on the ground while carrying someone in need of treatment was quite amusing. At that moment, Cornus said, I know you're not bad people, so take this opportunity to escape quickly. After Cornus finished speaking, she immediately ran away. Let's do as she says. I saw a terrifying scene with scary things on the island, Nami said. You really went there to that forbidden place, the Holy Land, Zoro said. A place you absolutely cannot step into, with very scary guys. Luffy's eyes were once again filled with fervor, clearly wanting to go. And those divine gorillas are all fierce characters. Let's set off anyway, sail. Nami had already decided to leave the Sky Island, but Sudong could see that Luffy was still very curious about Appiato. To avoid implicating Cornus, everyone raised anchor and set sail, but at this moment, Luffy was still standing on the beach, not leaving. What are you doing? Nami asked. Why should we escape? Luffy questioned. Because the situation is bad, Nami replied. There are many situations that are bad, Luffy responded. This time, it's not just us who will suffer. Perhaps even those two will be captured, Nami said. They haven't done anything wrong. It's the people who catch them that are in the wrong. Luffy was straightforward, not mincing his words, revealing his thoughts without reservation. That's true. Nami didn't know what else to say. How long are you going to argue? Let's go. Usopp urged. How many times do I have to say it for you to understand? Staying here will only get more dangerous. And that father and daughter pair will be implicated because of us. Nami stated the reasoning very clearly. It doesn't matter whether we leave or stay, Luffy replied. Sudong, what do you think we should do now? Nami helplessly looked to Sudong. Me? Sudong knew that Nami wanted to use him to persuade Luffy. However, Sudong's mission here was not yet over. The second update, therefore, Sudong could not leave the Sky Island. Sudong then shook his head and said, Sorry, Nami. This time Luffy is right. We have no reason to leave. At this moment, a voice came from the beach. Please escape quickly. Hurry, Cornus said. However, Captain McKinley was already lively and energetic. If you dare to shelter these criminals, both of you will not be able to escape punishment. After all, those people have, so far, committed acts of violence against us and have obstructed our official duties, which constitutes a level 5 crime, and they are serious offenders who must be sentenced to the extreme punishment of cloud floating. Captain McKinley said. Nami immediately explained. I said it was just an accident. Damn it. Hurry up and leave. Nami tried to pull Luffy away, but Luffy still did not move. Capture them. At this moment, Captain McKinley issued an attack order, and his beret-wearing troops began firing cloud arrows. Seeing that the other side had taken the initiative to attack, Sudong naturally teleported from the ship and fought alongside Luffy. Luffy told Nami to go to the ship first, while Sudong fought against the beret-wearing troops with Luffy. The cloud arrows, shot from the bows, created a trace of clouds in the air. What is this? Is it cloud? Luffy had never seen such a strange attack method. Sudong, however, simply dodged. Up. White beret troops. The beret-wearing troops jumped up, directly stepping onto the cloud bridge from earlier, as if their feet were equipped with some strange devices that allowed them to rush along the cloud trajectory. Luffy and Sudong both jumped to avoid them. Hehehe. The white beret troops showed wicked smiles. What's going on? Luffy asked, feeling confused. Go. This time, the white beret troops chose to rush forward together, and Luffy sensed something was wrong. He immediately turned to run, but he did not have that device under his feet, so he was running very slowly. Ugh, it's so hard to run on this soft surface. Luffy couldn't help but say. You can't escape either. The white beret troops chased after Sudong, but Sudong could use high-speed movement, so he didn't need to worry about being caught by these people. Even along the cloud trajectory, Sudong could easily leave them far behind. How foolish, thinking you can escape from our grasp. Captain McKinley showed a somewhat disdainful expression, seeming very confident in himself and his subordinates. So that is how it is, roller skates. You guys are really interesting. Luffy quickly figured out what was going on. It was easy for Luffy to dodge these people, using the elasticity of rubber, grabbing a tree, and he could fly away. Sudong was even more exaggerated, directly spreading his wings, transforming into a demon, and then there was no more to say. These people could not hit Sudong and Luffy at all. Everyone who saw this miraculous scene couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so amazing." His arms actually stretched. People can fly in the air. How is that possible? Is it a devil fruit? Some of the white beret troops were still perceptive. Rubber, rubber. Fireworks. Luffy then easily knocked all the white beret troops down to the ground. Sudong didn't even need to lift a finger. It was already enough for Luffy to handle these people. At this moment, any would-be ambushers were taken care of by Zoro and Sanji. Since the battle had already started, it was meaningless to stay on the ship now. "Nami, how much belly do we have left?" Zoro asked. "We have 50,000 belly left, which can barely last another day or two." Nami said, "Why are we so poor?" Luffy asked, "As captain, you really need to consider how to spend money. You can't just eat all the time." Luffy began to lecture. "It's all spent on your food." Sanji immediately pointed out the truth. "Well, anyway, this operation was successful according to my instructions. Formation B." Usopp started to boast again. Of course, only Chopper fell for it. On the beach, Cornus and Pagaya showed shocked and incredulous expressions. They actually defeated the white beret troops. Logically, people from the Blue Sea should have reduced physical abilities here. Cornus also found it a bit unbelievable. At this moment, a voice came from the jungle. "Ha! So foolish, you clueless idiots. You have no way out now. If you obey me, you'll be fine. Our white beret troops are the most gentle enforcers of the kingdom of God. If it were them, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Ha! You've now become level 2 criminals. No matter how you cry and make noise, the priests of Apaya will personally give you punishment." Captain McKinley threatened. Then, Captain McKinley disappeared. What's going on? Luffy still couldn't figure out the current situation. It's nothing, anyway. The main event hasn't started yet, but the priests are quite powerful. It's just right for you to hone your combat skills. Sudong seemed to understand everything and said. Seeing that Sudong seemed to know what was about to happen, everyone naturally came forward to ask. Didn't that old lady say it? We can go over, but once we do, we become illegal immigrants. This is clearly a scam. I'm going to sue her. Nami said. That's exactly right, but even if the old lady says we can't go, we would definitely force our way in, and the outcome would be the same. Usopp said a truth, but Nami didn't want to hear it. Anyway, this is bad. If you're identified as level 2 criminals, we can't help you. At this moment, Pagaya and Cornus had already moved far away. Why are you standing so far away to talk to us? Nami asked. Forget it. It doesn't matter. We're already used to being hunted. By the way, why did you come back? Luffy asked Nami. We finally have a chance to go on an adventure, right? It's to find you, Nami. Luffy looked very excited. What adventure? How terrifying are those guys on that island? Didn't I tell you? You didn't see it. And if you did, you would be scared. Nami couldn't help but complain. Although I don't know what their god really is, their inexplicable powers are genuine. Anyway, I absolutely want to go to that cursed place. Nami said, then we'll go by ourselves. You wait here. Luffy still didn't give up on the idea of going. The third update, no? The pursuers will come back. We need to leave this country quickly. Nami said, leave? Don't joke around. Do you think adventure is more important than life? Luffy asked. Of course life. Money comes second. Nami replied. So my next? Sanji walked over with a flirtatious look, only to be punched away by Nami. By the way, we have only been focused on how to get to Sky Island, but haven't thought about how to get back. Is there a safe way to return? Usopp's question hit the nail on the head. Can we return to the Blue Sea? Usopp asked. At this point, safety is not guaranteed. There's a way, we just need to reach the end of the clouds, Coney said. Where's that? That place is in the distant east, but to get there, we need to return to the lower White Sea first. All right, once we get there, we can go back to the original Blue Sea, right? Usopp said happily. No, I don't want to go back yet. Luffy insisted firmly. You want to stay here and be executed? Usopp asked. In any case, staying here longer will get Coney's and the old man into trouble. Although it's hard to escape those guys no matter what, it makes no difference where we stay in this country. Since our location has been exposed, we should leave here as soon as possible, Nami said. Okay, everyone, prepare to set sail. Nami and the others turned and walked towards the Going Merry. Luffy went to pack food, Usopp went to get some ship parts, and the others boarded the ship with Nami. Zoro advised, you know, right? Even if everyone opposes, that guy still wants to go. I don't care, I don't want to go. Nami shook her head. Nami, I know what you're worried about, and I can guess what you saw near the island of Appiato. Our ultimate enemy, this time, is a god. As mentioned before, this god is not really a god. He is just a person who has eaten a devil fruit and gained immense power, with several priests under him. His greatest power is limited. Nami, they definitely won't be our opponents, so don't worry. I am absolutely confident that I can defeat this guy. Only I and Luffy can defeat God Enel. Sudong said with great confidence, which naturally influenced Nami. I see. Immediately, Konis informed everyone about how to leave Sky Island. However, she seemed a bit unnatural while speaking, and only Robin and Sudong noticed the subtle change in her expression. Robin and Sudong exchanged glances, understanding each other's unspoken thoughts. Goodbye, Konis. The people on the ship quickly waved goodbye to Konis. After Konis left, Robin immediately raised a question. Is there really such a current? Of course there is. Nami had no doubt about Konis. Sudong shook his head. There probably won't be such a current. Konis lied to us. As long as we leave here, we will be guided to Appiato. It seems that this battle is unavoidable. Sudong couldn't help but laugh. Nami, however, looked incredulous and asked, is it really like that? But why would Konis deceive us? Forget it, I'm just guessing. Let's let the facts prove my guess. Sudong did not confirm, leaving a glimmer of hope for Nami. At this moment, Usopp, Sanji, and Luffy were still at Angel Beach, while the partners on the ship were originally waiting for the three of them. But then something strange happened. The ship started shaking violently, and then the Going Merry began to sail on its own. Why is the ship moving? How do we stop it? Nami desperately tried to stop the ship, but found it impossible. It seemed that something beneath the ship was pushing the Going Merry forward. What is this? What's going on? Nami asked in astonishment. Did we accidentally board a current? Zoro asked. No, it doesn't feel like that. Finally, something from under the ship surged up. What is this? Sudong answered, this is a specialty of the White Sea, super fast shrimp. Where is this guy taking us? Zoro asked in a panic. Everyone jump off the ship. Zoro had a bad premonition. However, at that moment, countless sky fish followed behind the ship, making it impossible for the Going Merry to stop, nor did it need to stop, because the ship would eventually enter Appiato, which was the place Sudong wanted to reach this time. Sudong still needed to find Enel to practice his Haki with him. We can't escape, and even if we do, there will probably be other traps waiting for us. Whatever we do, it seems to have already begun, Robin said. In that case, let's not overthink it and calmly accept this reality. I said before, we won't be in trouble. Sudong remained calm. Everyone eventually gave up on wanting to do something. All right, we're going back to that island again. Nami slumped on the deck, and the Going Merry had completely left Angel Beach, as well as the home of Pika and Konis on the beach. As time passed, the Going Merry arrived in a forest, and after the super-fast shrimp dumped everyone at a certain spot, it disappeared. What exactly is this place? Chopper asked. At least one thing is certain. This is the interior of Appiato, Nami said. It looks like a living sacrifice altar, Robin said. Living sacrifice altar? Nami repeated. What is a living sacrifice? Chopper asked. It's when living people are offered as sacrifices to the gods, Nami replied. I see. I thought it was for cooking and eating alive, Chopper thought. It's pretty much the same. No matter how. In the end, it all leads to offering one's life to the god, Robin answered. So in the end, we will still be killed. Chopper became timid and scared, falling directly off the ship. Luckily, Robin used her flower fruit to save Chopper. There were many sky sharks behind Chopper, the sky sharks. Chopper then escaped back onto the ship. However, Zoro, worried about Chopper, jumped into the sea of clouds and didn't come back for a while. Don't worry, that guy won't die so easily. Sudong had no intention of saving Zoro. After all, Zoro was the second male lead and wouldn't easily fall. However, after a while, Zoro still hadn't come back, and everyone couldn't help but worry. The first update, Zoro. At this moment, the sky shark suddenly appeared, and Zoro held his weapon in front of its mouth, preventing it from swallowing him. Zoro! Chopper and Nami shouted, clearly worried. Zoro was once again taken into the sea of clouds by the... Chopper was very anxious because Zoro still hadn't come out this time. Could he have been eaten? Nami asked in despair. This guy being taken down by a... That wouldn't be Zoro. Sudong had absolute confidence in Zoro's strength. Zoro must have been eaten. Chopper showed another expression of despair. If he was eaten, the cloud should be stained red, Robin replied. Why do you say such terrifying things so calmly, Robin? Nami couldn't help but complain. At this moment, Zoro shouted loudly. So annoying. It was clear that they had already been defeated by Zoro. Zoro slowly walked up the steps, and was floating above the sea of clouds, clearly having been beaten badly. It's really troublesome. It seems he's quite difficult to deal with in the water, Zoro said. You just knocked out the shark with your fists, didn't you? You're clearly a swordsman. Where did your so-called swordsman's dignity go? Nami couldn't help but scold. You're really annoying. So long-winded. Zoro didn't want to pay attention to Nami. Just then, more appeared around them. Chopper exclaimed, "Wow, so many are coming. If we have to deal with them one by one, the sun will set before we get to the other side," Zoro said. "Even so, we can't just sit here and wait for death, right?" Robin felt that they had to do something. Zoro twisted his clothes and said, "That big shrimp really brought us to an incredible place. Dying of hunger here is what they call heavenly punishment?" Robin asked, "Would a god use such an inconspicuous method?" Zoro also expressed his doubts. "As far as I know, no. This guy might strike us down with lightning," Suit-san guessed. "Strike us down? The bottom of the ship is like this. We can't even get into the water. You should think of a way to fix the ship first, Chopper." Zoro said, "What are you planning to do while asking someone to fix the ship?" Nami immediately questioned, "I want to find a way into the forest. I think we should use the ship as our base. Luffy and the others will definitely come here looking for us. As the saying goes, when lost, stay put," Zoro said. Suit-san thought that this saying was probably made up by Zoro, considering that Zoro was likely the worst navigator. "But what will you do when you get to the forest?" Chopper asked. "Didn't they say there's a god on this island? I want to go meet him and see if he is as amazing as Suit-san said," Zoro said, although not as eagerly as Luffy. He seemed eager nonetheless. "Spare me. Why go meet that inexplicable and terrifying guy for no reason?" Nami also felt Zoro's actions were a bit excessive. "Who knows? Let's see what his attitude is first," Zoro said somewhat condescendingly. "Don't forget, there are gods and priests. You can't anger a god. This is common sense, okay?" Nami warned with her hands on her hips. "Sorry, I'm someone who never prays to gods," Zoro said very arrogantly. "I don't believe in gods at all. Why should I be afraid of angering them?" Zoro's fearless demeanor left Nami feeling utterly desperate. Nami had no choice but to pray to the heavens. Clarifying that she had nothing to do with Zoro, Suit-san couldn't help but laugh more as he watched, finally saying, "When it comes to Enel, only me and Luffy are the more suitable choices. Others should deal with the priests. Generally, it's very hard for ordinary people to touch a Logia-type user, just like Crocodile. But didn't he manage to touch him?" Zoro and the others asked. "That's his own weakness. Once he comes into contact with liquid, the special ability of the Logia type will be disrupted. In other words, he can't elementalize temporarily. However, other Logia type users, like Ace, cannot be touched until they learn Haki." Suit-san explained. "Haki? What's that?" Zoro was a bit confused. "It seems you really haven't come across this knowledge yet. Let me explain briefly." Suit-san roughly explained Haki, which finally helped Zoro and Robin understand. However, Luffy doesn't know Haki either. Why is he suitable for dealing with the god Enel? Zoro, not foolish at all, immediately questioned. "He's a rubber man. Enel's lightning, being a lightning man, is completely ineffective against him. As for me, I've just learned Haki, though it's very basic. At least I can hit Logia-type users." Suit-san then demonstrated his ability, hardening his hands with armament Haki, causing everyone to look a bit dazed. "However, it wouldn't hurt to get to know this guy. After all, we will meet him sooner or later. Instead of doing nothing here, it's better to go find him, right?" Zoro asked Suit-san. "That's right." Suit-san agreed with Zoro on this point. "That vine looks useful," Zoro said, looking up at a vine. "Yes, that's a great idea. Can I go with you?" Suit-san and Mr. Swordsman? Robin asked. "Great. Let's go." Suit-san decided to leave. "Wait a minute. Robin, are you going too?" "Where are you going?" Nami immediately asked. "Look at this. This altar has been built for at least 1,000 years. Seeing such a historic thing makes my body restless. The older the place, the more treasures are likely to be hidden. If I could find a few gem fragments, it could help with this ship." Robin's words immediately struck a chord with Nami. "I want to go too." Nami immediately raised her hand. "Weren't you just very scared?" Chopper asked. Then, using the vine, Robin, Zoro, Nami, and Suit-san swung into the forest, while Chopper took care of the Mary. Everyone set off toward the interior of the forest together. As they walked, Zoro took the initiative to chat with everyone. "I wonder where this god is," Zoro asked. "If he is a god, he should have seen through all our movements by now," Robin replied. "If he was willing to come out himself, it would be easier," Zoro said. "Perhaps he has seen us, but is just waiting for the right moment," Suit-san speculated randomly. "It's better if he doesn't come out. You have no idea how terrifying this god is." Nami couldn't help but recall the terrifying scene from before. The second update, "God, please stay quiet. And bless me to find treasure." Nami couldn't help but pray again. Anyway, even walking along the riverbank didn't make any progress. "Should we cross the river and see what's on the other side?" Zoro asked. "That's true," Robin nodded. "But how do we get across? Should we swing over with vines like before? Or find a piece of wood?" Nami almost fell into the sea of clouds, and suddenly charged out, nearly swallowing Nami whole. Fortunately, Zoro reacted quickly and kicked the away. "Damn it, how can there be one here too?" Absolutely not. I won't cross this river. I don't want to become bait for the... Nami was truly scared by the previous encounter with the... However, even continuing to walk along the riverbank might not get them to the other side, Zoro advised. If you want to go, you go alone, Zoro. At this point, Nami was backing down. Hey, if you're that scared, you shouldn't have followed us in the first place. Zoro couldn't help but want to argue with Nami. It was Robin who temporarily stopped their quarrel. You two, take a look at the land over here. Robin pinched the ground. What's wrong with it? This is the ground, isn't it? Nami said. Don't forget, this is an empty island. Robin then turned to look at Sudong. Indeed, there was no soft, fluffy feeling here. Zoro also noticed it. All right, didn't we say the empty island is built on the island clouds? It's been a long time since I've touched the ground like this. Why is this island different? Nami also didn't react at first, then looked at everyone staring at Sudong and couldn't help but look at Sudong as well. Yes, that's right, just as I said before. This is part of Gaia, which was washed up into the sky by the raging sea currents and eventually formed this place. So only here has land. Sudong reiterated his point of view. It seems this is an incredible island. It certainly deserves further investigation, Robin said. The group continued to explore, and at that moment, Nami suddenly said, Huh? Do you guys feel something moving? Really? Zoro said he didn't feel anything. Robin, Sudong. Did you see anything? Nami asked. I don't know. I didn't see anything, Robin said. I didn't see anything either, but I feel like there should be someone. Sudong's words made Nami think he was joking on purpose. Maybe it's a monkey? Zoro guessed. A monkey? Who knows? I think we should go to the other side of the river, Robin suggested. Walking? What if we get attacked by the again? Nami said, somewhat scared. Robin didn't know what to say. Sudong had nothing to say about Nami's fear. No matter how many times he told her not to be scared. She just wouldn't listen. Robin then discovered some stone steps and said, if we go further, we might find more clues. At that moment, Sudong heard a whistle. What was that sound just now? Nami asked. Don't ask. Don't move, Zoro said, looking serious and ready to fight. Robin also showed a serious expression, while Sudong remained completely unchanged. Just then, En suddenly charged out towards Nami and Zoro. I told you not to joke around. Damn it. Zoro punched the crocodile away again, while Robin used countless hands to lock its mouth shut as it charged out. They fell into the sea of clouds, and Robin couldn't help but say, today is really your disaster day, referring to Nami. Nami slumped on the ground and said, thank you. If I'm not mistaken, Chopper must have blown the whistle. He must be in danger and called for the Sky Knight. Gonfu. Sudong shared his speculation. After all, in this world, if Sudong didn't forcefully change the plot, it usually wouldn't change much. From what Sudong knew, Chopper would naturally become a living sacrifice there and would be killed by one of the priests, and in a moment of desperation, Chopper would blow the whistle. What? We need to rush back. Zoro and the others were concerned about Chopper's safety. Sudong shook his head and said, no need. You can explore however you want. I'll go back. It's faster and more convenient for me. Don't forget my abilities. After saying that, Sudong spread his demon wings and flew toward the Mary. When he arrived, a priest was destroying the Mary. In fact, even if this priest didn't destroy the Mary, the keel part was already in bad shape. However, seeing Chopper desperately protecting the Mary, Sudong still chose to intervene. Whoosh! Sudong instantly appeared in front of the priest. XuCang's. Chopper looked at him like a great savior. Hey, if you want to destroy our ship, you didn't even greet me. Do you want to die? Sudong looked coldly at the person in front of him. You? It seems you're also one of the living sacrifices? Where are the others? Come together so I don't have to run around. What do you say? The priest said with a cold smile, seemingly not taking Sudong seriously. I don't want to fight you because you're not worthy. Go back and call Enel out to fight me, Sudong said. That's really funny. With you? Do you deserve to have the god Enel take action? Such big words. Don't resist. Obediently go die. That way, you can die more comfortably. The priest still looked down on Sudong. Since you insist on making a move, then go ahead. Sudong further disregarded the other party. Both sides looked down on each other, feeling the other's words were quite big. Then the priest finally said, in that case, I have no choice but to crush you. But before I crush you, I must tell you something in advance. I am the priest of the empty island, the celestial knight, Shura. This is my mount, the three-footed bird, named Ponzue. Your companions are desperately rushing to this place. Secretly on this island, there are 4 areas managed by our priests. According to the rules, when a target enters one of these areas, other priests cannot attack them. However, this living sacrifice altar does not belong to any area. In other words, this is a free zone, meaning anyone can attack. However, they must wait until a challenger in a certain area dies to begin. Chopper immediately panicked and said, so, Does that mean Luffy and the others? No, don't be nervous. I'm not here because your companions are dead. Unfortunately, the reason I'm here is for other reasons. The priest said. The third update. Other reasons? Chopper was taken aback for a moment, then immediately reacted. So, if Luffy and the others come here to rescue us, we can escape, right? Although he was quite displeased, the priest nodded. Yes, that's how it is if you can escape this free zone. But don't rush. The reason I came here for other reasons means that the original rules of sanctions will have some changes if there are exceptional circumstances, the priest said. Exceptional circumstances? Exactly. For example, if 3 or 4 live sacrifices attempt to escape across the vines to the forest on the other side. The priest said. Chopper took a moment to process this, and realized that the culprit was Zoro. The crime of the escapees must be paid for with someone's life. This is the truth known as sacrifice in the world. Although you have returned, those people have not. In order for them to understand the sin they have committed more deeply after witnessing the death of their companion, you will obediently offer your lives to the gods. The celestial knight Shura said a lot and finally drew his sword. How could Sudong let this priest kill Chopper and himself? Sudong deflected the sword that was aimed at him. Oh, I didn't expect you to have some skill, but can you block all my attacks? After Shura's words fell, he began to attack Sudong in various ways with his weapon. However, while attacking, Shura was shocked because he possessed observation Haki, which allowed him to foresee a brief future. Impressive. I didn't expect someone like you to exist in the Qinghai, able to block all my attacks. It seems you are a master even in Qinghai. Shura praised Sudong and immediately added, but it doesn't matter. In the end, you will still die by my hand. Huh. At that moment, a figure appeared, directly attacking Shura. Sorry to keep you waiting. Sky Knight. At this time, Chopper saw that the Sky Knight had also arrived, which naturally boosted his confidence. After all, 2 people stood here on their side. With 2 against 1, they couldn't possibly lose, right? Sudong immediately stood in front of Chopper, while the Sky Knight entangled with the priest. This is quite a rare visitor, Ganfu. Both Shura and Ganfu had mounts, and naturally flew up on them, starting a battle in the sky. This is indeed a match between equals. Let's go a bit harder, Pierre, Ganfu said. What does the old fool want from me? Just play with him cross-legged. The celestial knight Shura didn't think he would lose to an old man. This island doesn't need 2 gods. The 2 fought each other, and Sudong seemed somewhat unnecessary. In the end, the Sky Knight extended his hand, seemingly using a repulsion shell, easily dealing with the celestial knight, which deeply moved Chopper. We need to step it up, Pierre Ganfu. Ganfu had no intention of letting the celestial knight go and continued to chase him. Bastard. You came prepared, didn't you? You are already a criminal. I'll let you see what happens to those who anger me. Trial of the rope. The celestial knight opened his hand and fought with all his strength against Ganfu. The 2 fought spectacularly, while Sudong silently protected Chopper, sometimes enjoying the feeling of watching others fight. Both sides moved quickly, and Chopper couldn't help but say, I can't see what they're doing at all. Their speed is so fast, so amazing. Fortunately, I can see clearly, Sudong said. The old man no longer holds any fantasies of being able to match you, Ganfu said while fighting with the opponent. You're still so indecisive. The celestial knight continued to fight fiercely against Ganfu. Suddenly, Ganfu seemed unable to move. Why? Why can't I move? What did you do? Ganfu asked. You fell for it, right? I have no need to answer a dead man's questions. Just as the celestial knight's flaming sword was about to pierce Ganfu, Sudong appeared again. This time he used the armament Haki he had just learned. The armament Haki hardened, directly deflecting the opponent's flaming sword completely. What? This is impossible. Just with physical strength? Who is this guy? Ganfu showed an incredulous expression as he looked at Sudong. Don't underestimate the Qinghai you speak of. Any random warlord there might be able to defeat the gods you mention. Sudong then performed a sudden kick, sending the celestial knight and the bird he was riding flying. And on this kick, Sudong also used armament Haki. Yes, Sudong had already mastered armament Haki, applying it to his hands and feet. Sudong's attack power was already strong, not to mention the fusion with armament Haki. His hands and feet turned pitch black, as hard as steel. Who on earth is this guy? Ganfu had never seen armament Haki and only felt that Sudong was not simple. The trial of the rope is not that simple. Don't think you can get through easily. This time, the celestial knight, Shura, charged again towards Sudong. You weakling. Even if you can use your so-called mind web to predict my movements, you won't be able to react in time. I should be right. Sudong then used high-speed tactics, utilizing his sudden movement and the demon's high-speed motion to rush towards the celestial knight at an incredible speed. Sudong's speed was unimaginable. How is that possible? The Celestial Knight watched as Sudong disappeared. In his mind web, he predicted that he would be knocked away, but Sudong was obviously far away from him. However, the next second, Sudong appeared right in front of him. You can predict me, and I can predict you too, but I ask, is this meaningful? In the face of absolute strength? Sudong's words were not wrong. Using the mind web requires complete focus. If one is being beaten unilaterally, their thoughts will become chaotic, and observation haki cannot be used. This time, Sudong truly stunned the opponent. Sudong unleashed his armament haki to its fullest, using the power of his first form to charge forward directly. The demon impact made the surrounding air sharks timid. Boom! The Celestial Knight Shura's body disappeared like a cannonball. It's so strong. It seems to be immune to this guy's special abilities. Who exactly are you? From Qinghai. Ganfu finally couldn't help but ask. Sudong replied, me? I'm just a person from Qinghai. The first update. Alright, since this guy's already been defeated by me, I will head back now, Sudong said. Wait, does that mean every person from Qinghai is as powerful as you? Ganfu, being a former god, was naturally unaware of the outside situation, so he asked Sudong. Not really. If everyone was as strong as me, the entire ocean would probably be unstable, Sudong replied, leaving a profound impression on Ganfu with his gaze. Sugang, thank you. And thank you too, Sky Knight. Chopper expressed his gratitude to the Sky Knight. Sudong quickly flew back to the spot where everyone had separated earlier and found that they were still in place. However, at this time, Nami had climbed to a very high place and was looking around with a telescope. Sudong informed everyone that Chopper was fine, and then they all heard an explosion. What was that explosion about? Everyone asked, but no one could answer their questions. Never mind. Let's just move forward for now. Nami continued along the giant branch, heading forward. Zoro and Robin were somewhat puzzled. What did you see? Did you see a god or something? Zoro asked. Not at all. Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't understand. This path isn't easy to walk, Nami complained as she walked. Didn't you say this path would be faster? Robin said. Stop teasing us. What exactly did you see? Zoro asked. Don't ask for now. Just shut up and follow me. We need to find a way to reach the coast first, Nami said. By the way, give me a hand, Sudong. Nami looked at Sudong, who could obviously fly, yet was still behind her, and her temper flared up. What a fierce person. Didn't you say you'd lead the way? If you're asking people to follow you, shouldn't you be at the front? Zoro didet Sugang. The coast. Robin reacted. Exactly. I want to get a little closer to confirm. I still can't believe my eyes, Nami said. I have something I'm concerned about too. Although I haven't found evidence yet. If these absurd assumptions are true, it would be interesting. Perhaps my purpose for living can continue. Robin said thoughtfully. But for now, it's just an assumption, Robin added. It's not just an assumption. Although I don't know what you're talking about. What you want is definitely here, Sudong said, expressing his inner thoughts. Robin looked at Sudong and just responded with a hum. Not dismissively, but with a hint of gratitude. Thus, everyone continued moving toward the coast. Robin said, the coast should be very close now. I can hear the sound of the waves. Can you hear it? Zoro looked up ahead. It really is. It's right in front. Nami's expression was a mix of surprise, excitement, and enthusiasm. Let's go. Zoro couldn't help but complain. So what are we going to see? Why is this guy grinning like an idiot? No idea. Did you see gold or something? Sudong guessed, as he couldn't possibly know everything about the original story. There are also other sounds mixed in with the sound of the waves, Robin said. There are some unpleasant sounds like the noise of many people rushing in, just like the sounds we got tired of hearing in Alabasta. Zoro said with a slight smile. Are you okay? Robin looked at Sudong. Chopper is fine now. I just defeated a priest and saved him, Sudong said. No. I was worried about the captain and the others. Since we were taken away, they shouldn't just stand by, right? Robin said. Sudong thought for a moment and then said, of course, Luffy and the others had to cross the forest to get to the living sacrifice area. Crossing the forest means undergoing the priest tests, so Luffy and the others should have defeated one of the priests too. Therefore, some people began to resist the god Enel, which I can understand. What Sudong said was naturally correct. The situation seemed to be getting more and more complicated. Robin had already sensed the chaotic struggles between the forces in the Sky Island. However, it was clear that Zoro had long been accustomed to being caught up in all sorts of troubles. In such matters, being anxious was futile. Zoro generally wouldn't worry about anyone. That's true, Robin agreed. At this moment, Nami accidentally fell down, but she was fine. She seemed to be fascinated as she walked forward. Nami, hey! Zoro called out to Nami, but she showed no sign of stopping. What happened to her suddenly? Robin asked curiously. Seriously, she suddenly got energized as soon as we reached the seaside, Zoro complained. Finally, she stopped. What is it? Sudong said. At this moment, Nami stopped and said, sure enough, I wasn't mistaken. What is this? Robin also gazed at everything before her. Hey, Nami should almost tell us. When everyone looked at what was in front of them, they completely understood. There was no need to say anything more, right? Look at this. Doesn't it seem familiar? It seems it's not a legend. We just saw it this morning, Nami said. What is going on? Why is what's on the ground appearing here? Is it the same thing? Zoro asked in disbelief. It's different. This thing is the other half of what we saw on the ground, Robin said. The group then looked at Sudong with disbelief. How would you guess this too? It seems you already knew before stepping into the Sky Island. Everyone couldn't help but look at Sudong and ask. Sudong smiled slightly and casually made up a story. I can't foresee the future. Do you believe it? Rather than saying that, it would be better to say that my DevilFruit allows me to understand things more quickly. Would that be more acceptable? Why does there exist land that shouldn't exist in the White Sea? After all, this island is not made of clouds. The island known as Appiato originally existed in Shanghai. What exactly is it? It is naturally part of Gaia Island. Seeing everything before your eyes, you should be able to confirm it, right? Every time Sudong spoke, everyone initially thought he was joking, but when the facts were laid out before them, they realized Sudong's divinity. That big house, clearly 2 stories high, yet there were no stairs leading to the 2nd floor, and there was no reason to build a house on such a cliff. It turned out that the coast was the crack of the island. The second update. This is indeed the other half that was separated. This is Gaia Island. So it was said that a long time ago, it was the sky current that split the island in 2, and one half came to the sky. Zoro said, although this seems ridiculous, Sudong is right. Only the current can make this island fly so high, Nami said. The land of gold discovered by Rolando, which once existed underground, did not sink into the sea. It turns out Gaia Island has always been floating in the sky. Nami then became very excited. Thank you, God. After all the hardships, we arrived at the Sky Island, and I didn't expect this to be the land of gold. This must be a reward for my usual good deeds. Nami showed a very satisfied expression. Aren't you afraid of the god on this island? Zoro couldn't help but retort. God? What does that matter? Can he be worth more than gold? Nami said, you were just thanking the god a moment ago. Robin also said a bit speechlessly. This guy has no idea what he's talking about anymore. Zoro was completely speechless. That's just how Nami is. There's no helping it. Sudong said with a smile. If Luffy didn't want to be the pirate king, if Nami didn't love money, and if Usopp wasn't cowardly, would they still be pirates? After everyone understood certain things, they naturally returned to the vicinity of the Mary. They called out to Chopper, who came out crying. Chopper felt that everyone entrusted the Mary to him, but he messed it up. Sudong had already told everyone what had just happened. As comrades, everyone naturally did not take it to heart, but instead worked hard to comfort Chopper. At that moment, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp appeared on a strange little boat in front of everyone. Miss Nami, Robin, sorry to keep you waiting. I came to rescue you through the trial of love. Sanji waved excitedly. It seems they are all in good spirits, so I can finally relax. Nami also felt relieved. After Usopp boarded the ship and saw that the main mast was gone, he almost fainted. However, he did not blame Chopper, but went to repair the ship instead. The Sky Knight Gonfor, old and weak, had suffered some blows in the previous battle. Therefore, he was injured and recuperating on the Mary. Luffy looked at the old man and felt very sympathetic. I didn't expect that just because of a free service whistle, we would end up in such a situation. If the Sky Knight and Sudong hadn't come, the ship would have been done for. Chopper also knew the gap in strength between himself and the priest. Although he still had many questions to ask him, he decided to wait until he woke up to talk. Also, thank you, Sanji said to the ugly Pegasus beside him. With the ship in such a state, we won't be able to return to Angel Island until tomorrow. In any case, let us camp by the lake in the forest for now, Sanji said. Luffy didn't understand why they had to do this and asked, why? What if we end up fighting on the ship and it really gets destroyed? Can't you think a little? Usopp said to Luffy. Besides, it's more convenient to fight on the shore, right? Sanji added, all right, I agree with camping. Camping. I want to have a bonfire party. Luffy and Chopper inexplicably became excited. Wait a minute, this is enemy territory. Camping? Are you kidding me? Usopp couldn't help but curse. All right, let us roast the empty shark we caught earlier and eat it, Luffy said excitedly. Next, Luffy got to eat roasted fish as he wished, and everyone sat around the bonfire. It was practically a barbecue. Sudong then said, well, since we've been apart for a while, let us have a brief information exchange. Everyone then shared what had happened on their side, and everyone gained a new understanding of the Sky Island. Some people were interested in the land of gold, while others were interested in the heartnet. What is that? Zoro asked. I don't know. It should be considered a kind of sixth sense, Sanji guessed. Gold. I've been looking forward to an adventure like this for a long time. It's so exciting. Luffy was eager to try again, which happened to suit Nami's intentions. This is more like it. You understand quickly. Nami smiled proudly. Luffy, did you forget the warning from the gorillas? Usopp asked. Did you meet those gorillas? Sudong asked. Yes, but we didn't fight. They just warned us, Sanji said. Overall, these guys should be our enemies against Enel. So they can't be considered absolute enemies, Sudong said. That said, the situation isn't good. We still need to curb their arrogance. After all, in their eyes, we are all high and mighty. Sudong added. Enemies of the gods? The gods will get angry, right? That is scary, right? Chopper said timidly. It seems quite interesting. Robin smiled slightly, showing no fear at all. Sanji echoed. With treasure at stake, how could pirates sit idly by? The enemies are strong enough. It looks like this will become a survival game. Zoro is also very excited. I really want to give Enel a good beating and let him see the skills I just learned. Sudong saw that the atmosphere was heated up and naturally expressed his true thoughts. Can't everyone show a little fear towards that god? If we really incur divine wrath, I want to take responsibility. Usopp's eyes instantly watered. After all, it's a god. How come the comrades aren't scared at all? Ha ha ha. All right, it's decided. Let's go find a gold. Luffy excitedly announced. Of course, Luffy meant early tomorrow morning. Not now. That night, Chopper and Zoro went to gather some edible ingredients. Sanji continued to prepare meals for everyone, making various dishes for what they found, and also obtained some distilled water for everyone. Robin returned with some salt crystals, while Usopp looked for some wood to repair the ship. Later, while Nami and the others ate Sanji's stew, they began summarizing all the information and stories they already knew, holding a pre-battle meeting. After all, everyone wanted to find the land of gold tomorrow and end their journey in the Sky Island. After a long discussion, Robin finally got to the point. I remember the last sentence was, I saw gold in the right eye of the skeleton. That's it, Nami said, based on Sudong's meaning. I aligned the map that Robin obtained on Gaia Island with the map of the land of the gods. Although it's just a rough estimate. If we connect these two maps along the position of the house by the coast, look, this is the overall view of Gaia Island 400 years ago. Everyone saw a skeleton figure. It's a skeleton. It looks just like a skeleton. Everyone exclaimed together. The third update. In that case, what does the right eye of the skull refer to? Usopp asked. Right here, Rolando wanted to say it referred to the whole island. But now only half of the island remained, so no one could solve this puzzle. Nami said, after a long time, it turned out to be like this. Usopp finally understood. So that's how it is. Zoro also realized it. Treasure. Treasure. Now that Luffy knew the location of the treasure, he was naturally even more excited. How do we get there? Sudong was not directionally challenged. He could easily make it on his own, but he had a team to consider. Next, we just need to head straight in this direction. However, during this period, we can't neglect the ship. So today, we will split into two small teams to act. It will definitely be fine. There must be a huge amount of gold waiting for us here. Nami confidently adjusted her glasses. Nami usually didn't wear glasses, but this was an exception. After the combat meeting concluded, Sudong had an idea. He could create wooden clones. So he planned to use a wooden clone to guard the Mary, while his main body and another team searched for gold, thus not delaying either side. This idea was naturally supported by everyone. After filling up, let's go find the gold tomorrow. Tomorrow will be sunny too, right? Luffy asked. Of course, because we're in the clouds. By the way, it's already very late. We need to put out the unnecessary fire. Otherwise, it will only let the enemies know our location. Robin, who had been vigilant for years, said. Luffy casually replied, what nonsense. Did you hear that, Usopp? She actually wants us to put out the fire. But we can't blame her. After all, Robin had recently lived in darkness. She just didn't know. The word from Usopp and Luffy left Robin quite confused. What do you mean? Robin asked. Unexpectedly, Luffy and Usopp burst into laughter. When it comes to camping, we should have a bonfire party. People can die, but the fire cannot go out. That is the way of life. The things Usopp and Luffy said were simply foolish. Nami scolded. You guys should know how dangerous this forest is, right? I don't know. Luffy replied defiantly. With priests and gorillas around, even without them, the nighttime forest is already dangerous enough. There might even be ferocious beasts and monsters. As a normal person, Nami's thinking was naturally normal. Hey, Luffy, is this bonfire rack okay? Zoro and Sanji had already prepared the bonfire rack. Nami was speechless. How come you guys are so full of energy too? It's fine. Miss Nami. Rather, ferocious beasts fear fire the most. Sanji said fearlessly. As a result, countless pairs of eyes had already emerged from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a wolf walked out of the forest. Chopper acted as a translator, and its meaning was roughly, "You guys are so noisy. You brats better go to sleep. A bunch of fools. You guys don't want to fight us for territory, do you? No, we were forcibly brought here." Chopper was translating for everyone while conveying his own meaning. However, in a moment of impulse, Nami knocked out an evil wolf. At this point, the atmosphere around them was getting worse. Countless wolves were eyeing them, ready to attack at any moment. The wolf that had just spoken stopped the others. Chopper quickly translated for his companions. "Stop. Even if you all go together, you're no match for them. Miss, that punch you threw is quite strong. I really like you." Then, Luffy started the bonfire party again. This time, not only did the Straw Hats participate, but even the surrounding wolves joined in. Robin watched everyone and finally smiled. Sudong slowly sat down next to Robin and said, "So, how about this group of partners? Interesting partners." "I never thought my life could be like this," Robin said. "Fool, anyone can choose their own life. What kind of person you become is not about ability, but about your choices," Sudong said. "Do I have a choice?" "I hope I do," Robin said, her voice tinged with worry, which Sudong intentionally overlooked. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Have even the Cloud Wolves been tamed? Daring to make such a racket in Enel's territory, it seems only these guys would do that." The speaker was, of course, the Sky Knight, the former god, Gonfer. "Old man, are you all right? I didn't expect you to get so tired dealing with a priest," Sudong said disrespectfully, but there was no disrespect intended. Gonfer clearly understood and immediately said, "I'll take that as you caring for me. I'm fine, but I've really caused you trouble. I originally wanted to save you. What you said is more than enough. If it weren't for Chopper blowing the whistle to call you, I would have rushed over," Zoro stated honestly. "Indeed, I can't predict every detail." "Thank you, Sky Knight Gonfer. You saved Chopper and our ship." Sudong also expressed his gratitude. "Wow, weird old man. Do you want to dance?" Luffy asked. "Is Miss Cornice all right?" Gonfer replied, "Don't worry. The father and daughter are at my home. No one can find them." "Is that so? That's great. I was really worried about her." Sanji said, "Great. They're all fine. All right, everyone, throw Chopper up," Usopp suggested. "Why? Ha ha ha." After being thrown up, Chopper immediately laughed. Everyone played and frolicked freely, enjoying the bonfire party, and Sudong felt unprecedentedly relaxed. "I just heard what you said. This island was originally called Gaia, right? Then you probably don't know why it is now called the Holy Land," Gonfer said. "For you people from the Blue Sea, the ground here is a natural thing, right? But this is something that shouldn't exist in the sky. Although island clouds can nurture plants, they cannot give birth to them. Green leaves and soil are things that originally didn't exist in the sky, which we call base." Gonfer pinched a handful of soil and said, "For those who live in the sky, it is our eternal longing." Gonfer shared the information about base with everyone, and the bonfire party gradually came to an end. Eventually, everyone went camping with some in their tents. Soon after, Usopp got up as if to go to the bathroom, but he saw someone knocking on the Mary. It seemed someone was repairing the Mary. But who could it be at 3:30 in the morning? Usopp felt puzzled and surprised. There shouldn't be anyone on the ship. Due to the heavy fog, Usopp found it difficult to see clearly, but he could confirm that someone was definitely repairing the ship. Usopp shouted in surprise, thinking he saw a monster, and collapsed in fear. When Zoro came out, he thought Usopp was just asleep and carried him back inside. Eventually, everyone fell asleep, but only Sudong had not closed his eyes yet. Sudong got up and slowly walked over to Gonfor, asking Gonfor, "You don't need to pretend to be asleep anymore. Do you have something on your mind?" "Yeah, since you noticed, I'll get up," Gonfor said as he slowly sat up. "Your strength is impressive. I honestly don't know who among you is stronger," Gonfor remarked. "Well, we'll have to fight to find out," Sudong replied, though he felt very confident inside. "I didn't expect your companion to defeat Suddy. Now you are completely against Enel. And Shandia will definitely not let this great opportunity slip away. I have no idea what Enel wants or what his goals are. This guy is very strong. If you plan to fight him, please be careful," Gonfor warned. "Understood. Thank you for your concern," Sudong replied. In the past, Sudong might not have been able to handle Enel. After all, Enel is a Logia user. However, with his current mastery of Haki, he could physically touch Enel. And with all his powerful abilities, he felt completely confident. The night passed quickly. As dawn broke, Usopp discovered that the Going Merry had mysteriously been repaired. "See, I told you someone was here yesterday," Usopp complained. Everyone was equally surprised, exclaiming, "What? The Going Merry has been repaired. I saw it. So it wasn't a dream. Even the broken main mast has been fixed." "That's impressive," Robin said. "But to be honest, it looks quite shabby," Sanji added. There are still good people in this world. Huh. Luffy felt lucky as well. It's true that someone came by. I saw it again, Usopp reiterated. But who would come to help us repair the ship in such a remote place? Aside from us, aren't there only enemies left here in Apeidu? Zoro questioned. But that means it's not in flying mode anymore, Usopp said. Yeah, speaking of which, I'm also curious. Why would someone who helped us repair the ship know what the Going Merry originally looked like? Usopp pondered in confusion. They even knew it didn't have a rooster comb, wings, or a tail. Who did Usopp actually see? Chopper asked, also quite curious. No matter how you think about it, it has to be just a dream. Zoro expressed his disbelief. I might have an idea of who repaired it, but you wouldn't believe me if I told you. So I'll keep it to myself, Sudong teased, but everyone became intrigued by the ship repair he mentioned. I think the Going Merry repaired itself, Sudong said, and immediately everyone lost interest. They all felt that what Sudong said was nonsense. How could a ship repair itself? Forget it. No matter who repaired it, we have a lot of things to do, Nami said, not really caring who fixed the ship, as long as it wasn't damaged. There were indeed many things to attend to. The Going Merry had previously been left on the altar, and Sudong flew over and used his powers to bring it down. Once everything was prepared, Nami began a simple explanation. All right, everyone look at the map. The exploration team's route is like this, going straight south. At this right eye area, there should be some ruins, of course. We must also be careful of various enemies, and then bring back the gold, Nami explained. You make it sound simple, Zoro retorted. I'm more than happy to investigate the ruins, Robin agreed. What is wrong with you? Always talking about gold. Aren't you going to come yourself? Luffy asked. Exactly. Because it's too scary, Nami replied. You clearly want the gold, but won't take the risk. How strange, how perverted, Chopper complained. What did you say? Nami's expression changed, instantly scaring Chopper into shaking his head. During this time, we will take the Going Merry and leave this island. It's very dangerous here. We need to get to the coast near the ruins as soon as possible. We will meet there and escape from Skypiea, Nami planned. By then, we will be the wealthy pirates. We can buy as much as we want. Nami said, that sounds great. I can eat meat to my heart's content. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. To ensure the safety of the ship, I plan to use my clones to guard it, as previously agreed. If any enemies attack on the way, it will prevent a lot of trouble, Sudong stated. Of course, Nami nodded, thus ensuring her own safety. By the way, Sudong, does your clone technique have any limitations? Like, does the strength decrease, or can you not control them over long distances? Sanji asked with interest. No, they possess the same strength as me and are independent entities. Of course, they are products of my will, so there are no limitations, Sudong replied. So, does that mean we are leaving now? That's awesome. Soon, the Going Merry set sail once again, and Sudong used a wooden clone to leave his clone on the Going Merry. Sudong's main body naturally went on an adventure with Luffy and the others. Once again in such an exaggerated jungle, Zoro walked in a different direction. Zoro, what are you doing? The west is over here. Really? I'm defeated by your poor sense of direction. Luffy couldn't help but complain. West. ISNT at east? Chopper said, somewhat speechless. Hey Luffy, why can't you ever listen to others properly? Since it's the skeleton's right eye, of course it's on the right side. Are you an idiot? Zoro scolded. Sudong glanced at Chopper, and Chopper looked back at Sudong. Then they both said, you two are really two peas in a pod. We should be heading south. Chopper, please tell them if they don't know the way, just follow me, Sudong instructed Chopper. Chopper nodded, saying, okay, no problem. Robin smiled at Sudong. These guys are really interesting, Sudong said to Robin. Then, everyone regrouped and headed south again. Besides, too peaceful. We haven't encountered a half-god yet. We really are a bit unlucky, Zoro said while walking. Isn't it interesting? Do you really want to encounter enemies and surprises that much? Robin asked. The second time, Chopper was originally smiling, but suddenly stopped. Sudong also sensed that something was a bit off around them. However, he couldn't pinpoint it, so he didn't dwell on it. Everyone continued walking forward. I feel like something is not right, Robin said. What is that strange patterned giant root? Luffy couldn't help but ask. A root? Why would a root move? Zoro inquired. It turned out that it was not a root at all, but the body of a giant snake. At that moment, the giant snake stuck out its tongue and let out a roar. On one side, they encountered the giant snake, while on the other side, on the Merry, the injured Gonfu was finally planning to take advantage of everyone sailing to share some knowledge. Let me tell you about the history of this country, Gonfu said. I was still a god until 6 years ago. Did you hit your head or something, old man? Usopp thought Gonfu had lost his mind. The Pegasus immediately opened its mouth and bit down on Usopp's head. Keep talking, Sudong waved his hand, and the ugly Pegasus finally released its grip. Thank you. Usopp immediately expressed his gratitude to Sudong. Fu continued, here in Appiato, as you know, it appeared within the Sky Island. It is said that 400 years ago, before that, the Sky Island was a very peaceful and serene place, occasionally receiving the limited resources from the blue sea brought by the upward ocean currents. For us Sky people, it was a very precious treasure. All the base on the Sky Island came here by chance. However, it is impossible for such a huge base like Appiato to come to the sky. It is simply a miracle. The Sky people naturally regarded this place as a holy land bestowed by the heavens and felt very happy. But there were already indigenous people on the base, so a battle for the base broke out, and those indigenous people were the Shandians. Fu said. Are they the gorillas? Usopp asked. So they used to live on Gaia Island? Sanji inquired. Yes, they must have been forced to follow the island into the sky. Fu replied. But you drove them out of this island? Nami confirmed. Yes, the Sky people took away their homeland for their own selfish desires. And for the next 400 years, the war between the Shandians and the Sky people has not ceased. The Shandians merely want to reclaim their homeland. Fu replied. That's really sad. Nami said. Isn't that your fault? Sanji and Usopp both retorted, and then the two were bitten by the Pegasus. That's right, just as you said. Thank you for your medicine. I'll take it now, Fu said while taking his medicine. Nami then asked, so what about God Enel? Where did God Enel come from? Fu then said, when I was still a god, he suddenly led his troops to attack from some Sky Island, defeating the divine army I led and the Shandians. And then he ruled Appiato. That was 6 years ago. Now most members of the divine army are forced to do hard labor under Enel's command. And I don't know the details. But for the Shandians, no matter who is the god, the situation hasn't changed at all. They just want to reclaim their homeland. Fu said, why did those Shandians, who just want to reclaim their homeland, attack us? When we first arrived in the sky, Sanji asked. The divine army that was oppressed and forced into labor occasionally managed to grab a ship and escape. To the Shandians, they are naturally enemies. So they wouldn't let them go. They must have mistaken them for someone else. It's really unfair that just because of a misunderstanding, their lives are on the line. Sanji also felt it was somewhat unreasonable. The reason I became a Sky Knight was to help those fugitives escape to other Sky Islands smoothly. Because they are criminals. They can no longer stay in this country monitored by Enel, Fu said. From what you're saying, God Enel is simply a terrifying big demon king. Sanji said, a demon king? No, he's even worse than that. Enel would label people like you who come from abroad with baseless charges and lead the Sky Island residents to the place of punishment, which would make the people feel guilty. When people feel their actions are sinful, it is when their hearts are most vulnerable. Enel is very aware of this. He creates lost sheep and rules over them as if he were a god. He's indeed a tough opponent, Fu said. So this guy is not only strong in terms of power, but also cunning in ruling others. Sudong's wooden clone commented nearby. Exactly, Fu nodded. When we first arrived at Angel Beach, we thought it was a paradise. Who knew it would be like this? The once golden country has really flown to an incredible place. Nami also sighed. By the way, you were talking about this last night, gold. What exactly is it? Fu asked. The people on the ship were confused, as it was rare for anyone not to have heard of gold. Meanwhile, on the expedition team's side, Luffy shouted, Run! It's a python! Chopper and the others were all startled and jumped around. How can it be so big? Could it be because of the Sky Island's environment? Robin asked. This guy is just like a catfish. Watch me chop you. Zoro was about to attack when the giant python with the strange pattern charged at him very agilely. How can it be so huge yet so agile? Zoro couldn't help but exclaim. This kind of monster is not something ordinary people can handle. Leave it to me. Sudong rushed out, faster than the giant python. Splash! The giant python spat out a mouthful of venom that could corrode anything. Sudong, Robin, and Zoro shouted. Earth release, earth flow wall. Sudong had already used the earth flow wall, and a massive earthen wall stood in front of him, blocking the venom. However, soon, the wall was also corroded by the venom. Such strong venom. First, I'll bind you. Would release, forest of everything. Sudong clasped his hands together and unleashed a powerful wood-release technique. Countless intertwining roots instantly grew from the ground, capturing the giant python. Wood release, 4-pillar prison technique. Sudong used his wood release again, and the giant snake was not only bound but also surrounded by massive wooden pillars. Let's retreat for now. We don't need to fight this thing here, Sudong said, only to find that his companions had already run away. Amazing. Only Luffy was excitedly cheering. What kind of technique is that? Is it also your fruit ability? The third update. You mentioned the wood release just now? That's a jutsu only found in the ninja world. Sudong revealed the facts. To think such a large poisonous python could be trapped by you so easily. That's simply amazing. Luffy transformed into a fanboy, very curious about the jutsu Sudong just used. By the way, where did our companions go? Sudong then noticed that aside from Luffy and himself, the others had already gotten separated. What should we do? Luffy, how about we head to our destination for now? We might run into them. Sudong suggested. Sure, let's go find the gold. Luffy nodded. The two then set off towards their destination together. As for the Mary, everyone was still slowly moving above the Cloud River. With no wind, the Mary was using the impact shell of the crow to move forward slowly. At this time, Gonfer continued to share some things with everyone. When I first met you, I refer to myself as a mercenary because you see people couldn't keep up with the sky battles here. Sky battles? What does that mean? Usopp asked. Then place that barrel there, Gonfer said. Barrel? Nami, although confused, did as he instructed. Watch closely, Gonfer said, then added, try to smash the shell with all your might. It turned out that Gonfer had placed the shell on the barrel, hoping everyone would smash it. Sanji then swung a huge hammer down, but the shell showed no signs of damage. I told you to be gentle. I didn't mean to be this gentle, Usopp remarked. No, I used all my strength. It's as if the shell absorbed all the impact. Sanji seemed to sense something. Then, aim the shell at the empty barrel below and press the top of the shell on the reverse side, Gonfer instructed. Sanji followed the instructions, and the barrel was instantly smashed. This is the impact shell, which can absorb external impacts and release them freely, Gonfer explained. It is usually used with gloves or wrist guards. If the strike is accurate, its power is enough to kill an ordinary person, Gonfer said. This thing. Sanji recalled something. Yes, that round dumpling priest used this ability. Usopp said, I heard that there were even more powerful shells in ancient Sky Islands. A type called the repulsion shell, which is nearly extinct and can release 10 times the power of this impact shell. However, because the repulsion shell's impact is too strong, it can even endanger the user, making it a double-edged sword, Gonfer explained. I want to ask, is this a one-time use item, or can it be reused? Sudong asked. Of course it can be reused, Gonfer said. The initial state records the impact, and then it can be released indefinitely. Well, if you get used to it, it really is very useful. Even Sudong couldn't help but nod. Don't forget, this is a double-edged sword. If used improperly, you could also lose your life. Gonfer reminded once again, and Sudong nodded without saying anything. Regardless of what it is, it depends on the person using it. For example, if you take a heating shell used for cooking and put it on a gun, it becomes a fire gun that can heat freely. The previous Sky Knight used such a weapon, Gonfer said. For instance, if you put a flame-storing shell in a bird's mouth, a rare fire-breathing bird is born, Gonfer said. Speaking of which, that kind of bird, Chopper also mentioned it. Is this what the sky battle is about? Usopp asked. That's right. For sea people unfamiliar with the types of shells, it's impossible to see through these techniques, and the numerous cloud manipulations are the same. After training, the warriors of the Sky Island can use them flexibly, while those who don't understand will be at a loss, Gonfer said. So, what about that mind net that can predict our movements? Is there a principle behind it? Sanji asked. Mind net? That old man doesn't use it either. So I don't know how to explain it well, but it is said that the mind net is a listening ability. It seems that as long as a person is alive, their body emits some kind of sound. By listening to this sound, one can understand the opponent's next action. With further training, the range of what can be heard will also increase. The God Gate can hear the sounds of the entire Appiato, while Enel can hear the sounds of the entire country. This power is still a mystery to this day. Because of this power, the people of the entire country cannot find peace, Gonfer said. However, I can probably talk about this ability. Sudong stood up at this moment. Although I haven't fought Enel, I have fought one of the priests. That so-called mind net is on one hand one's own Haki, and on the other hand, it's due to Enel's fruit ability. He is the user of the Rumble fruit, possessing abilities similar to electromagnetism. After using observation Haki, he can gain enhancements. As for the priests, they probably received some Haki training from him, Sudong said. Observation Haki? What is that? Seeing that Sudong seemed to know, everyone asked eagerly. There are 3 types of Haki: Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, and Armament Haki. It's too early to talk about this now, to enter the second half of the Grand Line. Mastering Haki is a must, because in the second half, there are as many natural type users as there are fish in the sea, and Haki masters are also like a flood of fish crossing the river. From Sudong's mouth, it seemed that Enel's ability wasn't that strong. But if the enemy knows what we're going to do next, how can we defeat him? Usopp and the others continued to ask Sudong, trying to find a way to counter the enemy. It's simple. As long as you eliminate him while he is still predicting your actions. Won't that work? Sudong said casually. What? Everyone felt that Sudong had said a lot without saying anything. However, they were even more curious about Eneru's ability. Rumble fruit? What exactly is it? Usopp asked. I really saw someone near Alpiado, instantly consumed by lightning. That must be his ability. Nami still felt a bit fearful. How should we counter such power? Usopp also appeared somewhat helpless. Right now, even if we wanted to escape, it would be useless. I estimate that Enel wants to play a game. What do you mean? The godly soldiers and priests, we see people and Scipions. How many will be left after 3 hours? Enel wants to play a game similar to a battle royale. Sudong smiled. He only wants to leave 5 people. Sudong also shared his speculation about Enel. The first update, what? 5 people. Where are the others? Does this guy want to kill them all? Usopp and the others instantly felt a chill. Of course, don't forget he's Enel. Sudong then stopped talking, as everything seemed to be developing in the direction Enel wanted. Meanwhile, Luffy was singing a song while walking down the right path with Sudong. I have to say, your singing is really terrible, Sudong said bluntly to Luffy, who just smiled slightly and continued singing. Although Sudong was speechless, he had no other choice. After walking for a while, Sudong seemed to sense something, and Luffy also dodged backward with him. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. A winged man fell to the ground, and not far from him stood a Shandian. You? What are you doing here? Although Sudong had never seen the person speaking before, he could basically guess his identity from the man's demeanor. It's you. Luffy recognized the man immediately. Didn't I advise you to leave this island quickly? The man said. You're annoying. Where I go is my freedom, Luffy replied. It's certainly not your freedom because this island belongs to us Shandians, the man said. Your name is Wiper, right? Sudong suddenly interjected. Yes, a sea dweller? I don't think I've seen you before. Who are you? The leader of the sea dwellers? Wiper asked. You could say that, but we can't leave until our mission is complete. And I think our goals are the same, Sudong said. Mission? Goal? What are you talking about? Wiper seemed confused about what Sudong meant. Your goal is to drive away Enel, and our goal is also to drive away Enel. Why can't we work together? Sudong stated. Drive away Enel? Just you? We don't need your help, but why do you want to help us for no reason? Wiper seemed a bit wary. We're here for the gold, Luffy said straightforwardly. Gold, that? So that's what it's about. Wiper's expression changed instantly, and before he could say anything else, he suddenly said, Forget it. I have nothing more to say, and I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. I just need to get rid of you. What? Isn't that the simplest and most direct approach? Luffy grinned, clearly looking forward to this battle. You two can come at me together, you mere sea dwellers. Wiper seemed to regard Sudong and Luffy as insignificant, just like other Sky Islanders. However, Sudong and Luffy exchanged smiles. And Sudong said to Luffy, I'll leave this guy to you. His strength is too weak. Great. Leave it to me. Luffy was clearly eager to have a one-on-one with Wiper, and now it was indeed his chance. Then I'll take my leave. I'll leave some markers along the way for you. Sudong didn't want to pay attention to this battle. As the protagonist of the pirate world, Luffy would naturally not be defeated by the Shandian Wiper. Sudong ignored the battle entirely and quickly headed south in the right direction. In no time, he found Robin and the others. You're here? Where's Luffy? Robin asked. He encountered an enemy and is fighting, but I'm not interested in the opponent, Sudong replied. Hood. Sudong could feel the tremors in the forest. The Shandians and the divine soldiers, along with the Shandian leader and priests, were engaged in battle. It seems this forest is getting livelier, Robin said. Yes, the other partners have scattered, Sudong said. Where's this place? Sudong looked around and noticed that the buildings and the massive trees of Appiato were somewhat different. This should be a residential area of the ancient city. It's indeed been swallowed by the forest. I wonder if the ancient ruins are intact. While Robin was speaking, suddenly a person dressed in white descended upon the residential area. It's a woman. This road leads to the shrine of the gods. If you continue forward, it would be disrespectful to the gods, the divine soldier said. Get down quickly. It seems you don't understand the historical value of these so-called ruins. Robin was a bit angry for the first time. What are you angry about? What do you want with me? Robin asked directly. You asked me what I want. I am commanded by the gods to use my slashing shell to deal with the Shandians and you sea dwellers, the divine soldier said. After the divine soldier finished speaking, Robin immediately responded, 6-petal flower. Instantly, countless arms sprouted around the divine soldier, and Robin crossed her hands, palms open, saying, Anchor flower. The divine soldier was immediately torn apart. Robin held a piece of the ruins and said, This is too much. Captain Sudong, if you had made a move just now, that guy probably wouldn't even have been able to destroy the ruins, right? Robin asked Sudong. Sudong grinned foolishly and said, if I made a move, the entire ruins would disappear. Robin knew that Sudong's strength would be indiscriminate. At this moment, a series of sounds echoed through the forest. Sudong knew that according to the plot, in this chaotic battle, Zoro would encounter the Shandian warriors and ultimately win, while Chopper would accidentally run into the priests. Meanwhile, Sudong's wooden clone was already waiting on the ship for the arrival of the boss, Enel. Originally, everyone was sailing normally on the Going Merry. However, not long after, a flash of lightning appeared here. Hello everyone, I am the god Enel. Enel appeared on the spot with a smile. You bastard. Sanji charged forward, trying to kick Enel away. However, the next second, Sanji was about to be struck by the lightning. Sudong's wooden clone dashed out. Armament Haki. Sudong directly used Armament Haki to harden himself, withstanding the lightning that fell from the sky. This is quite unexpected. You actually withstood my lightning? You must be something special among sea dwellers. Enel, sitting on the ship's railing, said with a laugh. Thank you. Sanji, who nearly died, immediately expressed his gratitude to Sudong. No problem, Sanji, step back. This guy can only be dealt with by Luffy and me. Sudong waved his hand, and everyone obediently stepped back. Don't worry, there's no need to be afraid. I'm not here to harm you. Enel said slowly while revealing a strange smile. Then what are you here for? The former god Gonfor asked. Your tone is quite cold. We haven't seen each other in 6 years. Former god Gonfor, Enel said, looking at Gonfor. Gonfor naturally had a lot to say to Enel. The second update. Gonfor, there's no need to be so angry, right? We haven't seen each other in a long time, so why not show a little happiness? Enel said flatly. Bastard, what did you just do to Sanji? If you dare to beg for mercy, I might consider letting you go. Usopp shouted. Sudong was a bit speechless. Clearly, Sanji was fine, yet Usopp still wanted to stand up for him. As a result, Enel instantly teleported to Usopp's side, ready to take him out. However, Sudong would not let Enel have his way. When Enel reached out his finger to unleash lightning, Sudong also teleported to Enel's side, firmly gripping his wrist. Stop, or I will kill you, Sudong said calmly, his words sounding like undeniable facts. Kill me? A mere Qinghai person dares to speak so boldly, Enel said, towering over Sudong. Sudong, undeterred, glared back at Enel, and then his eyes instantly opened 3 Tomo into Sharingan. Immediately, a miraculous scene occurred. Enel suddenly found Sudong's body transforming into countless crows. What is happening? Release lightning, Enel shouted, but he found himself transformed into a crow as well. Bang! Sudong kicked Enel away, sending him plummeting into the Cloud River. Everyone present was stunned. How could this happen? They had no idea that Enel had been dispatched so easily. Nami didn't know what to say. What was wrong with that guy? Why was he just standing there like a fool? Usopp also found it strange. Why did Enel seem so weak? Did Sudong do something? Sanji also found it hard to believe. This guy might really be able to defeat Enel. Gonfor thought the same. What did you just do? Sanji couldn't help but ask. Nothing much, just a little trick. It's all an illusion, Sudong replied evasively, and Enel reappeared on the ship. Bastard, Qinghai person. What did you just do to me? Enel said, somewhat angrily. Since you're fighting me, don't stare into my eyes. Otherwise, you'll be pulled into an illusory world. I warn you, Sudong said, revealing his Sharingan. The others were unaffected, but as long as Enel stared into Sudong's eyes, he would be subjected to an illusion. Although Sudong's Sharingan wasn't a Mangeki yet, he could still perform some common illusions. Your tricks won't work on me. I can stimulate myself with lightning to break free. Is that all your ability amounts to? Enel clearly wasn't easy to deal with. However, Sudong shook his head with a smile. This is just the most basic illusion, merely to diminish your arrogance. Now, say what you want to say because soon, you will die. If you say nothing, I won't do anything. Enel said calmly, then returned to his previous position. Nami and the others were scared and covered their mouths. For them, although Sudong was present, he couldn't protect everyone completely. What are you thinking? Gonfor asked. Remember, 6 years ago, when we attacked this island? Your captured subordinates were still working hard for me, God Enel said. The divine team, led by the old man? Gonfor replied. They were truly outstanding talents. However, the grand project that took 6 years is nearing its end. At the same time, this means that this island is of no use to me anymore. I came here to say goodbye, that's all, Enel added. However, the residents of this sky island are truly simple-minded. They only see this island as a giant base. What do you mean by that? Gonfor asked. The reason we forcibly took this island, The reason the Qinghai flies came to this island, and the reason the Shandians insist on returning to their homeland are all the same. In other words, everyone desires the same thing on this island. Enel said, they want to find the legacy of the Golden City, Shandora, which once thrived in Qinghai in the distant past. Gold? What are you talking about? God Gonfuer, who had only recently learned what gold was, naturally didn't understand the significance of this statement. Haha, that's why I say you're simple-minded. The existence of gold and its value are unknown only to you people living in this country. Unfortunately, the game starts with the final battle. Only those who win in this survival game are qualified to obtain that vast amount of gold. Do you hear that? The noise of this lively festival. To be honest, I'm one of the participants, so I have to leave, Enel said. Wait, the Divine Team? Has the Divine Team been released? Gonfuer asked. Only the gods know. Qinghai person, your name is Sudong, right? Enel asked. Next time I will kill you, Enel said before disappearing with a whoosh, leaving no chance to pursue. Sudong coldly smiled. The reason he didn't take action this time was that it wasn't yet time to deal with Enel. After all, he was currently just a wooden clone. Even if he could withstand attacks with Haki, he was still made of wood, and too much electricity would easily cause him to disappear. At that moment, a pair of identical-looking individuals appeared on the Mary. They seemed to be divine soldiers. Who are you? Nami asked. We are nobody. We are the Vice Divine Soldiers, and you actually took down Brother Shadley, the two said comically. Brother? What do you mean? Nami naturally didn't understand. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp took down a priest, and that was Shadley, Sudong said. Admit it. My name is Zhong Wu. My name is Xiao Wu. Our triplet brother was taken down by you. I don't know your brother. Nami shook her head. Sanji, Usopp, and Sudong stepped forward, saying, a real man takes responsibility for his actions. We did it. We will never forgive you. The two captains had already prepared for battle. At this time, Gonfuer had mostly recovered and shouted, Pierre. Then the Sky Knight, Gonfuer, also joined the battle. 4v2. The group clearly had an overwhelming numerical advantage. They had to defeat them quickly and then pursue Enel. They didn't know what that guy would do to the old man's subordinates. It would be simple to speed things up. You all step back. Sudong took a step forward alone, seemingly about to do something. The third update. What do you want to do? We should quickly defeat them, Gonfuer said. Yeah, at this speed, it seems to be the fastest for now. Sudong stepped forward slowly, clearly ready to unleash his ultimate move. Sudong, don't damage the Mary. Anything else is fine. Usopp shouted immediately. Sudong said, of course. Next, just watch my performance. Body flicker. Sudong's wooden clone was also able to use the body flicker technique, moving in extremely high speed. Even if it was predicted by observation Haki, it was meaningless. Sudong struck with both hands, which were wrapped in black Haki. Immediately, he gathered two Rasengan in his hands. The Rasengan in his left and right hands quickly transformed into Great Ball Rasengan. Then, Sudong directly shot them at the two vice-captains of the Divine Soldiers. Due to the high speed, combined with Sudong's three-tomo Sharingan locking onto the targets, his double Rasengan instantly hit the two of them, sending their bodies flying into the sea of clouds. Everyone was stunned. How long did Sudong take? 3 seconds? Or 5 seconds? He actually defeated them in an instant? What is this guy's strength? It seems effortless. He didn't even use his full power. Sudong's strength was once again affirmed by everyone. Meanwhile, Sudong was exploring ancient ruins with Robin. This is the city's monument of solace. It should have been built by their descendants after the city's destruction, right? Shandora, that's the name of the ancient city. In the year 402 of the sea calendar, about 1,100 years ago, the city flourished for a time and was destroyed 800 years ago, which coincides perfectly with the blank 100 years that didn't remain in this world. Could it be that this island knows about the lost history that was interrupted on the ground? This is the map of Shandora. If we go to the city center, we might learn more and perhaps find the lost historical relics, Robin said, looking at Sudong. All right, let's go. If you want to go ahead, I'll stay behind. Sudong said. Why? Just as Robin's words fell, a male voice appeared. What a lovely lady. I am the chief of the Divine Soldiers serving God Enel. Deshaun said to Robin, what business do you have with us, chief of the Divine Soldiers? Robin inquired. Let's talk. As soon as Deshaun's words fell, Sudong immediately said, Robin, step back. This guy is mine. Don't destroy the ruins. I'm counting on you. Sudong didn't expect that Robin would still think of protecting the historical ruins at a time of life and death, which made him have an even greater admiration for her. Understood. In that case, I will use this move. Sudong clasped his hands together and said directly, would release, for his creation. Immediately, countless plants shot up from the ground, and the branches and vines immediately wrapped around the chief of the divine soldiers, Deshawn. Oomph. Is that all? Punch full. Deshawn actually broke free from the wood release's restraints in an instant and slammed down heavily onto the ground. I see. Wood release can absorb the enemy's chakra. But the enemies in this world don't have chakra. Therefore, relying on immense strength and some special abilities, one can completely escape from wood release. I was too hasty. Sudong instantly understood some things. In that case, I have to use wind release, vacuum bullets. Sudong used the wind release from the One-Tails and Naruto. This wind release was powerful enough to knock Deshawn to the ground with a single shot. Demon's grip. Sudong grabbed the opponent, tightly holding the enemy in his hand. Crushing you directly would be a bit inhumane. It all depends on your luck. Sudong then used all his strength to throw Deshawn into the air, and in the end, Deshawn didn't know where he was thrown. Sudong then turned around and apologized. Sorry, Robin, I still let him damage some things. It's okay. You did very well, thank you. After Robin finished speaking, she walked with Sudong towards the city center of Shandora. Meanwhile, Nami, during normal navigation, suddenly heard a loud noise, followed by a very noisy honking sound. Miss Nami, Hasa, a female voice rang out. Wow, Angel, you're here. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts again. Cornus? Uncle? How did you guys come here? Nami felt a bit incredulous. Who is that kid? Sudong pointed at the child on the ship. The child was clearly very alert, claiming to be a warrior of Shandia. This little one is named Isa. To get to the point, we open a path at sea, using the new river made from the cloud shells. If we go this way, we can directly enter the white sea before being discovered by the enemies, Uncle Pagaya quietly said. Speaking of which, why is your honking so loud while you're talking so mysteriously? Sudong couldn't help but complain. Sorry, I was hasty. By the way, I have something to hand over to you. Uncle Pagaya then returned the repaired Wibba to Nami and the others. Is this the Wibba we found? Sanji was also surprised. Yeah, Uncle, you're amazing. You repaired it so well. Usopp praised. Wow, that's awesome. Nami was naturally very excited. And this Wibba is not an ordinary one. Its power is extraordinary, Uncle Pagaya said. Just then, the little one, Isa, suddenly fell to the ground, crying and showing a very painful expression. Nami and Sudong and the others were puzzled and immediately went to ask. What happened? You suddenly. So many voices disappeared. Isa said, it should be Enel, right? XuCang's Apfim. The survival game has already passed 2 hours. Quite a few people must have been eliminated, right? Sudong said, this guy is really a pervert. Sanji cursed. At this moment, Nami had already mastered the Wibba perfectly, and Uncle Pagaya and Cornus couldn't help but praise her. So what should we do now? Uncle Pagaya inquired. Nami looked at Sudong, who said, you decide, navigator. Nami stuck out her tongue and said, in any case, let's first sail to the agreed-upon coast. I think they should be fine. As long as they are together, no one can be their opponent. Isa said, there are no 4-person groups on this island. At most, there are 2-person teams. If there are 4 people acting together, I would definitely feel it. Nami then looked at Sudong, and the meaning was clear. It's the heart network. Isa, can you sense if anyone feels similar to me? Sudong asked. Yes, there is someone whose feeling is exactly like yours. And he is with someone now, Isa said. I suspect they got separated, Sudong said. Nami looked at Elsa with surprise and said, the heart network is a skill only priests and gods can use, right? With tears in her eyes, Elsa responded, I could use the heart network since I was born. That's why I'm scared. You have no idea how terrifying it is to lose your voice constantly. Are you crying again? Nami asked. I'm not crying. Idiot. Shanghai person. Idiot. Elsa insisted, showing her strong spirit. It seems Elsa's dominance is broken. We happened to pass by when a sky shark attacked, Coney said. What do you really want to do? Nami thought this child must have a purpose for going so far alone. I don't know, but I can't just do nothing, right? Lachi, everyone. Elsa was still engulfed in sadness. Sudong, are the others really safe? Nami asked with some concern. Sudong nodded and said, don't worry. My main body is over there. Although separated from everyone, he must believe in you all to be a part. Sudong and Robin then officially headed towards the city center of Sandora. Robin looked at a book and then glanced around, saying, this should be the city center. But it doesn't match the map of the Wailing Monument. Is it because the impact from the sky caused the city to break apart? Robin then went through the ancient tunnel with Sudong. After passing through, they saw the towering buildings ahead. Although most were eroded by plants, the past glory was still evident. Standing in front of a monument, Robin squatted down to record some things. Sudong had nothing to do and kept alert, as Enel could appear around them at any time. After a while, Robin voiced her doubt. It's really strange. Is this really the former golden city of Sandora? The size and terrain are completely different. The most unnatural thing is, as long as there is an entrance above. Could it be? Robin quickly walked up the steps. Immersed in her own world, Robin walked quickly, while Sudong followed her from behind. Soon, Robin entered the palace above the steps and began digging using her fruit abilities. Sudong naturally helped, and soon Robin found a way down. Sudong, come together. After saying this, Robin jumped down. Sudong also jumped down, surprised to find such an expansive scene within the ruins. Indeed, this ruin had hidden depths. Although it was a ruin of Qinghai, the surroundings were filled with island clouds. I thought it was quite precious. The upper layer of the ruins was merely the upper half exposed after the city was submerged by island clouds. There should be more below, Robin said. Yeah, time changes everything, and the glorious city has met such an end. Let's go take a look, Sudong said, very interested in this former golden land. The two continued to descend along the path, clearing away the vines, and eventually, Robin saw an opening. Robin exclaimed excitedly, Song, hurry up. Sudong didn't expect Robin to run so fast. After catching up, he was also stunned. The sunlight was extremely glaring. This underground ruin actually hid a magnificent ancient city. 800 years ago, the capital of Sandora suddenly perished, and I never expected it to be like this. It's still so spectacular, so grand. This is the Golden City. Sandora. Robin spoke with excitement. That's right, there must be a historical text here. Sudong recalled that this place should have inscriptions that record history, historical texts. Over there. Soon, Robin discovered the historical text, but after approaching, she realized it was not the historical text, although she recognized the person who wrote it. Robin touched it and said, how plain and unpretentious. The ancient characters of the historical text. The person who could write this must be the one who compiled the historical text. Other than the author, there shouldn't be anyone else. Keeping the true meaning in our hearts, we remain silent. We are the weavers of history, coexisting with the bell of the great clock tower. Indeed, there is a huge golden bell here, as recorded in Rolando's journal. All the books in the town were burned, and the city's history was severed. Robin wasn't sure if she was talking to herself or Sudong. The historical text was moved to this city for storage, that's for sure. This city once fought against those who held hostility towards it. The golden city of Sandora was ultimately destroyed while fighting to protect the historical text. If that's true, then at the center of the four great altars, the clock tower must have the text that tells the true historical text. Perhaps that is the real historical text. Robin and Sudong then headed towards the clock tower. Not long after, on the Mary, Elsa shed tears again, saying, another voice has disappeared. Elsa? Everyone felt that the child was acting strangely. I can't stay here anymore. I need to find Lachi and the others. Elsa impulsively jumped off the ship. Wait, no. Nami's persuasion didn't have much effect. Elsa had already jumped off the Mary. Seriously. Nami then took off her jacket and jumped into the water to chase after Elsa. After hearing the commotion, Sudong and the others came out and found that Nami had caught Elsa. What are you doing? Let me go. I want to do what I want. Elsa struggled, but Nami held on tightly. Even if it's not my business, I can't just watch you die, especially since you're just a child. I'm a warrior. Okay, I know you're a warrior. Even if you glare at me, I won't be afraid, Nami urged. After a long time of persuasion, Nami finally brought Elsa back to the Weiba. At that moment, the enormous poisonous python appeared before everyone. What? No way. Nami and Elsa were both stunned. Damn, what kind of snake is this? It's so huge. Sanji was also a bit surprised. Why is there such a big guy here? Nami and Elsa were both frightened. To fight this guy, I can only rely on Sudong's clone. You go. Usopp naturally pushed Sudong out. You again. Huh? Why do I say again? Sudong looked at the giant poisonous python, and neither side made a move. Sharingan. After activating the Sharingan, Sudong noticed a life signal inside the python's stomach. No way. Did Luffy get swallowed by the poisonous python? Sudong wondered. At this moment, the second bell rang, and the poisonous python began to go mad, appearing to be in great pain. Help! Nami and the others were in trouble. They quickly used their abilities to escape, as being attacked by such a massive python was no joke. Over there is the forest. Gaia shouted, but it was already too late. Nami and Aisha had already gone into the forest. Damn it! You all protect the old man and the angel lady. I'll be right back. Sudong then flew up directly, rushing towards the direction of the giant python. Sudong flew towards Nami and the others, and naturally, protecting Nami and Aisha was also one of Sudong's with clone's tasks. At this moment, the giant python was suffering from various internal attacks and was in immense pain, causing it to go completely berserk. The most chaotic place at this time was, of course, below the Shrine of the Gods, where the priest, the Shandians, the former gods, the Straw Hat crew, and the giant python were all preparing for a massive battle. Sudong finally caught up with Nami. Nami, it's Sudong. What happened to Enel's subordinates behind you? Sudong replied, I found them a nuisance while chasing you just now, so I took care of them. Shall we head back? Wait, what's that? Nami saw a giant vine ahead. That was a massive vine. Enel's shrine should be at the top, Aisha said, and then Aisha's heart net activated. Wiper is over there. He's still alive. Let's go. Zoro, Luffy, and the Sky Knight were also there. It's best that we don't look back, Sudong said. There was no choice. Nami could only continue rushing forward. Sudong knew that although he had dealt with some of the divine soldiers, more would probably gather soon. Enel's goal was to gather everyone in the upper ruins, then watch them kill each other, finally taking the surviving 5 to the Endless Continent. At this moment, Nami, Sudong, and the others had appeared in the upper ruins, and Sudong saw everyone. Capture them. We must not let them get close to the Shrine of the Gods. The divine soldiers, chasing Sudong, and the others shouted. Damn it, this is so annoying. Sudong then formed a seal, fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Boom. Small fireballs rushed towards the divine soldiers behind them. Sudong had already activated his Sharingan and completely locked onto those divine soldiers behind him. Therefore, these flames accurately hit the divine soldiers. What's going on? This guy can actually summon flames. Is he a DevilFruit user? These divine soldiers suffered casualties from Sudong's sudden attack with fire style. Wiper saw Aisha, and Zoro saw Nami and Sudong. Aisha, what are you doing here? Wiper asked. Nami, Sudong, weren't you on the ship? Zoro asked. What are you plotting? Blue Sea people? Get away from Aisha. Wiper indiscriminately fired a shot at Nami. Gonfer quickly took Nami and Aisha away. Aisha also cursed, Demon. Wiper, you are a demon. Why are you here? Gonfer asked. Because there's a huge snake. Before Nami could finish her sentence, she and the Sky Knight were swallowed whole by the snake. Look at what you've done.